Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Oh, hell yeah, Tuesday. You know what, Marcus? We're going to bring this Tuesday to its knees, brother. Bring it to its freaking knees.
Bring it to its knees, Murph.
Man, making me Jones for a forecast right now.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, forecast, which will have Russell Wilson quarterbacking which team next year.
Ooh.
There we go. First sports topic of the day.
Uh-oh, Steelers country. Let's ride.
Raiders country. Let's ride.
I don't know if I'm getting on that ride, Murph.
I don't know. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. You got the Murph, the Marcus. You got young Tony behind the glass, who you may be hearing some surprises from him in the coming.
Stay tuned.
The coming hours and days
this
here.
This day in young Tony history.
We got Curly in the slacks today. By the way, I noticed Curly walked in and to say something to me, and I said, "Dude, we're dressed exactly the same." Have you noticed that now? Curly and I are on the same plan.
Oh, you guys are on the 3/4 plan.
Yeah, one of us is gonna have to change our look. Who's more likely to do it?
I don't know, because Curly's out here in the slacks every day. He's got the loafers, so he's a little bit more dressed up than you are.
I'm going jeans.
Yeah, you go jeans, and you'll rock the Vans or the Asics, which I'm surprised that you rock Asics, just because me, as like a former wrestler,
when
I hear the name Asic, I imagine guys like squaring off in the mat like about to wrestle. I don't imagine Murph like taking naps in his Asics.
Well, there's two different kinds of Asics. There's like the dad running shoe Asic, that's like the big clodhopper thing that you wear on like your kids. We're going for a hike, you know. And then there's the wrestling shoe.
Yeah,
Asic,
I just didn't know the Asic was that big in the dad community.
Well, it is now, yeah. And shout out David Letterman, who used to wear Asics wrestling shoes during his monologue. Guy would come out in a full suit with wrestling shoes. Never made any sense to me. I don't know. He wanted comfortable feet. Yeah, dude, David Letterman wore wrestling shoes during his entire run as the king of late night TV.
That's because David Letterman stayed ready so he didn't have to get ready, Murph.
Is that the wrestler motto?
Yeah, in case anybody wanted to wrestle, throw down a couple head and shoulders down.
First digression of the day. So I had quite the day yesterday, by the way. Shout out the great people at River Islands.
Shout them out, Murph.
Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? And please, Marty, by the way, that's genius by Marty. Now that I'm doing the River Islands reads, and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to get into it. I went out there. I met the people. I saw the land. But I never came up with the genius tagline that Marty Lurie was, which is...
Don't you think it's time for you to discover the islands? It was for me.
It was for me. That's freaking genius, man. You know what? Can I give Marty some applause there? That's marketing genius. I can't touch that. I can't touch that.
And you know what, Murph? Yesterday, it was for you. It was for Murph.
Very good. Very good. Yes. It was for me. I don't know. I could try to come up with my own Marty Lurie. It was for me, but I just got to stand back and applaud. That's marketing genius.
I mean, we're almost at the point now. Shout out to our guy, Kevin Franson, when he used to do his Pig in the Pickle reads, and it would always end with, tell him Franny sent you. I now feel like with River Islands, you have to say, tell him Marty sent you.
Yeah, or can you throw in the other M, Murph, M&M, Marty, and Murph. So anyway, I went out there yesterday to really dig in and all that, and it was great and had a great time. By the way, shout out the boathouse out there. Ooh. That's a hang. That's a solid hang. It had Marcus written all over it.
I was going to say, you give me anything that has the words boat and house together, it sounds like a good time to me.
Well, because A, it was a slightly younger crowd. B, they had plenty of beers on tap. C, it was Monday morning at like noon, and they had ball games on the TV. They had the Phillies and the Blue Jays on multiple TVs.
Hell yeah.
And then you walk outside of the bar, which was a tasteful bar, into a huge deck overlooking a lake. And so you have just tons of elbow room. Tunes are bumping. Great menu. So I said I'd hang at the boathouse. So I told him, I said, I don't even need to buy a joint out here. I just drive out here and hang on a Saturday at the boathouse.
I mean, Murph, now it feels like it's time for me to go to the boathouse and to go to River Islands.
No, you just cut your commute down. You don't need to extend it now.
Yeah, true.
I'd say it's for people, if you don't have to commute to the city and you can work remotely, it's a great place for a young family. It really is. You can get a really good buy. You get a lot more square footage and all that stuff. But anyway, the point of the story is it's a long day. Drive back. They shut down a lane. They closed the Richmond Bridge down to one lane, which is convenient, by the way, That's good. Always good to take a bridge in a major metropolitan area in rush hour and move it down to one lane.
Oh, yeah, that's good for everybody, Murph.
So, dude, I just sat there, the red eyes, the no nap, and I had to go straight to a high school swim meet. Ooh. Shout out the Tamalpais Red-Tailed Hawks beating Archie Williams in the swim meet. But anyway, I went up talking to a dad who's a wrestling dad. This is all by way of getting back to wrestling.
Getting back to the Asics.
Dude, did you know that your brother's beloved sport and your sport for some time, wrestling, has changed the weight rules? that now, I guess, everything's now going towards safety now, right?
Oh, are we talking about like dehydration and weight cuts and stuff like
You
that?
can't lose more than 2 pounds in a week now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Only
And-
2 pounds?
Yes.
Oh, my brother used to lose way more than 2 pounds in a day, Murph.
Right.
Lose like 5 to 10 pounds before weighing in.
Yes. I want, by the way, if there's somebody out there in the community, in the high school wrestling community, to fact check me on this. I heard this from my dad. So they want to guard against kids having those wild weight swings.
Yeah.
And they even give you now a plus. You're allowed to gain a couple of pounds during the season.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Like, they're not doing like daily weigh-ins?
No.
Well,
something. So I got to get more details on it. But the point is, they've drastically reduced the drama of the weight drop and the weight and all that stuff. Like, they want it to be more stable.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is shocking for a
right?
sport that is extremely strict on making weight day of tournaments every single morning. Like, I remember going back to cutting weight in middle school as like a 6th, 7th grader for our middle school wrestling team.
About that.
And then my brother was an absolute lunatic. You would see him in high school. He'd be like carrying around a little bag of turkey and mustard for lunch, and that's all he would eat the entire day because he was constantly weight cutting.
Incredible. So apparently they weigh you at the start of the season. That gives you a baseline weight. And then from there, you can't go lower than 2, and they let you go 2+.
That's, ooh.
I know, right? I want somebody, 510 says, correct. Yes, they don't want kids cutting weight. Dude,
Well, because, like, that's the dirty little secret, like, in the wrestling world, and you see it a lot in UFC and MMA. Guys will make weight at, say, 185, and by the time they fight the next day, they've rehydrated back over 200 pounds. They put on like 10 to 15 pounds of hydration and weight. Like almost every MMA fighter fights at least 10 pounds above their actual weight class.
So they get weighed the day before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Day before, and then they have a whole 24 hours to rehydrate.
So anyway, I learned that yesterday. That there's a new guardrails on.
Wow.
I don't know if it's California. California tends to be, as they call it, the nanny state. Are we looking over your shoulder? I don't know.
In California was one of the first to have those rehydration rules in MMA. So that's interesting. I'll have to break that down with my brother.
How was your Monday night, brother?
My Monday night was good. I went and explored the neighborhood down in Poe Hill.
I'm so excited by this.
And I had to give some love to all my people on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line who's kept on urging me to go to Goat Hill Pizza, which I made my first trip to last night, Murph.
You know what? Can I get some applause for that, please? Yeah, I'm applauding you for going to Goat Hill Pizza on a Monday night.
Oh, and it's one of the oldest pizzerias in the neighborhood. And Murph, last night they had an all-you-can-eat buffet special.
What?
I'm walking by and I see the sign in the window that says
What?
Monday night.
What is this, a Sizzler?
All you can eat pizza and salad. So I sat down and your boy took down maybe close to a dozen slices. Oh, man.
Dude, you weren't cutting weight.
No,
you
exactly.
weren't cutting weight.
I don't have to worry about weighing in. Well, here's the thing. Tony's giving me that look on my face. There were like thin slices. Like it wasn't your traditional slice, which I'm doing the math in my head, and that's still like close, like 6 or 7 slices.
Yeah.
But dude, I had to try all the different
of course
selections.
you did. You're learning the neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly.
They had beer?
Oh, they had beer.
Oh, man. You had a good Monday
I got
night,
a Space
brother.
Dust IPA on top of it. That had about 6 or 7 slices. Delicious.
Fantastic, buddy. Well, listen, that sounds like you had a great Monday night. Better than having the Richmond Bridge shut down to 1 lane.
Yeah, but at least you got out to the boathouse.
I did get to the boat. And by the way, shout out Islanders Field. That's legit. Like, like I said, that could be like a single A ballpark in some town. You know what I mean?
Well, Murph,
it's like a legit complex. Beautiful ball diamond. By the way, all grass infield. Because I go to all the high school games. It's all turf infields now. To see a plush grass infield with a dirt. I mean, it was fantastic.
Well, Murph, I'm always excited to find out about a new ballpark, especially, since the Oakland A's are still looking for somewhere to play.
You ready for this?
The River Island A's.
The Oakland Ballers are going to go out there and play a few games.
Are they really?
The Oakland Bees.
Nice.
Yeah.
The Oakland Bees taking over.
Dude, great call on the A's playing at River Island.
The River Island A's.
Isn't it time for the A's to play out there? It was for John Fisher.
It was for Dave Cavill.
All right, well, listen, we got a lot to go. I got to tell you guys, I came out of my cave preparing for the show today, and I got to take. I think Matt Chapman might be my favorite Giant.
Ooh.
I mean, this guy, I honest to goodness, I'm going to start power. I mean, Logan, of course, like the beam. Logan Webb is the all-time Northern California kid. We love him. Everything he does is Giants.
Light the beam.
Yes. Of course, I like Casey Schmidt's puppy dog mentality. Who doesn't like the calm cool of a Patty Bailey behind the dish?
I mean, who doesn't love the hot cheddar of a Camilo Duvall?
Yeah, all that stuff. But I think just the way Chapman was talking yesterday, and we'll get into this next. This guy might be my favorite in 24 hours, bro. This guy's talking like he wants to be a Giant.
Dude, he talks like a ball player, and he looks like a ball player.
Absolutely. We'll get into some of that stuff on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It was for me.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Rich Aurilia stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday morning to talk about Brandon Crawford's departure from the San Francisco Giants and Matt Chapman coming back to the
Yeah, I
Bay.
listened to that Aurelia on the way out to River Islands. It was good.
That's Richie Rich. And if you want to hear that podcast too, you can check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Markets gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
So 1 out for Matt Chapman. That one left center. Zimmer on the move, and that baby's gone. Matt Chapman has a big league home run.
Well, just a matter of time, and boy, to see the smile on the face of the skipper Bob Melvin and all the players. The first major league home run for Matt Chapman.
Oh, man, I like the second day in a row you brought back Ray Fosse. Rest in peace, Ray, man. What an absolute Bay Area treasure he was, man. And I love that the Oakland fans would have those banners up for him. So shout him out, but that was part of the highlight package for Matt Chapman in Oakland, who has become, I believe, my favorite Giant in one day. I mean, again, all due respect to Logan Webb. Love him, love him, love him. There is something different in your heart about how you feel about a pitcher versus a position player. Do you buy that?
I get the argument of everyday players who you're going to see every single day out at the ballpark. Now, me being a former pitcher myself, it's different. I love pitchers. It's never going to change. I love when guys hop up on the bump and just completely take control of a game. But I get your argument of going to the ballpark and wanting to see somebody in the lineup every single day, something that's been missing with the platoon system with the Giants.
Like how you felt about Tim Lincecum versus how you felt about Buster Posey. Like, I don't know. It's just like kind of different parts of your baseball heart. I don't know. Basically what I'm trying to do is out loud justify the fact that I just made Matt Chapman my favorite Giant of all time.
Without even playing a spring training game.
Not of all time. I think he's my favorite Giant of 2023. First of all, as you said, the look, man. This guy, first of all, guy's in great shape. Mm-hmm. The forearms of a Matt Chapman, right? Second of all, the energy he put out and the way he was talking, especially because we've been going through this rejection after rejection after rejection. Whether you go back to Bryce Harper, Arson Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto, and then, okay, get it. I get it. When we got Soler, I like it. I'm excited. I kind of feel like that was, for Soler, it was a business deal. You know, these guys offered me the best deal. Have bat will travel. Like, I don't think he has any, like, true affinity. In fact, he probably, a little part of him didn't want to come to San Francisco because of the hitter's dimensions.
I mean, it was a back and forth that we broke down with J.D. Martinez and the report that the Giants also offered him a one-year deal, but we broke down whether or not J.D. Martinez was looking for a playoff competitive team or if he was looking for the big contract. It seemed like with Jorge Soler, he was looking for the bigger contract while J.D. Martinez is still out there on the market.
Then you get to Chapman. And Chapman, you know, I don't know how many offers he had. I don't know what he you know, it's interesting. He's made a couple of interesting financial decisions in his life. You know, the A's offered him 10 years, $150 million?
Which blows my mind because the A's don't pay anybody.
No. Not since Eric Chavez, right?
But when that deal came out, people even looked at that as a low ball kind of deal for Matt Chapman at the time.
And he turned down a $20 million offer from the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
To get 18.
And that's what we mentioned yesterday when I made Scott Boras a bum baby. The fact that they passed on that 5-year contract extension, $100 million for Matt Chapman. And now you're at the point where Chapman's locked in for 1 year with opt-ins, for the second year with the opt-ins. And I think that's an angle that we can kind of attack too. Because with Matt Chapman, one thing that I took away yesterday from his press conference that he did with Scott Boras, sitting down with the media, it kind of felt like he had a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
That he didn't get the big contract this offseason. So we always talk about extra motivation, guys playing in contract years. And I know no Giant fan wants to hear about the possibility of him opting out of his contract next year, kind of what we saw with a Carlos Rodon or a Kevin Gausman. But I think this is going to be extra motivation for Matt Chapman to be back healthy this year and maybe put up some of those bigger numbers that he put up before injuring that finger in Toronto.
And oh, by the way, the Giants can negotiate with him as if this is going great in September and the Giants are winning and he's happy, Giants can sit down and say, hey, why don't we extend this thing?
Yeah.
Why don't we tear this thing up and write you a new one? Which could very well be the case if this goes well. So he sat down yesterday. Here's why people say, well, you know, you guys been here for a day. First of all, you guys know he was over in Oakland. And I loved him in Oakland. I absolutely did. I've always loved this guy. And that's why I really wanted him. The attitude, the energy, the presence, the cut of his jib, as they say. So here he was yesterday in Scottsdale.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a strange market this year, and the free agent process was a little abnormal. But, you know, our goals were to either get a long-term contract that we felt that I was worth, and if not, get the short-term contract with opt-outs and bet on myself. You know, last year kind of, played through a hand injury for a lot of the year, so it just kind of wasn't the strongest year in some people's eyes. So I wanted to make sure that, if I was going to do something long term, I was going to get the value that I'm worth. But I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited about the opportunity, and I got a really good feeling about it. This was the best opportunity that I had, so it checked all the boxes. Obviously, I enjoyed my time in Toronto, but this was the best opportunity for me in many ways, so it just made the most sense.
All right, I had higher hopes for that cut. I should have screened that one. It was very generic. Okay, let's move on to the next one, though, because he talks about the Bob Melvin aspect. Yeah. And I want to get into this a little bit, because this is, I think, the dynamic we really need to embrace as Giants fans here, this Melvin, Matt Williams, Chapman vibe. Yeah. So here it is. This is about Bob Melvin.
It's hard to you have hopes, you play around with ideas in your head, but it's hard to really predict what was going to happen. But I knew Bomel going to San Francisco, it was just seemed like it was destiny. I think we got some unfinished business. I'm super excited. I mean, since I've been here, I feel super comfortable. Going through the bunt defenses, going through all the drills. It's just got to do it for 7 years. So it's just like riding a bike, getting right back into it. But for me, unfinished business is felt like we had something really special building with the A's, and unfortunately that got kind of ripped out of our hands and broken up. So getting to come back here and have an opportunity to be in an organization like the Giants, a team that's not afraid to spend, a team that's not afraid to go get free agents and keep guys together and keep adding all the things that you expect, a winning franchise to do. Now we have the opportunity to do that here, and I couldn't be more excited to be a part of that, and just extremely blessed and excited to be, start this new journey.
Okay, that's a money quote now. He says some things in there that certainly the tweeters and the texters do not say. He described the Giants as a winning franchise that wants to win and that will keep adding. That's definitely not the narrative of many of us, maybe in the middle of this winter when people were that upset with the Giants.
No, not at all. And I love the praise that he has for the Giants, but part of me feels like he's also just taking shots at the Oakland A's, talking about how they broke up a good thing, how they refused to pay any of their players, how we talk about all the time with John Fisher and Dave Kaval, and what they're doing is ruining baseball out in Oakland. And that was one of my bottom line breakdowns when Bob Melvin signed. And we talked about how much winning he did with the Oakland Athletics and that small-ass payroll, one of the worst payrolls in baseball. And so when you look at all the resources that he's going to have here in San Francisco, when he brings in a guy like Matt Chapman, when he actually has an ownership group, and yes, Farhan Zaidi is included in that conversation of actually going out and making some moves. I know people are freaking out because the big-name free agents are not signing, but listen, Bob Melvin has a lot more resources in San Francisco, and that's why I think when you add Bob Melvin, when you add Matt Chapman, you're going to take away some of that winning culture that they established in Oakland, and they're going to bring it over to San Francisco.
So you say that. I wrote, this is an incredible stat for me. You want to talk about Matt Chapman? Dude, drop the W bomb. Winner. Listen to this, young Tony. These are the last 6 years for Matt Chapman in baseball. 2018, he was on a 97-win team. 2019, he was on a 97-win team. 2020, COVID year, they only played 60 games, 12 games over 500, 36-24. 2021, 86-win team. Now we switch to Toronto. 2022, 92-win team. 2023, 89-win team. 6 straight years throughout the COVID one. 6 straight years, the least amount of wins was 86. The highest was 97 twice. Yes, of course, it's a 25-man roster, a 26-man roster, whatever. This guy's a winner, though. That's what I'm talking about. This guy brought a winning mentality. He brings that winning edge. And whether or not, you give credit to individual players for being winners, he played 150-plus games in almost all those seasons.
And he's a guy that makes your team better, whether we're talking about what he can do with his bat and his 20 to 25 home run potential, or we're talking about that gold glove / platinum glove. And we know how much it means for a young shortstop like Marco Luciano. And that's why yesterday I came on these airwaves and I said, simply with the addition of Matt Chapman, with Jung-Hoo Lee and his defensive ability, and with Bob Melvin leading the way, I think just those 3 pieces are worth at least 5 wins. You were 5 wins away from that last wild card spot and getting back to the postseason. So if Matt Chapman and Bob Melvin can help change that tide, I think they're heading in the right direction, Murph.
I mean, I'm looking at the text line. I'm not even going to give you guys energy other than to say I see your negative text. I'm not going there. If you guys don't think I will rip the Giants, you have not been listening to this station for the last 20 years, brother. I've had the Giants pissed at me so many different times, brother. I'm sorry if you can't get excited about adding Matt Chapman. I'm not going to let your negative texts tell me otherwise, brother. If you're not telling me, and the one guy said, all you want the ball in play is a strikeout. Hey, listen, what do you want? A freaking Mona Lisa? You know what do you want? Yeah. Is the strikeout rate too high? Yeah. Guess what? About 80 other things he does are great, and I can't build you the perfect ball player in a freaking lab.
Well, I was going to say, look at the strikeout rate of about 80% of the rest of the roster. And I feel like that's where people are still pissed off about, because a lot of people are bringing up the pitching rotation on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. And that's a fair argument. But these are also the same people that were complaining about Ross Stripling being in the rotation and Anthony DeSclafani being in the rotation and Alex Wood being in the rotation. Those guys are all gone. So at least some of the younger guys are going to get opportunities. And look, everybody wants Blake Snell. Everybody wants Jordan Montgomery. But can we take a second to just appreciate what Matt Chapman's going to bring to this roster?
I'm just telling you, he's the guy I've wanted all along just because of I need ass kickers, man. I need ass kickers. There I was in our CYO 6B basketball game Saturday. We blew a 9-point lead. We were down 5 going into the fourth quarter, and I gathered the kids up and said, this is the time, baby. This is where we show what we are, who we are. Let's go, man. You need to have a little ass kicker in you. Oh, by the way, we lost the game. Anyway, but I mean, like, this is the Chapman guy I need. He's going to bring this they were flat. They were dull. They were lifeless. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They really were. They were. That was our big complaint. They were boring, right? They were boring.
And they were just kind of...
They're less boring now.
Uninterested, which is what we heard last year with the whole concerns about the lack of structure in the clubhouse. That's why we've heard it from Logan Webb. We've heard it from Brandon Crawford in his piece with Andrew Bagley. And that's why Matt Chapman's the kind of guy that can come in and kind of implement this Bob Melvin system.
I cannot get over the text line. It is a bunch of negative... I mean, you guys need therapy, brother. Some guy goes, that's what they said about Jock Peterson. No, they didn't.
Jock Peterson doesn't play defense.
Jock Peterson might be the biggest loner of all time, dude. I mean, yeah, he was a nice guy, but he was a loner. He's a drifter. You're like, yeah, he wore the pearl necklace and all that, but no, dude. I think Matt Chapman would probably have Jock Peterson up against the wall. You know what I mean? He might grab him by the jersey and shove him against the wall and say, pull your head out of your A and start playing baseball, you know? I don't know what to tell you guys on the text line. I'm not going to read them all, but they're all negative. They're all negative. You guys... I can't help you.
What about this text that's asking about Pablo Sandoval and about how he struck out 3 times yesterday?
It's been a rough go for Pablo this spring.
Yeah.
It really has.
All right, nice.
Guest list on a Tuesday, March 5, 2024, So, young Tony, as we continue to school young Tony, who, by the way, I can't give this kid enough credit, went home and dialed up some scenes from Patton on YouTube, the American flag speech. So I'll give you another one. In 1974 or 3 or whatever, the Vice President of the United States, Spiro Agnew, called the media nattering nabobs of negativism. He said, you nattering nabobs of That's the text line. That's the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. All right, what do we got, buddy?
All right, starting off at 7:35, we'll get some positivity from Mike Krukow, breaking down the Matt Chapman before we hop into our big hit, Cooler of Content, 8 a.m. hour, 8:35. We're going to talk to Toronto Blue Jays play-by-play man, Dan Schulman, get his breakdown of Matt Chapman.
Dan Schulman can do it all, too, by the way.
Yeah, Dan Schulman is fantastic. We'll talk to him at 8:35, and then at 9:15, we'll talk to Mark Spears this morning about tomorrow night's matchup, maybe against Giannis. He was out last night with an Achilles injury, so we'll break down some Warriors talk with Mark Spears.
As we continue the Chapman war that has now been started, he gives a bite about our very city and county of San Francisco. That might just rile you up all over again. Next on The Sports Leader. You want to talk about Matt Chapman? Winner.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. It was a happy Tuesday until I started telling everybody how excited I was about Matt Chapman, and the frickin' Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line decided to whip it out and whiz in the Wheaties.
Oh,
my
no,
God. Yes.
not in the middle of the Cheerios. And it all started with you saying that Matt Chapman is your favorite Giant, and then the text line exploded.
Well, he might, honest to goodness, right now. Okay, give me power rank your favorite Giants right now.
Oh, Logan Webb's at the top.
Sure, absolutely.
Camilo Duvall is in that conversation.
Okay.
Tyro Estrada is a dude. Like,
Okay,
I
yeah.
feel like he doesn't get enough love on our show. Just day in and day out. Yeah.
That was the famous line. He's a
grindy,
grindy, grimy.
He's a bad effort.
He likes him in all. He likes his second baseman in all shapes and sizes.
He does. And then me as a pitcher, honestly, I probably put Kyle Harrison on that list already, and then Patrick Bailey behind the dish. And that's kind of how I break down some of my favorite players. Young Tony knows I'm a big Luis Matos guy also.
Yeah.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
And that does include
Once again,
Pablo Sandoval.
Cannot overlook Prince, as the great Paul Mack would say, singing his ass off in the background. All those candidates are great. I was just telling Curly in the Slacks during the break, when Chapman was in Oakland, man, I used to think, God, wish I had a guy like that. You know, Giants haven't had an ass kicker like that. Like Stephen checks in from Vegas. First of all, shout out Stephen getting a hit on Marty Lurie this weekend. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Unbelievable. I said, so how much did you pay him? He goes, free, bro, free. But anyway,
it was time for Stephen.
It was for Stephen.
It was for Stephen.
He said he's Evan Longoria number 2, to which I said to him two things. One, Longoria was better than you think. Excuse me. Longoria was better than you think, especially later. Early on, he got hurt. And number 2, BS. Chapman's a different guy. Yes, Longoria was a respected veteran for sure. I'm not dogging Longoria. Longoria had value, but Chapman's a different dude. First of all, he's also a better defender. Longoria is a nice defender, very good defender. Chapman is a significantly better defender. Chapman has more pop than Longoria currently. Chapman's healthier than Longoria on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people call out the injury that he had last year in Toronto, and we broke down the first couple months of the season before that injury. He was one of the best players in baseball. But then, of course, even with that injury, he fell back to that 240 career average. But you shouldn't be looking at average when you're looking at a guy like Matt Chapman. And I don't want to get into the advanced analytics and all that stuff, but he had one of the hardest hit rates in all of baseball last year. Like, he will square a ball up for you. He will hit a line drive into that
I can
gap.
give you the numbers from exit velo and hard hit rate, top 2% in Major League Baseball last year.
And let's be honest with you. In this day and age in baseball, you were joking earlier, 240 is the new 300. Like, it's not even a joke. 250 pretty much is the new 300. Like, you're not going to get guys who are going to be hitting over 300. So to get a guy like Matt Chapman who gives you elite defense, who gives you pop to hit 20, 25, maybe 30-plus bombs if he's fully healthy, again, he's just an everyday player that you can pencil into the middle of your lineup and not have to worry about.
Okay, man. So here's a positive one. Be positive, bro. You got one for me over there?
Be positive, bro.
559 says, I'm a 52-year-old Giants fan. Way to be in the demo. Thank you. Who has always hit 5 to 10 games a year. Last year, I refused to give my money to a team that was a joke of an organization. Here's the positive twist. I'm so excited about this year's team. I'm headed to FanFest Saturday.
Let's go. I'll be there.
How about that?
I'll be there.
We got that. We got a guy who's going from last year boycott to going to FanFest just to see Marcus. All right?
I don't know if they're going to see me, but maybe they'll see a Matt Chapman hologram or whatever the hell we're doing this weekend.
Are you walking to FanFest?
Oh, Murph, it's right down the street, baby.
I can't get over this guy's new life.
Oh, I'm walking to FanFest, and I'll be walking to the bars right after.
I'm going to ask you every day about life in the city because I want to live vicariously through you. Okay, buddy? So I'm going to keep pounding you about life as a 30-year-old single man in the city.
Well, Murph, I can tell you everything that's great about the city of San Francisco, but I don't know if it compares to this answer that we have from Matt Chapman breaking down the city of San Francisco.
I was going to get there. He got there. He did. So this is what I teased. And this is the deal of, nobody wants to come here. Even Buster said they were running against problems. And I believe everything Buster says. But Chapman, not him.
I chose to come here, so I mean, I think everybody's different. You know, everybody has different things that matter to them. But I'm from California. I played in the Bay Area. I'm comfortable here, and I think people say what they say, but I think at the end of the day, when you look at the franchise, they want to win. They've won before. They know how to do it. They have great players, great coaches. So I don't see why people wouldn't want to come here. And I know that, a lot of people have reached out and said they want to come play here and, told me that. So I think that, if that's a narrative, it's going to change.
He's a one-man narrative changer, this guy. If that's the narrative, that's going to change.
I mean, he even had some answers later on in the presser where he was like, yeah, if I do end up staying here past his contract, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5 years plus, depending on what happens, he wants to be the guy that's out front recruiting different players to come to the city, which was my whole argument yesterday about adding people after the 2021 season when they won 107 games. When you add players like a Matt Chapman, like a Jorge Soler, it makes it more enticing for other free agents to come and join your lineup.
All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you're fired up, if you're pissed at me for what I'm saying here, check in, 808 KNBR. If you're in the minority supporting me, you can call in at 808 KNBR. But I will remind you, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And by the way, Slusser joins Tolbert and Copes this afternoon at 3:50. I got a lot of KNBR yesterday, driving out to River Islands and back. Shout out Richie Aurelia's great hit with Papa and Lund. And shout out John Morosi's quality hit with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. I got them all. I had them all over the bay, Marcus.
You had them all over River Islands.
Micah is in Fresno. He's checking in from Fresno. We appreciate that. He's checking in on the Chapman signing. Hey, Micah, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning, guys. I do want to chime in on the Chapman.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right on, man. Chapman is a great sign. He's been proven. He's got a great track record. He's an outstanding ball player on and off the field with his attitude. The Giants haven't had a real offensive leader in a long time. Now, they've had great leaders with the Lincecums, the Canes. They've had great guys, but they haven't had a great offensive leader in a long time. And I think what we're seeing, if you've been watching the spring training games as well, is players already stepping their game up, knowing a leader's coming in. Look at what J.D. Davis has done. He might be gone, but he sure is making a case for himself,
Yeah, Mike, I hear you, buddy. You're right. Listen, we should also add Soler and Jung-Hoo Lee to this list, obviously. And, yeah, we can talk about pitching all we want. But, Mike, it's good to hear you're fired up. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. And, yeah, we will address the pitching at some point in this show. And, we're just talking right now because we come into the studio, we say good morning, we hear about the Goat Hill Pizza Buffet, the River Islands trip, Islanders Field. And then we start talking about the Chapman presser yesterday, and I was getting very excited about it and all the things he was saying and what it implicated and just how and I know, for J.D. Davis it sucks and Pablo Sandoval and David VR and guys like that.
Casey Schmidt.
This is the kind of life I was looking for. For example, 209 says, I have to agree with the last texter. This is on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says, I got to agree with the last texter. Last year, I did not want to spend much money to go to any games, but this year I can definitely see myself buying a small ticket package, and I see the stands at Oracle being more full this year with the roster that has some people to actually look forward to.
Like, I can expect maybe as soon as first opening weekend for the Giants when they come back after playing down in San Diego, seeing Matt Chapman jerseys in the crowd. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Oakland A's fans in their old Matt Chapman jerseys coming across the bay just to see Chapman play.
We've heard from A's fans on the text line who've said that as an A's fan, I'm pledging my allegiance.
Because Matt Chapman is one of those guys that A's fans used to rally around. Like some of my A's buddies, their favorite player was Matt Chapman. So it is curious to see, especially with everything going on with the protests that they're throwing at FanFest and them kind of being exiled by their own team, if maybe that brings some more fans to the ballpark. Matt Chapman is just a guy that I think every baseball fan wants to see play the game.
I love 707 says, I love Chapman, and I pulled over to tell you. How about that? 707, safety first.
Yeah, don't text and drive, kids.
Not texting while driving. So anyway, I wanted to get those sound bites in there from Chapman, and there was just an energy about it that I really like, the Melvin influence. And again, if you just get in the car, I went through his last 6 years in big league ball. 97 wins in 2018, 97 wins in 2019, 36 and 24 in the COVID season, so plus 12 over 500, 86 wins in 2021, 92 wins in 2022, and 89 wins in 2023. He literally has not been on a losing team in the last 6 years. Now, again, it's only one player, of course. I get it, it's baseball. But it matters. He's been a big part of all of those teams.
And Murph, since the beginning of spring training, Farhan Zaidi has now added maybe 50 home runs to the roster with Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman.
Yeah, right? There you go. Anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest, man. I was excited. I wanted to share it. much to the dismay of some of you. But I see generally what happens is the negative wave comes in early, and then when I announce the negative wave, the positive wave comes in after that. The only other thing I'd say about the Giants that yesterday made news is, dude, first of all, the Chronicle has a new beat writer, Shayna Rubin. We have to have her on at some point and welcome her, right? They're writing like, dude, she wrote it too. Bagley. They're writing like Nick Ahmed is going to be the opening day shortstop, bro. Did this happen like in a freaking hurry or what?
Dude, he's swinging a hot stick, and our guy Marco Luciano is not hitting water falling out of a boat right now.
Is this the Paul DeYoung, Isan Diaz all over again? Or, I mean, is it just this rotating door of shortstops?
Yeah, I mean, Nick Ahmed does have the 2 gold gloves that he won, and this was the defensive kind of veteran that we were looking for, unless we're talking about a J.D. Davis, Joey Bart package to trade for a different shortstop.
Or can Casey Schmidt play shortstop?
That's a good question. Casey Schmidt, Tyler Fitzgerald, or Nick Ahmed.
Is Casey Schmidt a major league level shortstop defensively?
Defensively, I'd say yes.
You think so?
Yes, I think so. I think defensively he could play shortstop, second, or third
You
base.
think he can hold it down?
Oh, he's got a sick glove. He can play across the diamond.
I like to hear that.
Yeah, he's got a better glove than Marco Luciano, for being honest with you.
Dude.
Not even close.
That's a strong statement.
Mm-hmm. And one of the big reasons why Casey Schmidt started even playing shortstop is because Luciano had a back injury in minor leagues.
Is he a better hitter than Luciano?
I think Luciano has the higher ceiling.
I would agree.
We just haven't seen it yet from Luciano.
So right now, in your greaseboard power rankings at shortstop, Schmidt's ahead of him.
No. I don't want to get that far ahead of it. I think Schmidt, if you're looking for a defense, you go Ahmed Schmidt. But I'm in the camp of letting Luciano fail at the big league level and seeing what he's got.
What about the possibility of trading Luciano?
Then what are you getting back? That's always
that's
the question.
To get that pitcher you're looking for.
True, but Luciano has also been the prospect that Giants fans have been looking for forever. A hitting prospect that people have loved since he was 16.
I've been saying forever, you got to give up something to get something. You got to. I told you guys, I was willing to part with some big young pitching arms to get some everyday players. Mm-hmm. You got to do a franchise-changing thing. I wouldn't rule out trading Luciano. I don't know who your shortstop of the future is. Is it Tyler Fitzgerald?
Yeah, but here's the thing, too. Trading Luciano, what's his value right now? I think if you're selling Luciano, you're selling low. You're not selling him at his peak for the best that you can get.
He's such a baby, though. I mean, you're selling potential.
That's true. And the Giants are looking for
if you're packaging J.D. Davis and Luciano, can you get a pitcher?
I think that does get you a pitcher in return.
Anyway, I wanted to throw that out there, buddy. All right, listen, all baseball this morning. There are other things going on. The Warriors do hit the court tomorrow night against Milwaukee. By the way, see, the Lakers are getting hot. They beat OKC last night.
Here comes LeBron and the Lakers again.
Yeah, they're 10-4 now since February 1.
Mr. 40K.
I know. And he took a selfie of himself. Some people were upset about. I don't know. Listen, the guy scored 40,000 points.
He took a selfie.
He's allowed to take a selfie when he scores 40,000. We can keep this Chapman thing going here. Would you guys trade Lisa? What's your answer at shortstop? And are you still upset that they haven't gotten a pitcher? Now, I told you guys we would get to that at this point in the show, and this is that time. Because that is a legitimate situation. And we'll dive into that. Roll up our sleeves. 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627. So there's a legitimate complaint next on The Sports Leader.
I love the way they're talking to you because they're winners. Winners get to do what they want.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So we're getting closer and closer to young Tony being on the mic, 25 years young. And his world experience is fascinating because he's a great combination of A, curious, and B, totally blank slate. Has like you can just fill in, he just has 100 different empty spaces that you can fill in. For example, he's playing this song, War, Lowrider. It's been around for a long, long time. And he said, Gone in 60 Seconds. Such a great movie, man. So listen, if that's how you discovered it, great. As long as you discovered it. And
that's the thing with the young Tony. He's eager to learn. It's like yesterday you were over here screaming to him about Patton. And
I wasn't screaming about Patton.
And what does the kid do?
I was screaming about the fact that this has been a pet peeve of mine forever. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
buddy.
You're good.
But the biggest pet peeve I've had is that just because something happened before you were born, that's not an excuse to not know it. I've heard it so many times. Dude, I was born. I was like, dude. Can we dig a little?
Well, our guy Tony went digging yesterday. He went home and he put on Patton for you, Murph.
He sent to the group text thread, the opening scene of Patton in front of the American flag. The object is to make some other poor bastard die for his country. It's one of the great opening scenes in movie history. And young Tone said, dude, I'm all in on this guy. Who is this guy? Jim Scott? George C. Scott. I'm riffing. He didn't say that. But he did the work. I want to applaud the kid.
Yeah.
Give him some applause.
We'll give him some applause.
So then I sent him the, Rommel, you magnificent bastard, I read your book.
Well, I'm glad that we're giving him some homework assignments because our kid, young Tony, has never seen the movie The Water Boy. Okay. When he has a host whose nickname is Bobby Boucher because of The Water Boy, I was making Water Boy references and he had no idea what the hell I was talking about. I was like, Tony, you're on the board. You're supposed to be playing the drops of, hey, Water Boy, you're fired. So I give him a homework assignment to go watch The Water Boy.
Well, there you go. And that will be a very different experience than George C. Scott and Patton.
Definitely.
It'll be much different.
Definitely different.
Life is a varied basket of goods.
We're going to expand your horizon here tonight.
Okay, so we teased the pitching situation on the other side. So the legit complaint is the Giants. So, we're all excited. Chapman came. He looks like a ball player, feels like a ball player. By the way, he's not going to play right away. They're still getting him going over at Papago Player Development Park to get him going up to speed.
Oh, just tell me he passed his physical. That's all I'm worried about, Murph.
I think he did.
That's the only thing I'm worried about.
3 weeks from Thursday is the opener in San Diego. We got a text from a guy named Derek in San Diego who said he's a Giants fan, lives down there. He's already bought 6 tickets for the weekend because of the Chapman signing. And he said he's showing his Little Leaguer Chapman videos, which, by the way, are fun. Chapman videos?
Oh, if you're looking to show a kid how to play the hot corner, look no further than Matt Chapman.
From the moment he gets ready on down and the way he attacks the baseball, right? Mm-hmm. But obviously that leads us to pitching.
Yes.
So right now, here's your Giants pitching staff. Logan Webb, probably, right now, most everybody's favorite Giant on the squad.
Oh, I heard Greg Amsinger on yesterday on these KNBR airwaves saying that he's a top 5 pitcher in baseball right now, Murph.
Finished second in the Cy Young, right? Mm-hmm. So, there you go.
That's the ace of your rotation.
By the way, guys, 808 KNBR, is there even a point to having a National League and an American League Cy Young anymore? There's no difference between the leagues.
Not really.
Not only do we now have universal DH, we now have a balanced schedule where everybody plays everybody. Mm-hmm. I don't think that. Do you just give one Cy Young and one MVP now?
There's no distinguish, like you said, between the two leagues, but I like having the 2 awards. I like having a representative from both sides.
The only thing is you're playing more teams, like you play the NL West teams more than you play the AL East teams, but other than that, it's all the same. Mm-hmm. But anyway, So that's a little discouraging. Logan Webb. And then, dude, ready for this? Right now, your number 2 pitcher is Kyle Harrison.
Yes, it is.
And how many starts does he have in the big leagues? 7,
I believe.
Okay, I mean, so bro, we can fairly say that that's a question mark, right?
Yeah, and listen, we were going through my list of favorite players on the Giants right now, and Kyle Harrison is one of those players. But he is still unproven. So that's a lot of pressure to put on a kid that's, 21, 22 years old to go out there and be the number 2 pitcher in a rotation.
Can the young man throw strikes? That's his only, that's the bug. He walks fools.
Mm-hmm.
He does. It just, whatever he needs to do to locate, please locate, son. Now here's your number 3 starter, Jordan Hicks. Now he has not had a good start to his spring. His outing last weekend was choppy, to say the least. So right now, that's if there's one question mark after Kyle Harrison, there's 2 after Jordan Hicks. Right?
Oh, especially when we're talking about a man that has not really pitched as a starter, has had some success as a starter in the minor leagues with the St. Louis Cardinals, but obviously was transitioned into their future closer. Now he's going back to the starting rotation. Everybody loves the fact that he throws 104, 105 miles per hour. But I'm here to break the news to you. As a starting pitcher, if he's throwing 5 innings, he's not going to be sitting 105 the whole game.
Right. So that's, like I said, 2 question marks after him. Now, Marcus, I got news for you. There is no 4 or 5 starter.
Now we're walking into a landmine.
Honestly, right now there is none. Because Keaton Wynn is not ready to go right now. And Tristan Beck is out for at least 2 months, maybe longer.
He's on the 60-day IL now.
Dude, right now you do not have a number 4 and number 5 starter. I guess the only answer is Sean Jelly, who, listen, nice guy, but has to say he's unproven is an understatement, right? And then I guess, Marcus, Mason Black?
I think you're right, Murph.
I'm just throwing a dart. He's never made a major league start in his life?
He is not. And that's somebody that we talked about before we went down to Scottsdale. And even when we were talking about Bob Melvin breaking down that competition for the 5th and 4th spot. Now, it sounded like they wanted to go with Keaton Wynn, but it sounded like Tristan Beck was still a question mark on the back end of that rotation. And I even came on air and said, look, I think Mason Black could be your 5th starter once opening day comes around.
Okay.
He's a guy that was the minor league pitcher of the year last year for the Giants, had really good numbers in AAA. He's actually the only pitcher so far in spring training that's gone 3 innings. So that's one of these young pitchers that Farhan is talking about given the opportunity to.
Now I'm getting high on Mason Black after that sales job there, buddy. Here's a pretty funny one from 408 on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials sex line. The old line, so Young Tone, back in the 40s and 50s, the Milwaukee Braves, buddy.
Look it up, Tony.
How about that? The Milwaukee Braves had 2 good starting pitchers, and they were named Warren Spahn and Johnny Sane. So they had a great little slogan, and nobody else was good after that. So their slogan was Spahn and Sane, then pray for rain. Great little slogan, right? It's a great slogan,
Not bad, not bad.
So this guy says, 408 says, so we all know Spahn and Sane and pray for rain. He says, now for the Giants, it's Logan Webb, and then we're dead.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that one, Murph.
Doesn't even rhyme.
No.
All right, dude.
That's not the greatest nursery rhyme right there.
All right, let's get out to the pitching quotes here. So it starts with Blake Snell. So obviously, all this stuff that we have said has set us up for Blake Snell. Well, then sign Blake Snell, sign Blake Snell, sign Blake Snell. Well, there's a couple issues going on. Boris has been taking L after L. Does he want to take another L and not get Blake Snell that long-term deal? Which I'm telling him right now, it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
No, it sounds like it's going to be a 1-year deal, but it also sounds like there's a lot more teams bouncing back in on the Blake Snell market now that they have an opportunity to not get locked into a 5-6 year deal for him.
Okay, so the same way we were gushing about Matt Chapman and Bob Melvin in the first half of the show, and talking about how that seemed to be in Bagley Road was the worst kept secret. Those guys love each other. They wanted to be together. The same thing you're kind of hearing is the opposite with Bob Melvin and Blake Snell. Now, I don't know if I'm being unfair to Bob Melvin, and he can tell me to our face or off the record, but I think actions speak louder than words. So here's John Morosi, MLB Network, on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday about, well, should Melvin go get Snell? Maybe Melvin doesn't want Snell.
I will say this, with the Padres last year, it was not, shall we say, like a 2010 Giants harmonious operation, to put it mildly. If you were to ask those who were in there, their quick answer would probably be, I don't really want to talk about last year, and off the record it might be like, yeah, it wasn't the best and most harmonious group. So I that doesn't surprise me that maybe they didn't get along the best. I mean, I would say this, that if at the start of the off season if Bob Melvin was going to pound the table and say he is the guy that we have got to get, he's going to lead us to the World Series, we need him right now ahead of Yamamoto, forget about Ohtani, this is my guy. If he wanted to say that he probably could have said that in November or December, and maybe Snell wouldn't still be out there.
So there you go. Rossi's saying Bob Melvin is not agitating for Blake Snell.
I mean, especially when everything's laid out on the table of Bob Melvin being his manager last year when he won the INL Cy Young Award. And it's something that we've discussed a lot when talking about Blake Snell, whether he's a 5-and-dive guy, whether that's the style of pitcher that teams want in 2024. When we hear so much about the advanced analytics and how a pitcher can't face a lineup for a third time, well, you would think that Blake Snell would fit that model perfectly in this day and age of baseball. But the counter argument is everything that we were talking to Bob Melvin and Brian Price to a couple weeks ago about how they want their pitchers to go deep into games. So it does seem like there is a little bit of a philosophical difference between Bob Melvin and Blake Snell, despite the fact that they had so much success last year together.
Yeah, so that led to us saying, well, I mean, Morosi says if Melvin wanted him, he could have had him already. And oh, by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And that led to, well, Farhan, you were asked, bro, right now you really only have 3 starters. 2 of them are major question marks. Well, not as much for Kyle Harrison. We have hopes for Kyle Harrison to be a dominant, but major question marks about Jordan Hicks, and then no 4 and 5 starter. So we asked Farhan, what's the plan here? Cut eye, young tone.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess I should address, the pitching side of things. We have talked all offseason, been very consistent that, our plan was to continue to graduate some of the young pitchers that we're really high on to the big leagues, particularly in the rotation. And again, the plan all along has been to give our young pitchers opportunities to, try to create a defense that would, support them in their transition. And that's one of the reasons Matt was such a priority. So, I'll say what I, said last time we talked after we signed Soler, where, the offseason's really over as far as we're concerned. And, we're more in season mode, which, doesn't mean you can't make additions, but it's a different dynamic because, we're really focused on the players that we have and how they're all going to fit together. So that's the best way I can answer that question.
So the only meat he gave you in there is young pitchers graduating to the big leagues. Mm-hmm. So they're just going to rush some babies in there and hope.
And that's pretty much the game plan, because if we're talking about the difference between this rotation going into the season versus the rotation the Giants had last year, let's be honest. How many starters did they have in their starting rotation last year?
Does Ryan Walker and Scott Alexander count?
Well, Murph, I'm glad you brought that up because Ryan Walker actually had the 4th most starts.
My God. Oh, come on.
I swear, I'm not even joking. It's Logan Webb, 33 starts, Alex Cobb, 28 starts.
You know what? Farhan should be arrested and fingerprinted for that.
And then after that,
perp walk him down to City Hall right now. I mean, that's insane.
Think about it. There were weeks where I would go out to the ballpark, watch Logan Webb, watch Alex Cobb, then watch John Brebbia, then 2 days later, see John Brebbia again, like twice in the same series.
Not only that, he's not even giving the ball to Gabe when Gabe comes out.
And like John Brebbia is right behind Ryan Walker, 10 starts last year.
He's 5th?
No, he's like 6th or 7th, right behind Alex Wood and Ross Stripling. But those are guys that Giants fans.
Walker was 4th in starts.
I swear, I'm not even joking. DeSclafani, 18 starts. Ryan Walker, 13 starts. Wood, 12. Stripling, 11. Brebbia, 10. Sean Manaea, 10.
All that positive energy I had from the Chapman signings, you just brought me back to the depression of the 2022 Giants.
Yeah, but I think it's good to compare it to people complaining about the rotation. Do you want to give a Mason Black an opportunity? I've been a big advocate for a guy like Carson Wisenhunt. We've talked about Landon Roop. Would you rather see if these guys can give you 5-6 innings, or do you want to go back to the bullpen games in the openers?
I mean, bro, I want to give the answer to your question is I want to give the young guys the start.
Yeah.
But man, I didn't know it was going to be that much young guys. Like there's only one answer in the rotation right now, and it's Logan Webb. That's it.
Well, I think in Farhan's perfect world, he's looking at a rotation when everybody's healthy, now that's a big if in baseball, of Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, Robbie Ray, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks. And if Jordan Hicks doesn't work out as a starter, then he goes back to the bullpen as an eighth inning guy, and then maybe one of those young guys who I just mentioned, a Wisenhunt, a Mason Black, a Hayden Birdsong, a Landon Roop, takes over that fifth spot. That's his perfect scenario, but as we know, in baseball, nothing's perfect. They're dealing with injuries the first couple weeks of spring training.
Already. I read that Susan Slusser put a late May, early June tag on Alex Cobb. Okay? So let's look. So the question is, can you tread water until then? Just looking at their opening. So how you feel about their schedule? How you feel about their schedule? First of all, you open with 4 in San Diego. And who knows what the Padres will be post-Melvin, post-Juan Soto.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
still got Tatis, still got Bogarts, still got Machado, still got Yu Darvish.
Yeah.
Still got a lot of talent
so
on
you
that
think
team.
there'll be a squad?
Yeah, I think they're going to be competitive.
Kim.
I mean, they're the team that ran down and passed the Giants at the last month of the season last year.
Then they have 3 in L.A. So the first 7 are 4 in San Diego, 3 in L.A. They got 7 straight. I mean,
yeah, I don't think we're treading water there, Murph. To be honest,
I mean, can you go 3 and 4?
I mean,
if you did, that would be a jailbreak.
It's baseball, I think you win 2-3 of those games. Yeah.
Well, 2 and 5 would be tough, wouldn't it?
But you have
because you open up against the Padres on Friday, April 5th. Shout out the Public House, right? We'll be there.
We'll be down there. But yeah, that's the thing. When Logan Webb's getting the ball every 5th day, you have the feeling that you can go out and win that game. When Kyle Harrison has the ball every 5th day, you have a feeling that you can win the game. And that's why I mentioned earlier when we were talking about a guy like Blake Snell, when he gets the ball every 5th day against a team like the Dodgers, you still have the belief that you can win that game.
Well, I'm looking at if Webb pitches, here I am getting into this already, believe it or not. If Webb pitches the opener on the 28th and Kyle pitches the second game, the 29th, then both of those guys would be in line to pitch at Dodger Stadium.
Oh, bring it on.
Right?
Let's go.
That means the home opener might be somebody like Sean Jelly or Mason Black or somebody like that. Mm-hmm. Or, getting to the point of this segment, a new pitcher that he signs.
Yes.
And we talked about Snell. There's Jordan Montgomery's out there too. Mm-hmm. And, he's not bad at all. So it would involve the Giants. It's an interesting deal with the payroll. Marcus and I were just trying to break this down during the break. It's so confusing because it looks like the Giants' payroll is $166 million, but it's not. Because with luxury tax purposes, it's $216 million or something like that.
Where the hell did his $7 million come from, Tony?
Like 60, 70 extra. I don't know. It's very confusing.
Because it was confusion.
Yes. We need Baggerly or somebody on to explain it.
I need somebody smarter than me.
Way smarter than me. And so they're close to the luxury tax. Now we get into Greg Johnson territory, right? Famously. So if you had to sign a pitcher like a Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery, would it involve going over the tax? And is that even possible? Farhan Zaidi cut K here.
Yeah, at this point, I will say we don't have a strict number, but, again, considering the level of commitments that we've made, and again, obviously, when you're talking about a number like $300 million, it's a lot different when that's spread over 10 or 12 years versus, compressed in a 3 or 4 year period. So, at this point, we're just kind of going to go on a case-by-case basis. Like I said, I mean, this is, the team that we expect to go into the season with. I mean, we may make some moves like we talked about in areas of surplus, but, we're sort of at a level where, we'll just evaluate things on a case-by-case basis. There's been no, line in the sand drawn as far as that.
Well, so he's saying he's leaving it open. He didn't say no.
No, case by case.
You know the name that young Kerry Crowley brought up that made Marty say, "You're nuts," is Michael Lorenzen. He's out there. He's a free agent. So I mean, he wouldn't kill you, and he wouldn't cost $1 million. No, and you're looking for a 4 or 5 guy,
and you're looking for a guy with big league experience.
Yes.
And if he doesn't work out, then around the trade deadline, you flip him or you cut him from the team, and it's not really going to hurt you too badly.
I mean, he threw a no-hitter. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got pretty good stuff, too.
And then as Marty pointed out, he threw a no-hitter, then he fell off the map. Oh. So, but I mean, that's a guy out there. He's 32 years old, and last year went 9-8 with a 4.18. You'd take that right now. If you told me, with a 1.20 whip, if you told me you could sign a guy, Michael Lorenzen, and stay under the tax, and for him to go 9-8, make 25 starts, pitch 153 innings with a 1.20 whip, give him to me right now.
And to be honest with you, that's probably more the move that Farhan would make, try and just get an innings eater at the back end of his rotation, like a 4 or 5 guy. I don't know if he's going to go out spending top-end dollar for a Blake Snell or a Jordan Montgomery. I think he's trying to tread water until Cobb and Robbie Ray are healthy. That would make more sense to me, Murph.
Yeah, so anyway. All right, well, listen, we wanted to address the pitching. It's definitely a thing. But you got to go with the Waterboys theory that these young arms are going to soar. How's Wisenhunt? He's still working back from an injury, isn't he?
He's just throwing bullpens right now. Has not getting any live action, but Farhan did mention him by name in that press conference also. Dropped the Carson Wisenhunt.
Would you say, of all the young guys, the most likely guy to be on the opening day roster, maybe even pitching the opening weekend in San Diego, is Mason Black?
Mason Black, that's the guy.
Okay.
I think he's going to get an opportunity. I mean, right now they're giving Spencer Howard starts in spring training.
Yeah,
I mean,
he might make the team.
That's another innings eater. You mentioned Sean Jelly, but right now
Dalton Jeffries is out there.
I think there was a real case for Mason Black to compete for that 5th spot versus Tristan Beck. I probably would have been leading Mason Black anyways.
So you're going Webb Thursday in San Diego, Harrison Friday in San Diego, Hicks Saturday in San Diego, and
Hicks
then
experiment.
And then Lorenzen Sunday in San Diego, or Mason Black, or Sean Jelly, or whoever.
Or maybe a bullpen game.
Yeah,
maybe Ryan Walker's back on the bump.
Ryan Price won't let it happen.
I don't know with Farhan calling the shots.
All right, guys, we wanted to address it. We did. It's a thing. We'll continue talking about it with Mike Krukow at 7:35. But there is world outside the Giants. The 49ers, always on our minds. Free agency starts Monday, guys. Legal tampering starts Monday. I'm already seeing some names out there of guys they want. And the great Mike Silver came on to talk about the Brandon Staley hire. I want to get into that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I want winners.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's sports leader.
All right, my good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, we want to talk about the fact that you guys do regular tax returns for the everyday person.
Absolutely. You know, so many people say, Steve, we know you get people out of trouble and we deal with all kinds of things, but do you do regular tax returns? The answer is yes, we do. Remember, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, and that's what we built the practice on. But we don't do them in the regular way. We don't just move the numbers from one place to another like so many other firms do. Instead, we're always looking, what can we do to save you taxes? Do you know, even though it's 2024, there's still things we can do in tax planning to save you taxes from 2023. Not to mention, we look for other things for you, always to save you money. That's what we built this practice on. That's what we're going to do for you. Whether you have a really simple return or a really complex return, we're the ones for you. The only thing you have to do is give us a call and let us show you what we can do.
All right, Steve, that's great. For more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
They don't have to, I don't think. The overtime will end here before the clock. 7 seconds, 6. They are going to snap it. Mahomes going to roll to his right, throws, touchdown. The Chiefs have won the Super Bowl. Mecole Hardman. As they roll Mahomes right, Mecole Hardman is wide open. And the Chiefs win the Super Bowl back-to-back years. Another heartbreaking loss for Kyle Shanahan.
You know, just because I said we were going to talk Niners didn't mean you had to rack that highlight, kid. Come on, man. What's he doing out here?
Well, Murph, he's asking the questions. Can Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley slow down the corn dog with extra ketchup and mustard?
Who can?
I don't think anybody can.
Man,
ain't nobody slowing down Andy Reid and the Chiefs.
By the way, speaking of the Chiefs and Travis Kelce, you see Jason Kelce's retirement yesterday?
I did.
Man.
Got emotional.
I would say this, as an Irish-Italian guy prone, because Jim Valvano told us, the late, great Jim Valvano says, every day you should do something that makes you, young Tone, this is another one for you. Jimmy V, the famous speech at the ESPYs in the early, every day. Oh, he's seen, okay, that one he's seen.
I was going to say, you got to know.
Not Patton, but he's seen that.
You got to know Jimmy V if you work in sports.
But he said, every day you should do something that makes you think, makes you laugh, makes you cry. I'm like, cry every day? Damn, that's Italian.
That's emotional.
Yeah, right.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Well, Jason Kelce took that advice to heart. I mean, that might be the most crying press conference I think I've ever seen.
I mean, Murph, he was crying so much that it forced Travis Kelce to start crying when he was sitting on his couch watching the goodbye pressure.
Who had that video?
I saw it going around on Twitter. Was
it a fake video or no?
No, I swear it was real. It was a footage of Travis Kelce crying, watching Jason Kelce crying while saying goodbye.
Oh, he was at the presser? Okay, he was at the presser. I was going to say, yeah. It was a bit? I'll have to check it out. I haven't seen it.
I don't know. I saw a video. Now Tony telling me it's a bit.
No, yeah, I go with you. I'm going with you, buddy.
I trust my own eyes.
Yeah.
You're going to trust me or your own lying eyes, Tony?
Yeah. One of these days we'll get the kid on the mic. He's been told he can speak, but we're not. He's a little nervous right now. He's a little shy. But the point is, I told these guys I can tell my story. Longtime listeners have heard this one. Young sports writer. I'm 20. I don't know. You have to look up the exact year Mike Schmidt retired. What year did Mike Schmidt retire? 1990, 88, something like that. So I'm at the LA Times as a young prep reporter, and I'm wide-eyed, man. I'm in awe of all my colleagues and everything. 1989. And so I'm just out of college, man. I'm 21, just turned 22. And I'm like Tony's age. I'm young Tony's age. And Mike Schmidt, who was, Mike Schmidt was Mike Schmidt. Mike Schmidt for a long time was, to me, the best baseball player I ever saw. I mean, 548 bombs, when 548 bombs meant 548 bombs. It was like a big deal. Plus a Gold Glove third baseman and 3-time MVP. I mean, this guy was the dude. Mike, as the Harry Callis would say, Michael Jack Schmidt. So anyway, he retired abruptly in the middle of the 89 season. They were in San Diego. Just unannounced. I mean, unexpected. He just hung it up. And he called the cameras in front of his locker, and he said, 18 years ago, I left Toledo, Ohio with a pair of bad knees, and he started crying, and a dream to play big league baseball. And he started crying. And I was like, damn. Me and these other writers standing in front of the TV. I was like, wow, this is heavy, man. And the great Tim Brown, who's now going to become a national baseball writer for Yahoo, he goes, what a pee. Walks away from the TV right away, dude. It was when I learned how the world is not everybody sees the world the same way. Not everybody cries at retirements. Not everybody gets sentimental. So if Tim Brown was out there watching Jason Kelce yesterday, what a pee.
I was going to say, that sounded like you almost this morning when Jason Kelce highlights were up on the TV. You're like, damn, this guy was crying a lot.
He was crying a lot. That's probably back to Mike Schmidt. So anyway, or was it Dayton, Ohio? I said Toledo, Ohio. It was Dayton, Ohio. Anyway, that leads us to the Niners.
Yeah, and by the way, I do want a quick update. Travis Kelce was at the presser. He just the angle I saw the video, it didn't look like he was there, but he was definitely front row crying. Thank you, Tony.
But he was weeping?
He was weeping. He was crying. I got that part right.
Niners. Okay, so I always love listening to my guy Mike Silver on the Niners. He's got takes, and he's connected. He is. And there's two things surrounding the 49ers right now. One, free agency next week. Now, we were just talking to Curly there in the coffee room. You know, the Niners have conditioned us now to expect something. Because 2 years ago, when we weren't really expecting anything, boom, Charvarius Ward. Mm-hmm. And last year, when we weren't really expecting anything, boom, Javon Hargrave.
That one blew my mind, especially coming off the heels of the Nick Bosa contract extension. To bring in Hargrave on day one of free agency when he was considered one of the top free agents on the market, that's John Lynch going to his bag and breaking out the checkbook.
So Eric Branson, the Chronicle, says, you know who's out there is Bears free agent cornerback Jalen Johnson.
Who was a name that popped up a lot this year at the NFL trade deadline for the 49ers.
So already, he also thinks he advocates they sign backup quarterback Jacoby Brissett from Washington and get some trenches. Anyway, it's getting exciting. It starts on Monday, and Mike Silver came out with Papa and Lund yesterday and was asked, Young Tone, about free agency, cut M. Yeah, there it is.
I think the combination of you've got Purdy on a rookie deal for one more year, so it's kind of criminal if you're not aggressive while you still have that luxury. You have the cap going way up, and I know it's all relative, and other teams can spend more too, and your existing players want more too, but you certainly have the ability to think about, big ticket acquisitions. And, you have a team that has been so close in a conference that on paper looks more winnable than the other one. And then if you can win that conference, which is a massive if every year, then you just have to win one game.
So go for it, right? The Niners are in, like we talk about the Giants and, are they ever going to have that winner's mentality? Well, he's gone out and signed Solaire and Chapman. We talked about that all morning. The Niners have conditioned us to think that they're going to go do something big. And so I'm expecting it as early as Monday. Legal tampering starts. Wednesday's the day they officially sign, but you start hearing stories as soon as Monday, brother.
Yeah, but I'm also wondering how big of moves are they going to make when we've talked so much about Brandon Ayuk's contract extension, when we've talked about Talanoa Hufanga needing a contract extension. Like, I know they want to take care of the in-house guys, and I saw a report earlier this week from Ian Rappaport who said that the 49ers could be looking to give Brandon Ayuk that contract extension after free agency. So I don't know if that's going to impact the way they spend once that market opens up.
Well, I think two things. One, as Mike Silver will tell you, the salary cap isn't really real.
Yeah.
And two, the fact that it went way up, and it's great. I mean, you're going to have to pay more, but you have more room to go get these guys. Remember, John Lynch called it a welcome sight, right? So they have room. They have room.
But then, also when you throw in the news that came out yesterday of Mike Evans signing a new deal for $26 million per year, that not only sets the market for someone like Brandon Ayuk, but it also bumps down Deebo Samuel on the top paid wide receiver list. He's down to 8th in the league.
Don't forget, Jimmy G was once the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Those highest paid lists. And by the way, when you see an NFL contract, you look only for one number, and that's the guaranteed money.
Yeah.
That's it.
But that's
2 years, $52 million is the paper, is the showy number. He got 35 guaranteed.
Yeah.
35 guaranteed.
But that's what I'm going to be looking for in free agency, not just the numbers that guys like Mike Evans are going to get, but it reminds me when Deebo was looking for his contract, and we talked about the big three with him, A.J. Brown, and DK Metcalf. This offseason, not only is Brandon Ayuk entering his fifth-year option, so is CeeDee Lamb, so does Justin Jefferson. So I think the amount of money that those guys get paid, whether it's correlated to the week of free agency or not, is also going to impact what the 49ers do and whether or not they do bring in an extra wide receiver.
Just the more you hear from the David Lombardis, the Mike Silvers, the Matt Barrows, the Eric Branches, the John Lynches, the Kyle Shanahans, all these, it really does feel like the Niners can keep the band together for another year. It really does. I'm not anticipating them. Silver did write that some hard decisions and hard conversations were happening inside the building. But it's my gut and my instinct tells me it would happen after next year.
I agree, because I think next year is that last year of Brock Purdy's contract, but also we've talked about in 2 years, that's the end of Deebo Samuel's contract.
Yeah.
And then you're not on the book for paying 2 wide receivers $20+ million.
This draft gets intriguing too. They have 11 picks. Might they move up from 31, package something to move up? So, and then there's the other part about having an entirely new defensive coaching staff. And they still haven't officially, according to Curley in the Slacks, they haven't officially said we haven't had a press conference with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley yet.
Oh, good point.
And they haven't announced it. So maybe they're just going through some contract details.
Maybe they're waiting to pass a physical, Murph.
there you go. Man. Ooh, Chapman did, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Solaire did, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Good, all right. Yes, Chapman passed. He was in the uni.
Yeah, they did the presser yesterday, Tony. Calm down. Calm down, all right?
So here's Mike Silver on the Brandon Staley hire. Because Curley in the Slacks was saying he and Derek Popper were alarmed. They're wondering if there's really a plan. They compared it to Matt Patricia joining the Eagles as like a safety net.
Which did not go well for the Eagles last year.
Exactly. So here's Silver, veteran scribe on the Staley move.
I do know that when Staley and Kyle and John Lynch had their interview, and it was a long conversation, like hours and hours, they kind of talked conceptually about what the 49ers did, what they like to do, what Staley has done, and how they could blend the two in a way that made everything cooler. And I think the Cliff Notes version of that is the wide nine's cool, would love that. Chris Kasarik, keep that going. Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, what's not to love? Of course, Greenlaw will have to get healthy, but everybody loves what they do. So now we're back to the back end, which is what Wilkes was, supposedly changing a little bit. Staley comes from that Fangio defense with the so-called cloud coverages and a lot of pre-snap. Pre-snap, it tends to look one way and then shift as soon as it snaps, in a way that allows defenders to attack a little bit more from the backside. So ideally, you just get another good mind in there, and he's involved, and apparently Nick Sorensen's going to be the guy calling it.
Okay, so even in Silver's answer is still a little nebulous as to what he's going to do.
I mean, we talked to Matt Barrows about it yesterday also, and it doesn't seem like there's really a defined role yet for Brandon Staley. And it was announced as him as an assistant head coach, which we don't really know what that means because Anthony Lynn was in that same role before.
Yeah, and again, Niners haven't announced it for sure. Hey, Marcus, taking the people inside the KNBR corridors.
Uh-oh.
Is it always good when somebody joins a show and they don't define the role? Oh, my God. That's an inside joke.
I'm not going into that.
But bottom line is you need roles defined.
People need to know what their role is. Whether it's coaching the linebackers, the defensive backs, whether it's helping Nick Sorensen with some of these defensive game plans.
Remember this young kid's manifesto he sent me? This kid, young Tony, sent me that manifesto on day one. That was like, I should be up on the wall as like the credo everybody should live by. It was one of the great things I've ever gotten from a coworker. I believe in the middle of that was know your role, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
Damn, he hit you with the know your role.
Oh, man. Shout out Rolo Candy.
Oh,
know your Rolo.
I was a big fan of Rolo candies
big
as a
time.
kid.
I think it's still going, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't seen a Rolo in a minute. It used to be like a rare find in your trick-or-treat bag. Like, not everybody had Rolos at the house.
We have we have Rolos in the Circle KNBR.
Oh, I know where I'm going during the break.
Oh, dude.
Rolos for everybody.
Rolos and coffee in the morning? Oh, my God. Anyway, Giants fan or Niners fans, there you go. Get excited. Next week, we could have a new Niner to talk about. ASAP, brother.
Could have a new Niner in that system, yeah.
I think that it's my gut instinct, and I could be wrong, but I'm going out here and telling you guys, I would expect some action, and I would expect some sizzle. I really would. This is who they are, and this is their chance, man. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Every time I talk about it, I was at that party Saturday night talking to that guy Quincy about it. I was like, dude, it's going to be so hard to load up the gas tank again after that. But, I mean, I'm March 5th. What was the game? February whatever. It was like right before Valentine's Day or something or after Valentine's. What was it? Was it like 3 weeks?
Yeah, it was the week before Valentine's Day.
I'm not ready. Gas tank's not full at all. My gas tank's not full at all.
Well, gas up, Murph. Here we go again.
Well, I got to get to September, man. It's going to be tough.
Come on. Where's the optimism?
Well, it's there. I mean, I love the team. This is just an emotional blow.
Yeah.
It's not a personnel question at all. I love the roster. I love the team. It's just that, oh, man. Can you get – they always say fall down 9 times, get up 10. I haven't gotten up the 10th time yet. You know, I'm still down for the count.
Well, let me give you one positive sign. In the Brock Purdy era, because I know everybody focuses on Kyle Shanahan's failure and never winning the big game, Brock Purdy has A, in his rookie season, gone to the NFC Championship game, B, in his sophomore season, made it to the Super Bowl. He's taken the steps in the right direction.
Yeah.
If we're following that course and that trajectory, maybe it does end up with Brock Purdy hoisting that Lombardi next year.
Ooh, and 408 says you guys talked Kelsey's and then rolls. Don't forget Travis Kelce. Know you're rolling. Shut your mouth. You jabroni. Remember that to the mayor of Cincinnati?
And that's the bottom line because Travis Kelce said so.
All right. Hey, Mike Kruko on a Tuesday. He got his guy. He got Chapman. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, so much to talk about with Mike Kruko, including the snow that buried his hometown up there. But Mike's brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda has value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. So good morning, Mike. Welcome back. And just first and foremost, are you guys okay after that blizzard? My gosh, how you doing?
Yeah, oh yeah. That's the best part about me. I don't have to get out and I don't have to drive in it. I don't have to shovel it. I can just, sit down and watch it all come in, which was quite impressive. I got to tell you, it's going to take a while to dig out. We got about 3.5 feet where I'm at in the backyard and drifts. Oh God, it's beautiful though. I mean, it's, winter wonderland. It's kind of, you can't complain. It's just all good.
I guess the only complaint is if you're a truck driver over the Donner Pass, right?
Yeah, I mean, the 80 was closed for almost 3 days. That tells you what kind of intensity that storm brought. But like I say, I mean, all the locals here, I mean, they're all mountain people, and they just love it. So I'm kind of falling into that mode.
Look at you. This is the life they chose. They want it. Bring it on. They love it. And the good news is, Mike, as we transition, the Donner Pass closure and I-80 closure did not prevent Matt Chapman from getting to Scottsdale.
Look at that.
Putting on that orange cap in that jersey and sitting next to Bob Melvin at Scottsdale Stadium. So, Mike, your reaction, and I guess I'll phrase it in, were you expecting this all along?
Yeah, I was, only because of the relationship that Bob Melvin had with Chapman. I mean, I know if you're a manager coming into a new organization, especially somebody with a reputation like Bob Melvin, you know, the president and the general manager, I mean, they're going to do everything that they can to provide him with an opportunity to win. And they're going to ask him, of all the available people out there, who do you like? Well, it was obvious that Bob Melvin was going to support, you know, the decision to bring Matt Chapman to the Giants because of what the Giants were last year, and what they were last year, where they were not a good defensive team. And that was the one thing that I think Bob Melvin took to heart when he came over here. He knew that was something that they had to address. He knew it simply because in playing the Giants last year, I mean, you could see it. I mean, you know, he's a Padre manager. He sees what type of team the Giants have. He sees they're a good team. They have a good base here. They've got a good base there, but they don't have a good defense. That solves a lot of problems. So that was one of the goals. And Chapman, I think, was one of the big pieces, and they went and got him. And Lee, I mean, that, you know, Jung Lee, I mean, he's the other guy. They saw problems in center field. They saw problems in the leadoff spot in the lineup. I mean, so I think what they've done, I think in adding people this year had everything to do with improving the defense, and in both cases with Chapman and Lee, they've improved the offense as well.
And Mike, we heard Matt yesterday talk about his relationship with Bob Melvin and brought up the fact that they had unfinished business going back to their time together in Oakland. So I wanted to ask about the impact of having a guy like Matt Chapman in your clubhouse and kind of implementing that Bob Melvin culture that he's looking for.
Well, that was the other thing that Bob Melvin was talking about. He says, you bring Chapman over, he says, you solve a lot of problems in your own clubhouse. And, you know, every clubhouse has an identity. It has a chemistry. It has a personality. And they're not always good. I mean, it takes one guy who's negative. One guy. That's how fragile it is. One guy that's negative, and it can taint the entire clubhouse. Now, I'm not saying the Giants had a negative person in their clubhouse last year. You know, their clubhouse was, in general, I thought a pretty good clubhouse. I do think that they could be improved. From what I saw last year, I think that if you have a player on the team, if you have a coaching staff and a manager that will be in your face a little bit, you know, I mean, don't have a clubhouse where there's not open accountability. Best clubhouses I was ever in, I mean, there was even friction to the point of a player getting into a guy's face because he's not taking care of himself off the field, or he's not doing his work, he's not doing his reps. And, you know, and that, of course, can go into the coach's room as well. I mean, if you have a coaching staff that can call BS, not only in the clubhouse, but on the plane, on a bus, you know, just during the regular season, there are certain things that, you know, guys will make a bad decision. Well, if it slides, it doesn't go unnoticed. And I think a good, healthy clubhouse is one where nothing is allowed to slide. And I think when you have a guy like Chapman, he's not afraid to say, hey, that's not how we do it here. And I think it's going to take him a while to feel comfortable to be that leader in that clubhouse, but I do think he can be that guy. And I think that was one of the reasons why Melvin wanted it as well. He's as good on the field, off the field as he is on the field, and certainly in the clubhouse.
Yeah, all very intriguing and exciting stuff, and the kind of thing fans want. They want a little fire. They want a little intensity. Chapman brings that. Mike, let's talk about the dominoes that fall after this. J.D. Davis is a nice player, had a nice year last year, and he's just flat out been told, you know, it's pretty much you're redundant now, and, you know, stay tuned for anything. And so you think about what the Giants could possibly do. And then you think about a guy like Joey Bart, same deal, redundant. They have Bailey and Murphy. So are you looking, I mean, should Giants fans fully expect a trade? I mean, and you know, I don't know how much leverage the Giants have knowing that teams that know that they have to get rid of these guys, but what do you think business-wise happens?
Well, the one thing that is healthy for your mindset as a professional player is don't ever take a day in the big leagues for granted. Go to the ballpark every day with the idea that you have something to prove. And if you can maintain that attitude throughout your career, you're going to have a healthy career. The thing about professional baseball is, your situation in your club, the one that you're on, may change. They bring in a guy who's going to take most of the reps, and he's going to play most of the days in your position. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means you have to make yourself marketable. You have to have a good rest of this spring. You got to play well, because it may not be happening in your organization, but there are other organizations that have holes, and quite possibly, if it's not the team you're on in spring training, it could be another team. So the mindset is make yourself marketable every day. And I don't think it's a given that J.D. Davis is going to go someplace else, because he is a guy that can come off the bench. He is a guy that can play both corners of the infield. And, and all of a sudden, say you go out and you have a good rest of the spring, and what happens if somebody gets hurt? Well, it all changes. Now, all of a sudden, you are going to get more reps. And anytime you're allowed on that field, you have an opportunity to do something that allows you to come back and be in that lineup the next day. And that's how you have to think as a professional player. That's the only way you can do it. And I think that's, you don't have to worry about an attitude from J.D. Davis. He's a solid guy and a good teammate. I mean, he's going to take this as a challenge, and he's going to try and make himself more marketable, not just to the Giants, but to everybody.
Now, from going from J.D. Davis to the future of Casey Schmidt, we saw last year Casey was able to move around the diamond, play shortstop, play second base. And, of course, shortstop is a focus for a lot of Giants fans this year, especially defensively after seeing Brandon Crawford move on to the St. Louis Cardinals. But I just wanted to get your breakdown of what Matt Chapman, having a platinum Gold Glove defender at third base, means for a young shortstop like Marco Luciano, and how he can actually take away half of that infield.
Well, a platinum infielder with range and instinct. And, his cheat step is about a half a step. Just that they're going to put him wherever, but he's also going to be able to lean. And that lean right there, I think, separates the men from the boys. When you see a guy's, and this is something that Bonds used to talk about all the time. Remember how he used to align himself, and they didn't mess with him. They just let him go wherever he wanted to go. But he'd be about 15 feet off the line in left field with a left-handed hitter up. And he's playing the left-handed hitter like he's a right-handed dead pull hitter. He's 15 feet off the left field line. And you're going, there's a gap between Bonds and the guy in center field that you could park about 14 Beacon semis back, line them up. And that's how big the gap was. And I asked Bonds about that. I said, whoa, what are you doing? He goes, well, I know that I've got Bill Swift and I got John Burkett out there, good, hard, right-handed sinker ballers that have movement that's going to run away from a left-handed hitter. And that left-handed hitter is going to see that hole, and they're going to see where I am, and they're going to adjust their swing to try and beat me and take advantage of that gap. And me as an outfielder, I've just changed his whole swing. And, I mean, that was the kind of mentality that he had. He did. He messed with guys. And more often than not, guys would change the swing and try to hit that sinker, and they'd hit a little weak fly to left field, and there was Bond standing there gathered up. Well, Chapman is that kind of player. He's that kind of guy that can read what that pitcher has on the mound that given day, what his stuff is, what his stuff is doing on that particular day. He knows the swing type of that guy in the box, and he can leak left or right depending on those two tells. And I think that's so valuable when you have a young shortstop, because you have a third baseman who can maximize his range because of his instinct and because of his first step, and it allows you to cheat a little more to the second base side, which is your strong side, your glove hand side, and it takes pressure off your backhand. And I think that applies both to Luciano, and it also applies to Casey Schmidt. So, I mean, I don't know who's going to play shortstop. It could be Nick Ahmed. Who the hell knows? But there's that position is up for grabs. But whoever's going to be over there is going to be able to benefit from the talent of Chapman.
I think there's two last big topics to hit, Mike. One slightly a bummer for all of us, and it was the Brandon Crawford story. I know it's very personal for you, how you feel about Crawford and working for the team and everything. I guess the question I would just ask is, were you sad that it came to the point where Crawford went public? He's such a quiet guy and such a class act that at the end of last week, he went public and said, hey, man, he basically said, and Bagley wrote it, that he felt like it might have been a little personal between Farhan not extending him an invite. Farhan said it wasn't. That it was sad for Crawford to have to end like that. Did you have that reaction?
I did, and they always say the toughest guy to manage is the Hall of Famer that's ending his career, because he has an expectation of himself, and in his whole career he's always played above normal. He's always been an above average player, and then when it starts to wind down where his role changes, he's not going to like it. And I don't know if Crawford's going to be in the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, but he's a Hall of Famer in our eyes, all of us fans who've watched him his whole 13 years. And because of that, I mean, he's going to have an expectation as to how he wants to be treated by his organization, the organization that he's given 13 stellar years to. I mean, it's just human nature. And, that's the hard part for a president and a general manager. They have to make a call as to how to deal with this player. Financially, that enters into it. I mean, physically, what he can do. I mean, they always used to say that point guards and shortstops are kind of similar in that you don't want a 36 or 37-year-old shortstop or point guard playing for you. So it's just a hard thing to do if you're in charge of making that decision, and that's not anything you're ever going to like if you're the player. And I think some of the disappointment showed in the comments that Crawford made.
Yeah, it was tough, and we talked a lot about it last week. We wanted him back, quite frankly, but a topic to be discussed for another day. Last one is just on the pitching, Mike, because now I guess the short question, just wrapping up here, is should Farhan go out and sign a big name free agent, or do you just want to give the Mason Blacks and the Carson? I see Carson Winston is facing hitters Thursday and still could appear in a few games for the end of spring training. I mean, there's two options. You go get a guy, big name Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, maybe lesser name Michael Lorenzen, or you go with these young guys to fill in this rotation that's wide open.
Well, you have to remember, I'm a fan. I mean, it's not my money. I mean, it's like, go get Snell, go get Montgomery. Oh, hell yeah. And while you're at it, why don't you trade for, Bryce Harper? Bring them all in. But, I'm not there. I'm not seeing what these arms are looking like in the eyes of Brian Price and Bob Melvin and Farhan Zaidi. I'm not there. So, they have a plan as to how they're going to go about constructing 9-inning responsibilities as a team every day. How are you going to set your staff to give you 9 innings? How are you going to protect your team's health? Do you have guys that can give you 5 innings or more every 5th day when they go out there? Are you going to have a 6-man rotation? I mean, these are things that have to be decided between now and the first day of the season. I don't know if they're going to bring anybody else in, but let's put it this way. I wouldn't be surprised either. I do think that there's a need. There's a need for somebody you can count on that can give you 5 or 6 or 7. And certainly Snell and Montgomery can do that. But I mean, in how do you make that happen? I don't know. But when Tristan Beck went down, I mean, that really did hurt him. And now you have to have younger players step up. And this is getting back to the point where I say I don't know. I haven't seen the guys. Mm-hmm. I couldn't tell you if there's some young player out there who's making an argument to persuade the powers that be to make the decisions that they're ready to assume that role, that responsibility of every 5th day giving you 5 or 6. So I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if they still added something.
Entirely a fair answer. Great stuff, Mike. Enjoy watching the snow melt. We'll talk to you Thursday.
Had a bit.
Mike Kruko up in the snow, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. That leads us to the big hit. I got all excited this morning, and I came out of my cave and told the staff something here, the crew, the teammates, and it caused some reaction. Ooh. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
MLB Network's insider John Morosi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to break down Matt Chapman's deal with the San Francisco Giants and what it means for future free agents coming to San Francisco. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
3-1 pitch. Fitzgerald swings and lines one out to deep left. Flint's going back. He's at the wall. It's a grand slam. Faces Bailey, who swings at the first pitch. Launches one. Deep right center. It is gone. High atop the Charro Lodge above the Giants bullpen, Patrick Bailey hits a grand slam. 2-1, a swing, and there's a shot out to deep right center. McCarthy going back, looking up. It is gone. Jung-Hoo Lee in his second spring training game with the Giants hits one out, a laser. First pitch to Ahmed, he swings and belts it out to left field. Hit well, going back on it Langford. He's at the track, looking up, it's gone. Welcome to the Giants, Nick Ahmed. 2-2, there's a line drive to left from Matos. Langford back, looking up, and Matos does it again. His second home run in his many innings. Luis Matos, have a day.
All the sounds of spring training leading us to the big hit, which is black and orange, baby. San Francisco Giants add Matt Chapman. He makes his debut yesterday wearing that hat. I like the spring training hats this year. I bought one. I'm rocking it.
Let's say, Murph, you flew home on the plane with one of those hats.
I did. I like it. But I saw a guy at River Islands wearing one yesterday, too.
Did you really?
At the boathouse.
Wow.
We talked about that earlier this morning. We'll talk more about that.
Shout out the boathouse.
But it's big hit time, guys, and it is all about Chapman's debut yesterday, how you reacted. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And for a Tuesday in March where it's kind of chill, Warriors don't play till tomorrow, NFL free agency doesn't start till next week, Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley haven't been announced yet. You know, nothing really truly happened last night, unless you're a Russell Wilson guy.
Uh-oh.
But there was a buzz on the text line because I came out at 6 in the morning and share a little anecdote here. We all prep in our own way. Curly's got the headset on, the slacks, the loafers. Young Tone's got the headset on. You kind of do your thing. You get your mocha, whatever.
Oh, I'm just over here riffing about UFC fights with Overnight Dave.
Right.
That's
Overnight Dave's
my
leaning
show
on the
prep.
Overnight Dave's talking Patton and Dirty Dozen.
Yeah.
And I get into the little cave over there where I've gone since we've gone to this studio, and I go in there and hibernate.
The Murph Cave.
And I just got all jacked up, reading all the Chapman quotes, looking at the Chapman video.
All jacked up on Mountain Dew.
And I've wanted this guy all winter long because I want kids, pardon the indelicate language here.
Ooh.
But I want an ass kicker, man. The Giants have been boring. And they haven't had anybody who'll grab somebody by the jersey and shove them against the wall. You know what I mean, dude? And Matt Chapman does it. It's like now I can admit that all those years he was over in Oakland and Bob Melvin, I wanted those guys. Like, I was a Giants fan, like, oh, the A's, I don't care about the A's. No, I want Chapman and I want Melvin. I came out and I told the staff, the crew, the team, I said, I think Matt Chapman might be my favorite Giant. And it caused a huge reaction this morning. The text line blew up saying, what, are you kidding? Are you out of your mind? Now, all due respect to Logan Webb.
Of course.
Like the beam.
Mm-hmm.
But we did say there is something to the way a pitcher is in your heart versus an everyday position player. You agree?
And I was breaking down the psyche of your decision. And real quick, I do want to point something out because something just clicked in my brain.
Yes.
You're talking about wanting an ass kicker in Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
Someone who's not afraid to maybe shove a guy up against his locker. You know, it explains why Draymond Green is also your favorite Warrior.
True story. A young Tone, for years and years and years, I always said Draymond Green was my favorite Warrior. That's become an unpopular position. That's Harold from Mendocino, by the way. That's Harold.
Okay, get serious. Seriously, Draymond Green, he's a dirty player.
Yeah, that was the great Harold from Mendocino.
Matt Chapman, the Draymond Green of baseball.
I've had to abandon the Draymond take because he's got too poisonous after a while. But I loved how hard he played, right? The whole point is to play hard, right?
And getting back to what you're saying, just having an everyday player in your lineup, a guy who you're going to show up to Oracle Park and see number 26 jerseys on the back of kids' jerseys. Look how polarizing he was in Oakland. This is a guy that I know A's fans loved. That's why we threw out the idea earlier this morning if A's fans would finally make the transition and become Giants fans with everything they're dealing out with John Fisher and Dave Cavill in Oakland and seeing a guy like Matt Chapman come to this ballpark. That's the kind of player that Matt Chapman is, and that's the audience that he brings in, just an everyday player that you can rely on to hit in the middle of your order.
Yes, and again, I get it. 27% strikeout rate. He's not perfect. As somebody wrote in, I said, listen, not Mona Lisa, but this is the guy I've wanted to kind of make this Giants team have the energy and direction that they need, right? Jung-Hoo Lee, very intriguing. Another day yesterday, 1 for 2 with an RBI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jorge Soler, taking aim at the Coke bottle, the kind of power they need, right? But this is we're looking for everyday players and everyday players who play through injuries and everyday players who have gloves. And you talked about the defense and everything. So I have gone ahead and gone on record saying he is. And I'm all in on this guy. Number 26 jerseys, getting ready to go. We have some sound from him. But how do you guys feel? You guys feel the same way? I mean, some people think this is an overstatement. I get it. You're getting too excited about a guy who hit 240 last year or is a career 240 hitter or who's 30 going on 31 or who's, last year's OPS was in the 700s. I see all of that, and I see a Giants roster that was lacking the kind of presence and sizzle that this guy brings in terms of intensity and being a dirt dog, man. I need more dirt dogs. I guess it's a long way of saying hum babies.
Yes.
I need a hum baby.
And it felt like it was a lineup that was lacking in identity. And that's, again, the kind of guy that Matt Chapman is. You heard Bob Melvin talk about it. You talk about that hum baby mentality. We talked about the structure change in the clubhouse and the lack of structure last year, whether it's Logan Webb calling it out, whether it's Brandon Crawford calling it out. Bob Melvin spoke to us personally about how he wants people to show up on time, how they're implementing different rules and style changes just to be collectively as a team. Because last year it felt like a team of individuals. But you still need everybody to come together when it is a sport of individual accomplishments. But at the end of the day, it's a team game. So you have to get everybody to buy in. And Matt Chapman is that veteran leadership that can get the younger guys to buy in.
Yeah, 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in. If it's an overstatement or if you are as geeked as I am about this, just something about seeing him in the jersey and the hat, sitting next to Bob Melvin, I'm like, this is the right fit. This is the way to go. And I want to get this stat out here, too, before we get to the sound from Chapman and from John Morosi yesterday. So, let me give you guys, since 2018, Matt Chapman's teams. 2018 Oakland A's, 97 wins. 2019 Oakland A's, 97 wins.
Oh, what a time to be alive.
Did you remember those?
I do. That's when the A's were competitive. That's why Matt Chapman spoke yesterday and talked about the unfinished business that him and Bob Melvin had in Oakland.
2020 Oakland A's, it was COVID year. They only played 60 games, but they were 12 games over 500, 36-24. 2021 Oakland A's, 86 wins. Then he goes to Toronto. 2022 Toronto Blue Jays, 92 wins. 2023 Toronto Blue Jays, 89 wins. Bottom line, winner. I get it. 25 guys on a team, 26 guys on a team, pitching, defense. Bottom line, this guy's been on winning teams every single year for the last 6 years. You think he's coming here to be on a losing team?
No.
Exactly.
Not
That's
at all.
my take.
Especially with Bob Melvin. And again, that was my argument when there were some people who were against the Bob Melvin hire. Oh, he never won in Oakland. He never did that. You can go through the win totals. You can go through him being a 2-time manager of the year in Oakland. Throw out the third one he had earlier with the Diamondbacks, I believe. This is a guy that's won in organizations that don't nearly give you the resources that the San Francisco Giants have. And again, I know there's people pissed off about Farhan not signing the big-name superstars, but the Giants have spent the second most money this offseason. Matt Chapman and Bob Melvin did not have those resources in Oakland, so seeing them win in Oakland, I think they can win here in San Francisco.
In fact, here's that Matt Chapman quote about unfinished business. 2 97-win seasons not ending in a World Series. Matt Chapman now wearing orange and black.
It's hard to, you have hopes, you play around with ideas in your head, but it's hard to really predict what was going to happen. But I knew Bo Mel going to San Francisco, it was just seemed like it was destiny. I think we got some unfinished business. I'm super excited. I mean, since I've been here, I feel super comfortable. Going through the bunt defenses, going through all the drills. It's just, got to do it for 7 years. So it's just like riding a bike, getting right back into it. But for me, unfinished businesses, felt like we had something really special building with the A's, and unfortunately that got kind of ripped out of our hands and broken up. So getting to come back here and have an opportunity to be in an organization like the Giants, a team that's not afraid to spend, a team that's not afraid to go get free agents and keep guys together and keep adding all the things that you expect, a winning franchise to do. Now we have the opportunity to do that here, and I couldn't be more excited to be a part of that, and just extremely blessed and excited to be, start this new journey.
Damn, has he been staying off Twitter and the text line? That was an exceedingly positive spin on the Giants. Marcus, you pointed out earlier, he's also taking swipes at the A's. For sure.
He's also praising the Giants, but saying, they do all the things that the Oakland A's did not do.
But he's saying these things that a lot of people have said the Giants don't do. They're not in it. They want to somewhat break even. Matt Chapman's out here saying this is a team, this is a winning franchise with a winning idea. You see Boris. Now, with Boris, you have to take everything with a gigantic grain of salt because it's all in the interest of him making money, right? I get it. But he did say, and I do buy this, he said San Francisco is a top 5 baseball market. And he said when San Francisco has a good team, they draw 3 million fans. Yeah. You buy that?
Well, Murph.
I mean, the proof's in the pudding.
I know that you buy it as a man that was on air in 2010, 2012, 2014. When the Giants are humming, no pun intended with the hum babies, this does turn into a baseball town.
Big time. That's Brian Sabian's big thing in the 97 to 03 corridor, and then finally in 2010, he said, I finally am so glad. He said, I come from New York, and I've always thought this city has New York, Boston-like vibes. You know what's funny? I just gave a buddy of mine the copy of 28, the book I did with Brad Mangin. Yeah. Brad's great pictures and all the essays that Logan Webb and Brandon Crawford and all those guys did.
And Barry Zito.
And Barry Zito's is the best. One of the best, phenomenal. By the way. But I was reading, I was going to give it to a friend of mine. I opened it up for the first time, and I was reading Posey's intro that he gave me. And he says the same thing. He said, San Francisco, I never wanted to play anywhere else. He said, the feel of ball games in San Francisco is different than other West Coast cities. He goes, yeah, the Dodgers get huge crowds. He goes, but it's not necessarily a pure baseball feel that I got in San Francisco. And he said, I would compare it to New York or Boston. Wow. Is what he said. So, it's Buster being a gentleman and all that. But he's saying it. He doesn't have to say it.
No, he doesn't. And look, we romanticize the hell out of the ballpark every chance we get a chance to, because it is one of the best ballparks in the country. So we could talk about the dimensions of the park and whether or not it's a pitcher's park versus a hitter's park, despite the fact that, they brought in the center field fences. So it is more of a hitter's park than it ever was before, especially going back to the Barry Bonds days. But the bottom line is, when you're looking at ballparks across America, this is going to go down as maybe a historic landmark for how beautiful it is. And it's sitting right there on the edge of the bay.
And by the way, this Saturday, it's open for FanFest, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Everybody go down and check it out, man. It'll be good. This leads to the next cut I wanted to play from Chapman about the Giants, San Francisco, and do players want to come here. Chapman says, hell yeah, and he's here to change it.
I chose to come here, so I mean, I think everybody's different. Everybody has different things that matter to them. But I'm from California. I played in the Bay Area. I'm comfortable here, and I think people say what they say, but I think at the end of the day, when you look at the franchise, they want to win. They've won before. They know how to do it. They have great players, great coaches. So I don't see why people wouldn't want to come here. And I know that a lot of people have reached out and said they want to come play here, and told me that. So I think that if that's a narrative, it's going to change.
I mean, this kid. This is why I came out of the cave this morning and said, I think this guy's my favorite Giant. And he has not even played in a spring training game, and he won't today either. The lineup's out. Today, Luciano is at short, and Logan Webb is on the bump. Those are a couple interesting names out there. But I wanted you to go to the you had something?
Yeah, I was just going to point out the fact that he does kind of fit the Farhan model of being a California kid. We talk so much about Logan Webb being from Rockland, Kyle Harrison, Bay Area kid. We all know the Brandon Crawford ties, Casey Schmidt, SoCal kid, J.D. Davis, all these California kids.
Yeah.
So it's not a surprise that they don't mind playing in Northern California. But something that stood out that I feel like gets overlooked a lot, Jung-Hoo Lee had his pick of the litter.
Yeah.
He was the Korean MVP. He signed a 6-year, $113 million contract in San Francisco. And if you ask him a question in any of his press conferences, he always talks about how San Francisco is his favorite city in America. Before he even signed with the Giants, how much he loved the town of San Francisco. So again, I know he's not Shohei Ohtani. He's not even Yamamoto. But this is a guy that's getting paid over $100 million. And I heard Mike Yastrzemski on the other day on MLB Network saying that this guy has superstar potential. We'll see how it plays out for Jung-Ho Lee. But this is another guy that's 25 years old, is coming off an MVP over in the KBO. He's the guy that Giants fans should be excited about, and excited about the fact that he's excited to be in San Francisco.
Well, I listen, you know me, I share your romanticism. That said, the Giants did offer him 6 years, 113, so he got the best possible contract from the Giants. That made his decision a little easier. I'm going through the roster and looking for California guys. I do think it's a thing that California guys understand the culture and don't buy the hype or whatever, the narrative all the way in. But I'm just looking at Kyle Harrison, number one. Well, he was drafted by the Giants. Logan Webb, number two, again, drafted by the Giants. Blake Sable is a guy from Southern California. Matt Chapman, 4. J.D. Davis, 5. Is that about Casey Schmidt, 6. He's from California. Wade Wisely, Conforto Lee, Matas. Austin Slater, Stanford, 7.
Tristan Beck's the Stanford kid.
Yeah, Tristan Beck. So there's about 8. There's about 8 guys with Bay Area, NorCal ties or California ties that get it. They get it for sure. So out to the Cache Creek, God darn it, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 602 says this Chapman interview has me juiced up. See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. 530 says the 3-hitter is solid, the 4-hitter is solid. We're 1 hitter away in the 5-hole from being feared, or do we have it on the roster right now? Who is your? I have Chapman in the 5-hole.
Ooh,
you have him in the 3-hole?
Interesting. I've actually got it set up, and we can compare lineups if we want to. Go lineup for lineup. I think Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be your everyday leadoff hitter. I would put Matt Chapman in the 2 spot. Michael Conforto, 3, Jorge Soler, 4.
And who's in the 5 spot?
Lamont Wade Jr. or Mike Yastrzemski.
Okay.
And that gives you that left-right balance back and forth, and I think that extends your lineup as possibly far in case you are worried about the second and third time through a lineup.
By the way, all this happiness going on right here. Give me a little Fox News chime here, buddy. Yeah, news out of... Yeah, the Giants say this morning Sean Jelly has a right elbow sprain.
Oh, another one.
So he'll be reevaluated in a couple weeks.
Another one bites the dust, Murph.
Giants also announced Tristan Beck's surgery was successful. He will not throw for 8 weeks. Young Tony wants to know if Marcus has bullets left. Carson Wisenhunt's the only good news. Could be facing hitters on Thursday. By the way, and the news got a little more, the market got a little more clouded. The Red Sox, just another breaking news here, Marcus. Give me a little Fox chime here, buddy. Red Sox starter Lucas Giolito likely has a partially torn UCL and flexor strain and could miss the entire season. Means they're going to be in the market for those pitchers now.
And they've been linked to both Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery. And the news came out yesterday after Scott Boras spoke with Matt Chapman and talked about how there's now panic in the pitching market. Because let's be honest with you, there's no guarantee that any pitcher at the major league level is going to be healthy for an entire season. That's why these front offices are so afraid to give pitchers these long-term deals. But this is the possibility you're dealing with. And now Scott Boras, who we've been talking about holding his cards close to his chest, playing these poker games, it seemed like he was losing some of his bluffing ability with guys like Matt Chapman and Cody Bellinger. But now with these injuries, not only on the Giants pitching rotation, in the Red Sox pitching rotation, now it does seem like the cards are more in Scott Boras' favor.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be sitting back saying, oh, look who's coming crawling back to me for a Blake Snell and a Jordan Montgomery.
So, Artie, you've come crawling back for you Simon and Garfunkel heads out there. 705 says, I'm a Canadian Giants fan who watches a lot of the Jays. Matt Chapman's a huge leader who always goes 100%. Giants fans will love him. 925 says, I used to tease A's fans that Chapman was no Arenado. But now that he's here, I'm willing to admit that Chapman can give Arenado a run for his money.
I mean, he's pretty damn close to Nolan Arenado, and shout out to their high school baseball days playing together. That's one hell of a left side of an infield.
480, adding Chapman, the Giants went back to Giants baseball. Nothing like it. Orange and black swagger is back. God, that's what I'm talking about. Again, I don't want to overstate it. I'm just saying this is the sizzle you needed. Brother, 925 and 831 said, Marcus, I need Tyro Estrada in the 2-hole, not
See, that's
Matt
where I was
Chapman.
going back and forth, whether I have Tyro in the 2-hole or Matt Chapman. But I think when you're paying Chapman this kind of money, you want him to get as many at-bats as possible. I'd have Tyro 5 or 6 right behind them.
All right. Well, listen, the Cash Week text line 209 says, right now, Tyro Estrada is my favorite Giant with, gosh darn it, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Old habits die hard, man. And Cash Creek's just loving this free pub. Loving this free pub. I should just call it the River Islands text line is what I should do. It was for me. 818 says, I'm stoked. As an 818 Valley boy, I can't wait to see a Giants game at Chavez Ravine and seeing the Giants walking in and punching them boys in blue in the mouth. LFG. All right, that's what they're saying right now. 405 says, Chapman just feels like a Giant. He's rock solid. Okay, so there you go. I mean, so a lot of people much more positive in the 8 a.m. hour than they were in the 6 a.m. hour.
Oh, the
when I came
6
out,
a.m.
the 6
hour.
a.m. hour was salty, dude.
I mean, the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line was straight up teasing Murph this morning. Murph and Chapman sitting in a tree. Kissing.
Oh, man. All right, well, that's your big hit, guys. Those Chapman quotes from yesterday got everybody excited. He's ready to tell people to come to San Francisco. He has unfinished business with Bob Melvin. He's a proven winner. And he's in the orange and black. All right, guys, that's your big hit. Let's do this, a little cooler content. And then Dan Shulman for our Canadian listeners. The great Canadian broadcaster Dan Shulman, and tell us what it was like to have Matt Chapman in his life for 2 years. But cooler of content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Chip, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Rich Aurelia stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday morning to talk about Brandon Crawford's departure from the San Francisco Giants and Matt Chapman coming back to the
Yeah,
Bay.
I listened to that Aurelia on the way out to River Islands. It was good.
That's Richie Rich. And if you want to hear that podcast too, you can check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. All right, what's up, boys and girls? It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucheda here to talk to you about Prize Picks this morning, because whether it's the NBA in-season tournament or the race for playoff home court, you can cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projections, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. You You can go with the traditional stat options like Steph Curry making more or less than his set point total, or more unique options like Kevin Durant more or less on his total amount of dunks. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and injury insurance on your picks is what makes Prize Picks America's #1 fantasy sports app. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 3 million members who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, cooler of content coming your way Tuesday style. Don't forget FanFest Saturday at Oracle Park, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's free. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Yeah, man. Waterboy will be walking down there for sure. Okay, guys. Also, Dan Schulman going to join us at 8:35 and Mark Spears at 9:15. All good. It's been a Matt Chapman morning and a pitching morning for the Giants. Warriors tomorrow night against the Milwaukee Bucks. See, Giannis missed a game yesterday. I wonder if he'll miss another one. Who knows?
Well, he's dealing with an Achilles injury, which is never good. Anytime you see Achilles pop up, shout out to our guy Dre Greenlaw when he started popping up on the injury report with Achilles tendonitis. Next thing you know, he goes down in the Super Bowl.
No bueno at all. Okay, one of the big stories yesterday was Jason Kelce retiring, 13 years as the Eagles center. The tush push, the brotherly shove. But man, oh man. And I say this as an Irish and Italian who's known to follow the Jim Valvano rule. If you got to do something to make you laugh, think, and cry every day, Jason Kelce took this to the next level. He cried throughout the entire press conference. It's incredible. I mean, like excessive weeping, I would say.
He's a very emotional man, Mark.
Extremely emotional. But one of the things he did shout out was the win over the Patriots in the Super Bowl, the Philly special. Mm-hmm. And he uses a little slightly salty language here. So kids, beware. A little PG language here from Jason Kelce.
I won't forget Nick Foles having the game of his life on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest dick on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special. And Doug Peterson having the biggest balls in the stadium to say, yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I didn't think he'd get emotional about the Philly special, but he did. And what's this about the biggest what?
Well, they called him Big Blank Nick for a reason, Murph.
But is he talking Foles or is he talking about himself? He's talking about himself going up to ask for the play, isn't he?
No, I think he's talking about Nick Foles having the biggest blank.
I think
to go up to the man with the biggest balls.
Oh my gosh!
Let's replay it, Murph.
Oh my god!
And the biggest dick on the team going up to Doug Peterson.
Come on, man! Come on.
And asking for the Philly special.
Unbelievable.
Like, this is so football right here. Him talking about big blank Nick and then getting emotional about it right after. I love it, dude. I'm all in. I'm going to go rewatch his presser. A dude crying while talking about the size of his coaches, you know what.
The biggest dick on the team.
I did not. Oh, my God.
Football players, man. Football players.
I mean, tell him not to watch. If he watches Tommy Lee and Pamela, he might be bawling for days.
Oh,
He might
no.
be weeping for days.
Oh, no. But, yeah, both Kelsey brothers, as we were talking about earlier, Travis front row at the presser yesterday, crying his eyes out. I don't know what he's going to cry more about. His brother retiring or getting dumped by Taylor Swift.
I know what I was going to say. I wonder if T. Swizzle's like, I need my guy a little more alpha to not be crying at his brother's press conference.
Right? She's like, I thought I had the bad boy.
She's in Singapore.
Whoa.
My high school girlfriend, who I still follow on Facebook.
Whoa.
She was in Singapore watching the show. She lives in Asia now.
I hope this is your ex-high school girlfriend,
It's my
Murph.
ex, yes.
All right, let's make sure to clarify.
Well, I'm no longer in high school, so
Yes.
it can't be.
Yeah, thank you.
She was in Singapore. She said the Eras tour was off beyond, is what she said. So what's her face was following it from Singapore. By the way, did you see some controversy? Singapore won't let her play anywhere else in East Asia. What? They bought her out. Yeah, there's a controversy.
Whoa.
Singapore threw down some cash and said, you're not playing anywhere else.
Wow. See, I missed this controversy, but I saw the one with Rihanna who went and performed for an Indian billionaire.
Yes, you're on it.
And now they're saying that she didn't put
She
up.
mailed it in.
Yeah, she mailed it in.
Yeah, she mailed it in.
Oh, man.
She said it's the guy paid her hundreds of tens of millions of dollars to fly to India for his birthday party.
Yeah, Murph. They don't call her bad girl Riri for nothing.
Shout out everything comes back to Curb Your Enthusiasm episode 1 this year. He was flown to Atlanta. A big fan wanted Larry to hang at his birthday party. So Larry flew out. And of course, Larry was such a D to everyone there that the guy wouldn't pay him. He's like, you know what? You didn't fulfill your duty. You offended everyone here. You were a D. Larry's like, I was just being myself. You wanted me.
This is what you paid for.
So he wound up not getting the money. Like Rihanna. It's real life Rihanna in India. Draymond Green was on a podcast called Mello and Mero. Who is that? That's Carmelo and who?
Yeah, so shout out Beezus and Mero. They used to be a show, two podcasters out of New York. Now it sounds like Mello is doing a podcast with Mero.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Tells a funny story about the Bay Bridge being shut down once and Klay Thompson saving Draymond. Check this out.
First time I actually went on Klay boat. Thing happened with Rudy Gobert. I went to LA and I was coming back and I flew into Oakland. The Bay Bridge was shut down. There was a protest on the Bay Bridge. So I couldn't get to the gym. Klay came on his boat across the water to pick me up in Jack London Square in Oakland. Eric Hausen tried to get the cops to escort me through. Nothing could work. You could not get across. So he came across the boat. Him and E. Hausen came and picked me up. And this was right after I had got at Rudy Gobert. So it was perfect timing.
He needed the water. He needed that boat ride.
Yeah, I need to get there. But I just got 5 games for you. He came and scooped me. And that was my first time on this boat.
Man, I talk about first class, first class world you're living in. I got Bay Bridge is shut down. It's cool, man. I'll boat over and get you.
Dude, Captain Klay to come save the day.
Yeah, great. Can you imagine just him pulling up too?
Oh.
From you see him from 100 yards offshore, just coming in with the captain's hat.
Hey, Draymond, get on the boat.
Let's go.
This is what I need. The next time that Murph gets shut down on 101 when you're trying to cross the Golden Gate Bridge.
Hasn't happened in a while.
Yeah, you need to call up Klay Thompson when that happens.
Oh, how great would that be?
Klay, I need a ride to the studio.
Well, when I get shut down, I'm not far from his house in Belvedere, where he is.
You got to hit up your boy Klay.
By the way, I told the kids, I said, did you know this Kelsey thing? So I was driving in. ESPN played this is the start of the Kelsey press conference. Listen to this, brother. Just listen, just bask in this audio. Listen to this. Just Jason Kelsey sits down to announce his retirement. This is what happened.
I am brought back to this day. I am brought back to this day. 12 years old, Roxborough Middle School, first day in pads. I've been asked many times, why did I choose football? What drew me to the game? And I never have an answer that gets it right. The best way I can explain it is what draws you to your favorite song, your favorite book. It's what it makes you feel. The seriousness of it, the intensity of it. Stepping on the field was the most alive and free I had ever felt.
All right, so there's a little bit. There's even a more blatant one. Where this first ESPN played the first 20 seconds. He doesn't say a word.
I was going to say, give me those first 5 seconds, Tony.
That slurp. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Give me that slurp again there. Yeah. There's some booger going on there, isn't there?
Yeah, dude, he's getting emotional. He's always been an emotional guy since the Philadelphia Eagles won their Super Bowl, and he went up in like the whole like Mardi Gras outfit and started like screaming and cussing at the fans.
Man.
I mean, that's why he's got one of the most popular podcasts, and that's why he's going to be in the broadcast booth eventually, I would assume.
Told you guys that Mike Schmidt story, man. 1989, he's retiring out of nowhere. There's a video on TV. I'm a 22-year-old cub reporter at the LA Times, wide-eyed. I'm like, man, Mike Schmidt's retiring. He's like the greatest player I've ever seen. He was balling just like that. He goes, 18 years ago, I left Dayton, Ohio with a pair of bad knees and a big league dream. And he was crying. I'm like, man, this is heavy. And Tim Brown, the legendary baseball writer right next to me, he goes, what a pee, and walked away, dude.
Ruthless.
So
ruthless Timmy Brown.
Okay, we need to school young Tony on many things in life. George C. Scott in Patton, Rommel, you magnificent bastard.
Yeah, Bobby Boucher and the Waterboy.
And Bobby Boucher and the Waterboy.
Oh,
so
perfect.
Gary Payton II wore a Bobby Boucher jersey from the movie The Waterboy, hence this young man's nickname. His last name is Boucher.
And Murph, I feel like every once in a while we do need to clarify this.
Yes.
Because I don't know whether or not Tony knew that I was called the Waterboy because my last name is Boucher.
We had a guy call KNBR furious.
Oh, he
that
was
we were calling
mad.
him the Waterboy because Murphy's disrespecting him. He's belittling
He's
him.
demeaning him. He's
him.
talking down to him. He's calling him the Waterboy like he's some scrub.
No, here's Gary Payton II wearing his Bobby Boucher jersey.
Hey, y'all remember when Bobby Boucher came back at halftime and Dogs won the Burden Bowl? Top 2 greatest sports moments ever.
It's a little muddy. I know it's a little muddy to hear there.
So that was Gary Payton using a line. Remember when Bobby Boucher showed up at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl? And I sent this clip over to Tony, and Tony was just confused as hell. He's like, what is this line? Why is Gary Payton wearing a John Elway jersey? And I had to explain to him, no, that's a Bobby Boucher line. And of course, we had to cut up the original highlights of Bobby Boucher showing up at halftime to save the day for the Mud Dogs.
Bobby Boucher on the field, call that wrong way. You're playing like you want Bobby Boucher dying.
Remember when Bobby Boucher showed up at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl, do you?
Do ya? Do ya? One of the greatest comebacks of all time.
So that was what GP2 was doing, man.
Mm-hmm.
That is hilarious.
Shout out my boy Gary Payton repping the Bobby Boucher jersey.
Hey,
I love my mama.
Hey, we got Michael Penix ranking the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Ooh.
Who are they, Michael Penix, who's going to come out of University of Washington and get drafted?
You got to go Pat Mahomes. Lamar Jackson is there. I feel like Joe Burrow is up there. Ooh. I'm going to put Brock Purdy in there.
I love it.
Just because of things that he was able to do. You know, a lot of people doubted him, you know, and even in the championship game, I felt like he felt real confident, you know, make big-time throws.
He makes
you know,
some big throws for sure.
They always say it's the guys around him, but, man, you still got to get him the ball.
How that feels.
Yeah, I put him up there. Justin Herbert, I feel like he's a very good passer as well.
Okay. So, take that, haters. Michael Penix puts Purdy top 5. Are you willing to go there?
Top five. Well, let's see, Murph.
I'm not sure I'm willing to go
It's
there
how we
just
break it
yet.
down. Last year, he had a top 5 season
Yeah, he did.
as a quarterback.
He did.
That's why he was an MVP finalist. Am I willing to put him in that top 5 elite conversation? Not quite yet, because I still want to see Brock Purdy sustain this for more than a season and a half.
Is he a better pocket passer than Lamar Jackson?
Ooh, see, that's a good question. And I know that's going to be a decisive question.
Lamar's the
because-
threat with the run. That's he
Correct.
rushed for over 800 yards.
But this year,
if you keep Lamar in the
specifically,
pocket,
Lamar was a lot better as a pocket passer this year.
but they went against. They each faced the Chiefs defense, and I think Purdy had better pocket numbers than Lamar.
You're right. I'd say Lamar probably still has a better deep ball, but I think accurate throws over the middle, I might give the edge to Brock Purdy.
Reads and all that.
Yeah, that's tough.
So obviously, Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow are the easy ones, and then you get into the Lamars, and then from there, I mean, do you go to the Tuas?
Justin Herbert, as you
go to the
mentioned, is a
Justin
guy always in
Herberts,
the conversation.
Matt Stafford's. I mean,
your guy Aaron Rodgers is still technically
Aaron
playing quarterback.
Rodgers, I don't know, man. Hey, if Purdy has another great year next year, he'll answer all that stuff.
Then we're talking about Purdy being a top 10
Michael
quarterback.
Penix is a believer, baby. He's a believer. All right, guys. There's your cooler of content. By the way, Copes checked in and said, you want to add great blubberings, don't forget Bob Myers after the KD injury. You want to dig that one up. You put that one in there. There was some snot coming out there.
Yeah.
For sure.
Getting
What's your
emotional.
biggest public cry, Marcus?
Ooh, do I
Was it when
have
you
a
stormed off the
biggest
mound,
public
flapping
cry?
your dad the half the peace sign?
Yeah, I wasn't crying. I was just flipping him off and yelling profanities at him. I wasn't really crying so
I don't
much.
know if I've had I'll tell you my biggest public cry. I was 15 years old, playing right field in an all-star game, come in on a ball, a sinking liner, make the gamble, doesn't work, get pulled mid-inning.
Oh, no.
Came in and cried like a little happy in the dugout. I knew it was over.
I mean, everybody's been there. Even
Yeah.
our guy, Young Tony, told us about how as a kid he would strike out and start crying in the dugout. I mean, everybody was there.
That's hey, I'm about to go into a spring of picking. I'm about to go play psychologist in the dugout, man.
That's it, man. Baseball's a game of failure.
Next pitch, kid.
It's a game of failure.
Next pitch. And the next pitch is Dan Shulman, the Canadian broadcaster who calls all the Blue Jays games, ESPN's own superstar, great broadcaster. Give us the Matt Chapman bio. Dan Shulman next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm going to put Brock Purdy in there.
Let's clean, everybody. Let's clean those carpets. Let's clean those air ducts. Let's go zero res. Zero res, spelled backwards or forwards, the right way to clean. Your home will never get clean if you don't pay attention. Clean the air ducts, clean the carpet. Zero res is the place to go. Tremendous Google ratings. We got a gotta love it guarantee. We're going to take care of you, man. Here's the deal. This month, get one room of carpet clean starting at $43. If you get 3 rooms zero resified from the Bay Area's #1 carpet cleaner, we'll throw in a hallway. How about that? Take $50 off your air duct cleaning to get that true spring cleaning feel. You owe it to yourself and your family. Breathe healthy, happy, and clean. How do you do it? Call my friends at Zero Res right now, 877-321-0739, or go online at zeroresbayarea.com. Once again, 877-321-0739, or go online at zeroresbayarea.com. And here's the key. Say you want the KNBR special. Once again, say you want the KNBR special. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards the right way.
Keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Young Tony says, are there any bands from Canada? It's like, yes. Yes, there are bands from Canada. Let's go north of the border. Dan Shulman. Oh, connection's not been made. Okay, then keep this rolling then. You Rush guy?
Oh, I'm down with Rush.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Today's Tom Sawyer. Shout out today's Tom Sawyer.
I know that was one of the all-time greats. It really was. But it always made me laugh.
It was interesting because with the young mind of a young Tony, the other day he asked us, does the 80s have any good music?
Yeah, so good.
And so we had to give him some 80s music. Then he was asking about Canadian music. I'm like, yeah, give me some Rush. Your guy Drizzy Drake, Justin Bieber. We can go down a long list of artists from Canada.
That's very, very true. Very, very true. All right. Well, listen, we go north of the border to where they are now looking for someone to replace Matt Chapman, who's now a San Francisco Giant. And the man to talk about is Dan Shulman, who does such a great job with ESPN and up in Canada with Sportsnet, doing the Blue Jays telecasts. And it's a pleasure to have you on the Murph and Marcus show down here in San Francisco, Dan. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher on the Yuma guest line. How are you this morning, Dan?
Hey, Dan.
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. We're jazzed up about Matt Chapman. Now, we knew him here in Oakland, right? But this is the Giants' flagship station, so we didn't pay as much attention to him. And then you guys got him up in Toronto. And, now that the Giants have him, everybody's kind of excited about what he brings. I'd love to hear your opinion. What it was like to broadcast Matt Chapman's games. How would you describe him as a player?
Well, a great defensive player, obviously. Everybody in Toronto and in the Bay Area knows that. So he won his 4th Gold Glove last year. He easily could have won one 2 years ago. He didn't win one 2 years ago. I actually thought he was a little bit better defensively 2 years ago, but he's still a plus third baseman defensively. Offensively, he had a really kind of unusual year. If you just look at his numbers, it doesn't really tell the story. In April, he was American League Player of the Month. He hit .385 with 15 doubles and 5 home runs in April. Like, everything he hit was a missile in April. And then he went cold. And he stayed cold for a while. And then he started to heat up again, I think kind of mid-late summer, and then he hurt his finger. I think he dropped a weight on his finger or something like that. And he tried to play through it, and then he missed some time, went on the IL, and then he came back, and he just never got going again. So, the overall numbers don't tell the kind of the roller coaster highs and lows that he had. But, there's a lot of swing and miss in his game, but when he barrels it up, he hits it about as hard as anybody. I'm interested to see how he does in San Francisco. Oracle Park, as you guys well know, can be a challenging hitter's park. And he's a right-handed batter, and a lot of his power is to center and right center, and that's where the triangle is out there in San Francisco. Now, he'll hit a ton of doubles, but I'm curious to see how many home runs he hits. But I think it was a good signing by the Giants. I think he's probably a better hitter than his numbers showed last year. He's not a 300 hitter, but I think he'll hit for a little bit more power than he probably did last year. And he's a good player. He's a very good defensive player, and he's a dangerous offensive player. He will have his streaks. That's part of his game. But, obviously the Giants wanted to shore up their defense. I heard Farhan talk all about that, and Matt Chapman's a good place to start.
And Dan, we saw his first year in Toronto. He hit 27 home runs. And as you mentioned, it did seem like that finger issue kind of lingered throughout the season. Was that your takeaway with the drop-off in power numbers, him going from 27 home runs to 17 last year?
The finger injury was more late. I think it happened in August, so it was later on in the season. One thing that we don't know is there were a lot of renovations at the Rogers Center last year, and the team as a whole hit way less at home than they did the year before or than they did on the road. Like Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s numbers were night and day, home and road. So I think that may have something to do with it. I don't understand why the renovations would make a big change. Like, it's a dome stadium, and yes, it's open most of the time, but it's still, it's not like there are, I wouldn't think, big wind tunnels or anything. It's not like San Francisco where it's as open. The stands go up much higher in Toronto than they do in San Francisco. So, but everybody's numbers seem to be down at home, so maybe that impacted his numbers a little bit as well. He also, I remember us talking about this a couple of times last year. Some of our stats people put numbers together. Like the most 390-foot outs in baseball. He was always on that list. He would hit a lot of balls that got caught at the wall, at the track, on the track, and sometimes it was because he hits the ball a lot to center, to right center, or left center. So. He's a victim of that a little bit. So I think it was probably a few different things that came into play in terms of the home runs dropping.
Dan Shulman, the voice you hear, of course, ESPN's own and Canada's Sportsnet's own, does the Blue Jays telecasts up there, giving us a little Matt Chapman scouting report from Toronto. One of the things we've been gushing about, Dan, is just the personality. The Giants were boring last year. They really were. They were flat and lifeless, and that's something they addressed. They talked about it, and Chapman's not boring, right? I wondered about your interactions with him in the clubhouse, in the dugout, and what he brought sort of off the field.
He is intense. He's an extremely determined, driven, intense guy. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody, I would say Marcus Semien, who the Blue Jays had back in 2021, would be the other guy, who goes about his routine the same way every single day. Night, day, hot, cold, tired, not tired, doesn't matter. He works and he works and he works. And I'm talking more about defense in terms of him going out and going through his routine there. But he's a very intense guy. He is not boring. He is vocal. You will see him in the dugout talking to everybody, leading beside Bob Melvin, talking to coaches, talking to other players, taking younger players, sitting down beside them in the dugout. So I think he has a strong personality, and he's an opinionated guy, and I think it won't take very long until he's part of the the leadership crew of the Giants. That's just his personality. That's the way his nature is. So it didn't take long in Toronto. I would say it took a month or two in his first year back in 22 until you could see, because there are other guys here who have played a long time too. But you could see pretty quickly that he's got a big voice in the clubhouse and in the dugout.
And Dan, I'm actually glad that you brought up the name Marcus Semien, someone that Matt Chapman played with in Oakland and in Toronto. And of course, out in Toronto in 2021, that's when he won his Gold Glove. Now, Marcus Semien was not always a Gold Glove defender, so I'm wondering how much of an impact a player like Matt Chapman has, especially when we're looking at a young prospect like Marco Luciano here in San Francisco, and how much of a benefit it is to have someone as good as a defender as Matt Chapman holding down the hot corner.
I think it can. And, so every time Matt Chapman popped out of the dugout the last 2 years to go about his business on the field, Bo Bichette was right beside him. And I think that's the kind of thing, when a guy who's won 4 Gold Gloves works that hard, younger guys, how can they not, right? They have to get in line, whether they just see it and do it or whether they're told to do it, but they'll do it. So I think he can have an impact in terms of defense and work ethic on younger guys on the team as well. Because when a guy who's done that works that hard, everybody else has to get in line.
Dan, before we let you go, we appreciate all this. Just a little bit on what the Blue Jays their strategy was at third base. If I'm reading it correctly, Justin Turner, Isaiah Kiner Falefa, Eduardo Escobar. Was there a plan there? Is that they're going Turner? What's the deal?
It won't be much Turner. I think I'm not sure he'll play any third base. He'll primarily DH. I think he'll fill in at first base for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He could play a little third base, but I don't think they're planning on playing him a lot over there. They signed Isaiah Kiner Falefa, who's a very good defensive third baseman. Doesn't have nearly the power Matt Chapman has, former Ranger, former Yankee. I think he'll get a lot of time. They have Eduardo Escobar in camp on a minor league contract. He's not hitting very well at all so far in the spring, so I don't know if he's going to make the team. Kevin Biggio, who plays all over the field, he's more comfortable, I think, at second and first, but he can play third base. And then they've got some utility guys like Santiago Espinal, Ernie Clement, so it's kind of a mix and match position right now. I think Kiner Falefa, of the guys who are here, will get the most time, but ever since Matt Chapman signed with the Giants, J.D. Davis's name has come up a little bit. Yeah, because the Blue Jays don't appear to have as much offense as they did last year, and they didn't have enough offense last year. So, there are whispers around, people wondering, I wonder if the Blue Jays and Giants are going to talk now that Davis doesn't appear to have a place to play on a regular basis. Maybe he would come back to Toronto in a trade. Who knows?
That'd be a good fit. He had a pretty nice year for the Giants last year.
Yeah. He's a pretty solid player, and the Blue Jays, I think, would be more excited if he were a left-handed batter. They lean heavily to the right. So, but I don't think it's impossible. I'm sure the two teams have had conversations, and I don't know if it'll happen. But it sounds like Davis is going to get traded, and I could see it fit there. So I don't think it's impossible that it happens. But right now, the Blue Jays are kind of mixing and matching with what they've got.
And Dan, I guess my last question would the Blue Jays be interested in giving Kevin Gausman back to the Giants in that trade? Because that's something that we've been talking about with the rotation option for the Giants. Obviously, Kevin Gausman finished in a top 3 Cy Young in the American League last year. How good has Kevin Gausman been for the Blue Jays, and was it a mistake for the Giants to let
miss him?
He's been great. He's been great for 2 years. I mean, he's been their ace for 2 years. He's got a little bit of a shoulder thing going on right now. They're just saying it's shoulder fatigue, so hopefully it's nothing serious. But absolutely outstanding 2 years for Kevin Gausman. Hopefully 3 more to come. No, I don't think the Blue Jays are giving it back. I think he's staying where he's staying, and hopefully he's starting opening day for the Blue Jays.
Hey, I know the Orioles won 101 last year, but the Blue Jays kind of going into the season, they got a chance, right? They're looking to win the East, right?
Yeah, they got a chance. I mean, to be honest with you, they appear to have been more talented the last couple of years. And they made the playoffs as a wild card, but then they got swept in 2 games both times. Like, they've kind of underachieved a little bit the last 2-3 years. At times, they've been a really trendy pick. Yeah, when Semien came over, when Chapman came over, when Gausman came over, when Springer came over. There's some big names that have come, and some have gone, but that have come to Toronto, and they've just never quite gotten there. 2021, they were just an absolute terror offensive, just phenomenal. But their bullpen was so bad the first half of the season, by the time they started winning, they just couldn't make up the ground. And then 22-23, like just peaks and valleys. And last year, great pitching, great defense, but the offense wasn't good. And I think from afar, a lot of people see the names Guerrero and Bichette and assume it's a juggernaut offensively, and it can be, and it should be. Bichette's been great. Guerrero did not have his best year last year. They need more from him. Springer had a down year last year. They need more from him. Dalton Varsho came over, and great defense, great base running, but he didn't hit as much as they would have liked. So they kind of need some bounce-back years offensively. They're in the mix for a playoff spot, for sure. But when you play in the American League East, it's tough. The Yankees are the Yankees. The Rays are the Rays. Baltimore is on the rise, obviously. Had a great year last year. So it's always the toughest division in baseball. And so they're going to have to play really well.
Yeah, and one of those bats that didn't work out last year for the Blue Jays was Brandon Belt. Dan, that's the last name I wanted to ask you about because Giants fans are always looking for an update on Brandon Belt. What did you see from him last year, and is there anything left on the tank for Brandon Belt this year?
He was all right, actually. So, he struck out a lot, but he walked and he hit some homers and hit some doubles, and he did pretty well, I thought, for the Blue Jays. So he started very slowly. He was coming off knee surgery, and in April didn't hit at all. But he got going and eventually became one of their better offensive players. So I think the Blue Jays were pretty happy with him, but decided to move on. And Justin Turner's kind of in that spot now, that DH backup first base kind of spot. So he did fine. Interesting guy, unique personality. Enjoyed getting to know him. He's got a very dry sense of humor. And I hope he enjoyed his year in Toronto. I guess he's still unsigned, hasn't announced retirement or anything like that, right? But unsigned.
No, he's just drifting out there, just waiting.
Yeah. So who knows? But no, he was pretty good.
Dan, we kept you longer than we promised, so we'll let you go. And thanks for the chat. We always appreciate your broadcasts and your talent. So thank you for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
I appreciate that. Have a good day, guys.
There he is, Dan Shulman. He's great. I remember Dave Fleming saying that years ago, talking to Flem on something about just when he was doing all that college football and college, he goes, I'd like to have a career like Dan Shulman. That's what he said. That was his guy. All right, guys, on the other side, it's been the theme all morning long. Chapman's arrival in Scottsdale and what it does to your forecast. Seeing him in the black and orange, or are you still freaking out about the pitching? Because we got more news on that. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Ever since Matt Chapman signed with the Giants, J.D. Davis's name has come up a little bit.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And the 3-2. Davis swings, line drive, center field, a base hit. Pinder scores. Here comes Yastrzemski right behind him. He'll score without a throw. Conforto all the way to third. A second hit today for J.D. Davis. He knocks it a pair. It's 6-1 Giants.
There it is, J.D. Davis getting a knock yesterday in Arizona, doing his thing. Young Tony says this is his walk-up music, is it?
I'm calling BS on that.
You can find that online. He's a stroker. He's a third baseman. He's a DH.
He's
Reddit thread. This is it.
He's a trade candidate.
All right. When do we put this kid on the mic?
See, I don't know, but I would have noticed if Steve Miller Band was playing as somebody's walk-up music. This is my jam, and I'm at the ballpark every day. I do not remember this for J.D.
list
Davis.
These things.
J.D. Davis had some pop, EDM kind of walk-up music.
Wasn't Curly carry his weight around here and look up the 2023 walk-up songs?
Maybe.
That's the kind of thing Medium Impact Brian used to run in and he would have run in here right now and slapped it down on the table.
Sprinting into the studio.
Dude, Curly's looking at me like I'm joking. I'm dead serious. He should be looking up the 2023 Giants walk-up songs. And here's
that sounds more likely, Tony.
Young Tone, when are you going to come on the mic? He's allowed to come on the mic. He's wait a minute. Yes, you. What do you mean?
Yeah, the boss man gave you permission, Tony.
Are we going to go ahead and do it right now? Are we going to do it right now?
We're debuting it. What do you have listed as JD walk-up music?
Good morning, young Tony. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey!
Say hello to the world, young Tony.
One small step for a man, one giant leap for young Tony. All right, very good, man. What are you saying? You're saying that you have the information or you do not?
So there's one that says Lay Low by Tiesto, and then there's also The Joker by Steve Miller Band.
Okay.
Yeah, I think last year was Tiesto.
What do you think of the pipes?
I think it was Tiesto. He sounds good.
What do you think of the pipes? Now, did you used to come on with Marty?
No, never.
Is that your debut?
I was on in college, Cal Poly Radio.
That's it.
Little news
Shout
hits,
out Cal Poly Radio.
Look at
sports
this
coverage.
Okay, a new era has begun.
That's it. I'm going to start getting Spencer Howard scattering reports from his Cal Poly days from this kid.
Hey, kid, you better bring the riffs and you better bring the heat, buddy.
Yeah.
You better come on here with A+ material.
Have a take and don't suck. That's the
good.
Jim Rowe mantra.
And remind me to do the legal and tell you you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. All right, guys, so the reason why we're talking J.D. Davis is Dan Shulman dropped a little nugget for us. Here it is. Why don't you run cut I here, Tony? Dan Shulman, the great ESPN broadcaster and Toronto Blue Jays play-by-play guy, on the fact that because I was looking at the fact that Matt Chapman signed with the Giants. I got all excited. I've been geeked up all morning. He's the guy I want. He's got me excited for the team. He's got me excited for grabbing a few jerseys, shoving guys against walls, screaming and yelling, breaking bats, the whole deal we're looking for. I'm looking for that theater. I'm looking for that angry theater that you get in a baseball dugout.
You want a good old-fashioned red ass, Murph.
Yes, absolutely, man. Do you?
I don't mind it at all. Especially in this day and age when we look at the contrast versus what we saw last year in San Francisco under the Gabe Kapler regime. Well, it seems like you need somebody to kind of have that attitude.
If I can borrow from our buddy, I feel anger is a wasted emotion, overrated, and can we evolve past the point where people lose their temper and instead communicate and evolve?
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
I mean, it feels a little different.
It's an energy that creates a negative wave that I prefer to stress the positive.
Yeah, there's no emotions in analytics, Murph.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
It's all about Prince. All right, well, here's Dan. So I looked at the Blue Jays. I'm like, oh, well, they let Chapman go. They must have a better option. They don't. Mm-mm. They don't have a third baseman.
Well, that was the story that came out, that the Toronto Blue Jays offered him at least a 5-year, $100 million contract extension.
Damn.
That him and Scott Boras said no to. And here they are settling for this 1/2/3 year contract now.
Dude, is 808 KNBR, is Scott Boras the worst agent in baseball? I mean, my God, he's turning down 5 years, $100 million. Holy moly. That's, honestly, that's like a, is that crime? A crime against your client, right?
But also the cojones of a Scott Boras to believe that he can go out on the market and get a better deal than that.
Yeah. There we go. Hey, let's play this J.D. Davis sound. Dan Shulman on the potential J.D. Davis trade to the Blue Jays here.
Ever since Matt Chapman signed with the Giants, J.D. Davis's name has come up a little bit. Yeah, because the Blue Jays don't appear to have as much offense as they did last year, and they didn't have enough offense last year. So, there are whispers around, people wondering, I wonder if the Blue Jays and Giants are going to talk now that Davis doesn't appear to have a place to play on a regular basis. Maybe he would come back to Toronto in a trade.
Okay, so we opened it. So we looked at the Blue Jays rotation. I don't know if there's an obvious fit there.
Well, I just want to respond real quick to the 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, who asked the same question I was asking Dan Shulman. Is there any possibility that we can get Kevin Gausman back?
The short answer is no.
No.
That ain't happening.
Nope.
Other than that, so their projected 2024 rotation is the great Kevin Gausman.
Yeah, that's our guy.
Mistake. Right?
Who needs a Kevin Gausman when you could pay Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea?
Jose Barrios, they ain't trading Jose Barrios.
No, Jose's a dude.
He's a darn near all-star. Now you get into somebody, Chris Bassett, who's a little older and it costs a little bit of money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're looking to dump him. He threw 182 innings last year, went 12-10 with a 4.10. I mean, I don't know. Is that...
I mean, if you're looking for a salary to get rid of, if you're the Toronto Blue Jays, he would be the guy at the top of the list.
The other one is Yusei Kikuchi. Kikuchi. Shout out Charo.
Mm-hmm.
He went 9. He threw 149 innings, went 9-9 with a 4.29. He was not brilliant at all, and he's costing them $10 million.
Yeah.
Would you take him?
I mean, again,
at this point in time, brother, you need, dude. We've gone over this a lot today. They don't have a rotation.
No,
right,
at this point, again, I don't think Farhan is likely to go out and get a Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, a top of the rotation kind of arm. That begs the question, do you want one of these inning eaters at the end of your rotation, kind of what we saw with Ross Stripling and Alex Wood and even a little bit of Sean Manaea last year, or do you want to give the opportunity to some young kids, to a guy like Mason Black that pitched over 130 innings last year in AAA and AA? I say just give the kids the opportunity, Murph.
How about splitting the difference? How about giving some of the kids opportunities and adding an innings eater? Because as we're learning, guys, injuries everywhere. If you get a little Fox News take here, buddy, Fox News chime, we got more for you. Bad news. The Giants say Sean Jelly has a right elbow strain and will be reevaluated in a couple weeks. So that's no bueno. The Tristan Beck surgery is official. He will not throw for at least 8 weeks, okay? And then the only good one is that Carson Wisenhunt will start to face hitters on Thursday and still could appear in some games before the end of spring, but it doesn't sound like he's ready to join the rotation either.
No.
So right now, we've gone through this, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, it's Logan Webb. Awesome. Like the beam. Give me the whole bit. We love him, right? By the way, no pressure, Logan. Give us 210 innings and be a Cy Young contender.
That's it.
Just
go lead this rotation.
Yeah, here it is, buddy. Second up, Kyle Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, we're putting it 7 starts. Listen, all the hope in the world. We love this guy. This guy's potential to be Madison Bumgarner, to the Bay Area kid, Bay Area version of Madison Bumgarner. Oh, by the way, did you see the news? Bob Nightingale put out a feeler that that Madison Bumgarner may be interested in returning to baseball.
Whatever. Just give me the ball.
Yeah, I mean,
you're looking for an innings eater, aren't you?
I mean, dude.
If you're looking for cheap options, if you're literally just trying to get bodies to fill the rotation, hey, it's a guy that I'd go to the ballpark to watch pitch.
That would require such a deep dive into where he is physically, where he is mentally. Does he want to work with Brian Price? What does he want money-wise? So he's get ready for this? He's getting $14 million from the Arizona Diamondbacks to chop wood in North Carolina right now.
Good for you, Mad Bum.
To rope steer.
Cash those checks.
I know, right?
To go out to the rodeos as Mason Sanders.
According to Nightingale, he told friends he's contemplating a potential return this summer. What does he want to be, like a trade deadline pickup or something?
Mid-season acquisition?
Yeah, I mean, so it's not going to happen anytime soon, but I wouldn't rule it. Maybe he comes back as a new dude. Jamie Moyer soft tosser. You know what I mean?
Just finessing the hell out of
something like that. But either way, man, it's pretty fun to see the idea that he could come back. Okay, so anyway, we're back to this rotation.
Correct.
So Kyle Harrison, and we're putting a lot on this kid, but there is hope that he could deliver.
That's it, Murph. We were going through our favorite Giants on the roster right now. How you profess your love fest for Matt Chapman, and I put Kyle Harrison as one of my top 3 favorite players on this team. I saw him pitch a bunch in San Jose. Hell, I saw him throw in Sacramento. I was out in Las Vegas last summer, sitting behind home plate with Greg Papa, breaking down some Kyle Harrison tape.
I'm going to put you on the spot here as a pitcher, as a former college pitcher. What is it that you love about him, and why can he be successful?
Because he's got a big league fastball. We talk about how electric he is. He can pitch up in the zone. He's got swing and miss type stuff. His slider is fantastic also. Now, we've talked about the development of his pitches. I still think he needs to hone in on a third pitch. He works on that changeup a lot with Logan Webb. That's something we're going to see this year. And during the offseason, he debuted a cutter also. So I think he's just adding more and more to his repertoire. But every single level that I've seen this kid pitch at, he's just been blowing this fastball by guys. Again, it's a comp that I threw out when he made his debut. He reminds me a lot of Carlos Rodon, and we saw how successful he was in San Francisco before leaving in free agency.
I love it, man. It's all about, there's something about a young fastball. You know what I mean? A 22-year-old fastball that just explodes.
I mean, and that's why he's listed as the #1 left-handed pitching prospect in baseball and just showed up on the top 100 prospect list earlier this week.
Okay, a lot of people, and this not a lot, but every time we get to this topic, somebody brings up Trevor Bauer on the text line. On the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, I was talking to somebody about it, I forget who it was, but they brought up, in addition to everything else, think of the energy that Trevor Bauer would bring. I mean, he had bad energy prior to this whole legal woes. Prior. Yeah, he was a guy that I think a lot of people didn't enjoy.
Murph, he had bad energy back at UCLA when him and Garrett Cole were beefing about who was the ace of the rotation.
So we're talking about this Chapman Giant, the new Matt Chapman, Bob Melvin, Matt Williams Giants, who have completely changed their face since the Kapler Giants, right? And so I'm just going to go ahead and on that alone, I'm going to call Peter on the punt return here and stay away from it. Am I wrong? I mean, is he going to come in and win 18 games and throw 210 innings? I don't know, but to me, it's an energy culture fit.
Oh, and there's a reason why there's 29 other ball clubs across the country who have not reached out to Trevor Bauer. Now, I'm sure there are some teams that are kicking the tires, maybe sitting down for an interview or whatever, but Murph, we don't know if this guy's even going to be playing internationally going forward after some of the offseason stuff that happened again with this guy. There's just too many distractions and too many red flags for a guy like Trevor Bauer.
See, as soon as we mentioned 415 with a gigantic F Bauer, stop even giving him airtime. It's revolting.
People are asking about him.
Okay, 415 says about Kai-Wei Teng. That's another guy that the Giants have been talking about as a developing arm.
Led the Giants last year in minor league innings pitch. So if you're looking for a guy that has innings underneath his arm.
We're getting to the point where we're taking these little baby birds in the nest and just throwing them into the chicken coop or whatever. Terrible analogy. I know, whatever. What I'm saying is like
nice.
Taking these little baby deer and telling them to run past the coyotes. You know what I mean?
But those are your options. Either go with the young guns or it's going to be Ryan Walker starting 14 games again for you again this year as an opener.
Yeah.
Like we looked at the rotation last year. It was Webb. It was Cobb. It was a sprinkle of Anthony DeSclafani. Then you had guys like Ryan Walker and John Brebian next up as guys who were leading your rotation in starts.
Yeah, let's get to it. And by the way, just, good morning, everybody. And if you're just kind of wondering, we've been talking mostly extremely positively about Matt Chapman all day. I loved his quotes. I loved what he had to say. I've already declared him as kind of my favorite Giant with respect to Logan Webb as a pitcher. I sort of separate my position players and my pitchers. Listen, I enjoy a chat with a Yaz. I'm excited for Jung-Hoo Lee. Tyro's grindy and grimy. But, dude, Chapman is everything I wanted in the Giants. I want somebody to come in breathing fire and kicking somebody's ass.
Well, Murph, the real question is, what are you going to do with that Casey Schmidt jersey you got your kid?
I love Casey. And that's, by the way, he's going to rock it because it shows OG bona fides.
Number 6, Casey.
He's got a 6 Schmidt. It's almost like an ancient heirloom at this point in time. They also have Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys. Yeah. They got him for Christmas.
Yes, says his kid's going to be a superstar.
Okay. All right. Well, so they asked Farhan. They said, hey, listen, it's all great that you have Chapman at third base, and now you have, Soler, Chapman, and Lee. You've added 3 legitimate everyday players to your lineup. What about your pitching?
Yeah, fair enough. I guess I should address, the pitching side of things. We have talked all offseason, been very consistent that, our plan was to continue to graduate some of the young pitchers that we're really high on to the big leagues, particularly in the rotation. And again, the plan all along has been to give our young pitchers opportunities to, try to create a defense that would, support them in their transition. And that's one of the reasons Matt was such a priority. So, I'll say what I, said last time we talked after we signed Soler, where, the offseason's really over as far as we're concerned. And, we're more in season mode, which, doesn't mean you can't make additions, but it's a different dynamic because, we're really focused on the players that we have and how they're all going to fit together. So that's the best way I can answer that question.
Okay, man. So if you guys need to know the names, I know hardos know it, but the casuals probably do not. The name you want to look at is Mason Black. Mm-hmm. That's a name. And I know it's not sexy, but this guy, Spencer Howard, I would anticipate he might be in the opening day rotation. I mean, opening 5 rotation.
I mean, because that's when we're looking at some of these young prospects. We also have to remind ourselves which one of these guys are healthy. Because Carson Wizhunt is coming back off an elbow injury at the end of the year. Uh-huh. Like I've said it multiple times on air, I expect Carson Wizhunt to be in this rotation at some point of the season, but he's not going to break camp in this rotation. We brought up Keaton Wynn, and he's back to throwing bullpens.
Yeah, but again, no guarantee.
There's no guarantee.
Yeah.
He's moving towards the back end also. Obviously, we mentioned Tristan Beck. Like, these guys are not all healthy to ready to go. So when you're looking at realistic, healthy options, it's Mason Black. We thought Sean Jelly could be maybe in the picture. Mm-hmm. We got the update. He's injured. So, yeah, you're looking at Mason Black, Spencer Howard.
Dalton Jeffries.
Yeah, I mean, I know Hayden Birdsong's getting some innings right now, but they're not using him as a starter.
Dude,
so
Mason Black, come on down.
Yeah, welcome to the Mason Black era.
Your life is calling right
black,
now.
Baby.
There you go, man. And 916 says, well, why aren't you guys talking about how temporary this all is? Because Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb will be back. And I've heard Tolbert say that a lot. Mm-hmm. Tolbert's whole thing is like, if you can just stay in the mix until the All-Star break, and then all of a sudden you're going Webb, Cobb, Ray, Harrison, you're legit. And that's if Cobb and Ray bounce back to what we expect, which is, you expect that to happen. So there it is, man. Anyway, by the way, we looked at, we're like, that means you got to get off to a decent start. You realize the first 7 games are 4 at San Diego, 3 at L.A.
Bring them on, Murph. Bring them on.
Somebody had a great text, and then we'll wrap it up and get to Mark Spears. But a great text saying, I'm afraid of, he said, I love the Chapman signing. I'm sorry, I don't have the area code on it. I missed it. But he said, I love the Chapman signing, but I fear if this team gets any better, just means Ohtani will break our hearts that much later in the season. So there you go. Pretty good text right there. Mark Spears next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
We are going to bring back old school Giant baseball.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
MLB Network's insider John Morosi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to break down Matt Chapman's deal with the San Francisco Giants and what it means for future free agents coming to San Francisco. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Connection made, yes, Mark Spears. We saw him at the Gotham Club last week at that Bay Area host committee thing. You know what? And one of you was wearing a KNBR parka, and he's like, "Where's mine?" So we got to get him one. I don't think he's had one since. So, young Tony and Curly, get Marcus Mark Spears a KNBR parka, man. It's the least you deserve, buddy. Good morning, Mark. How are you, man?
What's up, Mark?
Yeah, even my wife had some swag on recently. She had. I'm like, dang, I ain't even got nothing. How you got something, man? So I understand 3XLT is not something that's like regularly found in stores. So
well, you're a large drink of water, man. What do you go? What do you go about? 6'6", 6'5"?
I'm 6'6".
Yeah,
and it's actually it's funny, Murph, because I saw Mark at the golf.
Thanks for not adding the weight to it.
Hey, man.
And I told Mark,
let you be you.
I told Mark, I said, you set the standard high for all of his kids out of San Jose trying to make it in the sports media world. And he looked at me and said, yeah, it's because I'm so tall.
Yeah, and in the Hall of Fame, too, by the way. So you better get to Marcus. If your career doesn't end in the Basketball Hall of Fame, you're a failure. All right, buddy?
That's it.
All right, Mark Spears, ESPN Anscape. Let's start with the most recent sighting of the Golden State Warriors. And I guess the question is, Mark, what the hell was that?
You know what, man? I'm a grand scheme guy. I look at the big picture. Yeah, it was awful. It was a debacle. But if someone would have told you before this trip that the Warriors going to go 3-1 and get beat down by Boston, but go 3-1 on this trip, you'd be like, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Boston is beating up everybody at home. Maybe not to that amount, but they've lost like one game at home. I'm sure there was still some fatigue about getting into Toronto in 7:15 in the morning or whatever after playing against New York. The one thing that I think is interesting is, the really good teams, the Denvers, the Bostons, they are having their way with Golden State. The Warriors are winning games that they're supposed to win, but I didn't have any problem with the road trip to go 3-on-1 on a road trip to win, 6 of their last 8. I'm feeling good about this team. I think it's a one-off. They got big fish to fry tomorrow in the Milwaukee Bucks on ESPN again. So hopefully, that won't be embarrassing. But the Bucks are finally under Doc Rivers. They're really playing good basketball. They've won 6 in a row. But I think after that for the Warriors, if they could get past tomorrow, starts to get a little bit easier. They got a pair against the Spurs and Chicago, which actually just beat the Kings, but Warriors should be able to beat them. They got some wins like New York, if they're still depleted. Memphis, they got some winnable games coming again, and hopefully could move up in these standings. Although the West certainly isn't being kind to them either.
And Mark, since we're speaking of big picture, I think I'm with you. I wasn't too concerned about the blowout loss in Boston, but I was concerned seeing that Steph Curry was listed as questionable with that knee injury on Sunday. What's the big picture outlook on Steph Curry and his status for tomorrow night's game?
Yeah, got a couple days off. it's nice that they got back. It was a day game, right? So they got back Sunday night. Got a couple of days off. I'm guessing he'll be fine tomorrow. And because of the blowout, he didn't get to play much. Right. So if there is a silver lining about that game, is Steph only played 17 minutes. Clay only played 12 minutes. Draymond played 14 minutes. Kuminga 20. So basically playing half a game in a matinee game with several days off. I feel like the whole team will be well rested come Wednesday night.
Yeah, I mean, it was. So, I mean, I'm with you. 3-1 is everything. Write it off, right? I'm just making sure there wasn't anything more like, it's just, I mean, I know it happens and they've done it 3 times.
Yeah.
I'm just crossing all my T's and dotting all my I's that there wasn't some sort of red flag out of that game. And I'm cool buying that there was no red flag, but so you're here to say, don't take a red flag. Go ahead.
Let's see what happens tomorrow night, right? I mean, but then again, this is another major opponent. I think the problem right now, and I don't mean to be the killjoy guy, but are we being realistic with what this team is?
Well, there it is.
Right? Like, it's in the Warriors fans' eyes, there's just been so much success. I think you think championship, where to me, like, I dare hate say it, is this a successful season if they could make it to the playoffs and perhaps get to the second round? I just don't see this as a championship team at the moment. Just when they're playing the greats, the greats are successful. Like, you know, I just always felt like Denver was going to win that game. I mean, Boston did what it did. So to me, this is a playoff team. It's not a championship team. But I feel like the aura of the Warriors and what it has been makes probably Dub Nation feel like we should view them as something bigger than they are.
Yeah, and the Warriors are taking on another championship caliber team this Wednesday, taking on the Milwaukee Bucks. But, Mark, I'm guessing that we're going to not see the same strategy versus Damian Lillard as we saw the Warriors have against Jaylen Brown on Sunday.
Yeah, no, you wanted to, I mean, but can you double Dame, right? Like, or leave him alone? I mean, pick your poison, right? What are you going to do? I mean, the guy can walk past half court and shoot it. And anytime he plays in the Bay Area, he gets excited. The one thing I actually thought about was interesting with Dame having won, and this is talk about looking ahead. How cool is it going to be for him next year to try to three-peat in the three-point competition in Oakland? Because the three-point competition, the dunk competition, that's in Oakland.
Okay, so pause right there. We said that yesterday, and then somebody corrected us and said that is at Chase and that they're going to do like a practice in Oakland. Do you have the goods on that, Mark?
Double check that.
Yeah, because we said, because I went with that yesterday, and I got corrected by our young crack staff behind the glass. They said that they're doing the Friday night in Oakland with the Rising Stars and Celebrity, and then they're going to do a practice Saturday, but that the dunk and the three-point would be at Chase. Because we were talking about Caitlin Clark and Sabrina possibly teaming up against Clay and Steph. We were saying there's no way Joe Lacob would let it out of his palace. You know, bring me the best.
Let's double check that. Is that right?
Yeah. But I didn't mean to interrupt you there, buddy. Sorry.
No. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be.
I'm wrong every freaking segment,
I'll be wrong
dude.
Again.
I'm on every segment.
Right, but Mark, just on the topic of Dame, though, I did want to ask you if he has that same motivation playing in San Francisco versus the motivation he had playing back in his hometown in Oakland.
I think he always has, because it's home and all his family is quietly Warriors fans. So, you know, there's that part of it. But, you know, certainly Oakland has a different feeling to him. He used to walk to his house to the game, you know, from Brookfield neighborhood and sneak in, you know. It's funny, he once told me a story about how, I don't even know if most Warriors fans remember this. Remember the mascot?
Yeah, Thunder.
Oh, Thunder, yeah.
Thunder. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said man, when I was a kid, I saw Thunder without his uniform on, and the guy got mad at me.
It's like being at Disneyland and seeing like Snow White smoking behind the
kid with his head off.
Yeah. So
And then
funny.
he says this, and I'm like, Dame claims that he used to sneak in the media lounge and get sodas during games, and which basically told me, well, if you're doing this, I've been covering the NBA since '99, and if you're doing this like in the early 2000s, I would have perhaps seen him. You know what I mean? Like sneaking in there and getting some soda. You know, but that so no, I think that venue certainly will always have special meaning to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know what? I'm trying to find it and double check it, but you know, perhaps
we're printing it out right now. So if you want to run over to KNBR, we'll have one for you.
I'll tell you what, it was Indianapolis was confusing too, because it was like they had the celebrity game, or no, the Rising Stars Challenge was at the Pacers Arena, and so was the All-Star game, but the dunk contest was at the Colts Stadium.
Okay.
So that's why I'm like led to believe that, you know, again, I'm probably wrong, you're probably right.
Well, here we have. Okay, so here's our producer Curly. He just walked it in. Curly in the slacks says here, Friday, February 14th, NBA All-Star Celebrity Game, Oakland Arena. Friday, February 14th, NBA Rising Stars Chase Center. Saturday, February 15th, NBA All-Star Practice, Oakland Arena. Saturday, February 15th, NBA HBCU Classic, Oakland Arena. Saturday, February 15th, G League Next Up Game, Oakland Arena. Saturday, February 15th, State Farm All-Star Saturday Night, Chase Center.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So they get the
You're right.
They get the Rising Stars on Friday, or they get the
Dang,
celebrity.
Man, I would have rather that been at Oracle, because if you think about it, who will ever forget the Vince Carter dunk contest, right?
Right.
2000. That was the first All-Star game I went to. Vince was amazing. That was the greatest, to me, individual performance in the dunk contest. I mean, obviously, Dominique versus Jordan was amazing, and so was Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon. But I don't know if there was a more dominant performance than what we saw with Vince Carter. I still remember Shaq standing up with his mouth agape, holding a camcorder.
And by the way,
with a camcorder.
that shows you what's sad about that, Mark, is what shows you how far the dunk contest has fallen. We used to get the Vince Carters of the world, right?
Yeah, but, you know, I was happy that Jaylen Brown did it.
That
was cool.
That's true.
You know, maybe that'll encourage some guys to get it, because I think maybe the reason why LeBron didn't do it, which changed the identity of everything in terms of stars being involved with it, was perhaps fear of losing and feeling embarrassed if you didn't. I mean, nobody embarrassed Jaylen Brown? He's fine. He lost, right? I mean, the other guy was amazing, but I think a lot of people respected the fact that Jaylen Brown did it. I think the thing they need to change now is the judges. Gosh.
Yeah, man, I know. What was that? It's truly bizarre. It was like, I don't know if they were I don't know what was going on there.
I got to get on my boy GP, Gary Payton. I'm like, Gary wasn't no dunker. Why he, you know?
Hey, before I let you go, just a little bit. So we obviously will follow the Curry knee thing. It's going to be a big deal. Clay, and it seems like, you know, we've talked to you about him forever, about this transition and the injury, whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, is it comfortable to say that he's found his spot? Like he's hit the cruising altitude? He's good, or is that an overstatement?
I think the fact that he's accepted it is the best part about it. You know, although he's been up and down, it's interesting to see stars at this point in their career. Like I saw Iverson fight it, coming off the bench, Allen Iverson, and ultimately it lead to him like ending his career prematurely. Then you see guys like Chauncey Billups and Tracy McGrady and Grant Hill, and trying to think of some others who, Chris Paul, who have accepted, maybe they didn't love it, but they've accepted like coming off the bench. And so for Clay to like accept, like also like losing it to a rookie, right, is, somewhat surprising to me, remarkable to me that he's had that mentality like, hey, this could keep my career along longer. This would keep my career in Golden State longer. I don't see him leaving. I don't see him wanting to leave if the Warriors come to something fair. And if this is his role, he saw the Ginobili analogy that he gave, I thought was beautiful. I'm just really impressed with the fact that he accepted it so quickly and so elegantly and so intelligently. And, this perhaps could have added a couple more years to his career.
Last one I wanted to ask you about, Mark, is this Giannis Achilles injury, and what do you think his status is for tomorrow night's game at Chase Center?
That's a good question. Don't know the answer to it. I hope he plays. He's day-to-day at the moment, but, the Bucks have been playing great basketball without him. That's the thing, too. Like, he makes one visit to Chase. I know people go there to see Curry, right? But there are going to be people that are going to be driving maybe 100 or so miles to see Giannis. And I take Giannis as a guy who has a Jordan, a Kobe mentality that he wants to play. So if he's hurt, he's hurt. And when you have an Achilles injury thing, hey, the Warriors fans saw with Kevin Durant, you rest him. So, perhaps Milwaukee feels like they could still be Golden State without him. So when you got somebody that great, I had to err on the side of caution. So if he doesn't play tomorrow with something like that, I wouldn't be surprised. And also I want to reiterate too, like I covered Doc Rivers for 2 years. He always errs on the side of caution with injuries. So if Giannis doesn't play tomorrow, don't be surprised, because that's kind of the mentality Doc goes with stars.
Yeah, and we'll be following Curry's knee for sure. So, all right, man. Now we got to go rummage in our closet and find that triple XL, man. All right.
3XLT.
All right, buddy. Man. All right, man. Always great catching up. Great seeing you last week. Can't wait for the next one.
Hey, and while you're at it, can you get more stores that have size 15 shoes?
15. Yeah. Is that place in Atlanta everybody goes? Is that the place to go,
Yeah. No, online.
Online. 15. Man, you got to talk to... Yeah, you got to... Oh, by the way, you are making that big trip, right? Across the pond?
Yeah, man. I'm going to South Africa tomorrow.
Incredible.
Should be fun.
Incredible.
Basketball Africa League. Tune in.
We are definitely going to chase you down there, man. Last time we did it was incredible. On the beach in Senegal with the mint tea.
Oh, gold
Let's go.
on you.
Well, Joe Kim, Noah, and I on Monday are going to a Lions Park and Safari.
Oh, man. You're living, buddy. Long
wish
way.
me luck and I don't get caught, too.
What's the name of what was the name of the park you played pickup in San Jose again?
Oh, man, Cherry Park, baby.
Yeah, you're a long way from Cherry Park, kid.
You got that right.
All right, buddy. Fly safe. Enjoy.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah,
all right.
Mark.
Hey, listen, we've done all morning long. We can react to this Spears thing on the other side, but also just if you care, 808 KNBR and the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line 415-808-5627. The Russell Wilson release, and is it the worst trade in NFL history? Just want to hit that on the way out of the show.
If you care.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I just don't see this as a championship team at the moment.
and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I'm enjoying the classic rock riffs of young Tony, who, by the way, made his on-air debut today. Today's been a big day in a number of ways. I declared Matt Chapman my favorite Giant. We had some fun talking about the pitching rotation and what's going on. Young Tony made his debut on the mic. And then I just went next level. I just got an email from my cousin Mike. Turns out John Joe Curley and I have a lot more in common than you realize, buddy.
Ooh.
My cousin introduced, turns out I didn't know this till now, but my cousin introduced him and his wife, Kevin Waters, rest in peace, who we lost.
Wow.
Introduced these two, and my cousin Ann taught him at St. Cecilia.
Whoa.
And he's by the way, he's supposed to only be referred to as John Joe.
So
John Joe Curley.
Your cousin is John Curley's Mike Silver.
Yes, that's correct.
If I'm connecting the dots.
That's an incredible pull on your part, yes. And sadly, we lost him, and we miss him. But, yeah, it's crazy. This guy and I are essentially freaking, in some sort of perverse San Francisco Irish circle way, we're somehow related.
Damn.
In some perverse way.
No wonder why he got the job, huh?
Cronyism. Definite cronyism, for sure. There's no question. So now he's John Joe.
John Joe.
Yeah. Or Curly in the Slacks.
I just hope he produces better than Connor Joe.
So, well, there you go. Actually, Connor Joe's a guy who wound up being a dude.
I'll say Connor Joe actually did pretty well with Colorado.
All right. So, listen, we've been talking Chapman all morning, and it's been fun and everything. But I wanted just to do something different and fresh for the final segment here.
Ooh.
And that's the Russell Wilson release, because, man, oh, man.
Broncos country, let's ride.
I mean, we have a million questions. So many different angles to this whole thing. Number one, there's so many. Number one, is it the worst trade in NFL history?
I mean, it's on the short list, right?
Okay, I mean, so I grew up in the belief that it was always going to be the Herschel Walker trade.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's our generation. So what happened was, young Tony, you need to know this. The Dallas Cowboys traded Herschel Walker to the Minnesota Vikings and absolutely fleeced them. Let me get the exact haul right in front of you here. The Minnesota Vikings wanted running back Herschel Walker, which is, by the way, hilarious in today's day and age where they're devaluing running backs so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
To give up your whole entire draft for one.
The Cowboys got in return 5 players and 8 draft picks, including 3 first-rounders and 3 second-rounders just for a running back.
Wow. Dude. You know what that is, Murph?
Not bad for a running back.
I think somebody got the Vikings GM at the end of a bender. I don't know, man. At the end of the bender that Curly was on at McKeegs when he met his wife.
Nice.
I mean, my God.
Yeah, but here's the question. Did the Herschel Walker contract then leave that team with $85 million in a dead salary cap hit?
No, but the Cowboys were able to draft, they used one of the draft picks for Emmitt Smith. And Darren Woodson.
Not bad.
So there was no salary cap back then.
Yeah.
So that's the answer to your question. So the Broncos, there's so many different angles to this thing. Number one, how bad it was for Denver. Number two, somebody said on the way in, I was listening, do you think Sean Payton came in to get rid of him? Like, he hated him from day one.
Yeah, they were butting heads from the get-go, whether it was the reports about Russell Wilson having his own private office and his own private locker away from the rest of the team. It never seemed like those two were compatible. But wouldn't you figure that out as an organization after you traded Drew Lock and a couple other players? I think Noah Fant was in that trade. Not like huge names, but they gave him 2 first-round draft picks, 2 second-round draft picks, and a 5th-rounder, and then gave him a $254 million contract extension.
It is definitely the modern Herschel Walker trade. It's for sure. I think basically it's 2. I think it's. There's also, by the way, don't forget, do you remember when Mike Ditka traded his entire draft for Ricky Williams? Do you guys remember that one?
Oh, on the Saints, right?
Yeah, Ricky Williams was this incredible
Texas Longhorns, baby.
Texas Longhorn. And ready for this? It was the 1999 NFL draft, and he was considered one of the greatest running back prospects of all time. So Mike Ditka gave let me give you the exact, he sent 8 draft picks, including 2 first-rounders for Ricky Williams. So
those are big hauls.
There's Trey Lance? Is this at all?
3 first-round draft picks.
Was it 3?
For a guy, yeah, in total, it was 3.
Trey Lance
including the one you had to give up to move up.
This makes the list.
Yeah.
It makes the list.
It's on the short end
Now,
of the
when
list.
you hear
By the
about-
way, just an update. I heard some rumors about maybe Trey Lance to the Minnesota Vikings this offseason since they're moving on from Kirk Cousins.
Who's this guy think he is? Herschel Walker?
Hometown kid
Come on,
coming
man.
back, yeah.
Wow, are you serious?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Well, hey, listen. Think that guy can be a successful quarterback in the NFL one day?
I mean, we still don't know what the hell Trey Lance is.
No.
He got 4 starts with the 49ers, correct? And then they moved on to Brock Purdy.
So here's my question for you, buddy, because here's the teams. First of all, Denver's going with what? Who are they going with now? Who's Denver's quarterback going to be
That's
now?
a great question. I think they're going to draft somebody.
Okay.
I mean, last year at the end of the year, they went with Jared Stidham, took over for Russell Wilson once he got benched.
So that's their guy right now.
Jared Stidham.
Okay, so listen, these are the lists everybody comes up with, but here are the 5 most likely landing spots for Russell Wilson. New England Patriots.
Okay.
Jared Mayo, new coach. Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, moving on from Kirk Cousins.
Right, if they don't get Trey Lance. The Atlanta Falcons.
They need a quarterback badly, but I've heard them linked a lot to Justin Fields.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
That one makes the most sense for a playoff team that's desperate for a quarterback.
And forget Raiders country. Let's ride. Dude,
Raider
would
Nation.
you take them in silver and black?
Let's ride. Murph, after the quarterback play I saw last year from Jimmy Garoppolo and Aiden O'Connell, I would take Russell Wilson as a stopgap quarterback.
The record to show, Jimmy's still catching strays from Marcus here on March 5th.
Well, you think I'm going to talk about the Raiders and not talk about Jimmy G?
By the way, is he officially, it gets next week? Is that when he gets released?
I believe so, because with that PED that he popped for, the Raiders can move on and don't have to pay $1 to Jimmy Garoppolo.
But it was not a true PED. It was like a prescription. So it was only a 2-game suspension, not a 4-way.
It wasn't a true PED. What is this dude taking, Blue Rhinos at the gas station?
Something like that. Anyway, and by the way, that leads us to, would you take Jimmy G as a backup?
Ooh.
And you guys are saying, no, it would be like, you were saying it was like being Brandon Crawford as a backup shortstop.
Yeah, I say no. No in San Francisco. We've gone through this discourse before. Now, would you take Russell Wilson as a backup in San Francisco?
Russ is going to be a backup somewhere, is he?
I don't think so. I mean,
starter.
you would assume that he's going to get another opportunity, but he's not getting another big payday, I'll
You know
tell
what's
you
funny
that.
about Russ last year? Low-key, not that bad last year.
No,
No.
which was surprising when the Broncos decided to bench him when they were still kind of in playoff contention towards the end of the year.
You know what this does do is jeopardize his Hall of Fame status.
You think this hurts his legacy?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I think I saw Mike Sando wrote about it, that there's some cloudiness. I heard RG3 adamantly saying he's in. But they were in the same draft class, RG3 and Russell Wilson.
It's crazy to think about.
Russ is 35. Does he appear to you to be physically washed?
Well, towards the end of his career in Seattle, I know he had that thumb injury, and his play started to drop off. But you can go back and look at his numbers from last year. I know the Broncos wanted to go towards more of a run-heavy game. If we're talking about maybe connection with the Raiders, they have questions on whether or not they're going to bring back Josh Jacobs or not. But when you have a wide receiver like Devontae Adams, Russ still has the deep ball. He was still going deep to Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. He was doing it with Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy. I don't think it's a bad idea to kick the tires on someone like Russell Wilson.
So, by the way, did I read that the Broncos are paying him $35 million?
Yeah, I think total they owe him $85 million for the remainder of his contract in guaranteed money.
Absolutely incredible.
So it definitely goes down as one of the worst trades in NFL history. Now, Murph, where does it go across sports? Whether we're talking about the Babe Ruth trade with the Red Sox and the Yankees or your favorite, the Mookie Betts trade from the Red Sox to the Dodgers.
I still think, and maybe it's just a generational thing for me, the Herschel Walker one, because it directly produced the Dallas Cowboys dynasty. Like, no joke, you can directly trace their 3 Super Bowl wins right to that trade. So, and that makes the Minnesota Vikings look so bad.
Yeah.
So I'm still going to go with that one because of the Cowboy dynasty that resulted. The Trey Lance one, the Niners were able to escape it, believe it or not.
And make the damn Super Bowl.
I mean, the Saints one, were the Saints going to be a contender anyway? And the tricks they traded away didn't build a dynasty. But this one is as embarrassing a trade as we can remember in the 21st century.
Correct.
For sure. So, and he's your future quarterback. All right, guys, we'll break on the
Raider
other
Nation,
side.
let's
Final
ride.
thoughts on Chapman and the Giants pitching on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So this is J.D. Davis's walk-up? So Young Tone, I want you to come on again. This is Young Tony. So first of all, Marcus and I, we're team players, so we move so that Papa and Lund can slide in. They're arriving fashionably.
We're swapping seats, Murph, and anybody watching on the stream can actually see Young Tony through the glass right behind us, actually.
Today he made his debut on mic.
He did.
So what are you playing right now, buddy?
Lay Low by Tiesto. Some good EDM music.
And I had to call out Young Tony because
you've already talked over.
Yeah.
You just talked over Marcus.
And here's the thing.
I'm cracking this kid hard.
Earlier this morning, he tried to come at me with a little Midnight Joker, a little Steve Miller Band, and said, yeah, this is J.D. Davis's walk-up music. And Murph, as a man that's been running the board for the morning show the last 2-3 years, you know that I am locked in on walked-up music. Yeah. Whether it's warm-up music, whether we're talking Killer Whale with Logan Webb, whether we're talking Jungle and Andre Nicotino with Brandon Crawford, I'll give you all the walk-up songs. So when he told me that J.D. Davis was using Steve Miller Band Midnight Joker, I said, wait up a second. That's my karaoke go-to song.
Is it?
I would have been singing in the crowd if J.D. Davis was using Midnight Joker.
Some people call you the Space Cowboy.
Some call me the Gangster of Love, Murph.
They call you Maurice, too.
That's it, baby. Maurice Marcus. Any way you want to go. But I remember distinctly being at the ballpark last year and hearing this Tiesto-type beat and like the club environment that J.D. Davis was bringing to the plate.
It's okay. Here we go. Here's now my sports tie-in. Will this song be playing up in Toronto?
Ooh.
Because we had Dan Schulman on saying, we talked about Matt Chapman and everything. And if you guys missed the whole show today, I came out of my pre-show cave just gushing. I said, this is the guy I've been waiting for. I said, Matt Chapman's my favorite Giant right now. So
I mean, it was almost love at first sight for you and Matt Chapman.
And it kind of gets to the point that I always admired the hell out of him over in Oakland, but I couldn't really admit it because he was an A, and there's this whole little A's Giants thing, and I would always love to tease A's fans whenever they would talk about Bob Melvin or this or that. But oh yeah, he's a hum baby. He's a hum baby. And oh yeah, you got Bob Melvin? Yeah, he's a hum baby. But I've always loved Chapman. Always loved his game. I've wanted him for a long time. So excited he's here. He brings the excitement, the sizzle, the intrigue that the Giants have been missing. No, I'm not saying he's going to win the freaking MVP award, but I am saying that he's going to make this team more interesting and more compelling. So I came out of the cave today announcing that. And then we had Dan Schulman on, and he was saying, yeah, everything you believe is true. The guy's going to bring it on and off the field. And then I started looking at the Blue Jays third base depth chart. I'm like, well, who did they pass up? They let Chapman walk, so who do they got? They got nobody. They got your guy, Kiner Falefa.
Yeah, and they actually moved Vladimir Guerrero Jr. away from third base over to first. Also plays as a DH, but a big reason why they moved him away from the hot corner is because they bring in Matt Chapman.
So they don't really have a third baseman.
No.
Isaiah Kiner Falefa, who is at best, a role player?
Yeah, he's a defensive utility man.
And then they have Turner, but Justin Turner, he's 39. He's not going to play it. They got Eduardo Escobar, he's 35. He's not going to do it. So if you're looking for their baseman, Dan Schulman says maybe they call each other here.
Ever since Matt Chapman signed with the Giants, J.D. Davis's name has come up a little bit. Yeah, because the Blue Jays don't appear to have as much offense as they did last year, and they didn't have enough offense last year. So, there are whispers around, people wondering, I wonder if the Blue Jays and Giants are going to talk now that Davis doesn't appear to have a place to play on a regular basis. Maybe he would come back to Toronto in a trade.
Okay. Get it going, man. Now, this is what I believe. I truly believe. Farhan said, no, there's no more moves to make. No, he's going to make a move.
Yeah.
I think he is.
I don't think you go into the season with both J.D. Davis and Joey Bart on your roster.
But Bart doesn't, the value's just not there for Bart right now. It's just not. There's value for J.D. Davis for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And you throw Joey Bart in as a package deal. I mean, it's not like he's a huge hit on the salary cap.
I mean, to be totally honest, if the Giants had started their season with J.D. Davis at third base, it wouldn't have been a disaster at all. No, he's a nice third baseman.
Yeah,
he is.
And he improved a lot defensively since coming to San Francisco because the storyline about him in New York was he just couldn't play defense and he couldn't be anything more than a platoon player.
You know who got the credit for it is Kai Correa.
Yeah.
Kai with his fungos. Baby wash, Kai Correa. Look at Greg. He looks good. He looks put together, too.
Papa's looking sharp this morning.
No more of these. Not like Sons of Johnny LeMaster hoodie and Giants hat. He's kind of look.
See, I don't know. He walked in with a box, Murph. He might have like 5 or 6 different hats for his wardrobe changes.
He looks good. What is that? Yeah, you come on in. Ooh. What do you got? He's got a.
Go grab some scissors and come back.
We're gonna get into Papa's package.
Papa's got a brand new package.
A little bit. Was that? I know. That was the joke, Tony. Hey, Tony. Young Tony, you can come on and say pause. That's the value you add to the show now. Throw on the mic. So I say, here, let me do this again. Yeah, we're going to talk about Papa's package.
Pause.
There it is. See?
Perfect.
Your radio talent is blossoming. Blossoming right there. He just gave us a pause there. Or what did we talk about earlier with Nick Foles and Jason Kelsey? Right?
They don't call him Big Blank Nick for nothing, Murph.
Well, big Greg's package here.
Usually we're talking about Danny's big pole, not Papa's big package.
The biggest pick on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special.
Incredible. A rare moment when he wasn't bawling during that press conference.
That was great audio today, I got to say.
Yeah. I told you, ESPN played the first 20 seconds. He couldn't even get a word out. And it was incredible audio because I was listening to a simulcast on the SiriusXM radio on the drive in, so I wasn't getting the video. The audio alone was just snot bubbles. It was incredible. It was like 25 seconds of snot bubbles.
He was crying his heart out. His brother Travis Kelsey was front row crying his eyes out.
You think Taylor was looking from Singapore going, I need my guy a little tougher.
She's probably sitting there like, oh, wait until I release this album about how I'm going to break up with Travis Kelsey. Then he's really going to be balling.
All right, G-Pop, you open the package.
You're talking about Papa's package or Papa's box?
Yeah, what's in the box, Papa? What's in the
Papa's
box?
Papa's package is in Papa's box.
Yeah, let's check out the package. Let me see that package.
So I've not been in the studio.
It's been a couple
Since
weeks.
The event of February the 11th.
Yes, that's right.
Sarge is coming in to feed us lunch.
That's right. Yeah.
If Sarge is out and about, we can all be out and about.
Yes.
But
that's right. Sarge is showing
I flew
face.
back from Vegas the next night. You know who I sat right next to?
Who?
A Bay Area staple. He's been around forever. Been to every Super Bowl. Banjo Man.
Wow.
Also known as Propeller.
Oh, this is incredible.
You got a propeller hat?
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely.
Wow.
You
Look what he sent me.
You look like Farhan Zaidi.
He spelled my name Poppa. That's all right.
Lack of respect.
Close enough, right? Close enough.
Outrageous lack of respect there.
All right. But he gave me a Warriors propeller hat.
Wow.
He gave me a Niners propeller hat. Two of them, right?
Wow.
He gave me, oh boy, I can't pull this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
toss that one over here, Papa. Yeah, toss that one over here.
Shane gets that one. Hope
That's
you
the
fly
closest
away,
we've
brother.
come to.
And
He
then,
actually was touching it.
He talked my entire, John was there.
He touched the Raider hat.
I
He
had
did.
a late flight, like left at 10 o'clock that night or whatever, 8:30. I was so tired because I didn't sleep much after the Super Bowl. And I just wanted to sleep.
Yeah.
Banjo Man, he didn't break the banjo out, but he would not. He was worse than Lou Campanelli on a flight when I was going to Dallas. It's like, I'm sleeping. I'm drooling, and he's still talking. And you know what he was talking about?
What?
We just lost the damn Super Bowl 30 hours earlier. All he talked about was Oakland A's baseball. He loves the A's. You know what else he loved?
Yeah, he does.
Lon Simmons, and he sent me a Lon Simmons CD.
Wow, you know what, man?
Right here.
awesome.
So we love you, Banjo Man.
Except for
I didn't
take
have
a
a hat
shower
today.
and use some deodorant. That
My
dude
hair's-
smells bad. I mean, that dude, it's...
Be nice, John. He's not happy
I know,
with me.
but he just, he
Yeah,
is...
You know
took
what's
a shot at him
incredible
on
about
the
him?
show.
He
said, you want a propeller hat, Chad?
You know what's amazing? G-Pop.
I was going to say, these are brand new. These don't smell.
He looked old and gray at the 82 catch game.
Yeah.
And it's 40 years later. He looks the same guy.
That is the charm.
That is actually incredible. G-Pop with incredible content right there.
You like my
Perfect way to leave
package, my
that.
box?
Yeah, I
Give
love
us a
that.
spin on that propeller, Greg.
Young Tone.
Spin it for
Where
the
is
camera.
it
There it
exactly?
is.
Does it work?
Young Tone,
Yeah,
he
it's
just
moving.
said, do you like his package? You know what you say, Young Tone.
Pause.
There you go. Thank you very much.
You like my box
And
better?
when it's time for a change,
My
thanks
wife
to
can't
VE
wrestle,
Oil
but you ought to
Change
see her
and Auto
box.
Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And the biggest dick on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special.
Remember when Bobby Boucher showed up at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl, do you?
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
And the 3-2. Davis swings, line drive, center field, a base hit. Pinder scores. Here comes Yastrzemski right behind him. He'll score without a throw. Conforto all the way to third. A second hit today for J.D. Davis. He knocks in a pair. It's 6-1 Giants.
Obviously, everybody's aware of the situation, but, I think there's other opportunities for JD on this team. JD's a great baseball player. I've known JD since I was like 18 years old. We're buddies. I wouldn't say awkward. I would just say, obviously, we understand the situation. Baseball's frustrating sometimes, and unfortunately, things like that happen. But JD's been nothing but supportive, and I'm here to help JD and support JD in any way. We're teammates, and that's what we're focused on, is winning baseball games. And I think there's at-bats for JD all over the place.
Except I'm taking his job, so get the hell out of my way. That's Matt Chapman.
JD pitch? JD can pitch, can he? He's got a good arm.
We'll get into I love stuff like that. All right, we'll get into some of the things Matt Chapman said at Giants camp yesterday. Are you a signs guy? Because I'm into signs.
Libra.
I don't want people to think I'm some weirdo, but I do believe in signs. So, for example, Sean Jelly is now out for a few weeks. He's got a sprained elbow. He's out for a few weeks.
It doesn't mean that your birthday is February 21st, so you are, what are you, a Ford Taurus?
I'm a Pisces.
You're a fish?
I'm not big into big into that sign.
Okay.
But something happens in life, and that's a sign
Tristan
for something,
Beck
right?
And Keaton Wynn, and now Jelly Roll.
Yeah, right. Jelly Roll is out, and Beck now had the surgery.
You sound like Scott Boras.
Successful surgery.
Baseball's in a pitching crisis.
Exactly.
The Giants in particular?
So Jelly's out for a few weeks, and Beck just had surgery. He can't throw for 8 weeks. And
is
it's
that
like
Rod Beck or Tristan Beck?
It'd
be good news if Shooter Beck
6 feet under. He can't pitch for a while. So
down by the river.
It's like Farhan is like stuck in like, we've got enough pitching. It's like, hey, dude, now Jelly's out. It's like, you don't have any pitching. And Scott Boras is like this evil master over here going, ah, ha, ha, ha. Because I just saw in Boston now that Giolito, he's out for the year. So
UCL.
I don't know what deal Scott Boras is making with the devil, but he's like, ha 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 ha. So here you go, and it's like, every single day somebody gets hurt. But I'm not saying that Farhan's going to go get Snell, but every day that goes by, it seems like some pitcher for the Giants is getting hurt, and it's like, this morning I remembered J.D. Davis was worth. What was the dude that went to the Mets? Darren Ruff. So J.D. Davis was in the Darren Ruff trade, right? So I don't know what he's worth. He's worth like a Darren Ruff-ish kind of guy. So he's
better than that.
Okay, he is. He's good. He's a good player.
He
He's been
revitalized
hitting in
his
spring.
career.
So look, he's worth a 4 or 5, but like, go get somebody, man. Like Jelly was supposed to be a little bit of some insurance here. Now he's out. Like, pretty soon, they're going to be going, hey, Lund, like I throw left-handed, so I could be Jamie Moyer. I threw a few pitches in high school. Like, he's going to be calling me pretty soon. Like, let's go, dude.
Let's hope it doesn't get that desperate. They've got other guys here.
You get my drift here.
I mean, basically, last year at times they had a 2-man rotation. Right now they're down to a 3-man, and the third guy's a half a man because he's converted from a 100-mile-an-hour short closer to a starter. So I hear you. After Logan Webb and Prince Harry and Jordan Hicks, as Keaton Wynn, the season does start 3 weeks from Thursday.
Right.
Is Keaton Wynn going to get up to 80 pitches? When's he going to start throwing again after elbow discomfort? We're concerned about Tristan Beck, obviously. Aneurysm, you kidding me? Hopefully it turns out like David Cohn and he comes back and throws a perfecto, and I don't think Don Larson will be there to watch it, but
we might need Don Larson to pitch.
David Cohn was better after he had the surgery for the aneurysm, but now you got Sean Jelly, who I had in as the 5th starter. I would like to hear more about Alex Cobb and when he's coming back. Is it going to be 2 months, 1 month, a couple of weeks? I assume we'll start the year on the IL, but I hear you. So right now you have, obviously, a surplus in some positions, i.e. third base, and you have a dearth in other positions, which is starting pitching. So the obvious thing, and the thing about the Giants is there's so many people in the organization. You could get by early in the year, but you don't want to have to get by because you're opening the year at Petco Park against the Padres 3 weeks from Thursday, and then you roll right into Dodger Stadium and dealing with that lineup. And they're actually going to play their regular season opener 2 weeks from tomorrow. The Dodgers will in Korea. Both of those teams, the Dodgers and the Padres, will already have their rosters set. Now, they're going to have to recalibrate their starting rotation, but they're going to begin the year in 15 nights or days, whenever that game start in Korea, John. So they're going to roll right into them, and then they come into your yard to start the first homestand. So you get the Padres and Dodgers and all their bats right away. So you are going to have to solve the back end of the rotation. I think J.D. Davis would fetch you more right now than he did, obviously, the other way when you gave up Darren Ruff. But the bottom line is they know you have to trade him. So the leverage is going to be if it's Yuri Dipoto in Seattle or whoever Farhan wants to do business with, they're going to know the situation. But I would think the plan now is to move J.D. Davis. I mean, there's talk about moving J.D. Davis to the outfield. He did play some outfield before. He would be a compromise out there. It wouldn't be as bad as putting Jack Peterson out there, but it would not be great. And you've got Luis Matos is pushing to make a roster spot here. We'll see about Ramos, but you got a solid outfield. I mean, would you ever put Conforto in a trade to bring in a pitcher and move that salary? If you traded Conforto, then you would be open to maybe bringing on Blake Snell and make another transaction. So I think the obvious thing is it's screaming is to make a trade with your surplus, which would be J.D. Davis and or Joey Bart in the same deal to get a back end of the rotation pitcher, which I think you can do. You have time, but 3 weeks from today, they're breaking camp. They're coming back to play the A's in the Bay Bridge Series, and the season starts in a little over 3 weeks now.
Yeah, so you hear the jelly thing going on. Tristan Beck has the surgery. He can't throw for 2 months. And again, look, I'm glad they got rid of the guys they got. Alex Wood at one point in his career was a really nice pitcher. Ross Stripling had his moments.
They're both Oakland A's now.
Both Oakland A's. Sean Manaea cut his hair. That looked a little weird. He's a Met right now. I have no problem. A lot of people gave us responses. Just because you spend money doesn't mean you spent good money. I mean, last year, Farhan didn't spend good money. I heard people in the afternoon show saying that, the guys in the afternoon, look, I like the money. I'll be on record. Everyone's mad and everybody's angry and the lunatic fridge is freaking out. I'm fine with the money that Farhan spent in the offseason. I like it. But the pitching staff is unbelievably thin, and they've got to turn maybe some of these bats that they have that I think is extra. Look, I would move Conforto. I believe in Luis Matos. I think Matos might be for real. He added that good muscle. He's looked good. I know it's spring training. Spring training can be a mirage. It can. Luis Matos could get into the regular season and stink. Who knows? Some of these young pitchers that I think are maybe they're rushing through the system because they might have to. Maybe those guys are for real. We don't know. Spring training really means nothing. I mean, unless it's a guy who's already established. I mean, we already know guys who are already established. So, those guys are for real. But the Giants have a lot of guys who we just don't know about. I mean, look, Patrick Bailey, I don't know if he can hit. I know he can catch. I don't know if he can hit. I mean, we go through a lot of the roster. We just don't know.
Well, and what you're saying, Scott Boras used his typical Scott Boras platform to, Farhan met the media on Sunday morning via Zoom at 9:30 in the morning, and then they did this. It was interesting the way they set it up, but they put Chapman in the middle. Scott was on one side and Bo Mills on the other.
Unbelievable.
It's like I'm waiting for him, honestly, to buy a major league team. He's got plenty of money. He's an interesting man. I got to know him really, really well when I was doing A's games. He'd be behind home plate at every Angels game and every Dodger game, and we visited a lot. We had dinners together. His ego is just, he's got it. Think about the money he's made over his career. It's insane. So he made the most money of any agent in all of American sport. But he was stating there is a pitching crisis in baseball. You're saying it for the Giants, but it's likewise in baseball. We're watching the New York Mets play the New York Yankees in the Grapefruit League right now. Kota Senga, how long is he going to be out for? You mentioned Giolita. Sonny Gray is not going to start the year on time.
Right.
Now, these are front of the rotation guys. Logan Webb is going to start for the Giants today. Your problems are in the back of the rotation, so your 1, 2, and 3 guys, and I know there are question marks with 2 and 3, but I do think Prince Harry is primed for a breakout year. It's just the evolution of how you do it. It's his time. They brought him up last year. He had a taste. Now, would he ordinarily be at number 2? No, but you'd have, obviously, Robbie Ray or Alex Cobb would be 2 and 3 in some form, and Kyle Harrison would be a 4, and Jordan Hicks would be a 5. But those guys aren't ready. I wonder if Farhan would be acting differently if he didn't have Alex Cobb on the roster at all and he didn't have Robbie Ray. He's kind of made his deadline acquisition. He traded for Robbie Ray. He's just not going to get here until after the All-Star break, and we'll see what the prognosis is for Cobb. So Farhan's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He's just going to The question is, when does he do it? And really, what leverage do the other teams have? If they know J.D. Davis, are the Giants going to release J.D. Davis? I wouldn't think so. But how do you put him on the 28-man roster? 26, or is it 26 to start the year?
Yeah, 26.
How do you put him on the 26-man roster to start? He could play first and third. Farhan is pretty much set. I mean, either Slater, your bench is either Slater or Yaz, depending if it's a lefty or righty starter, whoever's not in the lineup. Either Flores or Lamont Wade Jr., Tom Murphy, your backup catcher. You only have a 4-man bench. It sounds like the ideal guy would be Tyler Fitzgerald, because he can play infield, outfield, come in, run defensively, he can play second, short, or center field. I think he has a chance to win the starting job. We'll see. Ahmed hit the ball well again yesterday, and you could always upgrade Ahmed later. But the point is, the one spot you would have after your backup right fielder, your backup first baseman, your backup catcher would be someone like Tyler Fitzgerald and not be J.D. Davis. Now, you got to keep a fifth outfielder on this team. Ramos right now, what do you do with Elliot Ramos? Assuming Matos makes the team, and there's no assumption there. He has options, so he could go back down. You could play that game and send Matos down, keep J.D. Davis up as a backup, but you have kind of those guys. Wilmer Flores is kind of that guy. What if you put Wilmer Flores on the mark, kept J.D. Davis and traded Wilmer Flores? Yeah. Would you be able to get now a guy who could be in not only in the back of the rotation, but more of a 3?
Well, I think what Boris said, though, and I hate to agree with Scott Boras, I think he's right, though, because let's use the Mets as the example. Remember what the Mets had last year? They had Verlander, they had Scherzer, Kodai Senga was their number 3. Now they have none of those 3 guys to start the season.
Unbelievable.
You mentioned the Dodgers. The Dodgers at the beginning, guys like Buehler are out for them. They because of
Yamamoto, right. And they do have Tyler Glass.
They got Glass now, but I mean they don't have.
But they're young.
Kershaw. They've got major issues.
When's Carrot Top coming back?
Right. I mean, these are things now that Sonny Gray is gone. I mean, the Cardinals are usually a team that has a surplus of pitching. I mean, we assume here for a second that because the Giants are going to have a surplus at some point, either J.D. Davis goes or Flores goes, like you said, but there's not a lot of teams that you would say, geez, we have such a surplus of pitching. We go 7 deep in our rotation. Like the Giants a year ago, even though, okay, it wasn't great, but they had guys who could eat innings. Farhan was saying the whole time when we were looking at going, guys, they don't have a lot of great pitching, but they can go like 7 deep in the rotation. There's not a lot of teams in the league that can do that, that can just flip you, okay, geez, we're so deep. We'll flip you a guy who can eat 150.
Well, the Dodger lineup, and I was watching them Sunday, I mean, they've got Gavin Lux back. Max Muncy looks like a different guy moving his feet at third base. I was not on board with him ever playing third base. Going from Justin Turner to Max Muncy at third is like, what are you doing? He made a lot of errors, but he looks different. They're going to play Mookie Betts at second base, and you've got Freddie Freeman. Look at that infield. I mean, if Gavin Lux comes back, and then their outfield, obviously, they're just loaded. But their frontline starting pitching, I assume Yamamoto's going to be their opening day starter, John, when they go to Korea to face the season starts for the Dodgers 2 weeks from tomorrow. But Glasnow's got nasty stuff, so they go 1-2 with them in the rotation. And then Bobby Miller. They added James Paxton, which I kind of forgot about, and then Sheehan. And they've got other guys. Stone and Grove could also mix in, but they're waiting on the 3 established guys, kind of like the Giants are waiting on Cobb and Ray. They're waiting on Walker Buehler, who is Cy Young stuff, certainly. Now he's coming back off of Tommy John. Dustin May, and then Clayton Kershaw. Where's Kershaw? He went on the 60-day IL yesterday, so Kershaw's not going to pitch till at least June.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
They'll get pitching. They'll get pitching.
Well, give us your thoughts. As always, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, as are the phone lines as well. All the same number, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We got a ton of 49ers stuff. I took a deep dive into some of the free agent stuff. We are 6 days away from that happening. We do have, because today is the last day, to tag some players. I do have some good news. I do have some bad news on that front, so we'll get to that as well. Warriors have the Bucks tomorrow night at Chase. We got a little Warriors to get into as well. A ton of stuff. Plus, Marcus Thompson joins us at 11:30. Our good friend Charles Davis. Those guys do such an awesome job on the Combine. He's going to join us at 12:30, and we'll dork out on all that stuff. All to come on a Tuesday. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mark Spears, the great Mark Spears, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how the Warriors get past that blowout loss to the Celtics. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. By the way, Brewers and Giants today, so we'll keep you up to date on that.
Logan Webb.
Yeah, Logan Webb, huge, and Luciano at short. So
Jacob Junis going for the Brewers.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Boy, we could look. I'm not the biggest Jacob Junis guy, but they could use Jacob Junis. Could the Giants, if you did not hear? And again, look, I'm not a Sean Jelly guy, but Sean Jelly's going to be out for a few weeks, so he'll miss the start of the seasons.
Biggest baseball player ever. When I was in Arizona and he took the field and he was one of the first guys to come on the field. I mean, who was it? John Roush was like 6'10".
Oh, that was
obviously
big
Randy, not the former Raider head coach, but John Roush was a pitcher in baseball. And then Randy Johnson, obviously, but Jelly is just ridiculous. I remember I went to a Sacramento Rivercat game last year, and he was down there, and he was coaching first base. and I didn't know it was Jelly. And I'm like, who's their first base coach? He's the right field foul pole. Who's that guy? He is a legit 6'11". And you know what he's not very good at? You ever go up against Sean Jelly? No, you're a little harsh, Sean.
Sorry.
It's fielding when the batted ball that he throws. The PFP, which I watched for the first time in my life, he's 6'11", but I think he comes at you in 4 different intervals of 3 feet. His body unwinds when he went. For him to stop, cover first base, it was really interesting. He is a long dude. Anyway, he's hurt right now.
Yeah, he is. So, that's not good.
So is Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Is he going to play tomorrow night against the Milwaukee Bucks? Is Giannis Antetokounmpo going to play tomorrow night against Milwaukee?
That's a good question as well. They're kind of getting lost, but they are coming around with Doc. They're 7-6 with
they got a
Doc
6-game winning streak
as the head coach. So they're starting.
They won last night without Giannis. You see the warm up he had. He played in the Clippers, and it looked like Dre Greenlaw coming off the sideline of the Super Bowl, where he just was in a triple threat position, as my guy Jim Barnett would always say, facing up, and he started to make a move going to the goal. And his Achilles just bit. He does have Achilles tendonitis like Dre.
That scares you.
He gave it to Kevin Durant, obviously, and he pulled up immediately. They waved him off. They didn't have Chris Middleton last night. They still won the game. And this will be the Milwaukee return of the great Damian Lillard. But we'll see if Steph goes. And we'll see, Pods, Brandon Pajemski's got the knee thing. He and Steph both got that. And then Giannis and Middleton will both be a question mark. But it's nice to put the road trip. I'm sure they slept in yesterday and getting at it today with a practice and then go walk through tomorrow and then go play.
Yeah. And as great as the Celtics are, there's a couple of threats over in the East, but since the All-Star game, and Dame was great in that game, and I know that people are upset about it, but Dame was great in that game. And then he started to come around, and some are suggesting without Giannis. And look, they're nothing without Giannis, but he's kind of gotten a little bit of freedom, and now he's starting to play a little bit better, and everyone's starting to understand what Doc wants. Do you think Milwaukee is a threat in the East as good as the Celtics are?
Yes, and they, the one curious call is, Drew Holiday winding up on Boston, which I think's changed things. I would like to see the Celtics, and I've seen them, but to study them with Porzingis. I think they're at times even better without Porzingis because it opens up the floor. That's why the Warriors sagged off Jaylen Brown on Sunday and basically gave him the Tony Allen treatment. And that's what they did to Allen in the Memphis playoff series, so their first championship run, just have Bogut roam off of him and not guard. Boston's really good, but Milwaukee's team it took them a little while. They obviously let the coach go, but Brook Lopez, who else they have? Now, if Steph does play in this game, and we're hoping he does, there's going to be a cross matchup. There's no doubt. Patrick Beverley will guard Steph Curry, and Patrick Beverley is just a huge annoyance. He's a major irritant. And he became that way. Remember he went on TV that one postseason, and he's the same guy. He just does not stop talking. He's in your face. He is annoying as hell. But he'll get Steph Curry, and, then Steph's got a back-to-back the next night as well. But, Bobby Portis, Connaughton, Danilo Gallinari, our guy. Milwaukee's loaded. Jay Crowder, Brook Lopez is really an interesting player late in his career, the way he's become a three-point shooter and a rebounder. And it's just the Doc element there. So that's why they brought him in, was to win a championship. Now, it'll just be fun. It's a regular season game tomorrow night, which, obviously we want to see Steph play and Pajemski play and Giannis. And they didn't have Middleton as well last game as they beat the Clippers last night at home. But it's also the return of Bob Myers. Bob is going to be on the broadcast tomorrow night with Mike Breen. I did reach out to Bob yesterday about coming on after. I think we want him on after the game, right? When his big return, all the hugs are out of the way, and get to critique his performance. So he does have some family stuff with his mom and dad, so maybe it'll be later on. But it's going to be fun. I may go to the game tomorrow night to see Bob. It's obviously Milwaukee comes in once a year. Doc is back, our good friend who I worked with for years in San Antonio, and the return of the great Bob Myers.
I think he's going to love it. I think he's never going to want to come back to the studio. I was curious how Bob would be in the studio and how they would use him. I think he was great early in the season. I think in that blowout loss, even though he would never say it publicly because he is far too classy for it, I think he would have loved to have walked across that set and smacked Stephen A. right in the face And I understand.
His face did that.
Yeah, and he did. And he
didn't have to say a word.
He was saying, hey, isn't it time to go to commercial? And
just because he
look,
just over there.
And I get it that's what Stephen A. does, and I get it that's
Stephen
what
A.
ESPN wants him to do that. But you should show some
why?
respect.
But why? The thing with Stephen A. Why? You can have him on in the morning. You can give him a radio show. Should he really be on the network pregame show leading into games when they all defer to him? You have all these guys that have played and, in Bob's case, put the Warriors together. And I love Malika, but they go to Stephen A. first, and then he just, hot bags it for 2 minutes and just rips everything. And it's like, what did he exactly say? It's just he's the voice of the fan, obviously. It just doesn't work. I was Doc Rivers coaching Milwaukee. He left that 3-person booth with Doris Burke and Mike. I've not heard Bob do a game yet. Have you?
No.
The preseason, he asked me to tape a couple. I never got back to watch it. We'll watch this one because it's the Warriors. I wonder if they made the right call. I got to hear him on a game. First, J.J. Redick's really good.
Really good.
But J.J.'s a little bland. Doris is just, it's all about the basketball. They're going to miss Van Gundy's humor, come playoff time when the audience gets bigger. Mike obviously is solid. My point is, to your point, I think they are misusing Bob by throwing him in the studio with Stephen A. and whoever else is there. When it's Wilbon, there's a sense of calm and civility and actual thought put into it. With Stephen A. he just goes off. You could see Bob getting frustrated. Would they ever, now they're not going to do it now because they've already announced J.J. Redick, but should they have put Bob Myers on the number one team with Mike Breen and Doris Burke?
Well, I'd like to hear him and see what he does because, like you said, everything is about chemistry, right? Say what you will about Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy, because they had a player-coach relationship. They had great chemistry, and then Mike Breen is awesome.
Because he knows them all so well from the Knick days.
Exactly. So those three had tremendous chemistry, and as you and I know, because we've worked together for many, many years, it's like any relationship. You just can't fake it. And if you hate each other, at some point it's just going to come out, and at some point it's just going to blow up. And while that may be good for social media and clicks and all those kind of things, it's not generally good long-term for that broadcast. And right now, I think it's awkward. And I think that if I think Bob Myers probably did say something behind the scenes, like, look, man, I deserve I was going to say a small amount of respect. He deserves a large amount of respect.
Knowing Bob, he probably just rolled with it. But his body language,
right?
What part of it was the Warriors were down 100 at halftime.
I mean, what is he going to say?
But Stephen A. to just rip them and say, go on and on. They are the Warriors. Then he changed his whole tone. I think Bob got to him when they were watching the second half, and his whole tone, well, that's one game. A lot of times in the NBA, you just kick the game. It's a Sunday afternoon in Boston. Steph had a knee problem. They made an avalanche of threes. That the Tony Allen defense on Brown did not work. He made Bob 5 threes in the first quarter. I mean, it was over. Just move on. Steve moved on, and I think on the post game, Stephen A. was different, but that's what Bob was kind of doing when he put his forehead into his hand, his furrowed brow, and he kind of just move on. It's life. This is not the end. This is not a playoff game. What the
guys on TNT would have done is they would have made fun of him. They would have laughed about it. It would have been a funny moment. You get beat by 50.
Charles would have said the Warriors suck and they're incapable of winning a championship.
Right, but he would have understood as a player that those things happen.
Right, you move on.
And it would have been funny.
Right.
And it would have been lighthearted, and it would have been made for good TV.
I just don't know why someone that's as unqualified as Stephen A. is an analyst, which also leads to, has a former GM in any sport ever been a game analyst at the highest level like that? Yeesh.
I got to think about it, but I'm sure.
I have to think about it.
I'm sure they have.
Who?
I got to think about it, but I'm sure they have.
Just a GM. Like Riley did both. When he went to NBC, he did both off his coach. It's Riles, 5-time NBA champion, or 4, 5, including the assistant with Westhead. But I don't know. I mean, does Bob have enough to analyze a game? I think he does. He was, he played and he put the team together.
Yeah, he played in college.
But he would look at it. I think Bob's role really is on the pregame show. But when you have Stephen A. taking so much time with his A-hole windbag.
Bob, we have 5 seconds. What do you think?
Who was it that I had on? It was one of the Laker sideline guy. Remember the guy that covers the Lakers for ESPN? I had him on. I referred
Dave McMiniman.
I referred to Stephen A. Smith as Stephen A.
I can't answer that
and
question
he said, if you're going to take shots of people I work with. I said, I take shots of my own people I work with. Jack London here.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
We all take shots, man.
What was it about? It was something he said about the Warriors during that Lakers series, remember?
Yeah. I just don't remember.
How about Steve Kerr went off on him?
Yeah.
When he questioned Steph Curry's leadership during the Draymond situation, Steve called him out by name.
Come on, that was one of the dumbest things ever. You got to defend your guy.
You're really gonna question Steph's leadership because Draymond went off the rails again?
All right, we'll continue the conversation on the Warriors. I got a ton of Niners stuff we got to get into as well. Marcus Thompson is going to join us in about an hour. We'll get into that conversation as well. We'll have a lot of fun, and then it's going to be on at 12:30 when we talk to Charles Davis. So we got a ton to get to today on a Tuesday edition. By the way, that conversation and Bob Myers, he'll be on that Bucks game, Bucks and Warriors tomorrow at Chase Center. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center.
Retirement planning and investment management is like knowing the overtime rules because there are no do-overs in life, especially in retirement. Harsh! Finally got back in the studio after the Super Bowl, and Sarge is coming in. But anyway, if you are looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all the things money-related, then please call my good friend, great Giant fan, Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group, was also at the Super Bowl as well. He knows sports, and for the past 3 decades, he's been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you're going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call him right now, 866-496-2300, or online again at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Purdy in the shotgun, inside move by Hunter. Purdy spins away from it, but not away from him. He fumbled the ball, and the Vikings are on it. What a move by Danielle Hunter. An inside move on Colt McKivitz. Purdy spun away from him immediately.
I think Purdy threw it away.
Did
I don't
he throw
think
it away
fumbled
or did he fumble the ball?
It looked like he threw it away from up here.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry free agency. We are 6 days away.
Are you Santa Lund?
Yeah, that's right. We are 6 days away from the best day of the calendar, which is free agency. The Grinch, Adam Schefter, this morning was on Pat McAfee and gave us the guys who are going to be franchised.
Today's the deadline by 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Our time is the deadline to franchise tag, guys. Who do we have? Who's off the board?
So this is who he says is going to be tagged. Justin Matabuke, the defensive tackle of the Ravens, who had a breakout season for Baltimore, 12.5 sacks. He's going to be tagged if they can't work out a deal. Brian Burns of the Panthers, speed guy, is going to be tagged if they can't work out a deal. The edge rusher of the Jags, not the quarterback of the Bills, Josh Allen. Dude had 17.5 sacks. That's like the
we
quietest
saw him last year in
17.5 sacks.
Jacksonville.
Yeah,
he's a beast.
That dude is good. Fresno's own, who apparently the Niners are trying to get him, the corner Jalen Johnson.
Chicago Bears. They're going to tag him?
He's going to get tagged if they can't work out a deal, which that doesn't make sense. So now what you try to do here is you try to marry together. If you're going to try to go out and get one of these guys, try to marry together what the draft is going to give you versus. So if you're short in an area, it kind of forces you to go out and get one of these guys. So, for example, if you want to get an offensive tackle, there's not a lot of free agent offensive tackles. If you don't like what Colton McKivitz, who just got beat by Danielle Hunter there is a lot of rookie offensive tackles. There's not a lot of free agent guys. What there is, despite those edge guys that we mentioned in Burns and Allen, there's a lot of edge guys for the third consecutive season. So 2 years ago, they go out and they get Ward. Last year, they surprised us on day number 1, and they go out and get Big 98 from the Philadelphia
the grave
Eagles.
digger.
And that was a fun interview. I remember you did that interview the next day after they got him on day 1. That was fun. So the reason why we played Danielle Hunter, by the words of his 1-year deal last year, we thought he was going to be free last year.
Remember, he held out in training camp. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who was in the Niners organization with John Lynch as their GM. The deal that was structured, they cannot franchise tag him, and he came off a huge year this year.
He was awesome. So he's a power guy. He would be perfect across from Bosa. So he's 29 years old. They can't tag him. So Danielle Hunter, Jonathan Greenard, he's a Houston Texan, 12.5 sacks last year. You like him?
I like him. He's a power guy. I do want to stay on Danielle, and it's pronounced Danielle Hunter. And we've seen him, obviously, the sack last year, and it was an amazing inside move. And that's just a difficult block for Colton McKivitz, because when you think of Danielle Hunter, you'd think of like a D Ford kind of guy. They list him at 263 pounds. I think he's bigger. But he just crossed McKivitz's face so fast, because if you're McKivitz and you get that kickstart with your right leg at right tackle and you're worried about this guy coming around the edge, you got to open up so fast. He just blew by him on the inside. The 49ers a couple of years ago, Brock Purdy's rookie year, and the joint practices in Eagan, Minnesota, we saw Danielle Hunter. And at that time, they had Zadarius Smith on the other side and Danielle. And I was blown away by Danielle Hunter, who I think is this era, and he's just the guy, he should still be playing. He's just got, ran off the field. He had problems, but he really is Aldon Smith to me, where he looks long, like Aldon. He is long, but he is so strong. He sets the edge in the run game so well, and then he has freakish ability to rush the quarterback, whether it's the outside, cross in the face, a spin move. He's a tremendous player. He is coming off a 16.5 sack season. He has had a pair of 14.5 sack seasons. He's had a 12.5 sack season. He had a 10.5 sack season. Last year on his 16.5 sacks, John, he forced 4 fumbles. So this is D Ford and better. So I don't know if they can afford Danielle Hunter. I'm thinking about more of a guy. I'd like to have them re-sign Cleveland Ferrell and keep that alpha together, your base defense, when Ferrell's on one side, Nick's on the other. And I don't think they're going to release Eric Armstead, nor should they. Financially, it does not make any sense if you do it now or a post-June 1 designation. And then obviously the gravedigger. I think you got to re-sign Kevin Givens as well. And then you worry, what do you do with Javon Kinlaw? So I think you could get somebody who would be more of a sub-package edge rusher who may not cost you as much. But if they're going to be involved Monday morning, when you and I come together after the weekend at 10 o'clock on Monday, we're going to be an hour into the legal tampering period. It's already going to start. The phone calls get made. It's not like when Daniel Snyder went to Albert Hainsworth House and gave him $100 million at the stroke of midnight. How did you do that? You just did a $100 million contract in 30 seconds? Really? Yeah, but so they do give him a little buffer, but it'll come. Remember, we were like 10 minutes into our show last year.
It was unbelievable.
And so 70 minutes into free agency, we get the alert. The Niners have reached an agreement in principle with Javon Hargrave.
I honestly didn't think it was
Who is going to be this year's Javon Hargrave?
I think it's going to be him.
Is it Danielle Hunter? And can the 49ers get into the Hunter business, or is it simply too pricey? Yeah. How do you sign him?
Well, just because we can't get tagged. So, look, all this stuff, it's not supposed to happen, but it does happen. And I think that's a premium position. He's got 16.5 sacks. So I think Hunter is going to be the first guy off the board. If it's not
he also
Hunter,
had 83 tackles. Yeah. He had 23 tackles for loss and 4 forced fumbles. Yeah. How much is this joker going to get paid this year?
Yeah, he's going to get a ton.
He's going to get more than the gravedigger.
Yeah.
Because he's an edge guy. I mean, what are we talking about here? When was the last time an edge rusher with his ability, Von Miller was coming off injury. When was the last time a guy like him has reached free agency?
This is a great edge class. I mentioned Greenard from Houston had 12.5. Bryce Huff is a guy that's going to get a lot of love from the Jets. He's only 25. He had 10 sacks. Chase Young, of course, of the 49ers. Zadarius Smith is an older guy. He's 31. Dorrance Armstrong, 27 of the Cowboys. Marcus Davenport's interesting. He's a long guy. He was a first-round pick, top 15 pick.
UTSA, Burford School.
Right, but he's had
Saints
a ton of injuries.
Yeah, he's never produced.
And some people have connected him to the 49ers because obviously they look at the defensive line coach.
GTFO, baby, Chris Kasarik.
And they say there's a guy who could motivate him. He's had a lot of injury issues.
It's the get off.
And they like him, and he's got all the talent in the world. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy, and he's only 28 years old. So, look, it's a deep group of rushers. We constantly talk about getting somebody opposite Bosa. So there's everything from Danielle Hunter to, unfulfilled potential in these guys. So who knows? Maybe the 49ers will shock us again.
Yeah, and I the first thing you're doing is determining what you're going to do with your own. So you mentioned Chase Young, Randy Gregory also, and Sebastian Joseph Day, who I thought was just underwhelming. But when the Chargers cut him, that was the day after they got annihilated by the Raiders on Thursday Night Football and Brandon Staley got fired. They cut Sebastian Joseph Day that day, or maybe the next day, but he was out the building after that. He is tied to Brandon Staley. Would Brandon Staley be able to get more out of Sebastian Joseph Day? I was surprised because he was a two-gapper wherever he's been with the Rams earlier and Chargers later. But I watched him, and I thought his get-off right away, the first practice with Kasarik and Darryl Tapp and Mike Brown's son, the D-line coaches, I thought it was way better than Chase Young's. Randy Gregory's freakish because he's kind of like Danielle Hunter. He's just so long. It's easy for him. And I thought Sebastian Joseph Day will fit in. He just never did. He was used to being when the actual game started, he didn't do it. But would Brandon Staley insist on him staying or be an advocate for him and bring him back? Now, he's an interior guy, which gets into the interior conversation. What do you do? Kevin Givens, I want to bring back. We'll go through the list of guys I really want. And last year, I mean, we lost. How many guys we lose in free agency last year? 24?
Yeah.
A lot of them were starters. McGlinchey, losing Daniel Brunskill, really hurt. Losing Jimmy Ward, really hurt for a lot of the year. You can't pay them all. But I think Kevin Givens is at the very top of the list. Cleveland Ferrell, Kevin Givens, I want back. What do you do with Javon Kinlaw? You invested a lot in him. Contract up. You didn't pick up the fifth-year option. He started to get a little more bend. Remember, he was doing yoga in the Willow Glen district in San Jose. We had his girl on, and he did get lower and play better. It's his knees, and the real thing is the medicals, and the Niners know is medical. Do you bring back Javon before you start buying Danielle Hunter and trading for all these guys, bringing in guys? Who do you want to keep between Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Sebastian Joseph Day, Kevin Givens, and Javon Kinlaw?
I'll ask you that. We got the whole list in front of us. Give us your thoughts as well. Some of those names. Do you like any of those names? Will the 49ers shock us? And I got the whole list. We'll do a yes, no. We'll do that coming up next. 415-808-5627. 6 days from now, the 49ers shock us once again. 415-808-5627. 415-808 KNBR, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Hit us up there. That is the same number you can call and talk to us on the show at 415-808-5627. We'll do that coming up next. And then we got Marcus Thompson to talk Warriors at the top of the hour. And what does he think? How does he think Bob's going to sound tomorrow against the Milwaukee Bucks? We'll do all that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. $1 billion. We'll get to the billion in just a second, but your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, I know this is going to be hard to believe, they're not even based in the entire state. But that is not Chris Dolan, and that is not the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together and make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than, get this, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid, which is nice. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ah, yes.
So good to be in studio together.
It's awesome. By the way,
we miss each other.
You should. You told me you were gonna, but look at me. I'm dressed like a total schlub today.
No, you look fabulous.
And everybody goes, "Hey, the big boss is coming in. You're big boss,
Sarge. He's bringing
so,
lunch.
Like, look, I'm just like I'm dressed like a total schlub.
You look
People
fabulous.
can see on YouTube and Twitch.
No.
I generally just. This is one of the perks of the job. Like, you're on the radio, and now that we're on YouTube and Twitch and stuff.
No, you look great. What do you mean?
Well, there's two things that are a bad side to it.
I could put on my Banjo Man propeller hat.
I know. I should have worn a hat today.
At least sent me a beautiful letter.
A shower.
He sent me a beautiful letter, by the way.
Who did?
Banjo Man, a.k.a. Stacy Samuels. Look at this. Beautiful.
How does he afford all the places he goes?
How does he type that so nice with a banjo pick?
That is nice.
Yeah. Anyway, Sarge is coming in. He's bringing us lunch, which is amazing. So I didn't have any breakfast.
I just wear fancy sweats. I do wear nice sweats. It's just I wear sweats all the time ever since the pandemic.
You know what's nice is...
And look at you. Hair's good.
Yeah.
You got like a sweater.
And I have a meeting after we get out of here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Fancy meeting?
No.
Something good?
With more cat people. Our cat people are meeting. They're flying in from LA.
Right.
Everybody wants to give me hats.
Nice.
Everybody thinks I love hats. The truth is, when the stream started, I didn't pay for one hat. How many hats do I have? You don't even know the half of it. I got like 5, but I never, ever wore it, except
you never
to go,
used to.
To go, when I had to get gas. Now I don't have to do that anymore. I go to save. Whenever I ran out, I put a hat on. But normally,
I know.
The best quality I have is my hair.
Exactly.
I'm not going to cover it up, so people keep giving me hats all the time. So I'm going meeting with a hat company.
Like in the first 10 years I knew you, I probably saw you wear a hat in public.
Never.
Maybe 10 times, and now that I'm with you,
but I was hiding from people.
Or like you would go to the grocery store, you wear like hat and
or on the road with the Niners when you got to go down to the meal room or something
like that.
8 o'clock in the morning. Right. You're like, I got to hide.
But now I see you in 10 different hats on.
Well,
during the show.
Why? Because I don't want to get out.
Well, yeah.
I don't want to.
Right.
Get all cleaned up right before.
Yeah.
So.
But no, you wardrobe change.
I do.
You wear different hats all the time.
So you know who I'm. So thank you to Banjo Man for bringing me the propeller hats. But I'm meeting with the folks, Zach King. And I think it's through you and Rand Carthon, who's now the GM of the Tennessee Titans, set me up with, how do you pronounce it, residency, but it's a 3?
Oh, yeah, those guys
How do you
great
pronounce
guys.
that? Those guys. I mean, they're flying in from L.A.
Oh, are they bringing us more SF hats?
I don't know what they want. You want to show up?
Yeah.
We're meeting at the Four Seasons for cocktails. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Day
anyway,
drinking
Sarge is coming in, bringing lunch at 11, which means that the appropriate morning period has ended. It's been 3 weeks and 2 days.
The morning period
since I last saw him. Right after the game was over, I asked him simply, "Are you going to the party?" And he said 50-50, which meant hell no.
No.
He did go to the one in Miami, and it was the greatest. We just lost the Super Bowl party ever. And this one I heard was I could not go.
No,
so
you were. This one was different.
I had no words.
No,
I honestly, after the game, after I signed off, and I gave that line about. Not a dream denied, merely a dream delayed.
You meant it in Super Bowl 54.
That's what I thought. How long do we have to wait?
I know that.
I stumbled the line.
I could see
right
you
after that, I honestly did not utter a sound until I got into my Uber the next day to meet you to do the show. I just turned the lights off, went to darkness, and didn't want to hear about it. And then, but anyway, so Sarge is here. We're going to have lunch. So the morning period for losing the Super Bowl in overtime.
It's over.
It's over?
No, you feel better, right?
I do.
We
lost the game in overtime. You realize
you feel
that,
a little
right?
better.
It went to overtime.
But now that we're talking a little, what are they going to do?
Yeah, now it's time to move on.
Right?
New league year.
Yeah, right.
So who do we re-sign? We went through Daniil Hunter, who we want to buy.
So, let's play this game.
The existing guys,
unrestricted.
I got the
list for you.
Because they're going to keep Juwan Jennings.
You just give me a yes, no.
All right,
okay?
give me
I got this for you.
All right, good.
Here, let me find it. I got the whole list right here. I brought it for you. By the way, you're good friends with somebody when you can just give each other a nudge, because when he left the booth, there in Vegas. I looked at him, he looked at me, and we just went,
Sarge.
And then we haven't spoken since. Although I sent him a really nice text because that's how he did it. I sent him a really nice text.
He's going to bring us lunch today.
That basically said, we'll survive this.
All right.
It's okay.
All right, give me it.
All right. I got the whole list for you.
Give me the list.
Alphabetically. You ready?
Okay.
Just alphabetically.
All right.
All right, Brandon Allen.
Well, I want to lump him into Sam Darnold.
Okay.
Brandon I was all in on Brandon Allen last year, and I wanted him. I think that was the reason they traded Trey Lance. If they didn't believe in Allen being able to run it. I'm open to moving on with a third quarterback. I think you may want to draft one, but I really want Sam Darnold to return as the backup quarterback. I think they feel that way. Honestly, he's the one guy, and Jimmy was backing up Trey, and Brock was backing up Jimmy.
We're never going to get through this.
Well, anyway, I want Sam Darnold back as the backup quarterback.
Okay.
And I think you can
let's
pay
just
that.
lump them together.
Brandon Allen, I'm willing to let move on as long as they keep Sam Darnold.
Okay. You know who I want as the third quarterback? Because we talk about him all the time.
Is he a drafted guy?
No, yeah. The Notre Dame kid. Just because
he's got great hair and a beard.
That kid's hair.
He's got.
When they were showing the 40,
he's a good-looking man.
And they were just showing his hair.
Well, he's the new Jimmy.
My God, he looked like John Wick.
He's a good-looking guy.
It was like John Wick's hair running.
Yeah, without the creepy dog. Yeah, I know. I'm with you.
That dude's hair.
I don't know if he can play.
I don't know.
No, he's a good-looking man.
My God, man.
He would be in the Garoppolo.
Yeah, you can't stand
He'd be
next
right
to
there
that
with
guy.
you. Yeah, he's a good-looking man.
I mean, seriously, he looked like Jesus Christ running.
Okay.
It was like, my God.
Let's not get carried away.
Right.
He's a good-looking man.
All right.
He does have nice hair and a nice
Moving
beard.
on.
All right.
Orrin Burks.
Yes, core special teamer, want him back.
Just don't want him on the field covering tight ends.
I mean, if he's going to be on the team on special teams, it's just the game day roster. He's going to have to play it sometimes, but he's a good guy. I think he played with a bad shoulder in that game. Now, you want Dre Greenlaw back. You want Fred's under contract. That third linebacker is more important, but Orrin Burks,
those young
those
young linebackers play, right?
Well, you got Graham and you've got Winters. But I think Burks, from the Brian Schneider special team standpoint, he's a core guy. But to your point, these young guys' time is coming.
Yeah.
And I think one of them, I think it's more of a call with Demetrius Flanagan Fowles, whether you bring him back. But Burks is a solid guy. I'm open to that. That'll be something you address.
Aziz, though? You want Aziz to come back?
Well, what's he going to cost? Absolutely, I want Aziz.
Because then maybe he could play and these guys stay on special teams like they're supposed to.
Well, I think Winters or Graham could make a push. I think Aziz Al-Shire is going to be too expensive.
Okay.
Because he's going to be your third.
Right.
What did I tell you? When he left, I said, this guy's going to lead. How many tackles he made last year?
He
had
over
a great
100.
year last year in Tennessee.
Yeah.
I think they'll find a way to bring him back, Rand Carthon, but I think he'll be too pricey. So Orrin Burks, I would say, question mark, dress that week 2 of free agency.
Okay. This is an interesting one because you drafted a couple of tight ends. You didn't really use them. One took a redshirt year, but Ross Dwelly. Is it time for him to move on?
Again, special teams are important. I would offer him a 1-year deal to bring him back. They did shut him down with a high ankle. He was very disappointed that he didn't get a chance to play in the playoffs. George Kittle loves him. They are really tight. Those 3 guys, Charlie Warner, Ross Dwelly, and George, are tight. If somebody blows you away and he gets an offer to be a starter or number 2 tight end, which I don't think will happen, but he is a big special teams player, so I would like them to re-sign Ross Dwelly. The next 2 guys, I want John Feliciano back. Maybe not in the starting role.
You're not afraid of him anymore, though, that we talked to.
I love
now you like him.
We always called him a dirty, rotten scoundrel, Tim and I. We were afraid of him. He was such a badass.
But then we
he looked
talked
like
about
a
the Super
biker
Bowl,
from
you
South
like him.
Florida. No, I like his game. The reason we sought him out, and what did we say? The single biggest matchup of the Super Bowl was Feliciano against Chris Jones. When Feliciano
if he doesn't get hurt in the Super Bowl, maybe they do win.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that loss, now it's Burford against Chris Jones. He didn't get the call because they had overload pressure the other way. Feliciano, you can start. He was a 17-game starter with the Giants the year before. They were a playoff team at center. He is your swing guy. He can back up center, right guard, left guard. He went from left guard when Banks was down to right guard. That's hard to do. A lot of guys with the hand placement and the footwork can't do it. He's of great value. The one thing they wondered about with him is, does he have the movement skill to be able to get out? I was so blown away with Hook's play. He would get to the second level. I think it was the Philadelphia game more than ever. We're watching the game back, Tim and I flying home, the All-22. We're like, wow. He is just getting a constant hook blocks, reach blocks, second level blocks, and then he's a tough guy. Now, would someone pay him to be a starting guard in the NFL? Maybe. Could he be the 49ers starting guard? maybe
between him and Burford, it's obvious. You got to start him, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, could you bring? Ideally, to me, he becomes your Daniel Brunskill, where he is your backup at right guard, left guard, center. He plugs and plays because guys get hurt, and he did that all year. Left guard for Banks, right guard for Burford when they were hurt, and even when Burford got healthy, Feliciano was very effective. Losing him in the Super Bowl hurt, obviously, huge. I would like to bring Feliciano back.
Okay.
But do you pay him starters money or do you pay him the Super U Brunskill contract?
All right, Khalif Farrell, we know you
I want him back.
Yeah.
I want him back.
Okay, Flanagan Fowles,
I
you
like
said
Flanagan
you want him
Fowles.
back.
You know, I do as a
You
good
want everybody
special.
back.
Well, I know, but I know you're not going to be able to do it.
No.
But I know how they think. The thing with Flanagan Fowles, he's so great on special teams. And honestly, I think if you had to do it over again, would you play Demetrius over Burks
knowing what we
in
know
the Super Bowl? I think he would have matched up better. Now, if they see a light guy in there, Burks is more of a big guy, they're going to run it on you.
Still,
You'd rather have
Kelsey,
the matchup to Kelsey.
Yeah, because Burks went.
I think these are tough calls to make. Can you bring Burks and Flanagan Fowles
Probably
back
not.
along with nurturing Graham and Winters? It's probably going to be hard. Kevin Givens, I want back.
Yeah, he's good.
Here's the tough one: Deshaun Gibson.
He's going to retire, right?
I don't think so.
But aren't you right? I mean, because you're going to get.
You got two young guys that are ready.
Get Hufanga and Brown's ready, right?
So you just move on
I
from
think so,
T-Gip?
right?
He had the biggest
but-
play of the biggest game, that championship game, the front tip rip against Jahmyr Gibbs. Just the tip, John. Just the tip. And T-Gip got it. One of the biggest plays in that game. I think he can still play. Is there a role for him like the Logan Ryan role? I don't know if you bring Logan back, and I like Logan Ryan, but he's got his stuff off the field as well. I like him. I think it's between the two. But then, George Odom's in the mix, core special teamer. If something happens to Jair Brown and Talanoa Hufanga, and they're both coming off. Huff's coming off. Wait, is he going to be ready to go by the start of the year with the ACL in November? I think so. But do you want? My point is, do you want a veteran guy to be that fourth safety? Assuming your three safeties are Huff, Jair, George Odom, I think you want a veteran guy to be the fourth. Is T-Gip willing to be that guy?
And then Kinlaw is interesting because is somebody going to overpay Kinlaw? Because he's really good if you play him a limited amount of snaps. If he gets 25 snaps a game, but there's a limited amount of money you can pay for that. So if somebody's going to pay Kinlaw because they think he could be a starter, then he's out.
No, he's a rotation guy.
Yeah.
And I even think he mixes in the Bravos. I mean, your two guys are Armstead and the Gravedigger. And then after that, can you re-sign Givens and re-sign Javon Kinlaw? If that's your group, then you're fine. And then Sebastian Joseph Day would be in the mix. So I think that's going to be the league telling you what Kinlaw's worth. And also your medical people saying the sands of the hourglass are about to expire. His knee, it's his bone on bone there.
Yeah.
He can do all the Pilates and yoga in Willow Glen that he wants, but at some point the knee gives out. He does his bend is much better, but he still rides high a little bit. So I think Kinlaw would again be a second week guy that you have to assess.
Plus, in this draft, there's a lot of depth along the inside defensive line, so I think they can find somebody going through the 49ers, keep them or cut them, or keep them or let them go. I think they could do better than Ray. Ray, what do you think? And I'm not mad about the Super Bowl. It wasn't his fault.
You're worried about the Peter call?
Well, I think he should have just dove on it, but that's not why I'm saying this. I just think they could do better as a fourth wide receiver. I think they need a more legitimate fourth wide receiver, and I think they
would you give the job to Ronnie Bell?
Ugh, I don't know.
Ronnie Bell's going to be in the mix for your fifth wide receiver. I mean, he was on the team. He was your fifth.
Yeah.
I like Chris Conley a lot. Is he on the list there about bringing him back as a free agent?
Yeah, they need to.
I like Chris Conley. I'm not saying Chris Conley's going to return punts.
He had a great Super Bowl.
He had a great end of the year. He played really well.
He down that ball.
How about the catch he made against Green Bay on the outcut, the 17-yarder?
Plus, I love just talking to him. We talking about the Super Bowl is the best
smart guy. I mean, guys that are smart guys translate. They play smart. I think they trust him in the room. But Ray, he also got hurt. He broke his wrist in preseason before the Raider game. We didn't think he would start the year in Pittsburgh, and he did. And he had the injury later in the year. On Thanksgiving night, I think it was, then he came back. So he did overcome a lot of injuries. Plus, he does both jobs. He's punt and kickoff returner. Not a lot of guys can do both because they're different skills. Plus, he's your little bit of your backup Debo with the gadget stuff, all the Z reverse, the orbit motion stuff, the jet sweep
Well,
stuff.
the NFL's going to change the kick
does
rule,
that.
too. They're going to move it to the 40. And so
Are they going to do that?
Well, that's what they're talking about. So if that's the case, then then the return is going to come back in the game. So
we'll
it might be
we'll
more
see
important.
if they actually vote that in.
Well, if they do that, then your kick returner is going to be important now again.
They go
That'd
back
be
and
nice.
forth. It used to be the 40, the 35, and they move it back.
They were saying they were going to do away with it. Now they're saying they want it back. So if that's the case, then that becomes important. I don't know.
Is that the rule they use in the XFL?
Yeah,
the
that's
USFL?
what they're talking about now.
Going to the 40
that'd
yard
be
line?
kind of cool. And then, I don't know, the rest of these guys, other than Chase Young, I mean, Terrence Mitchell never played, Matt Pryor, Warner. Warner's interesting.
Charlie Warner's coming back.
He's coming back.
He's your best, honestly, when you go too tight and you want to run the ball. Charlie Warner got a lot of snaps this year as an inline blocker. Now, the young guys, you got to look at for where they are. Latu, we didn't
they
even
drafted
hardly
that
see
dude in
him.
the third round.
Right. But Charlie Warner is a great inline blocker. It's the same thing with wide receivers, the same thing with tight ends. Kyle evaluates it differently. If you can't block, you can't play wide receiver. If you can't block, you can't play tight end.
Just a wasted pick?
No, it's no. He got he was hurt, and they just decided to move on from him, just stash him. But no, he's got. They knew it would take time to develop him.
And finally, Chase Young's
the one
big
guy. You know what I feel about Chase Young.
So are they just going to let it go?
I don't know. I mean, let's see what the market shows. If he's sitting there on April 1st, then maybe you go get him. But I would not touch him early. Let's just see what the league tells you. The league, I think, is down on him. I don't know. If you get him in for a veteran minimum, Nick likes him. Let's see who else you can get. But I do think they need to upgrade there. I was not a fan when they made the trade to get him. I know Martin Mayhew just game to you. But I watched 2 quarters of one game,
Super Bowl change your
and I
opinion at
watched
all?
more. No,
He played
I've
pretty
seen
well in
him.
the Super Bowl.
No, he flashed because the other things. He does not have technique. He does not have a motor. He's got to change just his own. I don't think he fits culturally. Nick likes him. So the reason I at least am open minded to it is Nick likes him. So if Nick likes him, there's something more there. It's just everything. I just don't think he fits the scheme. There was a reason he left Washington so quickly. I just don't think he fits. The guy you got to keep an eye on, and I brought him up to you periodically throughout the year, is Terrence Mitchell. I would put him in the Darrell Luter Jr. category, but a veteran guy. A little bit, he reminds me a little bit of Charvarius Ward because I saw him, obviously, in the AFC West all those years with the Chiefs for a couple of years. He went to Cleveland. He's a starting cornerback on the outside. He got hurt. He's from Sacramento. He got hurt in training camp. They stashed him. I thought they were going to bring him back in like 3 or 4 weeks. It was like 13, 14 weeks. Just watching him on the practice field, he is a legit outside corner. Terrence Mitchell has size, but he's like Ward. He's got long arms. He looks taller than 5'11" because he has long arms, but he has short area quickness. I thought at some point he was going to be a factor in what they did. And what's Ambry Thomas going to be? It's a big offseason for him. He keeps pushing in the offseason to assert himself back in, and then something happens. And this year, I think it was the broken thumb. They went at him in the playoff game against Green Bay, played better against the Lions. They benched him for the Super Bowl. He didn't play. So that third, we know Diamador Lenore, Mooney Man are your 2 guys. Their contracts are both
All
up.
3.
Terrence Mitchell
Ambry.
and Ambry. And you got Sam Womack as well, Luter. But just Terrence Mitchell, I think it's, to bring him back is not going to cost a lot. I thought he was going to be a factor this year. Just he ran out of time. But he looks to me like a veteran version of Luter. He's a quintessential press man, big guy, good tackler, long arms, can play on the out. He's strictly an outside guy. So that would move, DMO inside where he's really good.
They're going to have to address corner in the draft, and they have 2 third-round picks. They have 11 picks overall, and it is a deep draft at corner. All 3 of their top 3 corners all are on the last year of their deal.
Including Charvarius Ward.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if at some point early in the draft they did not go.
Well, how much are they going to? How much is Charvarius? If he has another year like he had this past year in his walk year, what are we talking about here?
They're going to have to cough up. That's again when we're looking at the financial ramifications of what this roster looks like.
You may want to sign him right now.
Well, either that or you're going to have to go deep into the draft with corners because
these corners are hard to count on.
They
Whether
are.
You draft. Any of these draft guys, a team this good, you're looking at least 1 year of development.
Right.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to get any of these guys to be able to come in right away and start for a Super Bowl team, anybody, with the 31st pick and beyond, are you going to draft a starter to come in immediately on this team? Tell me where.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And that's why
offensive linemen look good, and it's a great offensive line draft, and we'll ask Charles Davis. They block differently in college. It's a short set. They don't. Everything in college is different. The ball gets out of their hands. That's one of the major. It used to be wide receiver. It took a long time to adjust to the NFL. Not as much now. Offensive linemen. Kyle said, Colton McKivitz. It took him a while, and I thought ultimately he was a guard to figure out the NFL. Do you have the early guys? Obviously, a few of the other guys are plug and play guys. But beyond that, where the Niners are, assuming they don't trade up into the teens, if you're picking at 31 on the offensive line, you got to get a plug-and-play guy?
No.
Seattle got guys. They're 2 tackles, right? One guy was a third-round pick, but that's rare.
Third-rounder, and then they got a top 10 guy in Cross. Thank you, Russell Wilson. That was a nice pick that they got. But, yeah, unless you're doing that kind of a thing. By the way, they have that out, what they got for Russell Wilson. Oh, my God.
I saw it.
I mean, that thing.
They got Devin Witherspoon.
Yeah. Plus, by the way, that contract didn't even kick in. That's going to be $85 million over 2 years.
Where does he go? Where does he go?
It's gonna be.
I'm hearing Raiders. Could you imagine Russell Wilson, a Raider?
Bring your son in there.
After Jimmy Garoppolo?
Let's ask him about what he thinks.
They don't hate Seattle. They Denver. But he wasn't Denver. He wasn't a problem.
Just him. Yeah. Hey, Raider country, let's ride.
Now he's going to have to come up with a new line. Let's roll. Let's roll a 7.
Oh, man.
That's your line.
That's what he's going to do.
Roll a 7.
He's going to do that kind of
Snake
stuff
eyes.
again. Unbelievable. There he is right there. Let's ask him what he would think of Russell in silver and black wearing the Daryl LaMonica
Can't
3.
give him number 3. It'd be more like Rick Meyer.
There he is.
Can I give him LaMonica? It'd be more like Jeff George.
I can't believe he's only giving us thumbs down. I thought he'd be giving us double fingers for that whole thing.
Where's Jimmy going to go?
We'll get to,
how about Jimmy as a backup back here?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, you're talking Italians?
Sam Darnold and Jimmy Garoppolo. That'd be a
I don't think Kyle wants Jimmy back.
I don't know.
I texted Jimmy. He never texted me back.
Is it third?
All right. Bottom of the hour, Marcus Thompson is going to join us. We'll get you prepared for that. Coming up next to get you prepared for the Bucks as well. We'll do that, and then we'll get into Marcus. We'll do all that coming up. Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great, and I do mean great, Dwayne Kuiper, he surprised Tolbert and Copes yesterday and discussed the Giants' offseason and previewed what's coming up in about 3 weeks, the opener. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
A little too strong for Kuminga. Holiday, Brown, spinning, kicking, Tatum, catch, fire, and hit from three. It is a 51-point Boston lead.
Shoot, this team would have blown out Larry Bird and Kevin McHale right now the way they were playing.
All right, we'll talk some Warriors at the bottom of the hour with our good friend Marcus Thompson. So how are we feeling about the Warriors, 22 games left? I think they could beat any of the old guy teams like the Suns and the Lakers. Suns have not been healthy enough. Lakers are certainly up and down. Now, if the Clippers are healthy, I guess that would be an interesting series. Over in the East, we just saw them against the Celtics. We're going to see them against the Bucks. Other than that, the 76ers would have to get healthy. Don't know. We saw them against Denver, so that would certainly be a challenge. Don't know how they would match up. But how are we feeling about them at this point with about 22 to go?
Much better than we were a month ago or 2 months ago. And we got to just pull back with a big picture. The Draymond Green saga and the, pushing Donovan Mitchell, getting into it with Rudy Gobert, then obviously the Yusuf Nurkic, and people turned on him big time.
By the way, good piece by Howard Beck today.
About Draymond.
Yeah,
really he went away for a while. Ever since he came back on MLK Day in Memphis, he's been a different guy. They lost that game, and then Decky died. They had that 9-day break, which I think was important to get Steph's legs back. And then Steph had to regain it coming out of the All-Star break. But the development of Draymond Green late in his career is pretty amazing. I remember being in studio as we are today, John, and just reading the text line and taking callers. People were so down on Draymond Green. They wanted him gone. They were done with him. You just signed him to a 4-year deal, $100 million contract. He's 4 weeks into it, and you want to dump him? That's not happening. He's getting every penny. It's not like that. It's not football. So his return and the way he has been, has he taken a technical foul since he's been back? There have been a couple of moments where, and he's starting to understand. He's running hot like he used to. We talked about it. How's he going to do this? How is he going to be Draymond and not go over the edge and go at the other guys, the other team? When Milwaukee comes in, go at them. Do not go at your own teammates, and don't go near the guys in gray shirts. Stay away from them. You can make your point, and he has. In the beginning, he was kind of like, "What do I do? Do I not say anything?" He's got to run hot, or he's not Draymond. So the big picture is Draymond Green is back. He is fitting in, and his return solved a major crisis that I just could not understand. And I know the analytics show you can't play Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins together. Why not? I want 5 of them. It's not like I can't play Matt Chapman and J.D. Davis together. Well, I think you can actually just move Chapman to short, but they're not going to do that apparently. But I want 5 of them, probably 4 of them and Steph, and Clay. But that's the positionless, interchangeable wing defenders, on-ball defenders, rim runners, isolation play. Why can't they play together? It's silly. They just couldn't. I don't know why. Wiggins was in a funk. He was horrible. So bringing Draymond back, unleash that combination, and then we got to pause. And the development of Jonathan Kuminga this year has been monumental. From where he was last year, from where he was at the beginning of this year. We're going to have Marcus Thompson come on, and there are some quotes that I've been saving up with Marcus that we haven't gotten to because other things came up that were more pressing. But I remember one game where they lost a home game on a Wednesday night, and he went off about having to wait for my OGs, and what was he saying? The old guys aren't going to run, and I think at times there was, where's Chris Paul? Can we play faster? Where is he? Let's go. We know you're the point guard and you want to play in the half court, but can we get an easy one up the floor? Can we run a little bit like the Warriors, pitch it ahead? So I think there was some of that. But and then when Draymond came back, it worked. But it really was when Draymond went out that Jonathan Kuminga became that guy. And obviously that game in January when Steph didn't go back to him because Wiggins was guarding Jamal Murray and he lost faith in him. Talking about Kuminga lost faith in Steve Kerr. Are you kidding me? Who's losing faith there, brother? George Michael? But, I mean, the Kuminga's numbers, the first 36 games of the year, he averaged under 13 points a game. The rebounds were under 4. The assists were 1.5. Shooting 50%. He was at 27% on the 3-ball. The last 23 games, he's over 20 a game from under 13. His rebound, they wanted him to rebound. Remember, to start the year, you got to rebound more. He's playing more, but he's rebounding. But it's the assists, it's the shot choice. He's not taking the 3 as much. He's attacking the rim. Remember early in the year when he got double-teamed, he didn't know how to handle it? I'm like, what's he doing? I know he's a young guy in his 3rd year. He's a baby. But you should be able to handle a double at this stage of your career. Now watch him. When they bring that double in the block and he's taking his time down there and he's skipping it. He'll be doubled in the left block and he'll skip it across the 4 right above the break. Wow. I mean, honestly, I don't see any moments where I'm thinking he's just 21, let him play through it. I don't see any of those. I'm seeing amazing development in him as a player. That's the coaching staff. That's Draymond. That's the veterans. It takes a while to raise a player. Now, so you got Draymond back, and he's developed as an older guy, dealing with his anger management and all that. He hasn't. Is he taking a flagrant foul? Maybe one here and there. He doesn't have many to play with in that category. Is he taking a technical? He's locking in, and he's giving you Draymond Green. His presence has brought Kuminga and Wiggins together, and Kuminga now is your second guy. He's developing into that. If Giannis plays tomorrow night, when you watch Kuminga, I'm not saying he's Giannis, because Giannis is 7 feet tall. But look at Giannis's development. Did anybody think Giannis as a rookie or second-year player would be Giannis Antetokounmpo, the NBA champion, MVP? Look at Kawhi Leonard, what he's developed into. Now, again, Kawhi's got the big hands, the long arms. Kuminga's, he's just built differently, but he's a great athlete. Where he is now from where he was to begin the year, I don't know where he's going to be come April. That's why I can't assess the Warriors in March, John. I didn't know where they were in February and December. Now, January, now look at how much they've grown. The major question mark is Wiggins. And here we are again, back to the future. It's a year ago at this time. And I don't know if Marcus knows. I commend the reporters for not pressing and making a big deal. I mean, if this was New York, and your second or third best player was AWOL for weeks and last year, months, you don't think they'd have guys spying on him and where is he? So it's different. But to me, where am I at with the Warriors? Draymond's back to being Draymond. They have developed Jonathan Kuminga. Steve got his contract extension. We'll see about Clay's role. I like that. The big question is, when is Andrew Wiggins going to come back and play like two-way Wiggs again?
Let's talk a little bit more about Draymond in this piece that Howard Beck wrote. We just moved Marcus to 1150, I've been told, so we can expand a little bit more on this Draymond situation because it's a great piece. There is one thing that actually, and I've kind of comped him to Rasheed Wallace because I covered Rasheed Wallace years ago, that the Blazers tried with Rasheed Wallace, but has actually worked with Draymond Green. We'll talk about that then. We'll get you Marcus, which we've moved to 1150. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
First time I actually went on clay boat. Thing happened with Rudy Gobert. I went to LA and I was coming back and I flew into Oakland. The Bay Bridge was shut down. There was a protest on the Bay Bridge. So I couldn't get to the gym. Clay came on his boat across the water to pick me up in Jack London Square in Oakland. Eric Housen tried to get the cops to escort me through. Nothing could work. You could not get across. So he came across the boat. Him and E. Housen came and picked me up. And this was right after I had got at Rudy Gobert. So it was perfect timing.
He needed the water. He needed that boat ride.
Yeah, I needed to get there. But I just got 5 games for you. He came and scooped me. And that was my first time on this boat.
Clay to the rescue, Super Clay to the rescue for Draymond Green coming back from the suspension. Had of course, we are the protest capital of the world, so he had to go on a boat. You ain't getting no police escort, man. Do you believe in Draymond now? There's a great piece by Howard Beck. We had Howard on the show. So, by the way, the first text after we said that, 916, betting on Draymond is a loser, just a matter of time.
All right.
That's from Sacramento.
Yeah, he's a loser, 4-time NBA champion.
So what do you think?
What has Draymond ever won?
You back on the Draymond train, 415 808 KNBR, 415 808 415-808-5627 or KNBR. I've said this before, so I was covering Rasheed Wallace, and they didn't know how to get to him. He had a league record, 41 technicals. He would blow up all the time, and the Blazers put his mom, wife, and kids courtside. I mean, literally in the middle of the court, didn't change anything. Draymond, in this piece by Howard Beck, said that was the number one thing that was driving him, is that after he got out of therapy and he's still going through it, he said he just didn't want to let down his family, didn't want to embarrass his kids. He said a lot of things are already said with his kids. They go to school, and he didn't want to embarrass them, so it was the number one thing. He wanted to change what the thought process was and how they thought of him and how others thought of him, so that was number one. It wasn't the only thing, but that's, and Howard Beck kind of at the end, kind of as he kind of concludes the piece, is how is he going to be thought of? And we've talked about this with athletes. What is going to be the legacy of a certain athlete? And it's just kind of what you just said. Is he going to be remembered as the guy who won all these championships and was kind of the engine behind all this thing? Or is he going to be the guy that screamed and yelled and freaked out on officials? And that kind of is to be determined.
His career was at the crossroads, there's no doubt, and people were all over him. We're still getting the Draymond's a 4-time NBA champion. He's one of the greatest Warriors of all time. You think in the Bay Area we would protect him a little bit, but it got to the point where he was beyond protecting. Honestly, the Gobert thing, I thought he was defending Clay. The Nurkic thing, I don't know what he was doing there. I was more unhappy with what he did to Donovan Mitchell when he pushed him unnecessarily and got kicked out of that game. But it was just a compilation of things. And you could hear Steve Kerr talking about it. You can't behave this way, and staff. It was obvious. And then he faced the indefinite suspension. And while he was away, Steve did obviously reach out to him. Bob Myers called him. They talked almost every single day. And Howard Beck's piece, which you alerted me to, and I'm reading it now. It's fascinating. We're going to get Howard on tomorrow. Ty Lue reached out to him as well. Guys that respected him. I'm sure Tom Izzo reached out to him from East Lansing and people. But it's his mom, Mary Babers. I mean, ultimately, and I lost my mom in May of a couple of years ago. It's hard. Sometimes you need mom's wisdom and guidance in your ear. You kind of think what she would say, but if you don't actually hear her say it, you long for it. Mom can reach you at a level nobody else can, because she's tough. We know her from Saganasty. And then your own children, and his child's around a lot with Eric Housen on the sideline during games, and you don't want your son to see you behave that way, and your teammates say things about you that they hear. And so it's time to grow up. But the question was, could he do it? He's done it. Now, there are a lot of games to play and high pressurized moments, but he's had moments this year, and Howard did, cite, Keontae George, he got into it, trash talking. The one that I remember was that epic game against Phoenix the night before the Super Bowl when Steph made that shot on the inbounds by Podziemski. What a game. We didn't talk enough about that game because we were away that weekend and the Niners lost the Super Bowl the next day, but that game was epic. And there was a moment when Jusuf Nurkic, who started all, it was the Nurkic spin and This brother needs help, and he did. But Nurkic wouldn't let it go. And then there was a moment in that game when they were at the free throw line when Yusuf Nurkic was clearly trying to get Draymond to go off. He baited him. He went nose to nose with him. They took double techs. Draymond stood his ground, but he didn't take the bait. And it was Klay Thompson who came in and slapped the ball out of Nurkic's hands and kind of walked by him and brushed by him like, you take one more step, bro, we're all on you. So back off. But it was the way Draymond stood up for himself, but did not cross the line and take the second tech and get run. They came back to win that game. That was a hell of a game. Devin Booker went off. What a game that was. Anyway, I think he's doing it. But they're going to do it in playoff games if the 49 and the Warriors get into the playoff or the play-in. I don't think they're going to play golf. I think they're going to be in at least the play-in. But that's a one-game scenario if you're 9-10. So, and it may be up against LeBron, his buddy, and who started the whole thing with a teabagging, or Davis or somebody, or Miangelo, anybody. But what Howard Beck's piece is fascinating because people turned on Draymond Green from near and far. They all were against him. And even here in the Bay Area, we've seen the act before. You kind of tolerate him. But even his own teammates and coaches and Steve, but since he's been back in the 21 games since returning, the Warriors are 14-7. They lost that first game in Memphis. But since that game, and Decky's death was coincided, but just two technicals, the one for trash talking the Jazz rookie George and the one we talked about with Nurkic. But as far as the flagrants, and he's got to play hard, he's doing it. We thought, how is he going to go away? How long was he away, John? A month or so? Mm-hmm. He missed 21 games. Then he missed 3 more for conditioning. So about a month, and we were all skeptical. Could he do it? At least for the short term, he has been able to do it, and he has turned the Warriors season around by being present and then bringing Kuminga and Wiggins together. However, he did that as a basketball player. And then now he's nurturing. You see him talking to Kuminga when they mic him up on the sideline. Tough coaching moments as a veteran player, but also no one can stop you, dude. Just go do your thing. So you got to say, Draymond Green has flipped the year from where he was in December and January to where he is now in early March.
Well, there's a few things here. First of all, he deserved the criticism. So I know he's kind of lashed out at people and said, well, you didn't believe in me. First of all, you let the team down. And he even said that. He did let the team down. So the criticism was warranted at the time. Number two, I think that you can do both. I've always thought, because you can't just redline and say, well, that's just the way I play. As you get more mature in life, you can change who you are and what you do. And I've always thought he could do that, and he's done that. And then the other thing is, the one thing I didn't want him to do when he came back, because that's when he left, and he said this, Kuminga started to play well, and I didn't want him to come back and be this rip-roaring guy that was going to scream at everybody, because everybody was starting to relax and play well. And so to see him, like you said, in these mic'd up things where he's actually encouraging guys, I love all that. And he is a guy, whether people love him or hate him, he is kind of the cog in this engine. And this is where people don't nationally, we know this locally, but you don't have to get 25 and 10 every single night. All these little things that he does leads to winning. That's what he does. And so they need this guy to win, regardless of people love him or hate him or not. 415-808-5627. Let's jump out the lines. Bruce is in Modesto. Hi, Bruce. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I don't know Draymond's background, but it seems like he's got some self-esteem issues, and he probably grew up in a rough, had a little bit of difficult life.
Michigan. He's Saganasty. It's like, okay.
So if people are going to push him around and he does have a short fuse, that's what they're going to get. I'm not saying it's right. The Warriors, when he cost us an NBA title a couple years ago, we were up 3-1 and he got suspended for a game against LeBron. That cost us an NBA title. Cleveland wasn't coming back from 3-1. But
we all know that, brother. We all know that.
Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Teabagged.
You don't have any faith in your Warriors if you don't believe that they would have given up a 3-1 lead in the NBA final.
Yeah. Dude, I was there and I saw it. I saw the whole thing. They would not have lost. He watched the game in the A's stadium, and also who got hurt in that game? Not Wiggins. Andre. Bogut got hurt. I mean, and then Draymond in Game 7 went off. How many points did Draymond have in Game 7? Steph ran out of gas. We know that. We know where he's from. We know why he's here. The question is, how has he been able to meaningfully change? it's sometimes you reach a crisis point in your life. This Howard Beck story you enlightened me is amazing. The quote from Charles and Charles
Ron
Barkley,
Artest, Charles Barkley. I mean, those are guys.
Those guys ran. Ron Artest never got it. Rashid Charles would take an early technical in a game, and then he would back off. He would take one right away, and that was the nature of the league. Then was to assert yourself. Coaches would do that as well, trying to intimidate a ref. But Charles would back away. But he said Charles Barkley got called into Stern's office, and Stern said, "What do you want to be? A sideshow or a Hall of Fame player? Clean it up. Or my guys that dole out punishment, they are not going to be easy on you." David Stern told me to grow the F up and quit doing it. You got to make a decision. Do you want to be a great player or do you want to be a sideshow? That's the commissioner of the NBA. He decides whether you play or not, even if you're Charles Barkley.
Draymond probably wouldn't be in the league if Stern was the commissioner.
Well, maybe Stern would have solved his crisis problem earlier in his career. But whatever it was obviously people that he knows, Steve Kerr reaching out to him, his mom, being a role model for his children. The Ty Lue angle, to me, is really interesting. The way Ty Lue is the one that reached out to Draymond, and I'm just observing him as the coach on the other sideline. And he was the coach. Was it he or Fizdale? Who won that championship when Draymond got teabagged? It was Lue, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In Cleveland? Fizdale was already gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
When James teabagged him.
All right, quickly to Nikki. Hi, Nikki. Welcome.
Hey, I'm here calling in. Curious about your guys' opinion on what the majority of the fans think of Draymond. Not the media. I don't care about Bonte. I mean, he's a pundit. Screw him. But what the fans think.
You're all over the place. Who? What do we care about? Did she say Mitchell Wiggins? Go, Nikki. Where are you, Nikki?
Say that again.
What do the fans think of Draymond?
What do the fans think of Draymond? Thanks for the
That's
call.
what we're asking right now. I mean, they're polarized still with Draymond. No matter what the fans think of him and the media thinks of him, he's won the locker room back. And we'll talk to Marcus because he's in the locker room. Obviously, we're not. But the way he's leading now, the first thing he had to do was walk in that locker room, say he was sorry, and then lead by his own example. And the example are not just words, John, their behavior. He has not crossed the line. He's standing up to Nurkic, but he's not pushing back at Nurkic and getting himself run. I think he's handled himself beautifully, and he's won over remember last year he said he lost a little credibility in the locker room after he sucker punched Jordan Poole? Well, we don't know. We're not in there. It seemed like they played fine together. Has he been able to win back that locker room?
But this is an ongoing thing. I mean, look, it's going great now. This is an ongoing thing for the rest of his tenure.
Of course, it's
as
so
a leader
far
on
so
the Warriors.
good. He's proven,
exactly.
He's proven for a month he can do it.
Yeah, believe me, I was skeptical, and it's great. It's going great so far, but it's an ongoing thing with him. I give him a ton of credit because you can just see it on the court, what's happening. He's not berating officials. He's not ripping on players. He's not now when playoff intensity ratchets up, let's see what happens. That's the ultimate test,
Just go at the other team. Do not go at your own teammates or coaches, and do not go at the gray shirts. You can make a point if you want to argue with a call, but move on. Do not get run from games. Make yourself available. And so far, he's taken just 2 technical fouls since he's been back.
All right, we'll open it back up. How you feeling about him so far? So good. Great piece by Howard Beck in the Ringer, or on the Ringer, in the Ringer, whatever you call it. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line wide open, as well as the phone lines at 808-KNBR, 808-5627. We'll take them after we talk to our good friend Marcus Thompson next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Bucks in town tomorrow night, still licking their wounds from Boston, but they have won 13-17, which is nice. Marcus Thompson at Thompson Scribe. Make sure you're following him. Of course, reading him in The Athletic as well. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm chilling.
Everything's
I'm
good?
all right.
Everything's good?
Well, define good. How are we defining good?
Well, I haven't been reading you
Above
much since
average?
the Steve Kerr extension, so you've taken a little time off the last
I
week
was
and a half
chilling.
or so? Yeah.
I was chilling.
Good for you.
I took some time off.
Good
I
for-
needed it. I was falling apart.
I know we all are. Well, we're back at it.
I lost about 50, and I had to. I was proverbially losing by 50 in Boston, so
Yeah.
I took a week off.
Yeah. Well, good to have you back. And there's so much to get into. John and I were just talking about the Warriors season and where they are now versus a month ago or December. And a lot of factors. Kuminga's development, being able to play with Wiggins. But to me, it's Draymond Green. And since he's been back, the team is obviously on the floor much better. He's been able to unite those two wings, and Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga's development's been amazing. And Draymond has walked the line. He's only picked up a couple of technicals since coming back. One is when he was getting baited into it by Yusef Nurkic the night before the Super Bowl, that epic win over the Suns, and he stood his ground, and then Clay slapped the ball away. But people really soured on Draymond Green nationally, the media, even in the Bay Area, the fans, and I think his own locker room to a large extent called him out. Since he's come back a month or so into it, he's turned things around, Marcus. So you're tight with him. Just give me your take on Draymond Green and where he's at now.
I actually think he's gotten his voice back as a leader. And remember last year, like after the Jordan Poole situation, like he couldn't be that guy. He was taking a back seat. It took him a while to get over it and grow with the team. This year, it feels like he's already got that. He's gotten that back. He is, they listen to him. His voice matters. He's important. You hear him really pumping up Jonathan Kuminga, and I think it helps because he's still really good. He's playing great defense. He's really good offensively, especially in the first quarter where he doesn't miss threes. But yeah, I feel like this is the best he's played and the most he's been back since before the punch. So you got to go all the way back, and even kind of the end of 2022 was tough with him getting benched in the finals. So it's been a while since we've seen this Draymond. So I think he's gotten it back, which is odd after how this season is going, right? You thought there's no way, but he somehow always finds his way back.
Yeah, I would agree, and I like the part you said about Kuminga, because one of my concerns, because Kuminga really started to take obviously a major step forward when he was gone, and I thought, well, Draymond's going to come back and he's going to possibly kind of impose his will a little bit on Kuminga, and he's going to lose some confidence. But the opposite is true. He's really encouraged him, and I think even given him more confidence and fed into Kuminga even playing better.
Yeah, it's been a real big shift. There were times where you couldn't play Draymond and Kuminga together just because they were trying to play Kuminga at 3. 4 was tough. That neither one of them shoot it. So, it hurts with the spacing. But really, it's been Draymond kind of putting the battery in his back, telling him you're great, telling him you're a superstar. And, Kuminga don't need much of a push anyway, right? He already believes it. So he just need a little bit of permission. But them being able to play together is a game changer, because it had been either or Wiggins or Kuminga. But if you can get Wiggins and Kuminga going well, now you just unlock this new lineup. But Draymond allows that to happen. But he's got to be good offensively. Otherwise, you kind of get stuck in a bit of a run of spacing. So, yeah, he's been vital, and you can just see it in the locker room. It's way different. I cannot tell you how awkward it used to be last year. Just the unspoken tension, that feels like a lot of it is gone, and Draymond is kind of back to being Draymond.
Yeah, I think that's the big development of the story is Draymond later in his career, well into his 30s now, just had a birthday developing like this. And then the young guy, the 21-year-old Jonathan Kuminga, his game is just evolved where he's not making errors on the floor anymore. He's becoming a go-to guy. His assist numbers are up. His rebound numbers are up. He's guarding. He's just playing amazing right now. But I go back, and we've never asked you this because we got into other topics and the Niners and the playoffs and all that. But I remember quotes you had attributed to Kuminga early in the year. And it was before even the game against Denver when he got benched and the reports you guys had at The Athletic that he lost faith in Steve. But there was that line about my OGs, and I'm waiting for my OGs to get up the floor. And he kind of was calling out Chris Paul and the older guys for not being able to keep up the pace with him. I think they are running more, and Paul being out for a while did aid that. But along the same lines, talking about the development of Draymond, the 21-year-old Jonathan Kuminga, Marcus, the development for where he's been the first couple of months of the year to where he is now. How would you describe that?
Like phenomenal, right? Like night and day. And, oddly enough, the way he went about it, most people would say, it's not the way to do it. But in his case, it was the perfect way. Because you're right, that was Christmas Day. I remember after that game, and he's like, nobody can guard me, right? Like, hey, I think I could be a star, but I have to fall in line behind these other guys. So it's hard to figure out when is it my turn. And him essentially saying, I'm no longer going to sit by and be silent, and I know it's his people doing the talking, but you can rest assured he signed off on whatever was leaked to the media. But like him saying, nah, you know what? I'm good enough to say something. I've paid my dues. I'm going to say something. It ultimately led him into the office with Steve, and they got an understanding. And now he gets to play through his mistakes. And you're right. Like defensively is where he used to be just such a problem. Like off the ball, doesn't know where to go. He's kind of scrambling. Right. On the ball, he can stick to his guy, right? He's like a pit bull that way, right? Like, you just go get that guy, you're good.
It was a head turner off the ball. Yeah.
Absolutely. He get lost, and you're seeing him fix that. But like he's one of the players. If he knows he's not coming out of the game, like he can relax and play. But if he thinks he's coming out with the mistake, he plays so tense. And loosening him up and getting him confident to just be himself, like to me, that's been the biggest. It's been a dramatic change, like night and day. Remember, we were talking about Moody should be finishing the game in Sacramento at that time. Nobody was talking about Kuminga, but now he's invaluable. Now I think he should be playing 40 minutes, at least 35. Like, put him with the second unit and the first unit. Like he's young, like he's got a lot of energy. He's athletic. He can do it. It's been a phenomenal transition for the Warriors' sake.
Marcus Thompson joining us. Warriors tomorrow night, coming off that loss in Boston. Tomorrow night they got the Milwaukee Bucks. Bob Myers on the call, by the way. Where are they with about 22 games left in the year? Where is this team?
What, 10th place?
We don't mean literally.
In terms of,
well, look at how far they've come. The guys we're talking about. Where can they be in a month or come April?
Let me specify this. Denver.
I
think it's going to be Denver and Boston in the finals. I think they're better than the Lakers. Like of the old man teams, I think they're better than the Lakers. I think they're better than the Suns. I don't know if they're better than the Clippers, but people are saying, well, can they be a title contender? I don't know about that. But I mean, where do you think they are?
Yeah, I think they're in pretty much the same boat as last year, where they're good enough to win a first-round series against most teams, and they're good enough to put a scare in the second-round team. And if they get a good matchup, you might see them in the West Finals. But if the matchup if it's a bad one, they're out. Like there's an elite level, and I think they're second tier, and they need things to break right. Like I think the worst thing for them would be Denver in the first round. Because even if somehow they survive, it's going to kill Steph and Draymond, right? Like dealing with Jokic and Aaron Gordon, who's, what they're going to do, it's going to be tough. But to me, I feel like if they get the Clippers, they get Minnesota, even if they get OKC, like you got to like their chances to do something, to pull off the upset, just like with Sacramento last year. Yeah. And then it becomes about who's the second round matchup. Do they get a team? To me, if they just avoid size, right? Avoid like the punishing physical size teams early, they'll be fine. If you do it in the West Finals, then all right, that's what it's got to be. But the teams with the massive size differential tends to wear them down. So I feel like they're dangerous. I feel like they're one of them teams you don't want to face. Like, can you imagine the Clippers? They finally got it together. They're finally healthy. They're having a great year. They're reaching their peak. And then the first round, they got to deal with Steph. Like, the Clippers don't want that. Yeah. They don't want no parts of that. To me, that's where the Warriors are. They're the spoilers.
Well, they'd have to jump up to 5 because the Clippers are in the top 4 with Minnesota, OKC, and Denver, 19 losses, Clippers 21. And then you get to New Orleans with 25. Phoenix, what's going on with this Devin Booker ankle injury?
They're always hurt. And
then they got 26 losses, sacked. But right now you're in a play-in against the Lakers. But so we were talking about the development of the year, and obviously Draymond, being able to come back and reassert authority and playing like himself. Kuminga. The other element is whatever happened to Andrew Wiggins early in the year, he was able to rectify that, and he started the play right before the deadline, play like two-way wigs, and he and Kuminga are playing well together. Then you go on a road trip, and he's gone, and they wind up winning 3 of the 4. I'm assuming he's going to be out for a while. I think it does impact your lineup. I think with him being out of short term, you could ride Moses Moody and go small. I think at some point, we were talking about with Draymond, if Wiggins is going to be out a while, you may think about Trace Jackson Davis in the starting lineup or Kavan just to get bigger, to move Draymond over to 4, then go small later. But do you have any idea? And I do commend, the writers that are around and reporters that are not prying on Wiggins' privacy and his family situation. But are we looking at what happened last year where he possibly, Marcus, misses the remainder of the regular season?
No, I'm hearing it won't be that long. They're expecting him to be back sooner than that. And I do think on Wiggins' side, they're very cognizant of what happened last year and kind of not repeating that. And he was given a lot of latitude and grace by the Warriors. So I am hearing that it'll be a shorter time, not expecting it to be that longer. And I also think a big difference this time is like the communication between Wiggins and the Warriors will be like stronger this time. I think last time they were just like, let's give him the space, let's give him what he needs. Like, let him do that, and there wasn't a lot of contact. They just kind of let it be. Whereas this time, there's a lot more dialogue. Like Rick Celebrini, I'm hearing is like making sure he's getting his work in, et cetera. Because when he does come back, they're gonna want him to hit the ground running. So I'm hearing it's not gonna be that long, but also I heard that last time. So and it ended up being the rest of the regular season. It's a very delicate situation, and I give Warriors credit. They are determined to keep Wiggins' personal business private. Everything else gets out, right? Steve can't keep his start lineup in the playoffs out of the news. But for Wiggins, they do that for him because they know it matters for him, which kind of tells you what he means to the team. And they're not letting it out. But I have heard they don't expect it to be that long.
When's Pod's coming back?
Tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think I don't think he's missing a game against Milwaukee.
Yeah,
I said he's from Milwaukee. He's trying to play.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah,
I think he'll be back. They're gonna be pretty healthy down the stretch. As long as you get Wiggins back, I think what we've learned is that the best of this team requires the best version of Andrew Wiggins. Like they're not as good when Wiggins isn't there or when Wiggins isn't playing great basketball. So whatever happens, they're going to need Andrew Wiggins to be really good. That's how they get as far as they can get. But outside of that, I mean, Chris Paul looks really good for a guy who sat out a while. Like, he's running the court. He's moving faster.
Yeah, totally.
Like, his shot looks a little better. So, I feel like they're in a good spot. Look, the other teams are struggling. So, you look up the standings. Sacramento just tricked off a 20-point lead last night. Like, that's kind of common. So, against the Bulls, right?
Yeah, that's ugly.
I'm with you. How about Steph? How about Steph tomorrow night? Giannis with the Achilles, and they got Middleton are huge question marks for them. Steph did play the first half with the right knee bursitis in Boston, and then after they got down 100, they pulled him. But any concern about Steph either in the front end of the back-to-back, because they do have the Bulls right after on Wednesday, tomorrow night against Milwaukee, and Thursday against Chicago. What are you hearing about the bursitis?
Yeah, I do think there's a little bit of reason for concern because he's so determined to play. Like, he really wants to play. He knows they need him to play. I don't think he wants to be a part of this rest narrative anymore. You know, the whole load management stuff the Warriors have gotten criticized for in the past. I think he does want to get out there and play. And he's played a lot more than normal. But, these are those little things that crop up, right? When you're 35, about to be 36, like it pops up and you get this, or you fall wrong here. So they're going to have to figure out a way to give him some days off down the stretch. I don't think he's going to take it. I think he's going to fight. I think he's going to want to play. He's going to feel good. But judging by how when he doesn't have it, he looks like he doesn't have it, they probably got to start figuring out how do they find a day off for him. In this situation, fortunately for him, they got 2 days off. So I think that'll help, and plus a half, so 2.5 days off. But just looking down the stretch, he's playing every game. Like, it's crazy. He's missed like 4 games, I think. He's on pace to play 78 games.
I was surprised he played in Toronto in retrospect because he got hurt at the end of that game. Maybe they should have held him out of the Raptor game. They may not have won the game without him, but I thought that was the one game to rest him, then play him in Boston on Sunday.
That's what I thought, too. But then Toronto, he's got roots there.
His dad used to play there.
He hadn't played there in a while. Yeah, his wife is from there.
Yeah.
Like, he knows a lot. Like, he likes playing there. And also, he's like, has great games there. I think he's got the highest scoring average against the Raptors of anybody else in the league. Like, he cooks in Toronto. So I think he wanted to go cook. That's the problem with Steph. He's been in the league for so long. Everywhere he's got like a tie to. It's like, I can't not play this game, right? I can't not play this game. This is my spot. So I think they're going to have to figure out when they sit him. And it's going to be tough because they need every game. But you can start seeing, like, this is how it looks when you wear on them too much. So I do feel like that's the concern. Figure it out. How do we find rest for Steph? Because he's going to need it.
Yeah, no doubt. It'd be nice to see Bob Myers tomorrow night, huh?
No, I'm a Mike Dunleavy guy. I'm done with Bob Myers. It's over. I'm jump ship, baby. Mike Dunleavy. Nah. I got a piece coming out about Bob.
Nice.
Bob's the homie. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Bob, yeah. I wonder how emotional he'll get. Does he play it cool? Is he like Bob Myers, Mr. Suave?
He's going to cry in the open.
He'll cry, man.
He's going to cry in the open.
He'll cry right on ESPN.
Are they going to have a tribute video to Bob before tip-off? That'll get him going.
Yeah, they're going to have a video. They're going to have a video. They're going to give him an ovation. I want to see if Bob holds me together. He's got to be on TV. He can't be on TV.
He cries more than Dick Vermeil. He's crying in the open with Breen.
Dick Vermeil.
Yeah, he's going to go Dick Vermeil for sure.
Poor Durant. Poor Durant.
He'll ball.
I don't know. He's got to be on TV. You can't be snotting on TV. You can't be ugly crying.
He's crying to be on TV, sobbed.
Yeah,
the night they drafted Wiseman, he should have been crying about that. It was Clay tearing his Achilles. He sobbed like 8 hours after the draft pick.
Should have taken Halliburton.
Good to have you back, brother. We missed you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Appreciate it. I look forward to it.
We'll see you tomorrow. All right, there is the great
Andrew Wiggins is coming back.
Yeah,
sooner rather than later.
But then they said that last year too.
Yeah, they did.
All right, do not miss Charles Davis at the bottom of the hour. I'll cry. I'll be so happy because we did talk about the combine and DJ's top 100 and Rich's run and quarterbacks and who they're going to pick at 31. And he's the best. Those guys are awesome, man.
Plus, he's in the booth with our guy Ian Eagle. He knows football. He knows not only the draft and getting ready for that, but. Giants' future shortstop, Willie Adames, just tripled in a run in the top.
Oh, he got me excited.
Off of Logan Webb.
I thought there was some rumor or something.
What's Logan Webb's ERA this spring? Don't worry.
I mean, we're assuming he's
got $90 million. He's fine.
He better be good. I'm assuming he's going to pitch another 216 innings or whatever. He better.
You better go 300.
Dude,
he better go
even if he blew his right arm out, I hope he can pitch with his left. My God, man. Oof.
Is your son going to give us a report from Scottsdale?
I'll call him. Call up. What the hell's wrong with Logan Webb? Wait a minute. I think Farhan's calling me.
Intrepid reporter, George Lund.
He's going to call us right now.
Is he?
Wait a minute. Is Farhan texting me to pitch tomorrow? Wow. All right.
No, your eligibility's up. He wants George.
No kidding. He's
2-0 Brew Crew.
Great. All right. Bottom of the hour, we'll talk some combine. We'll get you ready next. You'll love that. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Silver's dad, the great Mike Silver, joined Papa and I yesterday to break down Brandon Staley's role in the 49ers defensive staff. Check out that podcast and more. Starting right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. $1 billion. We'll get to the billion in just a second, but your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, I know this is going to be hard to believe, they're not even based in the entire state. But that is not Chris Dolan, and that is not the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together and make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than, get this, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid, which is nice. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
Afternoon delight. I'm tired. I ate all this food.
Okay, so
I need a nap.
Nothing is sacred anymore. So all the people are texting on the text line because they're watching us on YouTube and Twitch.
Bunch of spies.
So our
can't Danny control that in the studio?
Our good friend Bob Sargent.
Take the bunker cam off our
the
lunch.
49ers. We're celebrating it. It took us a couple of weeks.
3 weeks and 2 days.
And Bob is still not over it, and I don't think you're over it. But
you'll never be over it.
We're celebrating a great season, and it was a great season, even though it didn't end exactly how we wanted, but it was a great season. So, Bob, we have a great partnership with the 49ers, so brought in some sandwiches and
killer salad,
great salad, and we're celebrating and saying thank you. And so that's in the bullpen area. And so during the breaks, what we do is we put it on the bullpen cam. The bullpen cam has salads and sandwiches, and right away everyone's like, "What is it, Taco Tuesday? Are you guys having a feast? What's going on?" And
it's a Sando Salad Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely great.
Taco Tuesday's LeBron's house.
And then I got a dirty look from Holler, one of our producers, and of course does all the great stuff with the 49ers games because we're both on diets we do this every year. We do post NFL diet.
This is a good lunch for you. This salad.
Yeah, it's fine. But
what's the sandwich? I haven't tried it yet.
No, it's really good. It's got some turkey and it's very healthy.
And it's a small slice.
But then I snuck a cookie and he gave me a dirty look, so I had to put it back.
Can't have
put it back. But I'm down about 7 pounds. He's down 12. He's down 12.
Well,
anyway, boy, you should have saw me in Vegas. I ate everything that moved, and then they had this spread in Vegas of like cookies and all this. I mean, they had so much good food in Vegas.
Oh, and you went for the U2.
They had
that was different.
at the game, and they had these egg and sausage burritos that were absolutely amazing. I probably gained 5 pounds
during the game.
Wow. Let alone all the food that we had and drink at the, in Vegas.
Not only do I not eat during games, I don't eat before much. I don't ever eat during our show.
No, never.
So I'm debating whether to have this now or later.
You already got a mean
probably
text.
not. I think I just took. I know. Supposed to have lunch at 2:00. I'm getting reamed.
I know. Everyone can see what we do. Our GM said, "Oh, you guys look like you're going to a fashion show. You guys dressed up today. Thank you very much." It's like I forget that we're on.
I got to go meet the guys from Residency 3.
Yeah, bring back. I'd like a nice. I have a black and white SF, but if you like to. So the
reason we met is they came. It was in the playoffs. They had a table right outside the locker room. They had, and the players were just grabbing them 5 at a time. That's the guys one. The only one that Kyle wears is the Residency 3. How do you say the name of the company? I should know before I meet the guy. That. Residency 3?
Yeah, but he wears every color.
Kyle, he does not like the NFL. He does not like the NFL issued one. He likes their hats, but he can't wear that during the game.
Yeah, he wears the tan red one all the time. It's the tan one with the red SF.
Yeah.
He likes that one.
Anyway.
Yeah, those are great hats.
So Charles Davis going to join us at 12:30. He just got back from the combine.
Yeah, a lot of different directions.
Niners are picking 31. And they had 4 picks. Last year they had 99, 101, and 102.
That wasn't fun.
This year they're going to have 4 picks before 31, 63, 94, and 99.
And they could move around.
But so how many quarterbacks are going to go in the first round?
Are they going to take a kicker?
Take it easy. We got our kicker for the next decade, John. Money,
They got
Moody.
a good kicker at
Longest
Stanford
kick
this
in
year.
the history of the Super Bowl until the butt kicker.
Right.
Anyway, how many quarterbacks are going to go in the first round?
Maybe
How many wide receivers?
At least 4, maybe 5.
5, maybe.
Yeah.
Could it be more than
Nix.
5?
The
Where's
Niners
Michael
could be-
Penix going to go?
Well, if somebody likes Penix near the end of the first round, the
So
Niners
it could go
trade
Caleb
out.
Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix,
At least 4.
and Michael Penix Jr. Wouldn't there be? There could
4
be
to
4 to
6.
6.
Yeah, 4 to 6.
All right, how many wide receivers?
Probably 3 in the top 10. Marvin
This is
Harrison
the greatest
Jr.,
wide receiver
Odunze,
draft maybe of all time.
Neighbors. Yeah,
Going
there's
back many, many years.
at least
And the Niners could take a wide receiver to be sure. And then the real area of emphasis is how many offensive linemen will go in the first round.
3 in the top 10.
I'm going 31. The entire first round. We're picking 31.
better
Between
hope not.
wide receivers,
Oh, I see what you're
quarterbacks,
saying.
and offensive linemen. We're going to have a pick of which offensive line. When will the run on offensive linemen start? In the
Well,
teens?
5 probably.
Well, Alt's going to go early. After him,
Alt, the kid from Notre
Joe
Dame.
Alt
yeah.
is big time.
He's good.
Wow.
He's monstrous.
He is so
Dad
good.
played in the league.
He's a great player. He's going to go top 10 easily.
Could be 5.
Top 5.
Early as 5.
But after that, we have any more in the top 10?
Yeah. Kid from Oregon State.
He's really good. Fuaga, how do you say his name?
Yeah.
Fuaga?
He's really good.
Kid from Penn State.
Yeah. good.
Alabama's got one.
Yeah.
How do you say Washington? Troy
Yeah, he can play guard or tackle. He's
Patano.
really good.
And then you got Guyton, you got Mims, you got the Oregon kid, Jackson
Yeah.
Powers Johnson,
Inside
Zach
guy.
Frazier, Graham Barton from Duke. So, I mean, you're going to have your pick of what, the 4th or 5th best offensive lineman after the run on O-lineman at 31, assuming you stay at 31.
Yeah.
The Niners could trade up
Yeah, if somebody wants
into the
Penix, for
20s and then
example,
take a, yeah.
or if they could trade up or down, but if somebody wanted Penix and they were sitting there, they could trade out.
Right.
That'd be interesting.
So it's a great draft for quarterbacks. We may have
Offensive
1, 2,
line.
3 offensive linemen and wide receivers. Could be the best
I would
wide
not be
receiver
surprised
draft
if
class since
later in the draft they
104.
took a wide receiver. Yeah,
Yeah, they'll take a wide receiver at some point. Anyway,
it's gonna be fun.
that's what Charles Davis will do. And then, where's Russell Wilson going to play this year? He's going to play somewhere. And Denver's paying him. Walmart's paying him $39 million not to play for them.
How nuts is
So
that?
you could sign him to the veteran minimum.
Yeah.
Will anybody
So- 'cause
sign
it'll
him to
just
be?
offset, yeah.
It's an offset.
Yeah,
He'll
so
get the
he's
veteran
gonna-
minimum.
yeah, that's
He
crazy.
wants to stick it all to Walmart and
Yeah.
Sean Payton.
He'd probably go to Vegas so he could play the Broncos twice a year. That'd be amazing.
But they do that. Aiden O'Connell and
That'd be so
Russ.
great. He's so great. Oh, my son's head would blow off. It'd be amazing. Anyway. All right, let's talk to Charles Davis. Did a great job with the Combine coverage on NFL Network. Of course, works with your friend Ian Eagle on CBS. He knows all about the NFL draft. What are the 49ers going to do? Let's find out next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. I bow to Charles Davis. The NFL Network was awesome as always. Daniel Jeremiah and Rich Eisen and the whole crew. Chris Rose. Man,
Peter Schrager.
Peter Schrager was great. I don't want to leave anybody out, but we love the draft. My wife kicks me out to the shed, and I just sit out there and watch it. And
Blame it on Charles.
Yeah, they are so good, and they're so prepared, and we have such a great time watching those guys all the way through the draft process. And the great Charles Davis joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Great to talk to you again. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's great to talk with you guys. And so we don't leave anyone out. Let's not forget the great Stacey Dale.
Oh, she did great from the field. Yeah, she's awesome.
Jamie Erdahl joined us.
Yeah.
Jamie's about to have her third child. So, she was playing hurt.
Man.
So, you talk about some dedication to the craft. She came rolling in. She's about 5 weeks away, I believe.
I know.
It's that way we don't leave anyone out. Everybody did their thing. And we're not even talking about all the people who are doing all the extra stuff, the other stuff down there. But the staff was incredible. Yeah. And thanks a lot, guys. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, we watched it every single moment. So we were just talking about, wide receivers, such a deep class. Yeah. Offensive linemen where the Niners are going to be looking, I think, at 31. But let's just start where we always start with quarterback play. How many do you think will go in the first round overall? And might we have 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks off the board?
I'll start with the second part of your question. I do think it'll be 1, 2, 3 if someone doesn't overthink it. And even if we get a trade, if someone comes up, you've heard those rumors about teams that are interested in moving up, and they'd have to move up into that territory, I think, because 4 is Arizona, 5 is, who am I missing? The Chargers.
Chargers, yeah.
Yep, and 6 are the Giants. So you've got to move ahead of the Giants just to be safe. Because I don't think we're thinking Chargers. I don't think we're thinking Arizona at this stage. Arizona seems to have really committed to Kyler Murray. They told us that last year. Let's be frank, I don't know how many of us believed them off the initial. But by the end of the year, I did believe them, that he was going to stay and be their quarterback. So I think you've got to move up there. And if you want to be sure about it, you've got to get up into that territory to make sure. So you're probably dealing with New England at 3 at the worst, if you really want to go. And, Washington's at 2. And obviously Chicago's at 1. I just don't expect Chicago to deal with anyone at 1. Like, take your guy. You have your choice of the quarterbacks. It probably would be Caleb Williams. But I don't think it's a situation where you move down and you're comfortable and go, yeah, well, we'll take one of the other 2. Pick who your guy is, stick, and take him. So I think it's those 3 at the top, and it's a matter of who comes up, or if it's 1, 2, 3. New England, you're under new management. Don't overthink it. Get yourself a quarterback.
And then where does J.J. McCarthy go? We think those guys go 1, 2, 3. Did J.J. McCarthy help himself? Is he going to be in that top 10?
I think there's a chance he's in the top 10. I've got to turn in my first mock draft tonight, and I've been agonizing over it all day long.
You're just doing the first round, though, to start?
Yeah, all I do is the first round. I mean, and I make a rule that I don't do trades. Other people are way more creative with their mock drafts. They can do the trades and this, that, and everything. It's like a TV show. They have a thing called continuity. So people have to study what everyone was wearing, where they were standing, what they were doing when they shoot out of sequence to make sure it hits. Yeah. If I go out of sequence, my continuity goes right out the window, and I'll have 3 people who will go to 3 different teams, and other people will be missed. I remember one year I had to do a mock draft very quickly before an NFL Network show. I had to do a top 10. And I gave one team had 2 picks in the top 10, and I had them both select 2 receivers, and no one caught it before we went on air.
Oh no!
And all of a sudden, I was standing there going, "Yeah, how am I going to defend this one? Is there any possible way I can get Perry Mason in here right now?"
No.
I am jammed up, and so I would know what I went with. Hey, Houston Oilers in the '71 draft, they took Dan Pastorini.
Yeah.
Right at the top.
Right after Plunk and Archie Manning went 1-2.
Remember? They were 1-2.
Santa Clara, we loved Dante.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And they didn't have a pick in the second round. And in the third round, do you know who they took? They took Lynn Dickey, quarterback. Kansas State. Later
wound up in Green Bay.
Big years with Green Bay.
Yeah,
exactly
I
right.
didn't know that, yeah.
So I rolled that out right away as fast as I could.
Yeah.
And everybody looked at me like, one, we don't know who the hell you're talking about. And two, you still took 2 receivers in the top 10. You're stupid. So I gave it a heck of a shot. That's all I had.
All right, since you are doing a mock tonight, the record, as you well know, since you are a historian, for offensive linemen drafted in the first round, going back to the draft era of 67, is the 68 draft had 5 offensive linemen. How many offensive linemen, Charles Davis, do you have going in the first round? And do you have one going to the Niners at number 31?
Are we saying offensive linemen in total, or are we saying offensive tackles?
No, just offensive linemen in total. Guards, centers, and tackles.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what was the number again?
5 and 68 is the record.
Yeah, I think we're gonna bypass that number.
Who's going to be? Do you have the Niners taking one? Do you have the Niners taking one?
We're still working on that, but let me tell you, I've got an offensive lineman in play for them there. I also have a defensive back in play for them right now. And my wild card for them is a receiver.
Oh, damn! You're going everywhere. You're teasing us.
Listen. I got to tease you because if I tell you now, I will lose a job.
So you got to hold the mock till the. So what time are you releasing your mock tonight?
It'll be out tomorrow. I think it'll be out tomorrow sometime. So, but all of them are in play right now. And I'm telling you, I used to say, mock draft, let's just roll out and do it. But ever since I screwed up that top 10, now I take a little extra care.
Well, what you're talking about, too, at those positions, Charles, and Charles Davis is joining us. The NFL Network just does an absolutely amazing job start to finish on the draft process, and they just finished up doing a great job, as always, on the combine. But the offensive line, maybe it's just me, but offensive tackles, offensive guards, centers, it seems like just really, really deep. And then you just talked about receivers. Any type of receiver, it seems to me, that you could want. I mean, McConkey is a certain receiver, and then you got big receivers. Obviously, a 4-2-1. You have the fast receivers. It seems like every type of receiver that you could possibly want, you have. So you're mocking different kind of guys. And for as good as the 49ers are, they have all those needs that you just mentioned.
Yeah, and it happens, right? I don't care how good you are, especially in a salary cap era, as you guys well know. You're always having to restock, and refortify because guys are going to move. Guys are going to leave. Contracts going to come up. The Niners have to make tough decisions at certain places, and off you go. So I'll put it to you this way. If I do an offensive lineman, I might have run out of the top tackles by the time I got down there, but the interior offensive line, there's still guys that are available in my mind, right?
Yeah.
And I love Jake Brendel. He's always going to be a tough guy, going to fight you like that, but there's a possibility that his replacement could come in this draft. Then you start to say receiver. Well, we know what they have in receivers, but we know that Brandon Ayuk might not be around, et cetera, et cetera. So McConkey, you mentioned, Keon Coleman, who's a big, strong, physical receiver, because Juwan Jennings, is that going to continue to happen for them there? He could go. And everybody was freaking out because he ran a 4.61. It was like, oh, my God, he's so slow. Well, Puka ran 4.57 last year. But you know what they both did? They had the number 1 GPS time on the gauntlet drill, both of them. So now you're like, okay, so he plays faster than that, and he catches the football. So now he's back in play for you, And then, you go defensive back. Is an Ennis Rakestraw from Missouri still available at that time? Is a Cooper DeJean from Iowa still available at that time? Because you've got to fill things out. We know Isaiah Oliver's no longer there. Do they want to get Diamador Lenore back up to the outside? Do they want to keep him inside? A lot of questions to be asked. But when you're doing a mock, all you're trying to do is figure out good player, proper need, and sometimes – just good player trumps everything. Doesn't matter whether they have a need or not. He's just too good to pass up, and you'll have a few of those in there. So when you ask me about J.J. McCarthy, there's a very strong possibility he's going to get in my top 10.
Yeah, and then you got obviously the draftable quarterbacks and then the movement in quarterback. Where's Kirk Cousins going to land? Is he going to stay in Minnesota or go to the Falcons? And obviously Justin Fields, assuming they take Caleb Williams number 1. Chicago will make him available. And the real interesting one, and we knew it was coming, based on then benching him late in the year. But the report is that next week the Broncos will officially, before St. Patty's Day, when they got to be out from under that contract, Charles, they're going to release Russell Wilson. $39 million they've got to pay. So a team, it's just the offset. You can give him a veteran minimum. He's not going to make any more than that. So if you put it together, you kind of knew at the Combine it was coming. What were people saying? Will anybody offer a situation where Russell Wilson can be a starting quarterback next year, and where might that be?
And that's going to be the fight because, frankly, Atlanta seems like the place everybody's trying to get to. Like, if you're that quarterback, that seems to be a really good place. Good offensive line. A lot of players who can make plays on the perimeter. A running back drafted last year. Remember that term positionless football? Which I know right now when I mentioned it to a few GMs and player personnel, people already start rolling their eyes because they said at some point you line up in a position and you play. So they kind of got a kick out of it, but they have that type of talent. Pittsburgh seemed to be a place that we were all talking about. Hey, could a quarterback go there? But it sounds like the Steelers are kind of stiff-arming everyone. They're Heismaning everyone and saying we really want to give Kenny Pickett another chance. We don't want to bring in someone else. I don't know if I would agree with that. I would probably want to take some of these guys and take a good, strong look. And now you're saying, okay, where do these people land? Like you mentioned Russell Wilson. Where exactly could he land to be a starter as a stopgap guy next year?
Raiders, maybe? Raiders?
The Raiders are a possibility. We know that. Remember Tom Telesco, their GM, came from same division. You know, that's
Chargers,
sort of the deal.
Yeah, right.
Coming from the Chargers. Aiden O'Connell's their quarterback, but is he the guy you're truly wanting to ride with? Because you guys have heard the same rumors as what I've heard. The Raiders are desperate to move up into that top group and select one of these three quarterbacks. Can they pull it off? So that's where we're going. And, those who don't get them, are you getting them? And here's the other part. No matter where these guys land, that doesn't preclude that team from still being in the quarterback market. Because they're going to be bridge guys. They're going to be stopgap guys. Could you do that, draft a guy, he sits behind this guy for a year, then takes over? We've seen it before. Before Kurt Warner resurrected his career in Arizona, he was the bridge for Eli Manning.
It's great to be joined by Charles Davis talking some NFL draft. One of the things that we were talking about offensive line for the 49ers, edge opposite Nick Bosa is always an issue here. But the one thing that you mentioned at 31 that you might be looking at, the top three corners for the 49ers are all on the last year of their deal. And they're looking for, they're looking for that Seattle corner, the long physical corner. Who might be around near the end of the first round corner-wise that would fit what the 49ers would look for?
The guy that fits best with that descriptor that you just gave is Dennis Rakestraw from Missouri. Because he is, as Mike Tomlin is fond of saying, he is not, how does he say it? He is not afraid, it was not afraid, but he was he is going to engage is what it comes down to, all right? Because I can't say it the way Mike says it.
Right? Nobody can besides him.
Oh, yeah, here it is. He is not unwilling to engage. Okay?
That is a great term.
He's a tough guy.
Right? And that means Dennis Rakestraw will engage. He has the long arms. He has the reach that goes with it. He would be the guy that at that point in the draft, there's a chance that he's there. Because here's where we're talking with corners. Do you really think Terrion Arnold is going to get there?
No.
Do you really think Quinyon Mitchell is going to get there from Toledo? No. Those two solidified themselves big time.
Right.
Nate Wiggins is a possibility. Kool-Aid McKinstry is a possibility, even though he didn't work out because they found the stress fracture in his foot. And I actually talked to the young man. He said, I just worked out yesterday. He said, didn't know I had a stress fracture or whatever it is. So they expect him to be okay. And then Cooper DeJean. So who do you go to? Cooper DeJean is the most likely to get all the way down there, and he can play in the nickel. He can play outside. He can play safety for you. We've always talked about his kick return ability, although it seems like we're starting to legislate a lot of that out of the game. But punt return will still be in the game, and that's what he does best. I think he's a very skilled player. So possibility of him being there, yes. And, of course, he's another guy who is not unwilling to engage. So when I watch them on tape, those are the types of guys you're talking about, those long, lengthy guys that you're going to want to press up and do things. Both of them can do that.
Great time of the year. You're coming back from the Combine, and then we're getting ready for free agency next week. And on Monday, the legal tampering starts. And on Wednesday, you can sign guys. And right now, we're up against it in about 15 minutes and 15 seconds. Franchise tags have to be in. And a lot of the defensive players are going to get tagged, whether it's Josh Allen, Brian Burns, Jalen Johnson, the long corner of the Bears, Justin Matabike, L'Jarius Sneed. They may trade him. They already gave him the tender. And then Michael Pittman, Antoine Winfield, waiting for them all to come in. But so who do you think, when Monday morning rolls around, 9 o'clock our time, legal tampering? Last year it was Javon Hargrave, and the 49ers pounced all over him. John and I are kind of thinking Danielle Hunter with the Vikings because he could not get tagged, and he's coming off a 16.5 sack season.
Yep.
But who do you think is going to get that bag? An hour into it, we're going to get the reports from Rap Sheet that so-and-so has agreed to a free agent deal. Who do you think is going to get that bag right away?
Let me tell you, you mentioned Danielle Hunter, didn't you?
Yeah. I did, right away. That's the guy I want.
I mean, that's a big one right there because he has produced through thick and thin up there. You know, he remember when he got hurt and missed a lot of a season, and people were wondering if he still had it, and he came back with a vengeance and played. And he fits a lot of what you do in San Francisco. I know you're trying to get that whole thing figured out, and and right at the end, what's his name? Young kind of came alive in the alive in the Super Bowl a little bit for you. Hadn't been to do throughout the playoff time, the whole deal. But Danielle Hunter's that type of guy that's going to attract that attention because he's so long that even if he's not getting back there now, hands up in the air, affecting the quarterback, passing lanes, those sorts of things. And he has proven over time that he plays a run better than you would ever expect. You know, it's kind of funny. He's Jadeveon Clowney, what we expected Jadeveon Clowney to be.
Alden Smith. I think he's got a little Alden Smith in him, Charles.
I'm so glad you went there. I'm so glad you went because that's the first thing I thought of when you look at his body type.
Totally.
Because that's how it went. And Vic, of course, Vic Fangio unleashed him there. But I was going with who's the guy I said before?
Javon Curse, the freakazoid.
Yeah, but even before Clowney. I was going with Clowney.
Clowney.
What we expected out of Clowney was not just the ability to run, not just play the run, which Clowney does well. Okay, people have kind of missed that he's a really good run defender, but we never got the 15 sack season out of him. In fact, we've never even got double digits out of him, and that's been the biggest surprise of all. Hunter does all of those things that we expected Clowney to do, being the first overall pick.
Charles, you're great. I'm not just saying that because you're on, man. You guys do such a great job, and we're big fans of the Combine and the whole process. And, of course, you and I and Eagle, who's a good friend of ours, and all that. You guys do such a good job, man.
Isn't he?
Yeah, you guys are
Thank
so
you.
good.
Really appreciate you guys a bunch. We just wish we'd see you a little bit more. We didn't get to see you.
Yeah.
At
we
Arizona
were over in the AFC.
Year.
We had you one time.
Yeah.
You and I one time. Yeah.
Yes, but I remember when we got the game. I called Ian, and he's like, "Oh, we finally get to see San Francisco." I mean, that's exactly what it came down to, and we were really happy because, we just like to see the good teams.
Charvarius Ward, the pick six, was a huge play in that game.
A monster play in that game, and actually, that game kind of started. Hey, what's going on with the Niners' run defense?
Right,
it is
because you remember how Arizona ran the ball, and it was one of those weird deals because you won comfortably. But because you're San Francisco, it opened up questions.
Totally.
That's right. 234, I think is what they were.
It was ugly. It
was. By the way, congratulations. You finally got a comp. DJ finally gave you a comp. That was nice.
Yeah, how about that?
Did
you hear my response?
Yeah, you said that's not good for that kid.
Yeah, the poor Proctor family, all of a sudden they're hugging each other.
Josh Proctor, Ohio State.
Because you know how it started? As soon as they saw the comp, the family's like, "Who's Charles Davis?" They went right to Google.
He's going to be a great broadcaster.
Right? And they're like, he didn't even get drafted. And then he got cut as a free agent. And now he's a broadcaster. And they're sharing with each other, and then the tears started. And now they're hugging each other. Are they saying our son can't play? Is that what he's saying?
But he can talk.
So I felt very bad for the Proctor family. I really did.
That was hilarious.
You're good.
Thanks, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Charles.
You guys take care.
You
Be
too,
good.
man. You're the best. There it is. Those guys do an awesome job, man. It is really good what they do. All right, he gave us some hints. I think I could read between the lines. Not that
O-line,
give it away.
DB, wide receiver. He went everywhere.
Well, and so he told us a DB that he likes, and then as far as the offensive lineman, he talked about the interior offensive lineman. So he's talking about the Again, I don't want to get him in trouble, but he was talking about interior line. He was talking about the center from Oregon, Powers Johnson, and he was talking about the kid from Duke. He was talking about that kid, Graham Barton.
Yeah, a lot of people have him going to the Niners.
He's a guard tackle, and Powers Johnson can play center and guard. So you like those versatile guys. So I think that's the guys he was talking about, and he was talking about Rakeshaw, who's 6'1" and about 190 pounds, and he can play inside and outside too. So you like those kind of guys. A little bit of news from Shams. Back with team activities.
Andrew Wiggins is back.
Andrew Wiggins back with team activities.
So
That's huge.
Marcus knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe he knew, but we asked him when Wiggins going to come back. So Andrew Wiggins expected to return to team activities with the Warriors this week.
That's big.
After tending to a serious family matter.
There you go.
So he's en route back to the Bay Area today. So, I mean, he only missed a week. So maybe he has to miss. Oh, I'd like him to play against Milwaukee, certainly. And then, just to guard Dame. And Kuminga, just watching Dame, he's so crafty with the Euro, and then he's got the Steph Curry range. I mean, you have to pick him up the way Jaylen Brown guarded Steph.
Exactly,
like
mid-court.
In the backcourt and turn him because he's going to launch.
Yeah.
So, team activity means they want to get him back in the building. So he may miss this 3-game homestand where they got Milwaukee tomorrow night, Chicago Thursday, and then San Antonio and Wembanyama on Saturday. He may miss all 3.
Yep.
But just get him back, get him practicing a little bit. So he'll be back on the floor, so that's great news. Andrew Wiggins is coming back.
Real quick on the NFL. So Seattle is releasing both of their safeties. Jamal Adams, not a surprise, but Quandre Diggs as well.
That is a surprise. He's a ball hawk.
Diggs, God, would he crush the 49ers. He killed the 49ers.
Is that a financial move? Why are they moving off?
Yeah, his cap number was over $20 million was Diggs. And then Adams, that was what...
Adams we knew.
What a horrible
Well, they benched
trade
him at the end of the year.
Yeah, they gave up 2 number 1s from him for the Jets. Justin Matabuke, we told you earlier the Ravens were going to do that.
They tagged him.
Antoine Winfield tagged as well. The Texans re-signed Dalton Schultz, the former Cowboys tight end 3 and 36.
Yeah. Jalen Johnson get the tag officially in Chicago?
I have not seen that yet.
We got a deadline, John. 8 minutes away from tagging.
Oh, the Lions, Emmanuel Mosley re-signed him. He's going to be healthy.
I'm hearing the Lions are going to be in on L'Jarius Sneed.
Oh, boy.
They're going to try to trade for him.
Yeah, the guy who covered
everybody.
Ayuk.
Well, Mike McDuffie had Debo, and L'Jarius Sneed's just that guy.
Yeah, because that opposite corner, man, they picked on him all day long. So anyway, that's a bunch of news. They've got to, by top of the hour, they've got to announce all those. So there you go. We'll keep you updated on everything. But the big news, Andrew Wiggins is coming back for team activities. We got you at the top of the hour. Matt Chapman met yesterday with the media, as did his agent. Oh, I've got to sit by you, Matt. You can't have a press conference without me, said Scott Boras. So we'll give you some of that sound at the top of the hour with the foreplay. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Theater.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free. No credit cards, no car loans, no personal loans. Hey, it's Greg Papa. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. You can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. Use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month doing this. Listen, your home value is way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. Call now, 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721. 5721. Go to loanpronto.com. One more time with the number, 415-808-5721.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mark Spears, the great Mark Spears, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how the Warriors get past that blowout loss to the Celtics. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have a score in the Giants game?
Guess who's back? Back again. Yes, the Giants have scored 2 runs and trail 5-2. Tyro just singled on a ground ball to center to score Lamont Wade Jr. And moments ago, I need an update from George Lund. Jorge Soler.
I'll text him.
Singles on a sharp ground ball to center field.
Probably drinking in the
Tyro
stands.
Estrada scores. Giants are coming back, John.
Very nice.
Logan Webb, not a great outing.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's Logan's final numbers?
Well, Milwaukee does have 5 runs, so the line score on Logan Webb, he went 3 innings, gave up 7 hits.
Oh, God.
And 5 earned runs. His ERA this spring is an even 9. Wah, 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 wah.
I would not overreact on spring training.
He did punch out 5.
I would not overreact on spring
he
training.
He only walked none, hit a better. It's
Jeez, Nuke Lelouch. Jeez. The hell, bro?
Hit the bull?
Yeah.
He didn't walk anybody. He's not Nuke Lelouch. He's just getting bobbed.
Okay. Well, he hit a guy. Jeez. The hell? He's probably feeling the pressure. I'm the only pitcher we have. Oh, my God. What am I going to do if I can't pitch right?
Reese Hoskins got a hit.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's now a Milwaukee Brewer.
Yeesh. Scott Boras. That's another Scott Boras guy who got what did he get, a 2-year deal? Ooh, you're on fire. Oh, we do have some Scott Boras in the foreplay. And by the way, I
like Scott. Scott's a good guy.
I got nothing against him.
I want his money.
Except for
how much is he made being an agent? $1 billion?
Can we look that up? Oh, I think so.
$1 billion?
What is
in
an agent
contracts?
Get? What does an agent get?
3%.
Oh, they get 3%?
Yeah,
they got more than that.
No, for guys like us, they get 10 and 5. For the players, they get 3.
I know. I was just going to say,
that's
my God,
3%. Man. I don't know what he gets, but I'm waiting for him to actually buy a team. And I'd love to see him then. I'm not going to spend.
Can you imagine him being on the other side?
I can't spend. That would be so weird.
He tells the other agents, sorry, man, I'm tapped out. Oh, yeah, really? I'm going to be you. No, you're not.
Has he made the most money of any agent in all of American sports?
Gotta have. Absolutely.
David Falk made some pretty good money. Lee Steinberg made good money.
Yeah, but
there's been a lot. Tom Condon's made good money.
I mean, some of these off seasons where
Boris just keeps going.
It's unreal what he's done.
Yeah, he's going to be in the foreplay.
Yeah,
Scott Boras. Okay,
is he Jung-Hoo Lee's agent?
He is.
Was talking, so
he is.
I mean, he didn't have a horrible offseason. I mean, that was 113. That's lower than he normally
you
does.
add it up, he's going to do well.
Yeah,
Scott.
I mean, he'll do all right. And then this is probably his worst offseason, and yet he's doing pretty good. So he does pretty well for himself. So we'll do that and the return of the Caboose Pistol today because there is one story.
I was wondering
today.
about that. We've lost the Caboose for a while.
We hadn't been doing it for a while, but there was one story that was just all over the place, and I think we have the news story on it. We go back to Vegas. We don't, but for this story we do. And my God, man.
Okay, I missed the Caboose.
This is not like if this happened to you, it'd be like, oh.
We've been asking way too many Ask Papa segments and no more Caboose. Ask Papa where the hell the Caboose went.
Yeah,
we need the Caboose back.
We need to bring it back. So. Well, we were so busy, I don't know, NFL and doing stuff, and so we'll bring that back.
Yeah.
All right, it is Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, a Cumulus media station. Let's hit your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
By the way, Wilkins not franchise.
Christian Wilkins, Miami.
Christian Wilkins could be a guy that could go off the board.
We heard that yesterday. He's a D tackle.
Yeah, he could go off pretty quickly. So that's interesting. By the way, the running back market's still depressed. I mean, there's going to be. I don't know if they're going to go off first, but
Saquon, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Tony Pollard, and Josh Jacobs. None of it be franchised.
So that could be quick.
Which leads you to believe, and I like doing it at the time, but man, the 49ers gave up a lot for Christian McCaffrey.
He's really good, though.
He's really good.
But, yeah.
Here are the tags, John. Kyle Duggar got tagged in New England.
He's nice.
T. Higgins, L'Jarius Sneed, Brian Burns, Justin Matabike, Antoine Winfield Jr., Josh Allen, Jalen Johnson, Michael Pittman, Kyle Duggar got a transition tag.
Okay. So that's not bad. There's still a lot of guys out there. Danielle Hunter. What if that happens on Monday?
Danielle? I will be on my knees, and I will be kneeling.
That would be unbelievable. Seriously, if you're a quarterback and Bosa's coming from one side and Hunter's coming from the other?
I mean, that's D Ford. That's Alden Smith. He's Alden Smith in his prime.
I mean, man, that would be
Jadeveon Clowney. That's why they put the wide 9 in for Jadeveon Clowney when he was, pardon me, not Clowney, the freak.
Yeah.
The young guy in Tennessee, Javon Curse.
Curse, yeah.
You see his first 2 years in the NFL? He was just like Alden Smith.
So anyway, hopefully that'll go. All right, here is Matt Chapman. He met with the media yesterday. He was on one side. Bob Melvin was in the middle, and Scott Boras was on the other. Here is Matt Chapman. He doesn't buy into anything on the negative San Francisco image.
I chose to come here, so I mean, I think everybody's different. You know, everybody has different things that matter to them. But I'm from California. I played in the Bay Area. I'm comfortable here, and I think people say what they say, but I think at the end of the day, when you look at the franchise, they want to win. They've won before. They know how to do it. They have great players, great coaches. So I don't see why people wouldn't want to come here. And I know that, a lot of people have reached out and said they want to come play here and, told me that. So I think that, if that's a narrative, it's going to change.
All right. Good to hear it.
How do you think A's fans take not only Bob Melvin sitting next to him, but Matt Chapman going on. And the topic was, and he was obviously one of the great Oakland A's when they had the 3 in a row in the playoffs. He was there 5 years. But just going on about how much the Bay Area loves Matt Chapman. Well, specifically, that's the East Bay and 66th and Hegenberger and A's fans. And now he's speaking lovingly about the entire Bay, but really he's jumping across the Bay. And then you got Bob Melvin, the winningest manager in Oakland A's history. I mean, to be an A's fan, it's just you get piled on over and over and over again. And now one more year, then where do they go beyond that? But he was going on and on about how much he loves the Bay Area, but he is switching. I mean, Toronto was in between,
right?
But he is going from the A's to the Giants, not directly, but he is.
My son has a Matt Chapman jersey, and that was his favorite player. I haven't talked to him about it yet, but I'm sure he will not take it well. Like A's fans aren't going to come to San Francisco to watch Matt Chapman play, and he was massively popular. You know, I don't know how you couldn't like him, but yeah.
You know who's loving this whole thing is Blake Sable. He is
my God, he's
getting a new number from 2 to 26, and now he's wearing 61. Whenever the Giants sign a new player, they take Blake Sable's number.
4 open? Because he should have taken Blake Snell's 4.
Blake Snell.
Who's wearing 4? I would have gone 4 next. I mean, he's got pretty damn good luck. If I was who's giving out uniform numbers, I would have just given him 4. Like, dude, 2 was Soler.
Grimes does that.
2 was Soler. 26 was Chapman. You're getting 4 whether you like it or not, because then you're a good luck charm. You had asked, could he move the shortstop? Here is Matt Chapman addressing that.
I don't know how serious that was. Those are just kind of things that I heard people throwing around. I always joke with Bomel that I could play shortstop, but obviously, third base is somewhere that I've, had success and somewhere I feel comfortable. So I think the best thing I could do for the team would be play third base.
But he said he could.
Are you open to it, though?
But he said he could.
So here's the debate. What team is best? Matt Chapman at third, and take your pick at short. Nick Ahmed, Marco Luciano. You could go your guy, Schmidt, Casey Schmidt.
He's not my guy anymore until
Tyler
he starts hitting.
Fitzgerald. I mean, George's college fund is all based on Casey not striking out. Mighty Casey.
I got to tell him he's got to start getting loans.
Or put J.D. Davis at third base, Matt Chapman at shortstop. That's the best lineup. I mean, J.D. Davis is a one-step to each side third baseman, but a great throwing arm. He doesn't need to have range. Let Chapman take the whole left side of the infield. That's what I would do. Based on what he just said, is he open to it? What if they play Matt Chapman? I brought it up, and I was they're not going to make him do that. Did Boris insist that he has to play third? What if you wanted to? Well, you know what it's like? We're just going in the shift. So we'll start the game. JD, you're at short. Chapman, you're at third. But we're going to shift right before the first batter, and you're going to flip sides.
Well, are you telling me that he's not better at short than Luciano is?
Yes, he's the best shortstop on the team. There's not a doubt.
I mean, Schmidt was mainly
Casey
a third baseman, and he moved over to short.
I mean, could you
Isn't
imagine?
he better than Schmidt at short?
Could you imagine an infield of J.D. Davis at third, Matt Chapman at shortstop, and Tyro Estrada at second base? You got Gold Gloves all over the infield. So,
or if you wanted to go late defense, then put Schmidt at third.
If you want to go late defense, bring in Nick Ahmed.
Or Nick
Put
Ahmed
him at short and move Chapman to third. But based on what he just said, is he open to playing shortstop?
Well, it sounded like it, but Bob Melvin said we're at third.
Well, where's he taking ground balls from Matt Williams? Is he at third or at short?
Just put him over the left side.
By the way, a guy named, as Vin Scully called him, Adi, Mel Ott wore number 4 for the Giants.
Oh, yeah, you can't do that.
I think Blake Snell is going to have to come up with a new number.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I would just for spring training. I mean, hell, they gave Ahmed number 40, Bumgarner's number, just for spring training, just as a good luck charm. We won't use it in the regular season.
5's available. You can go 5.
All right, finally, this is a weird one. I mean, it's cool. KJ Wright, who we had on the show during the regular season, is going from Seahawk ugly blue and green, that neon green, to
highlighter green.
Yeah, the beautiful 49ers colors. Here he is on making the move to the 49ers. He is now going to be the assistant linebacker and quality control coach.
And I'm sure you guys heard the news by now. And yes, it is true. I am the new linebacker assistant coach / defensive quality control coach of the San Francisco 49ers. I am thoroughly excited. I am really, really happy for this opportunity. I'm really, really happy for the Niners organization believing in me, trusting me with their franchise, and competed against those guys since day one. My first ever NFL game was against the Niners. And I remember after that game, my dad coming up to me saying, "Man, you think you can play in this league?" I said, "Heck yeah, I know I can play in this league." It was going against the Niners. And here I am 13, 14 years down the road, about to be coaching for them. And so to Kyle Shanahan, to John Lynch, the 49er faithful, I'm excited. I'm ready to roll. It's going to be really, really fun.
That was on his podcast. He has a podcast, which probably won't exist now. But
he was there before Russell and Bobby in the 2012 draft. Right. He was 2011 round 4, pick number 99. So I knew about the assistant linebacker coach to Johnny Holland. And obviously Nick Sorensen being on the Seattle staff when he was a young player was instrumental. And I did not know he's going to go QC and do quality control, which is a lot of the grunt work, which means a lot of computer work. So he's obviously a smart guy. But a lot of coaches started off as quality control coaches. David Shaw started that way. Kyle Shanahan started for John Gruden in Tampa Bay as a quality control coach. So that's a lot of grunt work. It's a lot of computer work that will help Johnny Holland. I knew he was going to be on the staff coaching up the linebackers, John. I did not know he was going entry level and going QC.
Well, what built those Seahawks teams, that 2011 draft, he was a 4th-round pick that year. Pick 99, and then in the 5th round, they took Richard Sherman. In the 6th round, the original, that defensive back group, it later was Browner, but Byron Maxwell, who wore 41, was taken in the 6th round, and Malcolm Smith, who was both a Seahawk and a Niner, but he got that interception.
Super Bowl MVP.
He was taken in the 7th round that year, and then Russell Wilson, when he was actually good, was taken the next year in 2012.
Russell was not horrible last year. He was much better than the year.
He was. And then then the next draft was the one. But when you start stringing, I mean, the Niners did this too. But the next year in 2012, it was Wagner in the 2nd round, Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. So those drafts, I mean, man,
he's a sharp
ridiculous.
guy. Did D'Amico start as a quality control? I don't remember that. I think he just was a linebacker. I mean, KJ Wright could move up the ranks fast.
He was awesome.
And when you learn quality control, you're taking all the game plan and everything into a computer. It's really the essence, the basis of the defense, and then on the field. And I think he has to aspire one day to be a defensive coordinator himself. And then from that, like D'Amico or Robert Saleh, one day KJ Wright could be a head coach in the NFL if he aspires.
I just remember when we had him on.
Really smart.
You and I afterwards were like, wow.
Well, he said flat out, and he's talking from a Seahawk perspective, they were bringing back the 10-year anniversary of the 2013 team that won the Super Bowl, and he flat out said, the Seahawks have no chance tomorrow night. The Niners are much better. They're going to roll them. He was so impressed. Was he lobbying for a job?
He must have been.
At that time? Although he was
probably
spot
got him
on.
the job.
I mean, the first half, and they came back in the game and Brock threw the pick 6 to Brooks. But the first half, the Niners annihilated them on Thanksgiving
Plus,
night.
if you're not implementing, because they already had this defense, but I mean, no better than this dude.
Cover 3 and the 4 under, and the buzz of the 4 under. Those young guys are going to get coached up. Fred's going to get coached up. Obviously, Dre, but mainly, Jalen Graham, G. Winters. That's what I think of that 3 deep defense. It was the 4 under. And those guys were buzzing like bees. I thought they had like 12 guys on the field.
Plus, that dude's 6'4". Like, I remember
Long arms.
Yeah, knocking down so many passes.
He was so good.
He was awesome. Didn't miss any tackles hardly. He was good.
He was Navarro Bowman to Patrick Willis, or TKO.
Yeah, nobody
He was
talked
that
about
guy.
him,
I mean, Wagner's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but KJ Wright made it all work.
Yeah, he's really good. By the way, Steve Kerr saying Moses Moody, of course, who started the last 4 games in Wiggins' place, will remain in the rotation, crediting Moody's professionalism throughout his tenure. So.
Effective when? Is Wiggins coming back to play right away?
I don't know.
Put him on Great Dame tomorrow night.
It's gonna be a good game.
Welcome back, Two-Way Wiggs.
And they're gonna honor Bob Myers, and he's gonna cry. He's gonna cry a lot.
He's gonna cry getting out of the car in the parking lot.
Calling the game crying.
He's Dick Vermeil. We love that.
Totally what he's going to do. All right, Papa and Lund, a return of the caboose pistol at the bottom of the hour. You will not believe what happened to this man in Las Vegas. Believe me, I'd be getting a lot of free food, some chips. I don't mean potato chips. I mean chips.
Yeah.
We got that coming for you. So make sure you listen up. It's Pop and Lon only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great, and I do mean great, Dwayne Kuiper, he surprised Tolbert and Copes yesterday and discussed the Giants' offseason and previewed what's coming up in about 3 weeks, the opener. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, and he does have the answers to all your tax issues, but you also do just regular old tax returns, right, Steve?
That's right. And as you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. We built the firm on regular tax returns, but we don't do them the regular way. We're always looking to save you money, tax planning. And even though it's 2024, there's still things we can do today in 2024 to save you taxes from 2023. That is the big difference between us and a lot of the firms that just move the numbers from one place to another. We want to save you taxes. We want to show you what we can do for you. All you have to do is call us. Let us show you how we want to save taxes for you.
Regular old tax returns. He can help you with your tax issues, but you got tax returns. So give him over. Steve Moskowitz. Call him right now. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jump it inside. Davis, the up fake, the help by Wiggins. And he just gave Davis a taste of his own medicine with a block. Thompson drives, dishes, Wiggins with the lay-in.
Hey, we know that guy. All right, big news. Andrew Wiggins is going to come back, work out with a team. Steve Kerr saying, though, that Moses Moody has earned a rotation spot, so we'll see what that's all about. And the Warriors have about 22 games to work it out. Warriors and Bucks tomorrow night. Bucks are in second place in the East, and they're starting to get things together with Doc Rivers, 7-6 under Doc. So how does this change things in your mind? Because last year, you pointed this out, they didn't get Wiggins under similar circumstances back until the playoffs. They didn't have any chance to implement him back into things. So now you got about, I don't know when he's going to come back. Let's say a few games. He needs to get back in shape. So, I don't know, maybe 20 games with Andrew Wiggins to get everything back. And he says they're going to get Moody back in the rotation. So I don't know how that's going to work and who's going to play less minutes. But whatever, Wiggins is back.
He's back. And Marcus Thompson just joined us at 11:30, and we asked him at the end or around noon.
Yeah, around noon.
When's Winks coming back? At 11:50, and then he said he thinks he's coming back sooner than later. And then he went on to say there's been more communication with the organization, and they're not going to give him as much leeway as they gave him last year, where they basically said, I'm sure they know what the nature of his absence has been, but we're going to keep that in house. Do your thing and get back as soon as you can. And remember when he came back, and Bob Myers will be on the ABC broadcast tomorrow night with Mike Breen against Milwaukee. Bob sat down with him at the podium when they reintroduced him, and he divulged it was personal in nature. Anyway, I thought he came back and played well. Even the first game against Sacramento, he did curiously take the very last shot of the game and wound up missing it in game one. They came back to win that series in 7. But he's back March the 4th. The playoffs don't start for 6 weeks. So what Sham Sharani is reporting, he is en route to the Bay Area today, and he's going to be back around team activities. Now, they got games tomorrow, Thursday, Saturday. They're not going to practice Friday after a back-to-back. So as far as getting him a practice, but he hasn't been gone that long. He played the Denver game on the last homestand that Sunday night when they lost the lead and were beaten. He missed the road trip. I mean, it'd be like a player, for whatever reason, getting hurt, like Pajemski. He missed the last 2 games of the road trip. So I don't think it'll take him that long to get integrated. And they said that Dr. Celebrini did give him a little bit of a workout program when he was gone. So it's only been a week. It's not like last year when he was gone 7-8 weeks and came back into the playoffs. So I'm half wondering, and they probably won't do this, but could he play tomorrow night? Just roll right in the lineup. He only missed a week, and then it would be a tough assignment to guard Damian Lillard. But of all the guys on the roster, I want him guarding Damian Lillard. Kuminga could do it, but Dame is just so crafty. You don't want him getting into foul trouble. Moody did a good job against Jalen Brunson, and then it did a good job in Toronto as well against Emmanuel Quickley. He tried to guard against Boston. It's harder. This is a different matchup than Jalen Brunson with Dame. So, I mean, if he could play against Milwaukee tomorrow night, they probably will not do it. He's just getting back to the Bay Area tonight, but who knows? But in any event, so what Steve is saying is that Wiggins is going to go back into the starting lineup. Moody's coming out. At some point, Pajemski's going to come back off his knee injury, so you're going to have that lineup that flipped the year where it's Steph and Pods and Kuminga, Wiggins, Draymond, and then you're great off the bench. So if Quinones has been playing a lot lately. He played a lot in Boston. He even played before Steph got shut down in the second half. So to your point, what Steve's saying about Moody, and I want him in the rotation, Moody is just such a solid player. He guards the ball well. He's always ready to shoot no matter where you put him.
You can trust him.
Totally. For a young player, he's like a veteran young. And he's not that young. He's 21, third year. He was in the same draft as Kuminga. But you could put him in the corner. You could put him above the break. You could put him in a wing. And he could be on the strong side. The way he just catches the ball and shoots pure. So he does need to play. But Quinones would be out of the rotation. I mean, Šarić is still struggling. It's a different position. But they got an overload of players now. With Moody going back off the bench, you got Moody, you got GP2, you got Paul, you got Looney, you got Trace Jackson-Davis, you got Šarić. So it's going to be hard for Steve, but I think Moody has earned the playing time. But that means, obviously, that Moody's coming out of the lineup. Wiggins is going back into the lineup. The question is, how soon could Wiggins get back in and play?
Yeah, and look, it's a perfect time. 22 games left in the season, and although they're in 10th place, so if you look at the standings, you go, ugh. But if you really look at this thing, you are 2 games in the loss behind the Suns at 6, and you are 3 games behind the Pelicans for 5. So it's time. You get Wiggins back. You start playing some good basketball as you've been doing, despite the fact that you got blown your doors off in Boston. You've won 13 of 17, and the teams in front of you are just not playing great basketball. I mean, the Kings just lost to the Bulls, had a massive comeback in that. The Mavericks play no defense whatsoever. The Lakers, like the Warriors, have been up and down all year. The Suns, their big 3 have played 23 games together. That's it. So get healthy, get moving, and you could find yourself, you got to get out of this playoff. You got to get to the play-in. And Steph,
get out of the play-in and get into the playoff. Get in, yeah.
I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I think that, it was play-in, play golf, play offs. I think they're clear enough of Utah where you have a 6-game lead on them. So I think you're at least in the play-in. The one thing you're not going to get is a home court advantage in the playoffs. Mm-mm. You're going to have to play every series being a road team.
That's 7 back of the Clippers.
That's too far. They got 21 losses. So look at losses. New Orleans has 25, they're 5. Phoenix has 26, they're 6. Sacramento has 26, they're 7. Dallas has 27. Lakers 29, but they have 34 wins. Yeah. Warriors have 28. So you're 10.
Yeah, you got to go on a run, man.
And Phoenix, how long is Devin Booker going to be out with this ankle injury? What you want is 6.
At least.
I would if you're 6, you're going to Denver if they stay 3. But I think Denver will jump up.
Yeah, because they're tied with OKC.
If you could get up to 5 and deal with the Clippers, it's going to be hard.
He's got to go on a run here because you're only 3 back of them.
Are you better if you make the top 6, which means you're in the playoffs,
just avoid Denver
and not the play-in, then you're going to draw Minnesota, OKC, Denver, or the Clippers in the first round. Are you better off going in the play-in route, winning yourself in, and then maybe somebody else pulls off an upset like last year? Hell, you could play, Dallas or Sac or the Lakers in the actual first round of the playoffs. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but to your point is it's all jumbled. You got your team back. You got Draymond back playing great. Staying
I think
a good
get out
citizen.
Of the play-in because
Kuminga's a featured guy. Pajemski, they're good.
I see the Timberwolves and Thunder like I saw the Kings last year. They're just not experienced in the playoffs. It's a whole different deal. You get days off, so you're not going to be tired. I know that.
What happened to OKC last night with the Lakers?
Yeah,
the Lakers ran them.
Look, I think those are really good regular season teams, but the playoffs are a different deal, just like they were for the Kings last year. You get the time off between games. It's just a different deal. You just have, look, Minnesota, I know they have size. I know they're going to be a problem. Oklahoma City, they're no joke.
Wow.
But they don't have playoff experience.
All right, so I texted, how soon do you think Wiggins can play? And from the Warriors themselves, tomorrow. And he did practice.
You got the breaking
today.
news sounder?
So, what Shams is saying
are they
is
saying
that
he's going to play or are they saying
no, I said, how soon do you think Wiggins could play? The answer is tomorrow. And that he practiced today. Shams' tweet makes it sound like he's en route to the Bay. He's already here. He practiced today.
Give attribution to Greg Papa, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm
boys
just
and
no.
girls.
It's coming from the Warriors. I'm
Yeah,
not,
no,
so
I'm just saying.
So he could play tomorrow, which
He's already
he's
here.
only been away for a week. He already got a practice
playing
under his
tomorrow.
belt.
He's
So
playing.
it sounds like go get the Great Dame. Two-way Wiggs, you're back. Let's go.
That's great news. That is great news. All right, good stuff. All right, so that's it. Let's make look, we're coming down the stretch here.
It's going to be a hard game, though.
Yeah, sure.
Is Giannis going to play? Is Chris Middleton going to play? These are the Milwaukee Bucks. They are 41-21. They have won 5 in a row. They won last night without those guys against the Clippers.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to be, but it'll be a great game. It'll be an ABC showcase game. Bob Myers and Mike Breen. So let's go to the arena tomorrow night. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. That's going to be a good one. And then I gotta stay because I gotta see Wemby up close. And
go
personal.
Saturday for the Spurs.
Yeah. Gotta stay for that one too. All right, the return of the caboose pistol, because there is one story we cannot ignore. It was everywhere. Do we have that? Do we have the news story? By the way, do we have the news story? Because I snagged it off of a news channel, and I think they have the news story. Do we have it or no?
We will get it by the time we come back
because it's funny. I mean, oh yeah, come on. Oh yeah, Walter's a host now. He hosts the Giants on the weekend. He hosted the show while you were gone.
I listen to him.
So when you ask Walter to do something, he kind of rolls his eyes like, do they know that I'm a host now? Do they know? Could you remind them? So he's kind of like,
blame Walter.
He's more concerned that Wilmer Flores just doubled in the bottom of the fourth and
he's
2 runners
watching the
scored.
game and taking
and
notes.
the Giants have taken the lead.
Have they really?
And they got Logan Webb off the hook. He spit the bit. He doesn't take the loss.
Good. All right. I think we're going to have the news story for you. And let's just say that this one.
The best of all?
Yeah. This guy would get a lot of free stuff in Vegas. Let's just say that. We'll go
Is
back
it better
to
than
Vegas.
Danny Mayenas?
No, it's
Naked
different.
Bartman?
It's just different.
Or the original?
No,
What?
it's not better. It's not better.
If you're bringing the caboose back, it's got to be good.
Yeah, I just think that you'd get a lot of free stuff in Vegas if this happened to you. So we'll discuss
Okay.
next, only here on the Sports Leader.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose.
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sound right, boys.
All right, we haven't caboosed in a while, but did we come up with a news story or no? No? No sound? Oh, Walter's rolling in it.
I could play the role of the newsman.
You
What's
can?
the? Well, I don't know. What's it about?
Well, it's
Is it like a WGN and a what?
Well, I think it is.
Is it a reporter on the spot?
I heard a news story, and then I went searching for it, okay?
So this is from Las Vegas,
This is
Nevada?
from Las Vegas.
Dateline, Nevada?
Dateline, Las Vegas. So we go
Strip?
back to
Are
Las
we
Vegas,
Strip?
but not literally.
Is it Strip?
Well, how long? I can tell another story first if it's going to be a minute. Is it going to be a minute?
Giants have 10 runs, by the way. They're bombing the Brewers.
Yeah, I'm going to do
10-5.
another story first, and then when Walter rolls that in,
all right,
I will. We'll go to that story next. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So here, let's do this one. A man named Brett had a truly crappy flight after being trapped.
Did you say crappy,
Yeah,
John?
crappy flight after being trapped in an airplane. I don't know why.
Bathroom?
This is the only place that they call it a lavatory. Like, do you ever say when you have to go to
You're
the bathroom?
not free to move around the cabin.
Where did Papa go? Oh, he went to the lavatory.
Have you ever dropped a Bert Blylev and Barry Zito at 40,000 feet?
Only if I'm extremely hungover.
Okay.
And that's not really. Never mind.
I never have.
You've never?
Never
ever,
on an airplane.
Never,
No,
ever,
hell,
ever.
Never. Now you're jinxing me.
But what if you were on a long
That's
one?
just never. Oh, I don't know. Like
Probably.
to Europe or something.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think I have. So what happened to this guy in the crappy
He
flight?
got stuck on a lavatory
How does
for
that
35
happen?
minutes.
I mean, the door's made of paper mache. You can't get someone to open the door for you?
No, it says he got rescued by the pilot. His wife detailed his
pilot?
his unfortunate outhouse in a Reddit post. Of course, don't ask me who was flying the plane, the unnamed woman captioned during the post describing the incident. Why does everybody have to put this online?
They went to autopilot. They blew him up like airplane.
Otto. His name was
Roger
Otto.
Murdoch died. He ate the fish.
Which occurred on a Delta flight from Salt Lake City to New Orleans. See, coming back from New Orleans, that would happen. Anyway, he had the crappiest flight ever after getting trapped in the airplane lavatory for 35 minutes and blah, blah, blah. The pilot had to go to the bathroom.
35. The pilot had to go?
Yeah, so they got him.
So wasn't he yelling to let him out?
And
no one could hear?
I guess so. She said, well, here's the thing that's funny because it says, after 5 minutes, I wondered what was going on, said the wife. She even joked that he was taking a much-needed break from the kiddies. She realized it was no goof 5 minutes later when the flight attendant informed them that someone was trapped in the bathroom.
Or
the
he
door
joined the
is
Mile
jammed.
High Club with one of the flight attendants.
Or by himself.
Or by himself.
The door is
that
jammed.
wouldn't take 35 minutes, though.
Oh, they said the door was jammed. And she said, I think that's my husband. The distraught woman subsequently turned her attention to the rear of the aircraft where two stewardesses were yanking the bathroom door handle in an attempt to free her soulmate. Her soulmate. Okay, that's another discussion.
They got to know that quickly? Anyway, that is a crappy
got
flight.
Stuck. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Finally, I guess the pilot knew what to do. 35 minutes he was stuck in there. Even if I'm in a lavatory.
What happened to the lock?
It got jammed. So he was finally able to undo
So the pilot is a locksmith as well?
Apparently so.
You picked the lock?
Yeah. I don't even like being in there for like 2 minutes. They're terrible.
Yeah, I'm in and out there.
Okay, do we have the story of the story of the man in Las Vegas?
This is Dateline, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, listen to this. Anytime you anywhere near this groinal region hurts, but this is an all-timer. Okay, take a listen.
Some people strike it rich in Las Vegas. Some people go bust. But one local man says he never expected the close encounter he had inside his bedroom at a posh Las Vegas resort. Now he's suing for what he says happened between the sheets. Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter here now with the details on that story, and the details are everything. Leanne.
They are, Mark. Certainly going to Sin City can sting sometimes, but usually it's your wallet that takes the hit, not your genitals. But an Agora Hills man got a sharp surprise in the middle of the night when he says he was attacked by a scorpion on his testicles at a Vegas hotel.
I put my eyeglasses, then I was in shock that I have a scorpion over there just hanging on my underwear.
Michael Farchi says the scorpion attacked in the middle of the night as he was sound asleep at the Palazzo at the Venetian in Vegas.
I woke up with a sharp pain in my private area. I was surprised. I didn't know what is that. I reached my hand to see what's happening over there under the cover, and I just got another sharp pain.
The venomous creature stinging Farchi 3 to 4 times. The medical report clearly shows the focus of the injury.
Nobody staying in Vegas needs to be exposed to deadly scorpions while they're sleeping, let alone on their private areas, their testicles, etc. It's just beyond.
Farchi now suing the high-end hotel for the Sin City stinger. He says he still has some ongoing medical issues due to the traumatizing attack.
An actual scorpion that's not her stage name?
Look, I have a picture.
Not the first guy to be bit by that.
You want to see him?
Let me see. No, I do.
That's a big old scorpion, yellow guy.
I did a shot of that out of a tequila.
Yeah, I've done that too. Yeah.
In Cabo.
How about that?
Maybe he was doing tequila shots with scorpions in and one fell on the bed.
I have done that.
Yeah.
And plus at the Venetian. Yeah. That's a nice place.
Not like it was the Luxor.
Anyway.
That's a good one.
So he got out of bed.
That was a good one. The Sin City Stinger.
And it usually stings your wallet. It stings, but in a good way.
Yeah. So what's the fall on now? He's got infection. It's a venomous creature, John.
Man, by the way,
I'm itchy all of a sudden.
They said 3 or 4 times.
What, it swelled up?
They said it stung him 3 or 4 times in the groinal region.
Yeah, that's right there. Went right for wonder what he had down there that the venomous Sin City Stinger went right there. He didn't go on the shoulder.
Don't you love the news report, too?
That's the way they write it.
Hey, Diane. It usually stings your wallet.
Mark, the anchor, was really good.
He was outstanding.
He stumbled on Sin City. Yeah, that would be bad.
Imagine the newsroom. Hey,
now,
was he stuck in the nuts? Who's got some funny lines?
The thing, he's in Vegas and he's in bed all by himself? Really? Who else got stung?
Yeah. Hey, you got to shoo her out of there.
So he's suing the Venetian for that?
Oh, yeah.
See, I didn't have that issue with the Luxor. I just had Doritos all over my sheets every morning. Like, how'd they get it here?
No kidding. That place, that was top notch. Top notch.
I upgraded to the suite.
Imagine.
Where I had the hot tub right by the bed. Could see Rick James circa 1985 hanging out there.
The nostrils.
Anyway,
all right, there you go.
Yeah. We can tell Vegas stories now proper. You just went back. I cannot believe that you went back to, even to see
U2,
the great U2 at the Sphere. I would not go back to Vegas.
That was fun.
It's going to be a while.
I will say that was nice. Man stung in the testicles by scorpion while sleeping at Las Vegas
What's
Strip
the infection
Resort.
on that?
You like the scorpions?
I do.
Rock you like a hurricane.
I do.
There you go.
I told you when I did the shot of the scorpion tequila. I used to the one thing they kept telling me, just make sure you shoot it and don't. But
don't swallow the scorpion.
Well, it got to the side. It didn't go down.
Oh, it didn't.
It did not. So I was like,
I got a great scorpions.
I got it down. I got
a great scorpions story for you. So years ago, we're way at the top. You know, we're watching the scorpions, and back in the day, this guy's got long, stringy hair in her face, and he couldn't find his lighter, and he goes, "Hey, you guys got a lighter?" And my friend turned his lighter all the way up, goes, "Yeah." Lights, a product.
Right.
And it singed all this guy's hair in the front, And we were trying to put it out.
Yeah.
And he's like, how does my hair look? Like, it's fine. You're looking good.
Doesn't smell so good. But your hair looks good.
It singed all of his hair in the front.
How about his eyebrows?
His eyebrows? Gone.
Yeah,
Completely gone. But it was dark in the concert.
That's what happened to me, John. Why I have no eyebrows?
But they never came back.
I never came back.
And we're like, oh, it's fine. God, when the lights came on, we were out of there. We're like, man, when that guy sees his hair and eyebrows, oh boy. Anyway.
And that would be bad.
No. That was back in the day when people didn't put their cell phones up. They put lighters.
A scorpion bite you in the middle of the night in Vegas. What was his reaction?
Could you imagine? Wow. Oh my God. And the scorpion's hanging from his underwear still. Anyway.
Yeah.
There you go. Usually your wallet gets stung in Vegas, but not in this city.
Sin City.
Diane, tell us more about the story. All right, a few more. We got some remnants, including JD. JD's going to join us, give us more details on
Andrew Wiggins. Is playing tomorrow night.
He's playing. He's already shooting around. We'll get you those details, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
On
KNBR.com.
Greg Silver's dad, the great Mike Silver, joined Papa and I yesterday to break down Brandon Staley's role in the 49ers defensive staff. Check out that podcast and more. Starting right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sean Dickinson, super reporter. Big game bounties, boots on the ground. Sean Dickinson, super reporter. Where will he be now? Let's go out to JD.
We don't have to go out though because he's in studio.
Greatest intro ever.
Hey. He will be out tomorrow night at Chase as they take on the Bucks, and Bob Myers will be in town. But the breaking news today is not only is Andrew Wiggins back, he's really back because he's practicing with the team, shooting around, and expected to be back tomorrow night against Milwaukee.
Yeah, he's
Right?
going to play.
Yeah.
He's going to play tomorrow against Milwaukee, and he hadn't been out long enough to where, conditioning would prevent him from being able to play or needing this massive ramp up. And yeah, the reports just within the last couple of hours that he was en route or coming back, and then the doors open at Chase Center to the practice facility there, and he's getting shots up. So they're getting him ramped up to be able to play tomorrow, and it's a huge gain. I mean, getting Andrew Wiggins back, who was playing much better, and I think you saw. I mean, the Celtics game was an all systems fail, but I think you really saw where you need Andrew Wiggins in that particular matchup against other really good wing players.
If Wiggins plays against Boston, you put him on Jaylen Brown, and you don't Tony Allen him.
Right.
And you actually guard him. But without him, you're light of body. You want Draymond to roam. Porzingis is not. If Porzingis plays, Draymond's got Porzingis. You rotate differently. But with Wiggins, and right away, and we'll see about Giannis, that Achilles injury last night with a warm-up line was weird.
Mm-hmm.
He comes once a year. I'd like to see him play, but obviously from the Warrior perspective, he better if he doesn't. And then Chris Middleton. But the great Dame's going to play tomorrow night, Damian Lillard. He always gets jacked up to come back to the Bay Area no matter which side of the Bay. I think right away you put Andrew Wiggins on Damian Lillard tomorrow night. He's got the ball. He's got great Dame.
Absolutely. And it just allows everything to fall into place, I think, to a greater extent for the Warriors defensively. And that's been where they've really improved, obviously, since Draymond came back. And with Wiggins and Kuminga now, the ability of them to play together, it just allows for the Warriors to just physically stand up against teams that have those wing players and guards, because you're not going to have Klay Thompson guarding guards anymore. Like, it's just well beyond that. And obviously Klay taking on the bench role. We'll see about Podziemski and how they handle all of that when Podziemski's able to come back and be a factor. But no, Wiggins is a really important player. Maligned, yes, but really important. If this team wants to continue the run that they're on these last 16 to 20 and, get back to and make a run, further it, make a run in the playoffs, win a couple of rounds. Like, it's going to be Andrew Wiggins having to be a big part of it on both ends of the floor.
That's huge because, we weren't sure. I mean, Marcus came on today and said they think they're going to get him back earlier, but then to get him now, whereas last year they didn't get him until the playoffs. Right. And look,
and everything I'd heard on that was that it wasn't going to be a 2-month deal, that it was going to be a shorter. It was more like days to weeks than 2 months,
it was
which
one
is what
road
it
trip.
ended up.
He missed the road trip.
Yeah.
And I thought if it's going to be short term, Moses Moody could rotate in. And he did a good job on Brunson, did a good job on Quickly. Now, and Steve did say he's going to stay in the rotation. Quinones won't play, obviously, but they are so deep. He's playing 6 guys off the bench. Can you play 11? Where does Moody get to the minutes now, assuming Steph's good to go tomorrow night?
Yeah,
with the Brasitis and Pods is back.
Yeah, there are some nights where I think they like him as a 2. I think he's a 3. Like, I think Moses Moody is a 3, so it becomes, does he take maybe a few of Podziemski's minutes? Does he take a few of Wiggins' minutes? It kind of depends on if Wiggins is having a good night or not. If Wiggins is having a good night, he needs to be out there. I think there's even some matchups where you could probably play him at the 4 because he's so sturdy, Moody. They've done that a little bit.
He can guard 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
really 4. I mean, you put him on Brunson, he's guarding 1.
Yeah, it just kind of depends. Yeah, and Brunson's a stockier, stronger build. Obviously, I don't think Moody against the quicker ones. No,
Dame would be a hard assignment.
That would be a really hard assignment. So I think the issue really for Moody is more who does he guard, and I think that's where he's been caught out, as the odd man out, because there are other players that just have to play. Like Podziemski has to play. Like, he's connecting everything. He's taking charges. Like, he's just a good young player. Wiggins has to play because you need his defense, I think, more than anything. Kuminga has proven he has to play because he's the number 2 scorer now for this team, aside from Steph, and then Draymond's playing center. So you can see, and Chris Paul's got to play, and GP's. So you've got
Jackson Davis, I think, needs to play more.
And Steve's figured out a role for him. Like, that to me is the biggest turnaround, and we can get into the reasons why. But the biggest, there's an order to the way the Warriors have this. Like, the whole first half of the year, there was no order. Right. It was tinkering. It was this guy plays well, another
Draymond
guy doesn't.
wasn't playing, and Wiggins was not playing well.
Like, Kuminga was playing well since before Draymond came back, but I felt like a lot of what Kuminga was doing was relatively hollow, and because it couldn't be with Wiggins. But then Draymond comes back, and then you got the two of them. You're like, all right, the two of them with Kuminga at the 4 and Draymond at the 5, so they're not stepping on each other. Because part of the Kuminga problem to me was if Draymond's playing the 4, well, Kuminga needs to play the 4, and so like they were blocking each other other than potential closing lineups. So flipping Draymond to the 5, I think, has unlocked everything. And now, like, you have a few minutes for Looney each half. You know when Trace Jackson Davis is going to play. You know Chris Paul's the backup point guard. Like, the whole rotation makes more sense than it's made, really, I think, since the end of the 22 championship run.
Well, finally, now everybody can play and assume their roles, and you got 22 games to get it right.
Yeah.
JD, John Dickinson with us in studio. And remember, Dubs OT after every Warriors game. So tomorrow night, make sure after Bob Myers has the call and everybody's back together that you tune in, and JD will have it not only here but on YouTube and Twitch. You can see the guys, and Greg Silver's contributing with him on that, so make sure you tune in for the guys right directly after the game. Don't miss it. He's been doing a great job all season long. Thanks, JD. Appreciate it, bro.
You got it, guys. Good to see you.
All right, again, Andrew Wiggins back, and he's going to be playing tomorrow night against Milwaukee. Great to have you in studio, man. Good to see you. Appreciate
Might
it.
do it again tomorrow.
Yeah,
We got a meeting again tomorrow.
Sounds
we'll
good.
do it tomorrow, 2 in a row.
Thanks to the boys, as always. Danny and Walter doing a great job. Great guest list, as always. Great to talk to Charles Davis about the NFL draft. Marcus Thompson is awesome from The Athletic. Both those guys on today. Make sure you hit up KNBR.com for all of the interviews from all of the shows. The boys are next. Tolbert and Copes only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Certainly going to Sin City can sting sometimes, but usually it's your wallet that takes the hit, not your genitals.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Somebody will be in here in about 3 seconds to fix these cameras, I would imagine. I'm hoping they don't, but there they come. There they come. Gary St. Jean, Susan Slessor, Rich Ornberger will join us today. As you can tell, I threw away the memo that said we were supposed to wear collared shirts today. What was up to that last crew? Had their hairs all nice, all parted to the side.
That was a gas shortage and a flock of seagulls. That's about it.
That was was something.
Yeah.
I saw on the TV walking in here. I thought that you guys had some sort of like special filter you could like put on the YouTube.
Today we coiffed to the right, John.
Yes, it's very disconcerting. I got to say, it threw me off a little bit. It was funny that they dress like that, and I just went with this will be the last stand for the AC/DC shirt. It's gonna be the last time this
The last
makes it
ride?
out. Yeah, the last ride. It's
Throw some Kid Rock on, dude. Give me some Undertaker last ride.
That's it. It's over. It'll be an indoor shirt from now on, so this is it.
I was describing that shirt to somebody yesterday, and I said that the collar had separated from the rest of the shirt. Now part of the collar just doesn't exist.
No, it's gone.
Like
disintegrated.
The rim is gone.
Yeah, disintegrated. And then the sleeve's gone too, pretty much. So
I imagine like Lori's pulling stuff out of the wash. Like, what is this strand of, what are these? These just, like pieces of shirt?
Yeah, I don't know. I like this T-shirt. And it's hard sometimes. Like, I don't want to get rid of this T-shirt. Maybe the T-shirt's getting rid of me. T-shirt's saying, bro, it's time. You got it. Yeah. I mean, come on. I love you too, but it's time to call it quits.
I think it's time we go our separate. Well, look, man.
We're not right for each other anymore.
Look, man, you got to know when you love something, let it go. You know what I mean? When you let it, yeah. Is that the line?
Yeah. Free.
Take Old Yeller. Take Old Yeller outside, says Tim. That shirt is hurting. For those who don't know, we're streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Tom's, I guess this is it's the AC/DC shirt farewell tour.
The farewell tour.
Farewell tour, dude. So for those who don't know, the shirt is barely hanging on Tom's body, and it's been on its last legs for some time. It's actually held on longer than we thought.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You Google it, you're like, he's still alive? You look it up, you're like, oh my God.
This shirt's probably had polio for 25 years, and it's about ready to...
It's incurable.
Yeah, it's about ready to...
It's adapted to the polio.
Or whatever disease you want to give it. Yeah. Whatever affliction.
That's a safe one. I think we're good at using.
Yeah. I tried to figure
that's a good safe disease.
You know what? I could just say, like, I can do that joke. My grandpa had polio, so... It's okay.
Derek in my ear, he like gave me a bad look, and I was like, "Are we?" And he goes, "No, a lot of people have polio."
Yeah, so did my grandpa.
Really? And he's like, "No, dude, no, don't worry about it."
You know what it has? Tuberculosis. That's what it has. That's an old thing too, isn't it?
I don't know.
How about whooping cough? How about the Black Plague? Nobody has the Black Plague anymore, do they?
Easy. Why are we gonna do that?
Black Plague's
like the Black Plague.
Yeah, I think that. The White Plague.
Yeah, I was born with it though, so I was like, I've managed it my whole life. You know, I got a little patch. I wear it on my butt.
Although if you are afflicted with the Black Plague, you can get to the NBA quicker. So how about that joke? Anybody like that one?
Yeah, there you go.
No, maybe not.
Yeah.
Tim gonged me.
Guaranteed.
See, there it is. Well, Tim's very sensitive when it comes to questionable jokes. He's
Tim's
like,
seen a lot.
I don't know if I want to go that route. I don't know. Okay.
Tim, you won't get in trouble unless you keep gonging us. There's a Mitch Hedberg joke about that where he says, like, alcoholism's a disease, but it's the only disease that people can get mad at you for having. And the name he uses for it is funny because you never hear they'll go, "Damn it, Otto, you're an alcoholic." You never hear somebody go, "Damn it, Otto, you have lupus." No, you don't. No, it's pretty funny. It's Ulrich Combs with you. We even say our guest today. You did. Gary St. Jean, Susan Slusser, 250, 350, 450.
Mm-hmm.
Gary St. Jean is a blast every time he comes on. Always tells some fun stories. Susan Slusser, we'll get her thoughts really for the first time in a few weeks or this spring on what's happened with the Giants and the way this roster is shaken out. And then Rich Ohrnberger, former, how about this? We got a lot of places we can go with him. Former Patriot. Played for Belichick. I've been watching the Dynasty doc. I want to know, I mean, Belichick's not been painted in like the best. It's not looking good for him. Like he doesn't come off looking very good, but he's also just very Belichick in it, right? We're getting some behind the scenes, but we'll ask him about that. But really, he's down in San Diego. He does a morning show down there, a sports show. So we'll talk to him about Blake Snell, that situation, Bob Melvin, how things fared down there. A little bit later with Ohrnberger at 450.
Well, it's funny the way... I guess if you want to put it that way, that Belichick's been painted in this documentary. He's Belichick.
He's the way it is.
It's like that's who Belichick is. Like, what did you expect him to do? Stand up? Did you expect him to do stand up during the doc?
Honestly, even better than I thought. Until you get to points where he knows he can't talk about things. Where it gets to Aaron Hernandez questions, where they're like, "Did he come to you and ask to be traded for fear of his life?" And he's like, "Look, it's a sad situation, and
moving on."
Yeah. The other one was the Spygate.
Yes.
Where his right-hand man, that dude's a trip. I forget that guy's name. He's like the guy with the glasses who's like been Belichick's guy.
Oh, yeah.
Ernie Adams. There you go. Yeah, he's like Belichick. He's like his consigliere is basically.
I know stuff.
He was like, well, there's some of this.
To the grave with me.
I'll take to my grave. He's like, oh, this is a sensitive thing. Yeah. And Belichick, they asked him, he goes, "I said what I said, and there's nothing to add." I'm like, yeah, there's nothing to add.
I want to know who started that because it's infuriating and genius at the same time because it can't be refuted. If I do something bad, questionable, whatever, and you ask me about it, all I have to do is say, Maybe McGuire started it. That's in the past. I'm gonna concentrate on the future. That's what all my energies are geared toward, the future. I don't want to talk about the past. So if you just asked me about that statement that I just made right there,
you're not here to talk about that.
That's in the past now.
Going forward, we
I'm
can't
moving
talk
forward.
about what statement?
I'm not going to talk about it. That's in the past, and I'm just going to concentrate on the future, and all my energies are going to be concentrated in that effort, the future. What do you mean about the future? Well, that's in the past. I've already talked about that. I don't want to talk. I mean, like literally, you could go over and over and over and over again. Because as soon as you say it, it's in the past. It's done with. Like immediately, it's in the past. Like you're present, and then the present is like, I don't even know if there is such thing as present. Because it's either it's in the past, like that's in the past, and it's in the future, and I guess maybe 1 second is in the present. That's it. So that's all you got to do is say that's in the past. I don't want to talk about that. Well, then what count? Do you realize if you could never talk about anything in the past, there would never be a trial that would be solved ever? Like ever. There's not one trial in the history of mankind that could ever be solved.
Yeah, a whole lot of projection.
We just don't want to talk about that. It's in the past.
A whole lot of projection on this show. That's what you get to. Whole lot of wonder what's going to happen.
It's just wild. It just cracks me up, and he just sticks with it. Like that's what he's going with. And you know that dude. I guarantee you. You get that dude around some cocktails and away from I bet you he's funny as hell. I bet you he's totally different than what he is. But that's just he's like at some point. I'm not sure because in
when
the
does this happen in the movie? Now. You're looking at now, sir. Everything that happens now is happening now. What happened to then? We passed then. When? Just now.
You remember what movie that was?
No, what movie is that?
Spaceballs.
Oh, is that Spaceballs?
Spaceballs.
I just watched that recently too, in the last like few months.
Dark Helmet.
That's hilarious. Dark Helmet.
Dark Helmet. But so the beginning of the doc.
Can't breathe in the helmet.
You remember him talking? Like he was like, he would talk a little bit. Yeah, he would like answer some questions and like normal.
You see him like that off season, he's like that a little bit.
Yeah,
He
normal
jokes with
kind
the
of
team.
stuff.
You see him with the team. Like the statement he gives, he's a couple of good moments too. The moment with the castle and all that, where he's like, now go play. So he hasn't won a game since seventh blanket grade or started a game since seventh grade. Anyways,
I just want to know at what point did he become the Belichick we know today?
You kind of see it happen. I think it's around the Spygate.
You think it was?
I think so. I think you see that change happen where things start to get the ego and the being on top and the having to protect all that, and it starts to evolve a little bit. We'll talk to Rich Ornberger about it.
Okay.
About how is that portrayal correct? Is that accurate? Does he have different faces? Because he seems like Teddy Bruschi talks about young guys sometimes could not handle him.
Yeah.
Like you had to be a specific type of guy. He talks about the rag, bringing out the
rag,
the best of them. How about this? We'll get this a piece of news that just broke right before the show here. Tom's guy, your friend,
my guy,
head coach Steve Kerr. That's your guy.
Yeah,
your friend. He confirmed Andrew Wiggins coming back to the team. Practice cleared to return tomorrow against the Milwaukee Bucks. He was at the facility today practicing with the team, so he's back. It's obviously not as big of an absence as it was last season. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. Again, we're going to catch up today with Gary St. Jean. We'll do that at 2:50. We'll talk to him about where the Warriors are as they get ready to face the Bucks, who could be without Giannis tomorrow as well. We got an opportunity for you to win Aftershock tickets. Going to be a festival going down, a rock festival in October in Sacramento. I'll tell you about that in just a bit. And Matt Chapman was introduced as a San Francisco Giant. We'll get into that next. We're streaming on Twitch, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the app. It's Tolbert and Copes. Matt Chapman, the newest Giant, and he's wearing the jersey. Next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Matt Chapman addressed the media for the first time as a member of the San Francisco Giants. You can check it out. There's more on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Got news right before the show from Steve Kerr that Andrew Wiggins is going to return to the Warriors tomorrow against the Milwaukee Bucks. We can talk more about that with Gary St. Jean.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. At 2:50, Matt Chapman, the newest member of the San Francisco Giants, was introduced as a Giant. By the way, is he wearing his old numbers? Is he wearing 26? Do we know? I haven't seen any confirmation on that. Derek's going to look that up. Only reason I ask is because Blake Sable, core number 2 last year, gave up 2, I believe, to Jorge Soler, and then he moved to 26. I was like, it'd be funny if he signed somebody else also. He's like, damn, now I got to change my number again mid-spring with these crappy uniforms, too. So we got to get Blake Sable on again, too. Came on with us last year. He was a fun interview. He is wearing number 26. We got to figure out what Sable is. Giants fans and media got their first glimpse of Matt Chapman. When he addressed the media yesterday, here's what he said about he said he felt like he had something special with the A's, and he was one of the most vocal guys about that when they were tearing that down. He and Semien and Olsen, like, that's a core of great players. Like, you got MVPs in there. You've got gold gloves in there, platinum gloves in there. Chapman and Olsen on the corners with Semien up the middle. They wanted to be here, and the A's just pretended they didn't have money. Anyway, here's what Chapman had to say on that. Feels like with Bob Melvin, they've still got some unfinished business.
It's hard to really predict what was going to happen, but I knew Bo Mel going to San Francisco. It was just seemed like it was destiny. I think we got some unfinished business. I'm super excited. I mean, since I've been here, I feel super comfortable. Going through the bunt defenses, going through all the drills. It's just, got to do it for 7 years. So it's just like riding a bike, getting right back into it. But for me, unfinished businesses, felt like we had something really special building with the A's, and unfortunately that got kind of ripped out of our hands and broken up. So getting to come back here and have an opportunity to be in an organization like the Giants, a team that's not afraid to spend, a team that's not afraid to go get free agents and keep guys together and keep adding all the things that you expect, a winning franchise to do. Now we have the opportunity to do that here, and I couldn't be more excited to be a part of that, and just extremely blessed and excited to be, start this new journey.
The only thing I could think of, like when he was talking, was that's not Ohtani hitting the ball in the background.
Dude, I could hear in the background. I was like, who's just teeing up shots behind? I guess they're like doing this by the field.
I kept hearing that, and then I kept thinking that's not Ohtani because this is Ohtani.
Oh, dude, that's so different. That's a full ballpark to absorb all that sound, too. That's tough.
He's probably sitting right next to the guy swinging, and just click, and then cannon shot. Just absolute cannon shot.
Felt like we had something really special building with it.
Not quite the same. That was,
we should splice in Chapman talking with the Ohtani, like a couple regular clicks, and then the boom. Like, oh, he would have stopped at that point. He would have stopped. What was that?
It has a different boom.
What was that?
He'd be like, is that?
No, I think it's he sounds happy, and again, they're better. It's a good deal for him, good deal for the Giants. I'm glad they're paying attention to defense. So, yeah.
Something I will say is I think sometimes we make a big deal of stories. We do it a lot when it's like, he's homegrown there, or he'll give a hometown discount. You don't hear that as much because it never, ever happened. Really. Yeah. The hometown discount, even when Bonds came, it's okay, he came home for the richest contract ever. Guys who are worth it are going to get their money. If the Giants hadn't paid, I think Bonds is set on record. He probably would have gone to New York to whoever was going to give him the most money. Matt Chapman got way less than what the projected dollar amount was. And there was a report that I think he turned down 6 for 160 or something from a team early on. I saw a meme about that with a sort of a doofy. It was like a freeze frame on Scott Boris's face looking sort of foolish and doofy. It said, turned down 6 for 160 to take a convoluted 1 for 50, whatever the deal is. That said, it's pretty clear to me based on even that statement about Bob Melvin, unfinished business, felt like riding a bike, getting back over here and feeling ground balls from him, did it for 7 years. That to me speaks volumes about his actual want and the truth to the fact that Giants fans, I think, feel like the rug got pulled out from under us a little bit. Like we kept thinking, and it was fabricated, the Judge wanted to be back in California. He wanted to be back on the West Coast. But when guys really do want to come to your team, Jung Ho Lee is like that. He's like really excited to be a Giant. I've always loved when guys wanted to be on the team that I root for. And clearly there's a relationship here with he and Bob Melvin. And so he took the deal, and maybe that was the best deal he was going to get that was out there. That said, he said it felt like destiny, or it felt like it was like once Bob Melvin came here and it was in the Bay Area, it seems like there was truth to the rumors that it was just an obvious fit because it's what he wanted.
Yeah. I think when I think of this, the analogy to me, when you're saying you want people here that want to be here, they like try to figure out a way to be here, and what do they need to see to want that? Well, they need to see a team that can be sustainably good and can compete for a championship and can compete for playoffs. So they see something in the players on the team. And you know who I immediately think of when I think of that is Iguodala.
Yep.
Remember the nobody wanted to be a Warrior? Nobody. They don't want to be a Warrior. Why would I want to be a Warrior? Taxes, and the team's not very good, and it's not run very well. I don't want to be there. And then it all changed when Iguodala wanted to be here. Iguodala, and look, a lot of it, certainly a lot of it was him wanting to be in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley and all that, but most of it was he saw Steph and Clay and the team and the ownership and thought that team's on the upward trajectory. That's a team I want to be a part of. So he seeked the Warriors out, and that never happened before. And that was massive to get somebody of his talents. He wasn't a great player. He's very good. But if you get even somebody like that, like Matt Chapman or Lee's a little different because he's not an American player. But if you get a player or two that in free agency turns down other teams to come here, like this is where I want to be because I see something here. Oh, that's what you want. And this isn't quite that, but it's closer than anything has been in a while. But that's what you want. You want someone to see the vision with the Giants. I see the vision. I see what they're building there. I want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
And then I want to figure out a way to get there. Because for Judge, it was I want to figure out a way to be a Yankee.
To leverage it.
And get as much money as I possibly can. For Ohtani, figure out a way to be a Dodger. And he ends up being a Dodger. Like that's what you want. You want people seeking out your team. And I think people do that with the 49ers right now. I think players from around the league, like, I want to be a part of that.
Football's a little bit different because of the living situation, how long you're there. Football, the schedule of it is it's a different beast, I think,
no
from
doubt.
where you live. You live in the city, but it's not quite the same. Like baseball, I think you absorb it differently just based on the time
I'd agree with
in
that.
which you're playing in that city. That said, to your point, because they're successful and they have a good coach, and you see the springboard for coaches. Coaches want to be here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, executives would want to be here because you're seeing the rise in talent. You're seeing them get bigger jobs in other organizations. But for me, to your point about Iguodala, Warrior fans wanted Iguodala for like 2 or 3 years before he came. So when you clamor for a guy and you want a guy as a fan base, and especially in the age where everybody's crapping on San Francisco, and this was a big topic this offseason, the fact that this guy played here in Oakland and wants to play for Bob Melvin and wants to do it here, he understands, to your point, the taxes and whatnot, but that speaks volumes to me. More from Matt Chapman here. Here he is on the image problem, on players not wanting to come here. Here's Matt Chapman.
I chose to come here, so I think everybody's different. Everybody has different things that matter to them. But I'm from California. I played in the Bay Area. I'm comfortable here, and I think people say what they say, but I think at the end of the day, when you look at the franchise, they want to win. They've won before. They know how to do it. They have great players, great coaches. So don't see why people wouldn't want to come here. And I know that, you know, a lot of people have reached out and said they want to come play here and, you know, told me that. So I think that, you know, if that's a narrative, it's going to change.
I like it. I mean, again, it's hard to change that narrative unless you have players on the team that believe it's false. And it's not completely false, but it's not near what it's being portrayed, at least kind of my feelings on what players think of the city. And again, they're here 3 days, right? And they're probably hotel. Maybe they want to walk around, and maybe they don't love walking. But to your point, you've made this. It's not like you're living there. You're not. There's other places to live here in the city and outside the city that most players live.
Oh, you guys listen to know what we're talking about. You're probably not here right now.
Yeah. So it's
probably there. Yeah.
But the more players you get that really like living here and want to be here, players talk. And if you get enough of those players, then that'll change. That'll absolutely change. There's no doubt.
More from, by the way, somebody on the Golden State Lumber Building Material text line on Matt Chapman's first comment we played. He said they're not afraid to spend. This texter says, Farhan seems kind of afraid to spend. I was going to come with this note for you today. The Giants have spent more money now than in free agency this offseason than anybody but the Dodgers, like by a considerable amount after this committed money.
Yep.
So they have had a pretty expensive offseason. Jung Hoo Lee, Jorge Soler. I'm going to forget a whole bunch, but they went Jordan Hicks. They went Chapman here. There's a flurry of guys. So we'll see what happens. The roster is more intriguing. I'm excited about the turnaround in what's seemed like a couple of weeks, right? The Soler and the Chapman signings really did change the complexion of the lineup. So now there's questions about Marco Luciano's ability at short. Hasn't been hitting, and I think he's had some injury problems too. Casey Schmidt is the other guy we saw play short. What do you feel about moving a guy who's a Gold Glover and a Platinum Glover, probably the best third baseman defensively in the league? What would you think about moving him to short? You opposed to it?
I don't know if
I don't love it, is my thought.
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
That's kind of where I'm going.
Like in a pinch, sure. It's not my, like, remember when Pedro Feliz moved to short? I was like, I don't really want him at third.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't really need him doing much of anything.
You wanted him behind the dish.
Oh, man, behind the dish was great. They tried him to left for a little bit. I was like, Felipe, what are we doing, bro?
Yeah. No, I'm not. Look, I'm not thrilled with it. It depends on how he feels about it. Because I wouldn't say that I was like, would you want to take a Gold Glove right fielder and put him at second base, or put him at shortstop?
Mookie Betts, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. But he was like, he seems to love it.
He's
like,
a freak, though. He's different.
There's no doubt about it.
He played second when he came up.
But the first thing was his attitude. Sure. I mean, it's going to be a Hall of Famer. And most guys like that are like, hell no, I'm comfortable out here. I don't want to move. Yeah. And Mookie Betts is like, cool. I go play a little second, play a little short. Like, it's like a little league kid. Like, then this is awesome. We'll go play a little of this. We'll do a little of that. This will be fun. Yeah, BG will go from like second to catcher to center.
I think you want to Gold Glove at 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
You went 2 of them. I think you went second or center and catcher.
So the first thing is the attitude of the player. Like, I don't know how Chapman would feel about it. But no, I'm with you. I wouldn't feel great about it. This guy's one of the best in the league at third. I'd like to leave it that way. I'd like to leave him at third.
I'd imagine Chapman and Boris probably want him to stay at third. That's probably ideal for him, especially with opt-outs.
Well, what if he goes to short and he's not as good at short as he is at third, and now you have somebody at third who's not nearly as good as him, so you've weakened 2 positions now? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Well, he was asked about this. Matt Chapman on rumors or thoughts on him potentially playing some shortstop. Here he is.
I don't know how serious that was. Those are just kind of things that I heard people throwing around. I always joke with Bomel that I could play shortstop, but obviously, third base is somewhere that I've, had success and somewhere I feel comfortable. So I think the best thing I could do for the team would be play third base.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sounds good.
He's not like, yeah, sure, whatever they need.
It's awfully nice of him. He's like, I'm not going to be so nice next time around. When I'm penciled in with a 6 next to my name.
I could, but.
There's Matt Chapman, the newest San Francisco Giant. So we got some Warrior news right before the start of the show. Steve Kerr confirms that Andrew Wiggins is back with the team cleared to return tomorrow against Milwaukee. Did the blowout loss give the team a little bit of rest? Couple of days off here. Steph got some extra rest. I think you mentioned that the other day, but he does have that sort of knee tweak that he's dealing with. A little bit more on that blowout loss and whether or not this could be beneficial down the stretch here to get a little bit extra rest as they head into a back-to-back against Milwaukee and Chicago. That's next on the Sports Leader.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
8 seconds left. Double team comes from Russell. Curry gets rid of it. Podziemski. That's really deep. The follow goes at the horn. Put in by Wiggins as he beats the clock. Everything going Golden State's way.
Tolbert and Copes Tuesday afternoon with you. Warriors back in action tomorrow against the Milwaukee Bucks. There was Andrew Wiggins, the buzzer beater tip-in to close the half against the Lakers earlier this year. Good news, Andrew Wiggins is returning to the team tomorrow. He actually returned to the facility today and was practicing with the team per Adrian Wojnarowski and then confirmed by Steve Kerr. You can ask, how much does it help? It's about matchups, and we saw the effect of what Andrew Wiggins against Boston is in a class of, I'd say, their own. It's just like them in Denver.
Yep,
probably
much.
up at the top. It's those two. But in terms of how they matched up, we were joking about would you try something different against Jaylen Brown? I need the personnel. It's not really about the game plan. It was about they didn't have the personnel to match up. If you have Wiggins and that's really what the system is that they've found in the last month or so, or 2 months, right? Is the length that they have on the wings, the consistency of Kuminga and Wiggins. I mean, they're playing as consistent as they have all year. But when you don't have one of them, and Podziemski was banged up, Steph's banged up, it was sort of a perfect storm. But in terms of matchups, this is a big one, right?
Against Milwaukee?
In terms of matchups against Western Conference opponents, I'm thinking down the stretch, having Wiggins' range.
Oh, yeah,
he's playing the 4 for you. You lost your stretch 4, really.
No, he's your 3.
Excuse me, your 3.
He's your 3. Kuminga's 4.
Right.
Well, yeah, so you look at the Nuggets. He can he can help guard Murray, really. He can get out there and help guard Murray. Kuminga would probably guard Gordon. And then, Draymond is going to guard Jokic, and then probably Clay on KCP. And maybe you put Steph on Porter because Porter's mostly an outside guy. You can keep, but the point is, you need him to guard these elite guys. When you're going against the Lakers, you need him for LeBron. When you're going against the Clippers, you need him for Kawhi. Going against the T-Wolves, you could use him for Anthony Edwards. He's the guy that's going to guard the main perimeter guy on the opposite team. It used to be Clay was that guy. Clay is no longer that guy. Kuminga, he's not that guy yet. He's good on the ball, but Wiggins is better. Wiggins is a good defender. So that's what you're missing. So you take that guy off the court, and it used to be okay. When they had Clay and KD and Iguodala, they just put Clay on the best perimeter scorer, but then they had 2 other guys too. So you were good. Right now you have 1 guy. Steph's not that guy. Clay's not that guy. Kuminga's not that guy yet. Draymond's not that guy. Wiggins is that guy. So when you don't have Wiggins, we saw what happened on Sunday. Now, again, I don't think Wiggins was going to make a huge difference in that game because that was just Celtics were rolling. But how did they get rolling? They got rolling by Jaylen Brown rolling, and he got rolling because they were leaving him open. And they thought that was a good course of action. They were wrong. But the only reason they even chose that course of action because they just realized, we're not going to be able to stay in front of these guys. And we don't have enough guys to stay in front of Holiday, Brown, and Tatum. We just don't. So with Wiggins, it gives you 1 extra guy out there, a main guy, a focal point. So, yeah, they absolutely need him. You could just go up and down the roster of all these teams that they might be playing. Phoenix, could be KD, could be Booker. They put him on. But, these Western Conference teams, they have dudes that you're going to have to stick with and you're going to have to make life miserable for. So, Luka's tough because he's so big. But, Wiggins could at least make him work. That might actually be a Draymond deal. But the point is, these teams have, badass wings, and they're big. And you got to have a guy that can check them, athletically and physically. Wiggins is the guy. He just is. And so having him back will be big. I don't know if it'll be as big against like Milwaukee tomorrow night. They really don't have that type of wing guy. They have Lillard and they have Giannis, and that he's not really built to stick either of those guys. But he could, you could put him on Lillard and let him just kind of, make him work. And then we'll see if Giannis plays or not. But, like, those are your two threats. Like, they're the one team that you look at and go, they really don't have the wings to worry you. Cleveland, Eastern Conference, they really don't have the wings. They're like guards and bigs. The wings, that's kind of their weak spot, the wings. So, but the Western Conference, I just went down like 5 teams, and every team is like, damn, bam, 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 bam. And Wiggins is the guy that's going to be checking these guys. So he's critical for them to have any kind of run. Even if he doesn't, you'd love to have him give you some offense. That kind of comes and goes. He had a great February. But if he gives you offense, obviously you need some. But defense is huge. It's huge against those teams.
So I was going to ask you, because the blowout loss, I was going to ask you about the rest for the Warriors as it related to Steph, because he had the knee tweak. The blowout loss had him play only 17 minutes, none in the second half. Nobody on the team played tons of minutes that game of significance, I think, right? You ended up with a lot of the young guys and bench guys filling out the rest of that game. I was going to ask you whether or not we were concerned about the injury, except Anthony Slater tweets out right now, good news for the Warriors. They have a completely empty injury report for tomorrow night's game against the Bucks. Andrew Wiggins is back and cleared. It's the first time they'll have their full rotation since late November. This was before the GP2 injuries, the Draymond suspensions, and the Chris Paul injury. It's not shocking. We knew that. I mean, we knew that they were healthy for the first time entering the road trip, but then they didn't have Wiggins with them because of the personal reasons. But I don't know, like, if in today's NBA, how many teams have had, I mean, I'm sure they've had their full rotation between then and now, but I wonder how, it's like a pitching rotation now. Like, nobody has a 5-man go through the whole year.
Yeah, I mean, you just start going through the teams, and it's hard to keep track of all of them. Like, I think Minnesota's been relatively healthy. Thunder have been relatively healthy. Denver, I think,
have been healthy,
KCP missed a few games. Murray's missed a couple games here and there. Phoenix has just been wrecked. Like, Phoenix can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
I think Booker's out now with like an ankle or something. Like, so one of the big three is always missing for them. For whatever reason, always missing. But the Lakers, I think, have been relatively, they've had, but Davis, my goodness. Davis has had a monster year. He's healthy. He's playing. Clippers have been pretty good, although we'll see what happens with Westbrook. He just fractured his left hand. He just had
surgery, and they say he's going to be out until hopefully the play. They say they hope he'll be back.
That's what they're saying? Okay.
That's what I say. But I guess the big news here is that Steph is not hurt.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know if that was precautionary. But yeah, you got an extra half of basketball off on Sunday. So he didn't play much on Sunday. Then you get 2 days. And yeah, I just would like to see what they can do when they're healthy. Because now they're healthy. I mean, even when they were healthy early on, Kuminga and Podziemski weren't fully integrated into the rotation.
Yeah.
Now you have those guys fully integrated into the rotation, and it'll be interesting / fun to see what it looks like.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Gary St. Jean going to join us when we come on back here at 2:50. Susan Slusser, 3:50, and at 4:50, Rich Ornberger, former New England Patriot, and does a sports radio show down in San Diego. So we'll talk to him about Bob Melvin and Blake Snell a bit at 4:50. Somebody on the text line, we've been talking about your shirt today, Tom. Is it 1984, 1982?
Yes, I actually was at this concert.
The AC/DC.
Long Beach Arena.
This
is not a shirt from 1982, by the way. It looks like
prove it, dude. Yeah, prove it. Tom bought that shirt at that concert in 1982. Impressive it still fits you. Yeah. Unimpressive the look on you as it's falling off your body. It's disintegrating. It's the final show. It's the farewell tour.
It's the final show.
For Tom's AC/DC shirt. 650 on the text line says, is AC/DC is the shirt going into the rafters? We should hang it up into the rafters, dude. Retire it into a frame. In honor of the AC/DC shirt going into the rafters, let's give away a couple of tickets to the Aftershock Festival. We'll tell you how you can win these tickets in just a minute here. It's going down October 10th to the 13th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Stop me when you don't like somebody here, Tom. Okay. Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Pantera, Judas Priest, Disturbed, Five Finger Death Punch.
Not a huge Disturbed guy.
All right, Tom.
But Five Finger Death Punch I like.
Mastodon?
Not all that familiar with Mastodon.
Well, it's all right because you
Good
can
dinosaur,
see,
though.
You can see nice, brilliant. Flogging Molly and many more. I didn't even name them.
Flogging Molly.
There's a ton more out there. You can get more.
I enjoy that. And the band.
Thank you. Hornberger. And the Aftershock Festival. You can get more details at aftershockfestival.com. Check out the full lineup. And we're going to give away a couple of tickets today and the rest of the week. Listen for the cue to call. And when you hear the cue to call, be number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. And you can be the winner. Tim, what's our cue to call for Aftershock tickets today? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's better than yesterday, Tim. It's better than yesterday. See if you can keep it going. See if you can pump it up for tomorrow.
Wow.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Yeah, nice. All right, you hear that anytime between now and 6 o'clock. 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets. You'll go to Aftershock Festival. When you hear that, be caller 10. Furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Grab the rules at KNBR.com. You can also buy tickets at AftershockFestival.com. When we come on back, Gary St. Jean. Should be a fun conversation. It always is. Lots of stories and some Warrior talk. Steph not hurt. Wiggins is back. Saint is next on the Sports Leader.
Hiya, fellas.
Mark Spears joined Murph and Marcus this morning, and he believes the blowout loss is going to help Steph Curry's availability for tomorrow's game. That podcast is trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Always fun to talk to one of my former coaches, former head coach of the Kings and the Warriors. Gary St. Jean joins us. Coach, what's going on?
Not too much, Tom. How about you?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Just enjoying the weather.
The sun is coming out.
I'm telling you, it's crazy every time. Like, I feel old anyway. Every time I get out of bed in the morning, I feel old. But every time I see your son coaching in the NBA, I'm like, God, what happened? Where'd the time go?
It's amazing how many people say that to me because they remember him as a little guy. Like,
yep.
I remember you and Mully and Petey coming over to Emily's birthday, and he was just a little 1 or 2 year old. And then, all the guys that when he was a ball boy for 7 years, and now here he is on the bench with the Suns. So time flies, and the good news, he's loving life like you and me.
That is great. All right, let's get to a little Warriors. I'm guessing as long as you were a coach, head coach, assistant coach, if you have a game like Sunday, that one you just leave. You can leave that one in Boston and fly home, correct? You don't even think twice about that game.
No, and I think Steve Kerr borrowed Nelly's old phrase. Just flush that thing down the toilet. Get rid of it. And that's just where it's at because you have those games. That was maybe to an extreme, but during the course of 82 it happens. Now, I know you and me were on our couches and we were all fired up for the day to watch, this is going to be a great game. This is going to be a benchmark, see what's going on with the Warriors and
that was a benchmark,
see how terrific the Celtics are. And then we're looking and saying, well, I guess my wife can go tell me to clean the backyard or do something now.
I was able to spend extra time in the kitchen. I was like, sweet.
Right.
I can make Monday's dinner now. I'm all good to go.
Were cooking. No, tell the real truth. You were cooking Pop-Tarts.
No. See, Coach,
he knows.
Coach knows.
And a quart of milk.
And a quart of milk. Wasn't that right, Coach? Quart of milk and a box of Pop-Tarts.
That was 1990, and he's been doing it for 34 years.
Hey, he's telling the truth, though, Coach. I called Tom on Sunday, and he's like, hey, sorry, I missed your call. I'm in the kitchen. I got 2 pots of chili going, and I'm working on a chicken parm, too. I got dinner for tonight and tomorrow.
See?
He was working. He was hustling.
Unbelievable.
Doesn't mean I don't still love Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
That probably wasn't the proper nutrition needed to be an NBA player, I'm guessing.
No, but that's why you had the hops. See, you could get up there and throw that weak stuff away and hammer it on guys.
Oh yeah.
Pick and pop and then hit the 3.
Yeah, no, that's what I used to call it, picking Pop-Tarts. It worked out perfect for me.
Gosh.
Where do you see the Warriors right now? Because I look at a team, Coach, now that they're going to be fully healthy, Wiggins back, and I was saying he was a guy that if he were available Sunday, they wouldn't have had to try to play that junk defense against Jaylen Brown because then Wiggins would be on Jaylen Brown. Like he's really important, especially in the Western Conference, guarding these big athletic wings. But now that they're healthy and Podziemski and Kuminga are kind of incorporated into the lineup at this time of the season, where do you see them in the landscape of the Western Conference?
Well, right now, by percentage points, they're 10th. But the key for me, Tom, is the loss column. They have 28. The Pelicans have 25, and they're at 5.
Yep.
Now, I think the Pelicans, I'm going to give you the old Doug Moe theory. You take your home losses and compare it to your road wins. So, for example, the Pelicans are 18-12 at home, but on the road they're 18-13. So you take the 12, and 18 minus 12 is 6. They're a plus 6. The other team that shocked me, and they blew a game last night, is the Kings. They got beat by Chicago.
Yep.
Man.
They are a plus 7. So I'm going to keep those guys up there in the vicinity of 5 and 6. The two teams, I think the Suns, don't tell my son Greg, but I think they're going to slide down. And I also think Dallas, even though they have one of the easiest schedules, I think they're going to be lucky to hold on to 8. they may slide down. So I think the Warriors, kind of correct me if I'm wrong, I've heard they've got one of the top 4 or 5 easiest schedules the rest of the way. And if that be the case, Dallas has an easy schedule. I think the Warriors can go up to 8 and optimistically up to 7. I really think it can happen because, gosh, good thing I don't wager. I look at games, I'm saying last night, there is no way Chicago's going to beat the Kings. They had a great win in Denver and all this, and I'm saying, what? I'm checking it out. My wife's watching The Bachelor. I don't want to watch The Bachelor. So I got my iPad, and I'm watching scores, right? And I'm like, holy moly, they got a chance they're going to lose this game. And I like their team. I like the Kings. And I'm still nuts. I look at the standings every morning. I really enjoy looking at it. The Lakers, I'll tell you what, Tom, and you know this, those teams up top, especially the T-Wolves and OKC, they don't want to see the Lakers or the Warriors.
No.
I mean, you're talking strength and dominance with the Lakers, with LeBron and Davis, and then the winning experience that the Warriors have. So, yeah, I think Denver's terrific. I think they're the number 1 horse. The Clippers, even though a bad loss last night to Milwaukee, I still think they're going to be second. I love OKC, their youth, the way they play. They remind me of a younger Warrior team, and the T-Wolves are doing it different. They're big with Gobert and Towns, and they're a pretty potent team. But I don't love them for the playoffs.
Yeah, no, I agree. And look, I mean, OKC had a 12-point lead on the Lakers last night, and the Lakers just thumped them, just absolutely dominated them. Like they turned the defense up. They were too big. They out-rebounded them. Like the Lakers are definitely a scary team, especially with Davis being healthy and LeBron doing LeBron. And if they get D'Angelo Russell to be consistent, like a consistent third guy. Yeah. That team's scary because Reeves is what Reeves, and then I'm not sure if they're going to get Vanderbilt back at some point, but I love Vanderbilt because he's like a 6'8" guy. You could have guard guys like Steph. Just go guard him, and you're like, you got to it's hard to get shots up off over him. But here's the problem I have with the Lakers and the Warriors, though, is that I think they're going to be dangerous. You don't want to play them. But if you're in the 8, 9, whatever playing game, it's hard for me to believe those teams in this super tough Western Conference are going to win 3 series, maybe all of them on the road.
Hard enough, Tom, just to win the 2 games in the play-in.
Exactly. Yes.
Then you got to play supposedly one of the top teams. You're making a great point about wing defenders. Boy, they are so important, which brings us back to Wiggins. Clay, listen, he's had a fantastic career. He doesn't have that lateral mobility that he had.
No.
In years past, he guarded the one, Steph guarded the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got Wiggins, and you've got to stop the point of attack. He can guard 1, 2, 3, and on a good day, he can guard a 4. That's really where he got really plaudits when they won the championship 2 years ago, because we used the phrase he's a two-way player. And, I hope things come together for him off the floor because even last week I saw a couple times I saw him smile. And he's had a rough run, but he is so pivotal to this team. He and Kuminga's emergence tie into when Draymond came back because Draymond has taken those guys under his wing, and they are your 2 best defenders. Draymond is a team defender. Now, Draymond's not going to guard Embiid. He's not going to guard Joker. Those guys are just too darn big. But everybody else, Tom, we don't have any post play anymore. It's how you play the pick and roll and how you're going to defend the 3 and dribble and defending dribble penetration. And that's why I'm high on the team. I really like what they're doing. You brought up Podziemski. Hey, listen, when the heck have we ever had 2 guys that are going in the Hall of Fame coming off your bench?
Yeah.
With Thompson and Paul.
Yep.
Yeah, and, when you look at Clay, tip your hat to him. He's adjusting to this thing, and that's what makes Steve Kerr special. Tom, I'm preaching to the choir with you. Listen, he's a terrific coach. I love his side out of bounds, the ATOs, and his offense, what he does there. He's at his very best being Steve Kerr as a person. He can communicate to these guys. He earns their trust and respect. This is what makes him special. And, Tom, that allows you now to go to ask him for a loan.
I figure I'll just steal it. He won't even know it's missing. He's got so much now. And I might take a ring or two, too, just for the heck of it. See if he misses those. I told him when he was on here a few months ago, Coach, that if he wins one more ring, he'll have 10. And he can play like a team of rings against a team of rings and like diagram plays with all his rings.
I love it. Hey, only my man Bill Russell.
Yeah, exactly.
Oakland, ask more.
Yeah, but he's got guys coming off the bench. That's how good.
He's got a thumb. Yeah.
That's how good he is.
Taking a Gary St. Jean on the UMA guest line. By the way, just to follow up on the stat or the note you were given about the Warriors' schedule, they have the 6th easiest schedule by remaining by opponent win percentage. By comparison, Lakers have the 8th toughest. So I look at tonight, or not tonight, tomorrow. Today we get the news about Wiggins, but tomorrow, and Anthony Slater had this note saying, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, it's the first time that they've had their full rotation of players. They were healthy going into the road trip, but Wiggins was out. They'll now tomorrow, in theory, have everybody there and healthy for the first time since early November, before the suspensions, before the GP2 injury, before the CP3 injury. To me, I don't think it's too little too late. I think there's enough time here with this schedule and how bunched up everything is for them to at least make a run to get in position to be a difficult out.
Couldn't agree with you more, and I think we'd all concur. It just looks good and it feels good. That I'm giving you the eye.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I just like it. I like a Peyton coming off the bench. You need a Peyton. You need a Podziemski. Tommy brought us some of that in the old days. When I look at our old team, Mully made shots. We had Manute blocking shots. We had Sharunas just not even allowing people to move or jump. You got to have those kind of players, and I love their depth. Of anything, guys are going to have to sacrifice because there's going to be some guys as you go down the rotation that their minutes aren't maybe going to be when these guys were hurt, that they were getting a lot of minutes. But I'm feeling really good about it. And you mentioned the Lakers. They're not too good on the road. Out of all these teams in that bunched up vicinity from 5 to 10. They've got 19 losses. The next one is 50. So they struggle out there.
Well, heck, Saint, I was just looking at their I read it a couple days ago, and I'll tell you real quick. So they played Denver at home, lost to them, and Denver had to play really well to win that game. They beat the Thunder. Their next 4 or 5 games are at home against the Kings, at home against the Bucks, at home against the Timberwolves, at Kings, at home against the Warriors. I mean,
Tom, am I wrong? I read something. They're in the state of California for all but 1 or 2 games for the whole month. I mean, it's bizarre, but they got to capitalize on it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, I wanted to ask you because you've seen a lot of the great players in the league and a lot of the great centers. And we don't have the great centers anymore like maybe we used to, but we do have 2 of the best in Embiid and Jokic. When you look at, the best centers, everybody's going to mention Kareem, Bill Russell, Shaq is in there, and Moses Malone. I mean, there's a lot of really good centers. Is Jokic going to be better than all of them? Like, if you were to, look at him, defensively he's not as good, but he's not a liability anymore. But I've never seen anybody affect the game the way he does on the offensive end with his shot making, his touch, his feel, his passing. It's just, he's literally like a maestro out there just kind of conducting, and he does it at his own pace, and he always gets you to play at his pace. Like, he really is. He's the least athletic guy in the league, yet he's the most dominant guy when he has the ball in his hands, I think. It's just, like I said, he's beautiful to watch play basketball.
Yeah. For those of us who had the privilege to coach or play in the league, we can break it down maybe a little tighter than maybe the average fan. And I think all of us are in awe of what he does. Great players, you can't speed them up. His touch, his feel, his vision are amazing. I mean, for his size to do what he does, and you know what I love about him? He's got some stuff to him. He doesn't care about the accolades.
Yeah.
He wants everybody to contribute to the win. So he said, okay, if they're double teaming me, I'm only going to take 10 shots. I'll find the rest of the guys. If they're single coverage and I got a weak link on me, I'm going to dominate him. The guy is amazing. He really, those guys over there, boy, they should be buying him a good Denver steak about 4 or 5 nights a week because I just marvel at him. I love watching the guy play. Now, you asked me that question. I think that Kareem and Wilt were the greatest offensive forces, but you know that being from Chicopee, Massachusetts, wearing those black Converse when I was 6 years old, I'm going to tell you who the greatest winner and player in the history of the NBA is. William Felton Russell. Triple exclamation point.
I expected nothing less. Hey, let me ask you this, because I just thought of this, and I've never asked you this question, because you talked about our team and, Shrunis and Mully and all those guys, and I always thought it would have been nice to see what that team could have done for a couple more years, especially maybe if we would have incorporated the three-point shot a little bit more. But let me ask you your recollection of the Mitch Richmond trade. I think were you already in Sacramento? You were still there with us.
No, Tom.
Yes.
I'll admit this to you. This happened, I think we were in Denver.
Yes, we were in Denver, yes.
Okay, because, I'm getting a little foggy. My birthday was last week, and I don't even remember the day. Here's the deal. Nelly's talking about this thing, and he's saying we got to get bigger. And listen, Nelly was a great, great coach.
Yes.
And making these kind of decisions are tough. And so he's saying, you know what, we're going to be a bridesmaid all the time. Well, we got to get bigger to deal with Magic and Worthy and, everything going on down with the Lakers. So comes up with this trade, and he's enamored with Billy Owens. And Al Attles and I got pretty close to being fired because we were dissenters. We didn't want it. So now he decides we're going to do the deal. And who's in the room with Nelly when we call Mitch from his hotel room? This guy from Chicopee. And so I'm looking, and Mitch got tears in his eyes. I'm very short. We walk to the elevator. I'm crying. I really am. I love the guy. I didn't like the guy. I love the guy. And off he goes, and needless to say, the trade wasn't too good for us. And it's a great question, Tom, how good we could have been, because I thought we could have had a 7, 8, 9-year run of being a perennial 50-team win, getting to the conference semifinals, maybe even further. The only good news for me is that Mitch put in a good word for me when he got up to the Kings. and so I wound up getting to coach up there for 5 years. So that turned out okay.
That turned out okay for you.
That's not bad.
That's interesting, though. Like, I didn't know, because obviously Nelly was the one that made all the decisions back then, but I never knew that you and Al were dissenters. Like, you guys didn't want to do it.
Well, Tom, you know this. I mean, you make a decision in a conference room, and we all go out as one. We all agree that we're going to do the deal. You have to have that. You can't have Monday morning quarterbacks, of course. And so nothing was ever said of it, but I felt the look.
I know that look.
Yeah, you know that look.
I know that look.
And what the heck? Al was a legend. I'm still a guy with 2 kids and my wife, but I'm saying, boy, oh boy, this is too rough. But, you look back and that's a good thing about this decade, this team. They have not made many deals that have turned sour for them. If there's anything, they've brought in a lot of veteran good guys, think the Bogut and West and all of those guys, and now Chris Paul and all that. And you got to pick up those kind of guys. That playoff experienced teams to really make noise.
Well, and I think the interesting part, too, when you look at some of the guys maybe they've traded or let go, they haven't gone other places and flourished. It's not like you look and go, oh, I can't believe you gave up that guy, or why'd you give up that guy? Like, most of the time, you look and go, oh, now I see. Because you look better when you're in a Warrior uniform because of the system and the players you play with. And I tell people that all the time. When you're playing for a really good team with a really good system, you're going to go somewhere and you're not going to look as good as you look there. Like, players don't believe it, but I'm like, well, all you got to do is look at the proof in the pudding, and that's kind of played out. I mean, other than Durant, but Durant's Durant. He wasn't even here to begin with. He came here and then he left. But you know what? This is if I'm a player, because we even heard that we weren't winning, Saint. Players wanted to come play for Nelly and play in our system because it was fun and it was loose and we got to have some freedom offensively.
Yep.
You can see players now that kind of want to play here because of Steve, the organization's commitment to winning, Steph, and all those things. And that speaks to a lot of different things in an organization.
Well, it's like the NFL doing that rating on each franchise. You saw that.
Yep, I did.
Well, gosh darn it, I don't know that the NBA does that, but I think the Warriors would be right there at the top. Great ownership. You got a fabulous guy in Eric Hausen. You need an extra pair of socks? Okay, no problem. I am going to tell you, Mully tells the story that he was out near the 28-foot marker there with the 5-second count in the old days.
Yep.
And guys would come up to him and say, hey, tell Nelly I'm going to be a free agent and I really want to come here and play with you guys. And that story kept going on and on and on because of our style of play, the quality of the players as players and people, the coaching, to live in the Bay Area. Yeah, Tom, I 200% agree with you. And I always said this about Mully. He embraced Timmy, he embraced Mitch, and I look at Steph, and it's the same kind of guy. Come on in. And when Durant came, I don't need all the accolades. You take them. All I want to do is win and have fun.
Yep.
And I think Durant will look back in his career and say he made it, not a very good choice. But at the end of the day, this has been a heck of a decade, and I would encourage everybody to just embrace every night watching Steph, and just understand this is one of the greatest athletes the Bay Area's ever had. You're not going to be a championship team every year, but this team is going to make you happy at the end of the year because you're going to watch them and you're going to say that they're as this season goes on now, we get to the playoffs. I think people are going to be able to say they're going to max their potential. Now, is that a championship team? I don't think so. But I think they can make a nice run.
No, I totally agree. Coach, it's always great catching up with you. Tell the family I said hi and happy birthday, whatever day it was.
You're the man, Tom. You take care, guys.
All right, Coach. Have a good one.
Gary St. Jean, former Warrior, former Tom assistant coach of the Warriors, and went out to coach up in Sacramento, of course. You saw him for years on
He was great because he was a
Sports.
nice counterbalance.
To Nelly.
Yeah. Because sometimes Nelly could be like, I love Nelly, but he could be hard to deal with sometimes. And he was like ultra, like he honest to the point of almost like wanting to be hurtful, like wanting to like dig in a little more than he needed to be honest. But he would be honest and like just like, I mean, I've told this story before, but Jim Peterson wanted to get traded. He goes, "Oh, you want to get traded?" He goes, "All right, let's go to my office." He actually went to his office and called Bernie Bickerstaff for the Nuggets with Jim sitting there and goes, "Hey, Bernie, what's up? It's Nelly." He goes, yeah, you got any interest for Jim Peterson? No? Okay. Click.
Geez. What?
Right in front of him.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you don't have, you could just say, look, I'll see what I can do or whatever. I'm not sure, but
no, okay,
no, okay. Click. That was it. It was like a 30-second phone call, and then
there's nobody else,
and then just looked at him, like, that's okay.
No.
He asked Del Harris if he wanted me at halftime of a game. You interested in Tolver?
We see that face to face, yeah.
Yeah, at least I didn't call him. At least I wasn't there. I found out about that from because the only reason I found out because a guy who was, I can't remember who was, played for the Bucks, and he goes, yeah, Del Harris told me, he goes, Tolbert's kicking your ass. He goes, Nelly wanted me to take him at halftime, trade for him. He goes, that guy's kicking your ass. I was like, perfect. That's just perfect.
That's insane. We'll talk more about some coaches a little bit later. Rich Ornberger going to join us. Susan Slusser at 4:50. Sluss at 3:50. Rich at 4:50. Still got those tickets to give away, so stay tuned for the cue to call. You missed any of Gary St. Jean, check out the podcast, KNBR.com, and the app where we're streaming. And we'll keep it right here. It's a Tuesday, so you know what that means. NBA Grab Bag. The Grab Bag is next. NBA Grab Bag on the Sports Leader.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Vallejo Sports Leader.
Dan Schulman joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the Blue Jays will be a good destination for J.D. Davis. Check out what else he had to say on the podcast. It's trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. It's a Tuesday, which means we got almost a full slate of NBA action. And that's why you got to download the Underdog Fantasy app. You can also do it just at UnderdogFantasy.com. But when you do, you got to play the Pick'em game to make some money tonight. Warriors playing tomorrow. You can get in on some of that tomorrow. But today, with the almost full slate of games, you play the Pick'em game. You get between 2 and 5 players. You select higher or lower on the player's stat totals. If they hit, you can win 100 times your money. Again, legal in California. And it's a blast to play along as you watch through some of the NBA games tonight. Go to Underdog Fantasy, sign up on the app or at UnderdogFantasy.com. And when you do use promo code KNBR, they'll match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use with your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 matched, plus that special pick. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Tuesdays mean grab bag day. That's when the mail guy delivers the grab bag. I don't know.
NBA grab bag.
I don't know where it gets shipped from. It's like a big old sack. It's like a North Pole sack from Santa. It's full of grab bag stuff for you, and we'll get to it in just a minute. As soon as I tell you that Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Comcast, the next generation of 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. The NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We got plenty of stuff to get to from across the NBA. I assume it's all NBA. NBA, we'll start here with the grab bag. Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards missed the second half of the game for the Timberwolves. You see this? He missed the second half of the T-Wolves' loss to the Kings on Friday night because his son was born. Witnessed the birth of his child, which is fine. Left the game to go be with his kid. What's not fine is what happens next. They have another game last night. Anthony Edwards missed the tip of the game because he, quote, lost track of time. Ooh. I was like, please. I was like, remember I said a couple weeks ago, I was like, I think the Warriors' path is like, I know OKC's owned them. Minnesota's damn good. I'm saying, those young teams, man, that don't have the experience. And somebody else said that to us last week, or maybe it was this week. I think it was Marcus Thompson on yesterday, said getting through a playoff series for those young teams, just because they've tasted it, just because Shai Gilgeous has been there a couple of times with the Clippers and whatnot, doesn't mean that they know what it's like to get through a series. Again, could be a mishap.
Lost track of time.
But that's not, come on, man.
Bro, time change doesn't happen until Sunday.
Does that change this week? We spring forward, huh?
I believe
Screw us.
It's the last week of darkness. It's going to be light until 7 next week. It'll be glorious.
That's nice. I just don't like the Sunday wake up. Where you wake up, you're like, dude, it's like noon. It's like 11. Like, oh, crap, I slept in. This missing of the tip off of the game. Seinfeld fans remember Jean-Paul, the famous Olympic runner, who did not win the Olympic race because he overslept. And they asked him, what happened, dude? Why didn't you get up? It had the second button on the alarm. It was like a clock radio alarm. And he set it for was it the buzzer, Derek, or was it the clock radio you have turned on? It is a separate knob to turn on the alarm. And he messed it up. So you have sound for it, Tim? No Jean-Paul sound? No?
Oh, please, man, please.
Please, man, please. Anyway, stays with Jerry, messes it up.
Please, man, please.
And they try to stay in the hotel. Then Jerry does he calls the guy to get the wake-up call.
Yep.
And the wake-up call guy goes, he gets into a fight with Jerry, and so he doesn't buy that he's actually going to call him, takes him back. He's late to the race again anyway. Much like Anthony Edwards. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Tom, you love renderings.
Mm-hmm.
Who loves renderings more than you?
A's.
I thought it was a joke when I saw it today. The A's have another ballpark rendering.
Do they?
Yeah, dude.
Is there a rendering Hall of Fame?
Dude,
I mean, it's got to be all A's stuff.
This is the very first one that had come out. I thought this was a new rendering, they were saying.
I thought they already had a rendering at the Trop site. I thought they had a rendering.
Derek says this is the first one. This is the first one.
Really? I thought they had one there.
It's the first Vegas rendering.
Okay, I must admit, maybe I dreamt of
They've
one.
They've talked about the Tropicana site, which, by the way, we were there for Vegas.
Well, we got the gondola, the one in Oakland.
Well, is that still coming?
The gondola was sweet, yes. I believe that's going.
The Lake Merritt Stadium. Laney College, right? So the rendering for the ballpark is getting some heat because it looks, first of all, the picture they use is like, don't put Excalibur in the background of your Vegas rendering, by the way. Do I get the bed bugs with my PSL?
Yes, you do.
When I sign up?
Yes, you do.
I'll get you the photo of the rendering here, Tom. I just had it pulled up. It looks, you tell me what it looks like when you see it. I just want you to see there's one of two photos. There you go.
It looks kind of like a caterpillar.
Yeah, sort of. It looks like a building that we know, a famous building.
The Sydney Opera House?
It looks like the Sydney Opera House, dude.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like kind of like a half egg thing. It's like sort of shelled up. The Sydney Opera House is much prettier, but this is, it's like a big, I don't know if, it doesn't look like it's open air, or maybe it's a big glass wall there, or I don't know what. The problem we have here is nobody buys any of this crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't care what you put out. I don't care if you say there's shovels in the ground. Nobody's really buying anything because even baseball's the A's, I was thinking about it last night. I was like, what's going to happen? I was thinking about I might go to an A's game this year and just see how far I could yell. Maybe you do it. You stand on the other side of the field and I'll yell see how far we can hear each other. There's not going to be anybody at these things because A's fans are upset.
No doubt. Look, if they are the championship, they've won more championships in renderings than any other team in professional sports. They're incredible. Tim said there's a dynasty. They have a dynasty of rendering.
And like Gary St. Jean said about the Dubs, it's been a hell of a decade.
Yep. You know where you should put the renderings? Like in the Oakland airport, like where you're walking down the between Concourse A and B.
It's
like the rendering hall. You're like, oh yeah, I remember that from 1999.
There's the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame at SFO, but we get that in Oakland. We get the rendering Hall of Fame. Dude.
That would be amazing.
Remember these? We're going to Fremont. Here it is. Here, yeah, we have this one. That's great. Oh man, that's a problem. Is nobody's even buying it. It's awful. It's just awful. And again, look at what's happened with the Vegas Knights, and what's happened with the Raiders, and tell me what people there care about.
Nice.
It's just, you know what I mean? The Vegas Knights. Yep. It'll be generations before somebody. It'll be a whole generation of kids before.
No doubt.
You got people who grow up as A's fans. So. In Vegas. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Thank you. It was announced last week, one of the funniest film series of all time. I don't know if I'm endorsing this. Tom, we love it here on the show. The Naked Gun.
I love the Naked Gun.
They've officially run out of ideas. I mean, the 80s might have been for ideas, like the last original, totally original. Where's my grab? Thank you. Okay, I'm good with, all right. We're going Drebin, I'm good. All right. They're remaking it.
Oh, no.
I know. See, I was going to bring everybody down. I got all hyped for a minute. I was like, I forgot what we were doing. The Naked Gun is getting a remake, and the film is going to be released next summer.
Nice beaver.
Who's in it? John Hamm?
Taking over for the great Leslie Nielsen. Actually, you know what? I endorse this casting. Liam Neeson, dude, is going to take over as Frank.
By the way, I faked every orgasm.
Oh, man. So it's going to be a remake.
Liam Neeson's going to go from killing everybody.
We're not going 44 1/4. It's a remake. It's a complete remake.
Like, he's just going from a vigilante bender or whatever. Like, he's done the same movie like 9 times now. He's going to go straight to comedy. All right, we'll see. But I do like Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson and Family Guy creator Seth MacFarlane and Lonely Island, one of the main guys, The Lonely Island, Akiva Schaffer, who's longtime SNL writer, was on SNL. He's from the Bay Area. I think he went to Santa Cruz. Anyway, they've collaborated on some scenes for the film. So you got some good comedy minds and a dramatic actor, much like Liam Neeson was before Airplane. I mean, he was known as a serious actor. I said Liam Neeson, Leslie Nielsen.
Maybe not as much as jumping on a bicycle with a seat missing, but it hurts.
I'm gonna botch this. Leslie Nielsen, Liam Neeson. There we go.
Nothing to see here. Please disperse.
That's so good.
It's true what they say. Cops and women don't mix. It's like eating a spoonful of Drano. Sure, it'll clean you out. It'll leave you hollow inside.
I mean, you just keep playing them, and they're all going to be funny.
Oh, it's all right. I'm sure that we can handle this situation maturely, just like the responsible adults that we are. Isn't that right, Mr. Poopy Pants?
I'm just so dumb.
Oh, it's so good. There you go. So it'll never top that. I mean, we're never going to get that. So I don't know why they keep doing these things. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
According to Bleacher Report betting, they put up odds on this. I don't know what the odds are for unless there's going to be like a championship round of this. They've put up odds for the worst airports in America. I guess they've just ranked them, really, if they put odds on it. You've ranked the worst airports in America. Reason it's significant, Tom, SFO, in the home of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, comes in last.
Last?
It's the worst, they say, airport in the nation.
I mean, I wouldn't know.
You've been to a lot of airports, though.
I have, but I fly out of Oakland.
Second, they've got Denver, second worst. Oakland's is a solid airport, by the way.
It's like Long Beach Airport. Like when I lived down south many, many years ago, we don't go to Long Beach because it's so small.
Yeah.
You're just in, you're out. And Oakland's bigger than that now. But yeah, you just feel like you can get in and out. You don't have to go all over the place.
Not if you're Bob Hope.
Yeah, I love Oakland.
My favorite airport in the nation, dude. Vegas, they say it's a bad one.
Bad one? Okay.
Vegas isn't great. Just because it's,
why?
That's an aesthetic, though, because like I told you, the thing about Vegas Airport is you can tell people are coming or going based on the look on their face. I think it's just that everybody in the Vegas Airport's like, get me out of this place, man. Get me the hell out of here.
I wonder what the criteria is for, like, I mean, what you would consider, like, I guess how far you have to walk from the curb to the gate, how far it is from gate to gate, what kind of food options they might have there.
Food options are key for me. That's big. Los Angeles isn't on here. LAX is terrible.
Oh, okay.
Tim says SFO, a lot of delays because the end of the route. We do get a lot of fog outs. Also, Fort Lauderdale, Newark, Dallas, Fort Worth, and then Philly. There aren't any problems in Philly. personally. Never been in DFW also, but that's a huge one. That's your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. A little bit more on the Giants before we get to Susan Slesser, who's going to join us at 3:50. We let you hear from Matt Chapman earlier on being introduced as a San Francisco Giant, and many people have checked in on his potential or the rumors of him going to shortstop. We'll get to some of that. And is there a next move for Farhan? That's next on the Sports Leader.
I've been dating too. Nice girl, an author. She wrote the book on male sexual dysfunction. You've probably read it.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Matt Chapman was introduced as the newest member of the San Francisco Giants to the media yesterday. We got some of that audio for you. We played it earlier. He talked a lot about his relationship with Bob Melvin. He feels like he's got unfinished business. Also talked about the image problem. He says he doesn't think that's true. He says players have told him that they would want to come here. Chapman, I don't know that he took less money to come here, but he certainly had his sights set on San Francisco based on the comments he made. And then addressed the thoughts and the rumors on him playing some shortstop. We talked about how much the defense improved. 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. You can check in there at 808 KNBR. Says we'll have a great defense for when Ryan Walker starts 3 of 5 by June, which is a pretty funny text. 669 says this team actually looks pretty exciting to watch. I'm gonna try to go to a few games this year. Love to see Harrison pitch with Chapman, Lee, and Soler in the lineup. Don't forget we got FanFest this weekend as well on Saturday, so make sure you come on out from 10 to 3. We'll be out there hanging out, and there'll be a spring training game on, so it'll be fun to get out to the yard. I imagine that we'll have a good crowd. People getting excited, I think, about this lineup. 415 talked on the text line about players' attitude at switching positions from third to short. It's probably better if they have a long-term deal rather than being concerned about their performance heading into free agency. And I think that's probably why Chapman would not be in favor of that. If you're here for 7 years, if you do the A-Rod thing, where you're like, look, I'm going there for 13 or whatever.
Do what you want with me.
Like, whatever.
We're
You're
good.
Jeter, I'll go to 30.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But people do think about Hall of Fame stuff, too. It's like, I want to be a third baseman.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be known as. So, again, a lot of times, and I get it, you play a position for so long, like, you don't want to switch. It's different.
It's about all-star. It's
and
about who you're relative to. It's a position thing like in football where they set the market. But in baseball, it's kind of like, it's the same thing in who you're going up against, right? Like who you're, I think about like the early 2000s shortstops in the American League. Do you remember every year the American League shortstop all-star vote, it was like Tejada and Nomar and Jeter and A-Rod.
Yep.
There's probably some other guys in there. Oh, Vizquel would show up as a Gold Glove candidate. Before that, Ripken was still involved in that. And, like, you'd have guys pop up that were having huge years. You got, like, 5 or 6 guys there that are one position. So, Buster Posey, if he played first base his whole career, he's not a Hall of Fame candidate.
Oh.
He didn't put up the power numbers. Like, there was...
Not even sure he's not even an all-star.
There's something to be said about the position you play, underrepresented, where you perform from. So I think Matt Chapman's... I think it makes sense that he's staying at third. Yesterday, I told you about my buddy who the year Jose Castillo was the Giants' third baseman. And he's like, dude, if this guy's the opening day third baseman next year, I might just take a day off. Take a year off. He said, take a year off. It's still one of my favorite lines. My buddy Paul, he's like, I might take a year off, dude, if he's here next year. I joked about that yesterday. I was like, I don't know about Sean Jelly being in the rotation. Like, that was mentioned as a guy by
That's a no
John
by,
Morosi.
That's a no for
Well,
me.
some bad news for the Giants. More injury news today. Sean Jelly has right elbow. He has a sprain in his right elbow. He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks. So already now 3 of the potential, call them lottery tickets or gambles. Like, it's okay to gamble when you got a bunch of guys and you think you have a stable few there. And I know we're waiting for Robbie Ray to come back from injury. You're gambling on Hicks. You're gambling on a little bit on Harrison, but you have expectations. Gambling a little bit on Wynn. We're going to gamble on Beck, make him a starter. That's not going to work out. So Farhan said the offseason's over, but the Giants could still make a move. I like that, too. He kept saying that. Well, the offseason in our mind is over. I was like, well, yeah. we're playing spring
Wasn't it
training
over
kids.
before Chapman?
That's what I was saying. I was like, it was over. He's like, well, now we're just, we're just signing. I was like, it doesn't matter what the calendar says. The fact of the matter is there are holes a little bit for what you thought you were going to have some gambles for. Most are waiting to see if there's a deal done to get J.D. Davis moved for some depth or for some pitching. Yesterday, John Morosi was on with us, and we'll talk about what he had to say about J.D. Davis and whether there was value there. Here's Matt Chapman, though. Matt Chapman, it's kind of made me laugh on J.D. Davis being on the roster, and he plays the same position.
Obviously, everybody's aware of the situation, but, I think there's other opportunities for JD on this team. JD's a great baseball player. I've known JD since I was like 18 years old. We're buddies. I wouldn't say awkward. I would just say, obviously, we understand the situation. Baseball's frustrating sometimes, and unfortunately things like that happen, but JD's been nothing but supportive, and I'm here to help JD and support JD in any way. We're teammates, and that's what we're focused on, is winning baseball games. And I think there's at bats for JD all over the place.
JD's like, not awkward for you.
Yeah.
It's like, what? It's like they signed you. To be fair, they did trade for J.D. Davis. Like, Farhan went out and got him.
Yep.
He thought he was a piece, and he brought him in. I also, when I heard JD say that, or Chapman say that, there's opportunities for him, I thought, you coaching? Like, where's he going to play him?
You coaching?
Morosi yesterday on J.D. Davis and Joey Bart, I asked him about both of those guys. Is there something that can be done there? I think there's value in Davis when there's a DH now across baseball. He's a guy who could do that. I still think he could play some first. He wasn't that bad at third last year. He's got some good opposite field power, and Joey Bart's a depth catching piece, which I think there's something there. He's actually hitting okay so far this spring in a handful of at-bats. Here's what John Morosi told us yesterday on the show about the trade value for J.D. Davis and Joey Bart.
Right. I think J.D. Davis of those two is probably the one who has the most value. I think Bart's name has been out there for a while, unfortunately, and it just hasn't worked. And now, of course, he's been passed by a catcher of similar age who's just more trusted right now at the major league level. And so I think Bart is available and has been available. I just don't think the market has really developed for him. Davis, though, I could see being a fit closer to opening day. We're at a spot now, and you saw Garrett Cooper sign just with the Cubs. There's so much inventory out there that I don't see a team trading for J.D. Davis imminently.
That's the thing, is he plays a corner power position. Like, I think he does have more value in terms of what would help your lineup or your roster right now, but the bigger need is actually for a guy like Joey Bart, like a catcher with some big league experience.
Yeah. I don't know what Joey Bart can become. Maybe he's destined to be a backup catcher.
It's fine.
Right? I mean, not on this team, obviously, but I don't know if they want to get rid of him just to, like, if they feel like they need value back, or just, you know what, give him a chance to play and get him somewhere. And if we can get something off, and J.D. Davis, what is that, $7 million?
I don't know what he's making it off the
books. I think it's not that big a deal, but I think it's 7, 8, something like that. So Yeah, I mean, you obviously you'd like to give guys chances to play. That's not what you're in the business of. You're in the business of winning and trying to do the best for your team. But, if you can, unless someone's an absolute jerk, you don't want to screw these guys. You want to give them a chance to earn and make a living and all that kind of stuff. So it'd be nice to see Joey Bart just get a chance somewhere else. But look, they gave him a chance here, and it is what it is. If he was a guy, he would be the guy, but he's just not. He just never was completely comfortable. I mean, really, what's the lasting image you have of Joey Bart?
Boy, I don't know. Do you have one that comes to mind? What is it? I probably forgot.
It's him and Cueto. Just like Cueto.
Cueto's just like agitated on the mound.
It just like,
he's like,
what are we doing
he was
here?
almost like, get this guy out of here.
Yeah, and that was it. And I think he got better at it, but I still think I think the pitchers were never quite at ease with him behind the plate.
Yeah.
With Bailey, what did it take? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? And the veterans were like, no, we're good. You just throw down your fingers. We're good. Like, he just, and I don't know if that's just something you have, I feel like, because I don't know if Joey Bart's not doing the work, not doing the studying, and Bailey is, or maybe he just has a feel for it. Like Bailey has that feel for how to communicate and how to whatever it is.
Catching's weird, man. It's just different.
Yeah,
it's
well,
different.
you've done it.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, this guy's a rookie. He got Cobb. Like, Cobb was a guy who wanted to call his own games, and Cobb trusts him. Like, that says a ton when a rookie catcher comes in, and he's like, I got you, and you can trust me. And then they do. Joey Bart never even came close to achieving that. For whatever reason, I don't know the reason. I just know it to be so. And I know it's also probably not all that common to have a young catcher come in and guys are like, this guy's got us. Like Posey was probably one of those guys. We're like, this guy's got us. We are good. I don't know what it takes. I just know when the guy has it because the pitchers speak of it. And that he was never. After that, it was over. He was like never going to even have a chance to get the job back in San Francisco. No matter really. I mean, Bailey's just got to hit a little bit. But when the veteran pitchers say that about you, that resonates.
Yeah.
That absolutely resonates.
The issue with moving J.D. Davis is, and that's where I think Bart does have some value. Teams will be looking for catching depth. I mean, look where the Giants were over the last couple of years. Just they were trying to piece together that backup room, or even just kind of waiting until Patrick Bailey would get here, or hoping Joey Bart would give them something. The issue with J.D. Davis, and someone on the text line said he has no business at first base. I was like, wasn't that? I don't know, like that. Why that's that big of a deal? He's a corner infield, already a corner infielder. Maybe you mean that here. My thought is more that a lot of teams would rather give an opportunity to a guy. If you're going to make a move for a guy like this is more of a midseason, somebody fell out or somebody got hurt. We need somebody to fill in. J.D. Davis would be more of a rental, and a fairly cheap one at that. I don't think he nets you a guy that's going to help you get to the, like at this point, I don't think he's going to net you a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
He'll be an unrestricted free agent after this year, and you're right, he's making $6.9 million. The name that was thrown out to us yesterday by John Morosi was Michael Lorenzen, which I thought was interesting because, again, that's not...
No-hitter. Michael Lorenzen, no-hitter.
There you go. And he's got the cool cleats, too.
He does have the cool cleats.
Long hair. Look at his cleats. I was taking a look at Lorenzen's cleats out there. But he'd also pitched out of the bullpen at one point.
Yep.
He can hit a little bit, too. He tried to go two-way.
Yep.
Giants faced him in Detroit last season. Anyway, I believe he's a pending free agent after this year. They could add him. That would be a team in the Tigers that's likely to fall out of it and may just do it for prospects at some point and look for something else. It'd probably cost less to get him than, say, a guy like Shane Bieber or Dylan Cease.
Yeah.
And now the White Sox may be without Giolito for the year. He's got a UCL.
You mean Red Sox?
It's going to be Red Sox.
Yeah.
Giolito.
My buddy's a Red Sox fan. He texted me. He goes, I told you they shouldn't have signed him.
Yeah.
I go, hey, they may be better off with him on the DL.
You're right. He's a Red Sox. Sorry, not a White Sox now.
I'll tell you what. It just hit me, though. You know what? I probably like most about the Giants season. It hasn't even started yet. They have a catcher, a third baseman, a second baseman, and a center fielder that are like everyday guys.
Yeah.
They have like 4 everyday guys. Hopefully they'll have more. But I want to see a lineup that's good enough to have everyday guys. Like I've been complaining about this for 2 or 3 years, but in all fairness, there are a lot of guys that like actually weren't everyday players, so you get why they did it. But Chapman, Lee, Bailey, Strada, they're not coming out for lefties or righties, depending on whatever the case may be. Like, and that's what you're hoping to get. Like, you're hoping to have like one guy that can jump around, and go from position to position. Who's the guy? I can't think of his name. I'm not going to try to think of it.
Ben Zobrist.
Stall the show. No, good call though. Dodger.
Kike.
Taylor.
Chris Taylor.
Taylor's all over the place, right? It's okay to have one of those guys, right? I don't need 3 or 4 that are like here and there and everywhere. It's like, well, he didn't start, but he's going to play. He didn't start, he's going to play. I mean, Lev's going to be a right, going to be a...
I was true jack of all, master of none.
Yeah, it's like one guy. Give me one Taylor. Give me one Zobrist. Like, love those guys. It's awesome to have those guys out there. But I don't need 4 of them. I want like 6 guys that run out there, and they're going to play the majority of the innings. That's your squad. 6 guys, a pitcher, and maybe 2 guys that are like, well, you're going to play against righties, you're going to play against lefties, and these are going to be the 2 positions that maybe we get guys in. And then, once every 5 days, you get a guy who rests and a guy comes in. You need the bench depth. We get that. And there's a fine line between wanting to keep guys fresh and also wanting to incorporate the bench guys to keep them sharp. But look, what do the best teams do? The best teams have dudes. And I don't think the Giants have those dudes yet, but they're closer. Soler, we're going to see him play every day. He'll be your DH every day, pretty much. You think they're going to have Soler? Oh, righty. I don't know.
So,
you might want to sit today.
925, as you said that, said, he's talking JD here, saying he's an everyday DH. I'm like, dude, they have one, Soler. Soler's going to be a fine everyday DH. Yeah. Wait, 408 saying Lorenzen's a free agent. Is that true? I was thinking about acquiring him.
I thought Lorenzen was a free agent.
Maybe he is. Maybe I totally botched this. If he's out there, then what are we doing?
But 408,
I'm an idiot then. Let's go get Lorenzen.
But no, I could be an idiot because I thought he was, but I'm not positive.
You know who we'll ask? We'll ask Susan Slusser, who covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. She'll join us next. We'll get her thoughts on what she's seen out in Scottsdale on this lineup. Could they be in on any more starting pitching? And Matt Chapman is a Giant. Sluss is next on the Sports Leader. He joined Tom and myself yesterday and said Bob Melvin really wanted Blake Snell, or if he really wanted Blake Snell, he'd be on the Giants already. That podcast and more trend at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Nice to catch up with Susan Slesser. We do it every week throughout the baseball season. She joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, covers baseball for the San Francisco Chronicle. Susan, it's good to have you on. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're good. It's been an exciting couple of weeks, it seems like, down in Scottsdale.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of trying to keep us on our toes here, and I'm not convinced that they're done. So, all hands on deck, I think, right now, especially the way things are going with the pitching staff. They, every time somebody asks Farhan if he's done, he's like, yeah, sort of, maybe. But I said that before. Also, we don't really have a hard and fast rule about payroll. So, it's clear to me. If you go out and you add a Matt Chapman, you need to go out and add another starting pitcher. So that's where I stand anyway.
What do you think is more likely, Snell or Montgomery?
Oh, Snell by far. Montgomery seems to be angled toward an East Coast landing spot.
Okay.
That is apparently his preference. His wife's in her medical residency in Boston. And it sounds like he wants a long-term deal where it sounds like Snell, even though, you usually think of these like option kind of deals, multi-option player option kind of deals as ones for guys reestablishing their value. Snell's coming off a second Cy Young. But it does sound like he's willing to get creative to go to a spot he wants. And it sounds like he wants to play on the West Coast. It's certainly had multiple talks with the Giants at times. But, the price tag's not going to go down any, especially for teams that are losing pitchers, which is just about everybody right now.
It feels to me that the Blake Snell thing, not the Giants wouldn't want him, but that they haven't, maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe they have been pursuing him aggressively, but it seems to me like it would be a convenience thing and a real need thing, so they'd go and they'd add him. In terms of other guys who are out there, like a Michael Lorenzen is looking for a 2-year deal, have they been on the market on any guys like that, you think?
I think they're probably talking to just about everyone. I think maybe we could say, they're probably not a team that would be in on like a Trevor Bauer, but I think just like almost anybody else, I'm sure they've had talks on. I think they would have probably been okay going like, okay, we've got Tristan Beck and we've got Keaton Wynn, but now it's like Wynn and Wynn's a little banged up, and I know they love Mason Black, but man, he's not on the 40-man. It's tough to go basically straight from AA, a little bit of time at Sacramento to the big leagues. So if they want to contend and they get back up at some point, probably in late May, maybe early June, they get back right in the second half. Now, are those guys going to be at peak performance? Can you tread water until they come back? There's a lot of questions. You don't want to be too far out if that's your plan is, we're going to have a great second half team. You still kind of have to have a pretty good first half team.
How has Lee looked?
Lee, oh my gosh, I think they might have a real steal there. I'm very excited about him. You guys know I tend to run a little bit overly optimistic, but I was a little worried at the press conference because he was so charming, and we don't know that much about him, and he hasn't faced big league. And I just kept thinking about when the A's introduced Hiro Nakajima about 10 years ago, and yes, you guys don't remember him because he never played a minute in the big leagues, but he was charming, said all the right things, but just was not a big league player. Lee looks like that the contact skills, like they are going to translate. It's so early. It's really impossible to say, but he does look like he's got a pretty good idea what he's doing at the plate. He plays center field, it looks like beautifully. I kind of think with the personality and the looks, I think they might have like a really, really good pickup. I think the moves so far this offseason have been very good. I know the front office has been under a lot of heat, but look, they've committed more than $250 million at this point. It could be over $300 million if all those options get picked up by Chapman and Ray.
Talking to Susan Slesser here from the Chronicle on the UMA guest line. There have been rumors about Matt Chapman or talk about his potentially moving to short. That was before he was signed. The Giants have sort of a funky situation at short. They also have another third baseman in J.D. Davis. Doesn't sound like that would be the best option for him with opt-outs here, but what do you know about that situation, and what can you tell us about Chapman from your time covering him in Oakland?
Well, I feel I'm kind of responsible for the shortstop thing because I've been saying it for months. Like if he walked in.
That's where I heard it. Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah. Because, I said from the second that they started talking about him, like he would be their best shortstop the second he walks in the room. And, yeah, he would be. I just don't think that's what they're going to do. For me, look, you've got one of the great third basemen of his day. I understand why they wouldn't do it. However, I think that their best offensive team would have Chapman and J.D. Davis both in it. I think that, you trade J.D. Davis and he goes somewhere else and hits 40 home runs, which I think he's capable of doing. You go like, oh, well, you're getting definitely superior defense there, no doubt about it. But offensively, they are not that different a player. And I think that shortstop is the area where they have the biggest question mark right now. Oh, and Chapman's great, by the way. Great dude, hard-nosed, extremely competitive, and good guy in the clubhouse. I mean, there's a reason Bob Melvin wanted him so much.
And he's with his former manager. So nice to have him in the Bay Area. Giants lineup looks a lot different in the last couple of weeks. Susan, I know you're going to run. We will talk to you next week.
That's the plan. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Susan.
Susan.
Good stuff. Susan Slesser, we'll talk to her throughout the baseball season each and every week. She joined us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. What do you think of that? So yesterday when we had John Morosi on, he said, I asked him about the relationship with Bob Melvin and Blake Snell. It doesn't sound like that's anything that's like really tumultuous. Like it sounds like maybe that was a funky situation or some tension at that time. But we'll talk to Rich Ornberger, who's down in San Diego, does a morning show, sports show down there about their relationship and what he knows about Snell. But he said if Bob Melvin really wanted him, he'd be here. Now, that would mean to me, Bob's like, no, we need this guy. I want this guy. Maybe in the way that he was like about Matt Chapman, right? It seems to me like he banged that drum. Do you have any feel on Blake Snell? Seems like, Montgomery, she seems pretty certain, and you haven't heard any ties to the Giants, that he's not going to go West Coast. Snell, to me, has always kind of felt like a West Coast guy. He was just with the Padres. You think it's a dollar amount, or is it going to take real desperation for the Giants?
I don't really have any feel. I don't know if it's dollar amount, years, what it is. Who knows what Melvin's told him? Like, you got to get this guy. Maybe not at all costs, but he's a guy. And look, I have no problem with Blake Snell. My only problem is if you got to pay him ace money, you want him to be an ace. And I know the term ace has changed. But I know one thing, ace isn't 6 max. That's not an ace. An ace isn't, hey, here's the ball, 6 max. Like, you going 7? Nope. Going 6 max. That's what I'm doing. Like, to me, that just isn't it. But if it's only a 2-year deal, let's say he wants an out after 2 years or, an out after every year, I don't know. And maybe you just go ahead and, because that, if you could just make it to the postseason, that's pretty formidable. If you look at Snell, Webb, Cobb, and Harrison, and who knows? Maybe Harrison will be a stud this year. Like, I think he has the stuff to do it. It's just, are you going to have, like, I forget who I'm thinking of right now. He's a really good pitcher, really good stuff. And you're like, oh, this guy's like nails. But then at the end of 5 innings, it's always 100 pitches, like 102 pitches. You're like, well, he's great, but he always has 100 pitches after 5 innings. Like, that's what I'm afraid Harrison will be. Like, great stuff, looks great, doesn't give up much. And then you look up and you're like, oh, he's about ready to come out. He's not one of those guys that has like 72 pitches after 5 innings where it's real economical. So if he's that guy, then I think now you got something. But yes, Snell would just give you and then I forgot because I keep forgetting because he's not starting the season. But if you have Ray and Ray comes back, now that's a big question mark how you're going to come back from injury. But let's say he does. Let's say he comes back and he's pitching like Robbie Ray. Now it's, in like you think about it, Ray, Snell, Webb. Name me another 1, 2, 3 that's better.
That's what I'm saying. Is that might be one of the
maybe as good.
Yeah,
but that's pretty at its best. That's pretty dominant stuff.
Now, Kyle Harrison came up near the end of last season. People remember Bumgarner came up, and again, I'm not comparing him to Bumgarner, but it's not ridiculous to think that a young pitcher like that can help you throughout the course of a season. I said this earlier in the week. In 2002, the Giants started the year in 2002, won the pennant, and I remember thinking going into that season, dude, they have Livan Hernandez as their 1, Russ Ortiz is the 2, and Kirk Reeder is the 3. The other 2 guys were Ryan Jensen and Kurt Ainsworth, 2 rookies who had not debuted and or if they had, it was very little and barely pitched at the big league level. They both make the team out of camp. the Giants were waiting for Jason Schmidt to come back, and he was still unproven. It was sort of like the Robbie Ray situation. They traded for him from Pittsburgh and hadn't played or pitched that many innings. Now, again, different game, different situation. Jensen won 12 games in the first half. Ainsworth was solid for a lot of the first half and wasn't around in the second half, but they were able to survive based on 3 frontline starters. And Levo wasn't that great. He was the losingest starting pitcher in the National League that year at 12-16, but he threw like 200. He had a rubber arm.
Yeah.
He could just eat innings, and you can have guys that eat innings for you. So I don't know if they're more desperate today. I don't know what they were counting on from Sean Jelly. It's tough to look at any pitcher on this roster that has not proven themselves at the big league level, and it's most of them in the rotation side of things, and count on any number of innings because they had 3 guys last year who went over 100. Or 2, excuse me, and one was Disco at 99 2/3. So you had Cobb and you had Webb, and there's nobody else who was eating big innings. So I don't know if the Jelly injury makes them more desperate, but now with Keaton Wynn, who's had some problems, Tristan Beck, Sean Jelly, you may end up, as Scott Boras is, of course he's saying this, there's been more interest now in Blake Snell and Montgomery. I was like, I bet there has in spring training. But there are a lot of guys who are down. Kevin Gossman has a shoulder injury. Kyle Bradish of the Orioles has an injury. There's a series of Kodai Senga, the Mets, Justin Verlander. A lot of these guys are dealing with injuries, and so I think a lot of teams it's so early are going to wait and see, but I don't think the Giants are desperate yet. I think they're taking inventory of the young guys they have.
No, I think you're right.
Because there's other names we haven't talked about either.
No, I think you're right, but it looks thin, right? When you look at the top of the rotation, you're like, man, you got Webb, and then what? I mean, it's solid, but there's a lot of ifs. At some point, if Ray, if Cobb, if Hicks, that's another if. I mean, again, this thing could hit, and if it hits, then you're golden. But there's a lot of hopes that are involved in this, and that's the one concern I have right now, the rotation. How is the starting rotation going to hold up? So we will see. And again, Harris, I keep saying again, stop saying it. And again, no, Harrison could be he could tilt it one way or the other. If he's still not quite ready, that's going to hurt. If he hits, there's your 1-2.
Yeah.
And then you fill it in after that, and he could even slide down depending on who you sign. Like, look, to me, this is just like the Chapman thing. No matter what the contract is, it's not going to be massive. Your team's going to be better. They're absolutely going to be better with Blake Snell. Do I love it that he doesn't go past 6? Not really, but they're better. They're better with him. There's no doubt about it. So it'd be sweet if they got him. No doubt about it.
Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Started giving my phone number. That's not good. 530.
Hey, don't do that, please.
Says, why is Snell considered elite? In an 8-year career, only 2 seasons with a winning record, under an ERA of 3, more than 130 innings pitched and 200-plus strikeouts. Both are Cy Young years. He said both. There you go. That's why he's elite. He has 2 of them. Says he's not worth $30+ million a year. See, that's kind of that's the debate. It's like when Marcus Thompson was on with us, I think it's probably 6 months ago. Maybe it was in the offseason. We were talking Warriors acquiring bench players. And you said, that guy's not a $20 million a year player. And I forget who it was. Didn't really matter. But Marcus said, I think you need to recalibrate what a $20 million a year player is in basketball. A lot of times that's a bench player. Like Wiggins is great value right now. He's not a bench, but that's like a cheap contract relative to like 60 and 70 what guys are making. I do think that pitching contracts where when I was a kid, I feel like Kevin Brown getting like 6-7 years at $100 million or whatever, Zito 7 and 126. Those have kind of gone away. There's a few of them. Like Garrett Cole has one. But and really people are mentioning Bauer. He was the first to do the mega money for short deal. Then we saw like Verlander do it. Scherzer did it, but they're older.
Saw Wheeler do it.
Zach Wheeler did it.
3 years for 126, something
Biggest
like that.
AAV per extension ever.
Know. Wow.
In baseball history. It's crazy. But that's what they're thinking is if we let him go free agency, he's probably going to get something like this anyway. Why don't we get ahead of it now and in 2 or 3 years, whatever, it's going to be even bigger. Is he worth $30 million a year? What does that mean in pitcher terms? I don't know that any pitcher is worth that.
Yeah.
For every 5 days. For an offensive player, I can tell you he had a 1-1 whip last year and a WAR of 6. He was 14-9 with a 2.25, and he started 32 games. But to your point, Tom, the innings pitched, he had 3 games where he went over 6, and he went into the 7th.
Yep.
3 times did he complete 7 innings last year, June 11th, August 28th, and September 19th. I'm not really stressing about that if it's a shorter-term deal, and I don't think he's getting a 6-year deal at 31.
Didn't he average like 5 walks per 9?
Last year?
Yeah, like it was a massive number, I thought.
I don't like that.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't.
Well,
and look, I don't think he's
drop
elite.
that on me now?
I don't think he's elite. I think he's really good.
I think he's a great 2.
And can really help you, yes. Is he elite? No, because, again, he doesn't go into the 7th often, and he walks too many guys. But if he's rolling, like and think about that. He had a 1-1 whip. And I think I'm right that he walked 5 guys per 9. Think about that.
No, you're wrong. Oh no, sorry. He walked. Oh, he did. He walked 5 per 9, and by the way, he allowed the most hits per 9 in baseball last year, and the other year in which he won his side.
No, the fewest.
I'm looking
hits
at the
per
numbers.
9.
My apologies. I'm flopping stats here. 5 walks, 5.8. So he led the league
in walks,
in fewest hits allowed per 9.
Hits, yes, exactly. Yeah. Like that's how his whip was 1-1 because nobody got hits off of him. He walked guys, but nobody got hits off him. So look, that's why in my mind he's not elite. But again, is Joe Flacco elite? I don't know. What's your definition of elite?
Yeah,
everyone has a different definition of elite. My definition of elite is I could give you the ball, and it wouldn't surprise me if you went 8 innings. That's elite. Like good stuff. Not go 8 innings. Like have good stuff. 8 innings, 2 runs. Elite. That's it. And you can do that throughout the course of the season. Not every time, obviously, but it's not a surprise when you do. That's elite. What else is elite? First game of a series in the playoffs, you're getting the ball. You're elite. Bang. Garrett Cole. Who's getting the ball for them? Garrett Cole. Bang.
Lincecum Game 1, Division Series 2010. Just 15, you're done.
You're elite. He's getting the ball, period. And there it wasn't like there weren't other good pitchers here. It was just that's the dude. There's not a lot of those guys. Here will be an interesting question, just as an aside. Right now, Yamamoto or Ohtani, who gets the ball opening opening round of the playoffs? I mean, we haven't even seen Yamamoto pitch, so it's really unfair.
They say he's going to pitch opening day. I think he's getting the opening day start against Yu Darvish, and it'll be the first ever.
There's no way he would.
First ever opening day.
Is it really?
2 Japanese starters.
Oh, wow.
Well, Ohtani's out
That's
for
pretty
the year
cool.
pitching,
Yeah.
We'll see.
And Glasnow could even be a guy.
He'll be hurt by then. It's Over and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. You missed any of Celeste's update on the Giants. Check it out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. This happened yesterday. We did not even get into this. The worst trade and contract in NFL history, Russell Wilson. Do you want him? Are you gonna keep him or are you gonna pass him? We'll talk about it next. Pass on the Sports Leader. Matt Chapman addressed the media for the first time as a member of the San Francisco Giants. You can check it out. There's more on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Look, life can be stressful enough without taxes. There's all kinds of stress. You got kids, you don't have kids, you have a partner, you have animals, you get a job, you got all kinds of stuff that can stress you out. You don't need taxes piling on come this time of year. Don't let it. Kugelman Law can take care of all that. He's the managing attorney at the Kugelman Law team. That's Alex Kugelman. If you need some help, if you think, man, I may have some issues here, or maybe you don't have issues, but you want to keep from having issues, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman. He's done it all. He's seen it all. He's been doing this a long time. He can handle anything. He does my taxes. He can do your taxes. Even if you have been late in filing in the past, have crypto issues that you don't fully understand, maybe even criminal issues, go to Alex Kugelman, let him figure it out. You don't need to deal. You shouldn't even know this stuff. Why would you know this stuff? You just know you have issues and you don't want to have issues anymore. That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. I don't think he said so, but I'm telling you so. It's a fact. When you have problems, you just don't want to have problems anymore. Just that simple. Don't have problems anymore. Take the bag of stress, drop it. Let Alex Kugelman and his team at Kugelman Law deal with it. Visit him at sf.com today. That's sftaxteam.com. sf.com. That'll get you nowhere. sftaxteam.com. That's the one that'll get you somewhere. So go to sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Russell Wilson has thrown 3 touchdown passes, but now he faces a third down. They go empty. They put 2 receivers left. DK Metcalf and Lockett are both that side. Metcalf inside, pressure. He avoids the sack and throws a touchdown to David Moore. What a play by Russell Wilson. Looked like he was going to be sacked on the 5-yard line, but he ducked under it, came up, and hit David Moore right in the front of the end zone for his 4th touchdown pass of the game.
Tolbert and Copes with you, streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, all that good stuff. You can tune in or check in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR.
That's who he hit for the touchdown.
Was it DJ Moore?
More.
David Moore.
David Moore.
DJ Moore is a
Moore.
Panther and Bear, yeah?
Yeah, so I'm getting all our Moores mixed up. You know why? Because more.
Yeah, dude, we're out of the football swing. We have more football news to get to, by the way, with some franchise tags in just a bit. And Rich Ornberger going to join us at 4:50.
Ornberger. Nearly cheeseburger.
Thank you. Nearly cheeseburgered?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Really
Russell Wilson, though. 49er fans, I imagine, are like thrilled about the fall from grace.
Yes.
It's got to go down as the worst trade and then sign in NFL history. I mean, they're on the hook. It's an $85 million cap hit that the Broncos are going to absorb over the next 2 years. And in his prime, like, he tormented the Niners as much as any quarterback, I think, in recent memory. I looked up who had the most wins at quarterback all time against the 49ers. And that because they're a classic team, you can go back to some old ones. Johnny Unitas, oddly enough, 18 wins all time against the 49ers. Isn't that weird?
Wow.
Second, Russell Wilson, 17 wins, which is pretty impressive. Derek earlier said to me when we were prepping for the show, by the way, Bart Starr is 3rd with 14. Roman Gabriel, 13, is 4. Matt Hasselbeck makes sense at 12 in the division. Then you go Bartkowski with 11.
Bartkowski.
And then here's the guy who I said, Derek said, in recent memory, anybody tormented the Niners as much as Wilson? I said, if you're my age and you hate Wilson or he's a guy who bothered you, for me, it was Kurt Warner. For me, I was like, dude, Kurt Warner was a pain in my ass, dude, like for a while with the Rams. Then he was backing up Eli in New York. I'm like, thank God that's over. Then he flares up again like a cold sore with the Arizona Cardinals. 3,000-yard receivers and goes to a Super Bowl. Brett Favre was up there too, but not as many wins. Favre, 8 career wins. So he's on the list, but he's more in the middle of the pack. Once you get to 10, there's only a handful of guys who have more than that. But Russell Wilson, 17 and 4.
What the hell is Brett Favre doing here?
17 and 4 in his career. Dude, he had basically just a season against the Niners for his career. 17 and 4, 36 touchdowns, 10 picks. If he played a season, he's like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good for Russ. On March 8th, 2022, he was traded to the Broncos. For those who don't remember, the trade was awful, as it turns out. The Broncos send back Drew Lock, and who was the tight end they sent, Eric?
Fant?
Noah Fant and Shelby Harris.
Fant?
Brandon Fant? Noah Fant? Stupid. The Broncos then...
I think he played with Hawkinson, didn't he, at Iowa? I think they're on the same team. So they're tight end. They went to Iowa.
So you straight to the Broncos. They send back those players, right?
Yes.
Also, in addition to the players, they send 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and a 5th-rounder, which is wild.
My God.
Don't forget they traded another first.
God.
Did they trade another first for Sean Payton, too?
Boy, did they?
Yeah, because the Saints had his rights. He then turns around and signs a 5-year, $245 million deal. Just line me up. Just stomp on my beans, dude. Just, like, take all my future. Like, it's funny when a player does that because I'm like, what have you left the team with? The team, it's going to be hard to build around you, just in and of itself. Anyway, his career saw him throw 42 touchdowns, only 19 picks. It's not like terrible numbers, but a record of 11 and 19 under Nathaniel Hackett and Sean Payton. He was much better last year. I wouldn't say they were bad because of him. And in a second year under Sean Payton, might have been better, but clearly that was not the direction Sean Payton wanted to go. He's going to get $39 million to leave. Which door you want me to leave? What time you want me to leave and which door you want me to leave through? $39 million to walk away, and they're going to absorb an $85 million dead cap hit. In your mind, in all of sports, we won't even go NFL, we can go sports history. This has got to be on the list for top 3 worst trades of all time.
Boy, I'm trying to think. I mean, the Herschel Walker trade.
Yep.
But I think they might have made the playoffs the first year. Minnesota. You could check on that, but I don't think Minnesota imploded immediately. I think it took them a couple years. That was more of a great trade for the Cowboys than it was. I don't think it was a good trade for the Vikings by any means. But this, it wasn't as good for the Seahawks as it was for the Cowboys. But boy, the Broncos just ouch. That was an ouch. And you knew it was over when Sean Payton called him out early. It was the first month. Or maybe even camp. I'm not sure, but he said something about, this isn't going to end well. But yeah, I'm trying to think basketball.
I knew before that. I knew it was going to end well when we found out guys had to make appointments with him to meet, and then he had an office.
Yeah, we found out about that. I was like,
the
that's
quarterback
weird.
need the office for?
That's just weird. Teammates.
Like Marshawn Lynch, the former defenders.
Secretary or something.
What? You were like, no, screw this guy.
Hey, I remember when I played for the Warriors, I had to give Mully's assistant a call. Just like, hey, Mully, I'd call my assistant. Okay. But I live right down the street from you. Yeah, just don't come over.
What, when you checked in with Mully?
Yeah. Well, I didn't call him.
You didn't call him?
I had to call his assistant to come over to his house.
He said, don't bother. He's booked out. He's booked out.
That's just the wildest thing.
We don't do same-day appointments, sir.
Yeah, it's the wildest thing.
Sorry.
Don't call me. Call my assistant.
That's unreal.
But we're teammates. Yeah, I know.
And then you see how Aaron Rodgers is with the guys with the Jets.
Yeah.
Which is pretty incredible. I forgot a story in the NBA grab bag, by the way, about Mecole Hardman and the Jets, where he was leaking stories. He was leaking game plans because he was upset about his usage with the Jets. He was like, they had no game plan, so I was just leaking stuff.
Yep.
I was like, that's unbelievable, dude. You probably shouldn't leak that you were leaking stuff. You know what I mean? So not a good way to end up with a job after this. But other trades, I was like, there's crazy ones, like Ricky Williams comes to mind. But then you go, Ricky Williams had a good career.
Yep.
The Saints weren't wildly successul with him and Aaron Brooks or whoever else was there.
Yep.
But he had a good career. I'm trying to think of other just god-awful.
You had the RG3 trade.
That's, yeah.
That was 3 ones.
Football's got to be the worst because you mortgage the future.
Yep.
Trey Lance is not a great one, but it won't be viewed as bad because of what the Niners were doing throughout and what they ended up with.
Yeah. I mean, it's bad, but you're right. They're good.
It's like Zito. Does the Zito contract look as bad? No. They won 3 and they ended up with Cy Young winners and had they spiraled, it would have been awful. It'd be an albatross.
But that was free agency. You just had to give up money for that.
It's different, right?
Trying to think who else gave up players. That's a good question. That people could. Who
would have accepted Frank Robinson for Milt May for Christ's sake?
Who could come up with something? What's the granddaddy of all of them? Bad trades.
I'm sure there's one I'm forgetting. What's the
Babe Ruth?
Oh yeah, well.
I mean, that's the granddaddy of all of them.
They sold his ass too.
Yeah. Just say, get out of here.
To fund a Broadway show. No, to net.
Yeah. That's rough.
That's tough.
That is rough.
Tough.
Just you gave away one of the greatest players of all time for a Broadway show. Ouch. That has to hurt. I mean, that would really hurt even more if you were still alive, but you're not. You've been dead forever. But, God, I wish you could wake him up just for a day. Just go, look how bad this trade is. Just relive it and then go die again.
He's pretty good for me.
Yeah. Look at what you did.
And when I'm saying worst trades, I'm not thinking people will go people say the Tatis trade was bad. Where the White Sox had Fernando Tatis Jr. It's
but you don't know.
He wasn't anybody.
He's a minor league guy.
Sammy Sosa to the Cubs is another one people say, which by the way, also White Sox.
Yeah. But nobody knew who Sammy Sosa was. Look, that was pre-juice.
Yeah.
All right, allegedly. So, I mean, if he had already been juiced up and traded him, then I'd say, yeah, that's that. But you didn't know. If you trade a player and then he juices up, how are you supposed to know he's going to juice up? You don't know that.
How about Marshall Faulk to the Rams?
Yeah, from the Colts?
For a second and a fifth.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty
rough.
I'd forgotten about that. That's pretty
McCaffrey.
bad.
That's like McCaffrey. It's like Niners got McCaffrey for a second and a fifth. Could you imagine? That's wild.
No.
Bill Russell to the Celtics?
Second and
trades
fifth
back then
Faulk.
are tough to measure.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Carson Wentz to the Colts. What did they get? 2 firsts? A first, third, and a fourth for Wentz?
Evil. That's robbery, man.
Yeah,
that is just flat robbery.
Derek goes Kobe Bryant for Vlade. That's a tough one.
But you didn't know what Kobe was either.
No, yeah, that's fair. Because we knew
you didn't know.
He's a first rounder,
what
but
Russell Wilson was. That's the thing. You knew exactly what Russell Wilson was.
Let him know, run or pass.
Let them know. Run or pass. Nice and loud. Pass.
Like, that would have only
John
been
Schneider to the Broncos, by the way.
That would have only been acceptable if he were at a Pop Warner game teaching the kids. Like, that would have been it. Not your own team. Not a bunch of men. But that's the thing. That's why what makes this one horrible is you knew exactly who this guy was. And you gave up all that to get him anyway. And then he was not very good. And you gave up all this capital to get him. And then you hire another coach who doesn't really want him. So,
It's a waste.
That's a tough one. That's a good one. That's a tough one to beat. Because, again, we can name all the other ones. Draft picks, doesn't count. You don't know how good they're going to be. Kobe, don't know how good Kobe was going to be at that point. But when you know exactly what you're getting and what you get is not what you thought you were going to get, and then you give up a lot of assets to get it, that's a rough one.
Derek in my ear just said one. I was going to repeat it. A texter said it, 925, and Gary St. Jean just said it. Mitch Richmond for Billy Owens.
That was a bad one.
That's not a good one.
That was not a good one.
Hiya, fellas. 209 says Eric Dickerson to the Colts.
That one hurt me.
That would hurt you?
That one hurt. I was a Ram fan.
Oh, man.
That's when I stopped liking the Rams. Georgia Frontier is in her crack squad. Let's get rid of Eric Dickerson. The only reason to watch the Rams. The only reason. And then they go, nah, we don't want him. We don't want the Dick. I love that guy.
This one I don't like because this multiple people have said this one, and I always take exception with it because we all know it's what had to be done. And if we were doing the show in 2011, people would have the same excitement we had then. 209 and the 650 say Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran. The Giants were defending
who Wheeler was,
and the Giants were defending World Series champions. They had lost Buster Posey. They were in the hunt and needed.
I think they were in first, weren't they? When they traded, yeah.
And they acquired Beltran. Now I know the numbers for Beltran look better than the run went, but the guy hit I think he hit 380 or hit 290 or something like that. Like he played pretty well in the 2 months he was here. Didn't want to be here and then left. They really wanted to re-sign him. Then they did it again the next year, and they got Hunter Pence, and they were able to re-sign Hunter Pence. So is it a bad trade if you re-sign the guy? And if the Giants go to the playoffs in 11. And make even any kind of run, that's what you're betting on. The year before, 2 years before, they traded, was it 2009, they traded Tim Alderson for Freddie Sanchez. And Freddie Sanchez was hurt. Pirates were inside, didn't even play the rest of the year. And it was like, man, this is a first-round draft pick in a starting pitcher. Tim Alderson maybe got to the bigs for a cup of coffee. That was it. Like, it's just a lottery ticket. Zach Wheeler now has ended up being pretty good. This was over a decade ago. That was like 13 years ago. Yeah. Who knew Zach Wheeler would be like an effective, like the Giants had multiple first rounders that hadn't worked out. So I can't get mad at trading a prospect for a known commodity that played okay. You didn't get the job done.
You know,
didn't hurt you for 2 months. That was it.
Yeah, I'm not going to question like when you're trading prospects, you have no idea what they're going to be. Now you hoped that Wheeler was going to be good, first round draft pick. But then again, Joey Bart, second overall pick, he didn't pan out. Like, guys don't pan out in baseball. But the one that I would put even ahead of that one, because we can all look at Wheeler now and go, oh, boy, it'd be awesome to have Wheeler. Yeah, of course it'd be awesome to have Wheeler. Yeah, he's really, really good. He just signed for $40 million a year, and Beltran didn't stay here. But the one that I think should hurt Giant fans even more is McCutchen for Reynolds.
Listen.
Like that one hurts.
And we had the all-star outfielder and still don't, we've been waiting for that all-star drafted outfielder.
Because that was when you traded a guy that maybe, and maybe they had no clue, because I don't remember him being a huge prospect.
He was a first-rounder.
But was he?
Yeah, he was a first-round pick, and he was decent in the minor. He was playing pretty well.
But at that point, when you get McCutchen, he's been over the hill, and the team is just kind of hanging on, just trying to hang on at that point, and you need to get younger. That's the one I look back on and go, ouch. That was a rough trade. That was a rough trade.
We'll keep it with some NFL here, as today was the franchise tag deadline. We also have free agency starting in about a week, and then the draft comes up in April. But franchise tag deadline, some guys who you might have expected to be franchise tagged are going to remain with their team, or it would cost the Niners a little something to go get them. Also, there's some guys who have been named as not franchise taggy players, and some of them showed up last year, specifically running backs. We'll get into a little bit of the franchise tag, then Rich Ornberger at 4:50, a sound soiree, a soup du jour. It's Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
up, biatches? Me again. You want more speed? Oh, then you're in luck, because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. That's right. Boom. You got whatever you need, you got it. Plus, with super fast internet and a reliable connection, you can do more what you love. What are you doing? Streaming? Gaming? Maybe you're working. You're going to school. Got to get a report due. Get all that done. You want to get it done quickly, so you have more downloading speed, more video chatting speed. Whatever happened to just calling people? Anyway, be that as it may. Maybe you're streaming your favorite shows and movies. It's going to happen quicker and more smoothly with Xfinity. Right? We all love speed because, well, speed is awesome. And you get that from Xfinity. Get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. That's 50% more speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Those sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi, you will love Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pass! I don't know where a landing spot is for Russell Wilson. What to make of his career and what's become of it, or what's a potential spot? Yeah, Vegas is a potential landing spot for him. That's a weird one. Anyway, we'll see. We'll follow the Russell Wilson saga as we will a handful of other players who have been franchise tagged today as the franchise tag deadline has been reached. We'll catch up with Rich Ornberger, former New England Patriot and current sports talk show host down in San Diego. We can talk Blake Snell with him. We can talk NFL, Belichick, and Staley. They do Chargers work down there in San Diego still. Franchise tag deadline was today. Here's the list of players who were tagged. Panthers pass rusher Brian Burns, Bengals receiver T. Higgins, Jaguars pass rusher Josh Allen, not the quarterback, the end, Bears corner Jalen Johnson, Colts receiver Michael Pittman Jr., Chiefs corner Ladarius Sneed, Buccaneers safety Antoine Winfield Jr., Pats safety Kyle Duggar, and Ravens defensive tackle Justin Madubuike. It's going to cost the 49ers compensation if they want to go after any of those players. They'd have to give up draft compensation. 49ers may not have a ton of options in free agency this offseason, but 11 draft picks when they get to the draft. They're currently $3 million over the cap. I thought the cap went up.
Yeah, what happened?
What happened, dude? Now we're over? We haven't get anybody yet. I said to Derek, he said, it's not how it works. I said, that's the problem. Nobody knows how it works. I said, you idiot. Nobody knows. He's like, yeah, that's not how it works. $3 million over the cap. This is according to Spot Track. Mike Silver, who was on with us last week, wrote in his column, it may be an offseason with more subtraction than addition. It keeps seeming to me like that's what we're hearing, but the Niners push back on that, and maybe that means because in keeping a guy like Ayuk and setting up for Purdy, you've got to get rid of some players. We went through our rank of guys that you would be most comfortable getting rid of or okay with them not being here next year, and we know corner's tough, but they're going to need – Mayoko said this to us last week or yesterday. They're going to need to hit on some of these picks this year in order to kind of reset the market kind of. Like we used to talk about that with the Giants getting back below the luxury tax, so you reset that penalty or whatever before you go back over. They really do need to hit, and they found success in that. You have to draft well to be a good team and to find consistent success. They've done well with that, but you were right last week in saying they got to start thinking about tight end even. You got to start looking a couple of years down the road at some pieces that you can develop.
Yep. Yeah, I think linebacker depth, Greenlaw could be out all year.
Probably. You can't count
I think I read somewhere that Al-Shaair is going to be a free agent this year. Maybe he wants to come back here.
Seemed like it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He's like dancing with the linebackers on the field. It's like you see a pregame dance up here tight, and you're like, what the hell's this about?
Okay, here's what I'd look at first and foremost: offensive line. That's your first order of business. Like I know they love drafting defensive linemen, and if there's a great value at the end of the first round, get them. But if not, get a right tackle that you think can slide to left tackle at some point, because Trent Williams is going to be around forever. It's a nice security blanket to have while he's there. So offensive line, if you can draft 2-3 offensive linemen and maybe 2 of them hit, 1 of them hits, I don't know. Running back, not worried about. Linebacker would be nice. Another receiver and cornerback. But first off, offensive line. If you think Purdy's your guy and he's going to be here a while, you got to protect him. You have to protect the guy. So, but I know the fourth, we shouldn't even pay attention to anything before the fourth round, because that's when they do their best work. After the fourth round. Maybe third, but certainly after the fourth.
Yeah.
First and second, if they hit, that's a nice bonus to have them hit a first rounder. I just give me a sixth rounder. Give me a whole bunch of third, fourth, fifth, sixth, maybe even seventh. Hell, they get Purdy last pick of the draft, so that's where they get their real value. But offensive line is definitely a priority for me.
Yeah, it's got to be near the top. I mean, they need some help on the right side.
Absolutely.
They need depth, certainly.
Yep.
And now the question I have is, if you were drafting positions, and quarterback is obviously the top because it's the most important in football, but what confidence do you have in positions for rookies to succeed in that are, I mean, every position's of value, but I would almost rather have a rookie receiver than I would an offensive lineman. They haven't done a great job. And again, I think Aaron Banks has done an okay job. Spencer Burford and Jake Brendel's a guy they found, right? They brought in Weston Richburg. It's tough to tell who's great and who's not unless you're a frontline draft pick or something like that. Trent Williams, we know how great he is, but Mike McGlinchey was the first pick that this regime made, and it wasn't a great one. He was okay. He got paid by Denver, incidentally, which is hysterical. But how much confidence do you have in offensive line rookies just on principle? It's like corners, offensive line, stuff like that, where it's more technical, I think, or where you rely on it. It can break a game. It's risky.
Yeah, it is, but you still got to do it. I mean, they have to, whether they're going to be ready this year or next year. You're hoping this year. I think the position, if you look at what position is most ready to come in and play in the NFL, I would say the first two that come to mind are running back and linebacker.
Yep.
Those are the two positions. Get in there and go and just kick some ass and do what you do. After that, you're right. I think lineman's probably one of the toughest.
Yeah.
Because it's communication, it's technique, all those certain, and you got to build chemistry with the offensive line. Yeah,
dude, it's system.
So yeah, but I mean, I always go back to the draft when they had Davis and Ayupati, and it was so talk about non-sexy first round, 2 offensive linemen in the first round. You're like,
is it 09?
This sucks. Offensive linemen, I don't know these dudes.
Yeah, 10, something like that.
I mean, didn't Ayupati play for Idaho? Something like that? Davis was Rutgers. Nobody knew these dudes. And that was a foundation for who they become. Smash mouth football team. You already had Staley on the left side. You put these two guys in, and you're like, damn, we got 3/5 of an offensive line. But they hit, right? I mean, you got to hit. The Niners have drafted first-round offensive linemen that haven't hit. So, but, I mean, you got to invest in that. If Purdy's going to be your guy, you got to make sure he's protected. And, I know you want to – nobody likes drafting offensive linemen. It's fan base, I should say, because nobody knows who they are. Nobody. We all know receivers and running backs and quarterbacks, stuff like that. We see them play. We're like, oh, yeah, I love that guy. That guy's incredible. Go get that guy, who's that dude? But that's the foundation of your football team. So it's going to be interesting. Now, they could very easily trade some of those picks too and go and get somebody if they want to go get somebody. Like there's a lot of flexibility with 11 picks. 11. I think the one thing I would say, and the thing I feel best about, is they won't make all those picks. They're going to trade some of them for next year or move up this year.
Yeah.
They're not making 11 picks. You don't have enough roster spots, I don't believe. And if they do, then I'll say, sorry. I didn't think they would make 11 picks. But we'll see what happens.
We await your apology. Rich Orenberger, a former guard of the
forthcoming
for the New England Patriots, Arizona, and the San Diego Chargers. He hosts a sports show down in San Diego. We've talked to him before. Fun interview with him. We'll talk to him about the offensive line stuff like we were just talking about. Also played for Belichick. We can get into the dynasty stuff, maybe some Blake Snell and Brandon Staley. They still cover the Chargers down there in San Diego. We'll talk to Rich Orenberger, former NFL offensive lineman, next, only here on the Sports Leader. Spears joined Murph and Marcus this morning, and he believes the blowout loss is going to help Steph Curry's availability for tomorrow's game. The podcast is trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is on the line. Steve, I know a lot of people just need help with regular tax returns. Tell us what you got to do about those.
We're going to take care of it. So many people over the years ask me, Steve, I know you take care of people that are in trouble with their taxes and have been naughty and done all types of things, but do you do regular tax returns? The answer is yes, of course we do. Remember, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. We built this practice on regular tax returns. And the way we did it is by doing regular tax returns, but not in a regular way. So many other firms just move your numbers from one form to another form and say, here you go. We're always looking to save you money. For example, right now in 2024, there's still things we can do for a lot of clients that are tax planning for 2023. We can still save a lot of clients taxes on their 2023 returns. The bottom line is we talk to you and we say, look, we can do this and this and this. That's why I became a tax attorney, just like the Fortune 500 and the wealthy people do. That's what I want regular people to do, middle-class people to do, is go ahead and let us save you taxes on your regular tax return. Let us show you what we can do. Just give us a call.
Give them a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find them at MoskowitzLLP.com.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you here on a Tuesday afternoon. Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Comcast, the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. We're going to be joined here on the Yuma guest line by Rich Orenberger, former NFL offensive lineman, hosts a show down in San Diego. And we're going to talk a little Blake Snell, talk a little Brandon Staley, and definitely some Bill Belichick. Rich Orenberger joins us on the Yuma guest line. Rich, what's going on, man? Welcome back.
Thanks for having me back, guys. Glad to be on with you.
I was thinking of introducing you as one of very few men to deceive Bill Belichick into keeping his job. And you're at the top of the list, man, far and away. Why don't we start with some NFL, because we were just jumping off of that on some of the franchise tag stuff and the Russell Wilson release by the Denver Broncos. Anybody on the franchise tag list surprise you?
You know what? I don't know if there's any surprises per se. It always sort of surprises me who isn't, right? Because like all the guys who are considered for the franchise tag are valuable to the league. They're valuable to their franchises. It's always interesting when you see a Saquon Barkley end up a free agent and he gets to go explore his options, and then we also get to see what the market says he's worth. Things like that are interesting to me because those decisions are more impactful. It says something about the player, whether maybe the league or perhaps just the team that they've played for most recently feels like, they're either getting too long in the tooth, or maybe the franchise tag doesn't meet their value, or they don't feel like, hanging on for one more year is the best thing for the locker room, because the franchise tag essentially is a lame duck year with a star player. So there's a lot of things that factor into that decision-making process. And then conversely, it also speaks to the team. What part of their I guess you could say their metamorphosis they're in. Are they starting to rebuild? Are they starting to unload more veteran players, or are they in cap hell and they're trying to save money somewhere by getting cheaper at a certain position? Those are the things I look at. It's more thematic than it is player to player.
Talking to Rich Orenberger, nice enough to join us. Have you been watching any of the what is it? The Dynasty, the Patriots Dynasty?
You know what? I haven't watched any of the episodes, but I'm a big binge watcher, so I'm waiting for a stockpile, and then I'm going to sit down and watch all of them at once, or most of them at once. I so far though, from what I've heard or what I've seen, whether it's clips that have become available or transcripts from the show, it's a deeper dive into the personalities that ran that organization for 2 decades. And having spent 3 years, right smack in the middle of that dynasty with the Patriots, it's look, it takes type A personalities to have something that successful go for as long as it was successful for. And so it doesn't shock me in the least bit that things soured, because it's hard to have a bunch of alphas trying to lead the pack and do it together. And the fact that Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft and Tom Brady, for that matter, were able to keep that thing together for as long as they were able to keep it together for, it showed that everybody in their own corners, they had to eat a lot of pride in order to keep the thing going.
Where were you when you were there in relation to Spygate? After, before, during?
Yeah, I was right after. So
okay,
Spygate
right after.
Occurred.
Okay.
And, there was still the echoes of that scandal being discussed inside the building. And, it's one of those things where, like, as I continued my NFL career, I realized, like, it's not just the Patriots. Every team in the NFL is looking for every possible edge that they can get. It doesn't matter who you play for. It doesn't matter what coach. Everybody is looking for every edge. And when I say edge, I mean, we are literally talking about the outer brinks of what's allowed. I mean, and that's the same thing that goes on the field. I mean, if you want to, if you're an official on a football field, you could call hold on every single play. I promise you guys, I wouldn't lie to you. Tom, Adam, I held on every single play. There, I've admitted it. So cheating or I guess rubbing up against the boundaries of cheating is a part of the game. And so the Patriots, I think, got caught with their hand in the cookie jar one too many times, but it doesn't mean they were the only one.
No, I totally agree with you. And that's not even what the road I wanted to go down. I was just curious about Belichick's demeanor. And it seemed like early in his career, he could be affable at press conference and he would give you like normal human answers.
He would laugh at things sometimes.
Not necessarily a robot trying to pose as a human, like is what he ended up being. And I'm just wondering, did you notice a change while you were there at all with him? Because it just became at the end. I thought it was kind of funny, to be honest with you, but it was always on to Seattle. Yeah. We didn't coach well enough. We didn't play well enough. We didn't do this. And we don't want to talk about that anymore because that's in the past. And I said, well, if you can't talk about stuff in the past, then we just can't have conversations anymore unless you want to speculate about what's going to happen in the future. So I'm just wondering, did you ever see that shift while you were there? Or because I thought maybe Spygate brought it on. Like maybe he changed a little bit during Spygate, but was he the same guy when you first started with the Patriots as when you left the Patriots?
Yeah, I was there for some part of 4 years, 3 seasons with the team, and everything I saw from Bill was relatively consistent.
Okay.
The same guy showed up to work every day, the same work ethic. You really actually, as I, became a veteran on the team, you realize, oh wow, he has every single day of the year in his mind, kind of scripted almost. Like he knows exactly what he wants to get to on every single day of the year. So there wasn't too much deviance from the path that he wanted to go down. And then in terms of like how he related to players, it was very different than the way he spoke to the media.
Yeah.
He was closed-lipped with the media, but with the players, he showed some personality, and he was a good hang sometimes. Like he would joke around a little bit. He had a dry sense of humor, but he could carry on conversation, and he did have a sense of humor. So that was good, because if he didn't, I don't know how long I would have lasted there.
Talking to Rich Ohrnberger, former New England Patriot, former NFL offensive lineman down in San Diego. I wanted to ask you about the position that was created by the 49ers for Brandon Staley, because basically everybody we talked to up here, Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports was telling us this, and a lot of people seem to believe or know that Belichick and Kyle Shanahan have a good relationship, and we kind of thought if they would create an advisor role like the one, or a defensive assistant role like they did for Brandon Staley, is that something Belichick would be interested in? And a lot of people say they wouldn't be shocked if he was called. What do you think of Staley there, and do you think that that's something that's in Belichick's future if he goes without a head coaching job?
I don't know. I really honestly don't know, because I don't know if he would be happy, operating in a system that wasn't under his control after doing it his way for as long as he did it. In terms of Brandon Staley, I think that Brandon Staley is a pretty bright defensive-minded guy. The problem was he lost sight of the main thing when he became a head coach with the Chargers. There was obviously you have your attention divided as a head coach, and you're trying to be the administrator of the whole team. And as a result, I think the defensive side of the ball really struggled his years with the Chargers. But when he was with the Rams, I mean, they did some creative things. They obviously had great players, but so did the 49ers. And so in that accessory role, on sort of supporting the defense, not necessarily the chief play caller, having an extra set of eyes on the field who not only has been in a defensive coordinator role and has coached in that capacity, but also has head coaching experience. It's addition by addition. I don't think anybody should be dismayed with his record as a Chargers head coach, because there's plenty of coaches who really struggled as head coaches after being successful coordinators and then returned to becoming successful coordinators. Josh McDaniels is a perfect example. Left New England, went and head coached the Denver Broncos, absolutely flamed out, returned to the Patriots, won 3 Super Bowls. And then he went and gave it another shot with the Raiders and flamed out again. So sometimes to be a great coordinator, the skill set doesn't match up with what it takes to be a great head coach. So I think it was a really smart hire by the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm just curious here because I have a theory, and I'm going to ask you a question after you tell me. Who were your head coaches in the NFL? Who did you play under?
I played under Bill Belichick in New England, Ken Whisenhunt in Arizona, and then Mike McCoy with the San Diego Chargers.
Okay, who was the nicest guy out of those 3?
It was Ken Whisenhunt by far, I would say.
That's not going to play because you would probably rank him second, right, among the coaches, Belichick, Whisenhunt, and then McCoy?
Well, yeah, but what's interesting about it is, Ken, I joined the Cardinals, obviously after they had an abundance of success. We had a 5-win season, and that whole staff was fired. So I kind of know what you're getting at. You kind of have to be a little bit of a jerk to be a good head coach.
Exactly.
And I promise you there's something to that, man. There is something to it. There has to be a little bit of a rub. You know what I mean? There has to be a little bit of a command for you to keep the troops in line a little bit. You can't be everybody's buddy and be a good head coach. And so I'm very interested to see how it all works out with, for example, like the Miami Dolphins with Mike McDaniel, because he seems like he's everybody's buddy.
Yeah.
I'm curious if he has the ability to flip that switch and kind of be the bad guy occasionally. Can he be bad cop and good cop? Well, I guess we'll find out.
I guess the interesting part is we, especially me, I'm a lot older than you, Rich, but we played in a different era where that stuff played a little bit more, and a lot of the younger guys aren't used to that type of coaching anymore. It's like it's kind of frowned upon even at the junior levels. They just don't do what we kind of expected. Like if you didn't do what your coach wanted you to do, there was going to be a little bit of wrath involved. And the guys that are really good coaches, we just talked to one, Gary St. Jean, who comes to Kings and the Warriors. And he wasn't a great coach, but he was my assistant. Awesome assistant, great assistant, loved him. But he just wasn't he wasn't an ass. Like he couldn't be a head coach and just come down on people. And I've always thought you have to have some of that in you, at least a little bit, to get guys to be a little fearful of you, and then you can coach. But I mean, maybe it's changed nowadays. Maybe guys can be a little nicer with the Positive Coaching Alliance and all that stuff. I don't know. I have my doubts, but maybe it has changed a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, I think you made a lot of strong points. Look, heavy is the head that wears the crown, and the heft of that crown is the responsibility of, sometimes you're not going to be well liked, but you're doing the things that are good. Look, I have kids, and I've never coached, but I know that, being a parent and being a coach, there's corollary there. Mm-hmm. And I know sometimes my kids love me, and I'm sure sometimes I close that door to their room and they cuss me out.
Oh yeah.
But I do know that I'm raising 2 really good boys, and sometimes you gotta be the hand that guides them sometimes, and then sometimes you gotta open the gate and let them run, and you have to be very discriminatory with all that stuff, and it's tough. It's tough to be the bad guy. Everybody wants to be the good guy, but can you be the bad guy? Can you blow that whistle and shout out a player when they screw something up, and then can you love them up on the other side of it? Not everybody has that trait.
That's true.
Rich Ornberger, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. I wanted to ask you down in Southern California about Blake Snell, because Giants fans here after the acquisition of Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler, and I mean, everybody's short on pitching. That's just a baseball season, but he's a big name that's still out there, and Giants fans are saying, go get him. Bob Melvin's here now. I'm just wondering, how are Padres fans feeling about Blake Snell's exit, and is he viewed as a guy that was going to put you over the edge?
Padres fans loved, and I mean loved, Blake Snell. If he does sign with San Francisco, you'll find out very quickly that this guy's an open book. He speaks with the media. He's expressive. He'll do in-game interviews. Like he's really quickly became one of the Padres fan base's favorites. Here was an interesting side note to his rise to another Cy Young bid in San Diego was it took some time. You know, it wasn't a quick adjustment. It was a bumpy road getting him comfortable in San Diego. Now, granted, Tampa Bay was his first stop in Major League Baseball, so maybe it would be easier the second time around. But that first trade, I think it really threw him for a loop, and he admitted as much. He said he wasn't comfortable. He was homesick. He missed his clubhouse. He missed his coaches. He missed the voices in the room, so it took him a while to adjust and acclimate. But as soon as he did, man, his stuff is nasty. And when he can locate the strike zone, I don't know if there's a better pitcher for the money, especially some of the value that you might see even in free agency, because he may not sign for what you would typically see a guy of his caliber sign for. And so, yeah, if he lands in San Francisco, I can promise you, the fan base will fall in love with him soon. And if you hang in there with him, especially if it's a little dicey at first, once he gets his feet on the ground and he gets acclimated and he gets comfortable, that guy's he's special. He is special.
Is there anything you can tell us, or is this anything that lingered after the exit of Bob Melvin and the free agency of Blake Snell? Is there anything to their relationship? Was there some tension there last year?
Not specifically between him and Blake Snell. I don't think there were any revelations there. The biggest issues that, we became privy to were the issues between Bob Melvin and the front office, specifically A.J. Preller. It sounded like that was an icy relationship. It sounded like it had been somewhat adversarial almost from the jump. A.J. Preller definitely has a way he wants to run business. Bob Melvin coming in to the situation, I think, had his own views, and he's been at it a long time. And it just, those two ideologies just never really meshed in San Diego.
Where you at with the Harbaugh hire? Does this kind of get, because the Chargers have been like, I don't know, even going back to my youth, and the Chargers were my favorite team with Fouts and all those guys. Like, they were always good, but they were never like good enough. And then you had them during, you may have even been on the teams that played against the Chargers in the playoffs where, oh my gosh, it's Gates, it's Rivers, it's LT, it's these, look at their defense, Sean Merriman, and then they'd lose in the playoffs. Like that's kind of the that's kind of the Charger way. Like, hey, we're really good even during the regular season, and then now we're not good enough. I felt like they've had some really good horses on that team the last few years, and you're like, look at the quarterback, the wide receivers, and the defense, and the defensive ends, and they're still not they're not like. Can Harbaugh kind of tie all that in together? Like, what's he gonna do? I think he's a really good coach, but I'm curious what you think. What he can do with that team? Because if I had to choose one underachieving team over the last 4 or 5 years, I don't know if it'd be them, but they'd be under strong consideration.
Yeah. Put him on the short list. I agree with you.
Exactly.
I'll tell you, it's a frustration when you're in those moments on a team like that because, I was a part of one of those Chargers teams where we had a lot of good players, Gates and Rivers, and Ryan Matthews was having a Pro Bowl level year.
Matthews,
And we went to Cincinnati, got a road win to start the playoffs in the wild card, and then just got dominated by Denver due to lack of discipline. They just carved us up defensively. And Look, the reality is, okay, that's Peyton Manning, and he's getting paid too, and that's life in the NFL sometimes. But you're right. It's been consistently that way with this franchise. They've been snake bitten in the postseason. I think it comes down to, organizationally, they never really spend big on a head coach, a guy who it's always they're elevating a coordinator and then they're moving on from him, even if successful, elevating a coordinator and then firing him after lack of success. The past 3 hires, we're talking about hiring that spanned over a decade plus, McCoy into the Anthony Lynn era, into the Brandon Staley era. I mean, that's back-to-back rookie head coaches who all flamed out for various reasons. But the one carryover is all 3 of them I don't think were ready to be head coaches. And you don't know until you know. Look, Sean McVay, you can catch lightning in the bottle. And obviously Kyle Shanahan has worked out in his first foray as a head coach. So it does happen. But those were some of the most sought-after names. Anthony Lynn was not. No offense to Anthony Lynn. He's had a successful coaching career as an assistant, but Mike McCoy was not. But Brandon Staley, what was a second or third tier, coaching hire during that carousel, that cycle, and that's just the reality of the situation. So going after arguably the biggest, most splashiest signing at the head coaching position with Jim Harbaugh, who's turned around, the fortunes of University of San Diego before he went to Stanford and turned around that program, before the 49ers, before the Michigan Wolverines, winning them a national championship. I mean, the guy just wins everywhere he goes. So I think the future's bright for the Chargers because you have a true administrator, a steady hand at the tiller for the first time in a long time.
I'm truly envious of your upcoming seasons here. We're just going to get to cover Jim Harbaugh because we still laugh at the stuff that this guy said. The guy's a trip, man. So enjoy, man. Rich, it's always fun catching up. We'll have to get you on after you binge I think there's 6 episodes into the Patriots documentary. I don't know how many. Is it 12 episodes or is it like 10 episodes?
I have no idea.
So when you binge it, we'll talk to you later when we get closer to the season, man.
That sounds good. That's bingeable. I think 6 is it's officially a binge. I'm gonna get on it, boys.
You can get in and then get 2 more on Friday. He'll be clamoring, dude. So we'll talk to you later, Rich.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, thank you guys.
I appreciate
Good
it.
stuff there, Rich Orenberger. Not a long time, but he played for several years in the NFL under Bill Belichick, Mike McCoy, Ken Wisenhunt as an offensive lineman. Great insight there on everything from Brandon Staley to Bill Belichick to a little bit on the NFL franchise tags and then all the way to Blake Snell. So he says, hey, man, Padres fans are pissed. I kind of thought that. I'm like, they don't have a ton more. I know Darvish is out there. They've got a few other guys, but
Musgrove.
They were developing for a while. Remember they had Paddock. What happened to that guy? Just they traded him to the Twins, and that was it.
Yeah, I know. I thought he was good,
too. Chris Paddock was like the guy. I was
great
like, we
hair.
got to deal with this guy. Yeah, and they had a cowboy hat.
Yeah, great hair.
10-gallon hat.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him.
Let's get into a little bit of sound soiree. Jason Kelsey, Michael, is it Penix or Penix? Michael Penix Jr. is going to show up here. Draymond.
I know you like saying Penix.
I think that's because that's what it is. Draymond's going to show up. We got a sound soiree for you, and then a soup du jour, and then a Kerry Crowley. That's only next on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's Sports Leader.
Shulman joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the Blue Jays will be a good destination for J.D. Davis. Check out what else he had to say on the podcast. It's trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. You want more speed? Oh, then you're in luck because Xfinity just increased their internet speeds and they're faster than ever. That's right. Boom. You got whatever you need, you got it. Plus, with super fast internet and a reliable connection, You can do more what you love. What are you doing? Streaming? Gaming? Maybe you're working. You're going to school. Got to get a report due. Get all that done. You want to get it done quickly. So you have more downloading speed, more video chatting speed. Whatever happened to just calling people? Anyway, be that as it may. Maybe you're streaming your favorite shows and movies. It's going to happen quicker and more smoothly with Xfinity. Right? We all love speed because, well, speed is awesome. And you get that from Xfinity. Get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included. That's 50% more speed for the same great price. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi, you will love Xfinity.
It's Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Hiya, fellas. Tolbert & Copes with you Tuesday evening now. As the Tom just informed me, the clocks changed this weekend. Saturday night into Sunday or early Sunday morning. It goes, 2 a.m., 4 a.m., something like that. You just lose an hour. 2 to 3. I don't know why I thought we jumped 2 hours. Then again, Tom just thought we eliminated it altogether earlier this year. So
I did. Well, that was bad
Sounds
info.
like it's gone, right?
What
yeah,
you
it's
get for
over.
trusting your son.
It's over. Sources were bad, yeah. The sound soiree, some of the best sounds in the sports world you might have missed. I was sort of surprised to see this. I thought it was a replay. Is Jason Kelce, I guess he'd announced his retirement.
Yep.
I know he's a beloved guy.
Yep.
One of the great centers of all time.
Yep.
Is he a Hall of Famer? I don't know how to gauge that for offensive linemen.
I have no clue.
We probably should ask the guy who was just on with us.
It seems like yes.
Call Rich Warnberger back.
Seems like yes. Super Bowl. Everybody likes him. He's on TV a lot.
Yeah, Taylor Swift, that whole thing.
Yeah, that whole thing.
Derek. Yeah,
No shirt when he's watching his brother. Yeah, seems like a Hall of Famer.
Dude's a trip.
Put him in.
Dude, the beard, the hairy chest. I love the whole
beard.
bit. Yeah, I like him. He seems, again, the Kelce guy, the brother, seem like a couple of guys you'd want to hang with.
Yes,
They
absolutely.
legit seem like some dudes you'd be down to hang with. Here he is. He did a press conference. He did his presser, and was he wearing a cutoff shirt? He's wearing like he was getting ready to throw the pads back.
Surprise me.
Guys got off the field. I'm going to retire now. Sits in front of the media in his Eagles cutoff shirt, and here's Jason Kelce.
I've been asked many times, why did I choose football? What drew me to the game? And I never have an answer that gets it right. The best way I can explain it is what draws you to your favorite song, your favorite book. It's what it makes you feel. The seriousness of it, the intensity of it. Stepping on the field was the most alive and free I had ever felt. I won't forget Nick Foles having the game of his life on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest dick on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special. And Doug Peterson having the biggest balls in the stadium to say, yeah, let's do it.
Did he cry when he... I know why he cried, but it's just funny timing.
Well, no, that to me...
Biggest balls in the stadium.
It's funny, but
God, man, I know he's
if I'm like I don't know.
I'm an Eagles fan.
You could probably tell me. I'm not sure that's the way to deliver a joke. You get a little confused there. It's like, that's a really funny story, but he's crying.
Yeah.
And Doug Peterson having the biggest balls in the stadium.
Do I laugh or not? Do I cry?
He's like laughing and crying.
It's very, very confusing. Like I'm conflicted listening to it. Like what should I be doing?
Laughter,
laughing
sadness?
because I don't want to act like I'm laughing at him.
Maybe a little bit of fear.
But I don't know. It's just I don't know.
A whole bunch of emotion there when he mentions the junk of Doug Peterson. One more time.
And Doug Peterson having the biggest balls in the stadium.
I don't know. You know what's funny, man? Something weird with me. I don't dig retirement speeches with the tears. Like I'm just not for it. I kind of thought that was it when we heard he was retiring. I was like, oh man, all right,
cool.
Good career, Jason. Then I was like, they're doing this now. What's going on? I know he's a fan favorite and all that, but that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny, Jason
Was it?
Kelce. I
He
thought
was
so.
crying.
Well, again, happy, sad, fear. I'm not really sure. He didn't have the same tears and laughter when he talked about Big Blank Nick.
No,
Big
he
Blank
didn't.
Nick Foles.
Yeah, that was funny.
He said he had the game of his life. Tom Brady did throw for 500 yards. Just want to note that in that game.
Yes, he
and
did.
Andrew Wiggins returns to the Warriors.
Biggest dick on the team.
It's so funny. I wonder who Tim will notice that when he retires. Andrew Wiggins returns to the Warriors tomorrow, and he came back to practice today. He met with the media just a little while ago. Hot off the presses here. Here's Andrew Wiggins back with the Warriors. He talked about his his absence from the team.
It's always, good being back with the team, being around basketball. It's all love here, support. So it's always good being back. Just taking care of, what I have to take care of, and, being present for what I have to be present for, and, and when I think it's, it's the appropriate time to, come back. That's what I felt like. So now I'm back here with the team and, ready to get to it.
He's not on the all-interview team for a reason. Andrew Wiggins not a big fan of speaking with the microphone in front of his face.
Yeah.
He just doesn't. That's not that.
It's not his. He didn't have a career.
Not his thing.
He's not going Tom Tolbert or Hornberger when he's done. I don't think.
If he does, it'd be like, well, what?
This is Wiggins and Copes.
What happened?
It's Wiggins and Copes.
Yeah. This is Wiggs and Copes.
If I can riff just once, we might need a fill-in. I'm just kidding. So there he is, back with the team. This is going to be big. They're healthy for the first time since November. Since before the first Draymond suspension and the first GP2 injury and the CP3 injury. So this is big for them. Steph not listed on the injury report for tomorrow, though Giannis could be out. So they have a back-to-back, by the way. Chicago, I think, plays tonight, don't they? They played last night. Yeah, they won last night.
Yep.
Worst part about that game was I didn't take them money line. I only had them plus 7.5. So felt good about that.
That'll work.
Moving on here in the Sound Soiree, Michael Penix Jr., prospect into the NFL this year, quarterback out of Washington. He was asked to rank his top 5 current quarterbacks in the NFL. Here's Michael Penix Jr.
You got to go Pat Mahomes. Lamar Jackson is there. I feel like Joe Burrow is up there. Ooh. I'm going to put Brock Purdy in there.
I love it.
Just because of things that he was able to do. You know, a lot of people doubted him, you know, and even in the championship game, I felt like he felt real confident, you know, make big-time throws.
He made some big
but,
throws for sure.
They always say it's the guys around him, but, man, you still got to get him the ball.
How that feels.
Yeah, I put him up there. Justin Herbert, I feel like he's a very good passer as well.
It's a good take on Herbert, for sure. He's a good passer as well. Thoughts on Purdy? I mean, I liked that what he said was about confidence and ability. What he said was about like the person and what he's been able to achieve regardless of what situation he was in, which I kind of like for a rookie or an incoming rookie to say, I thought even in the championship game, he made throws, he had confidence, he didn't talk about his ability. Like Mahomes, you know, Allen, you know, but I thought it was cool that he gave reason, and it was not necessarily about just on-field excellence. It was about what he brings to the team.
Oh, it's funny when you get guys that play the position talking about Purdy and what he's done. C.J. Stroud did the same thing not that long ago. He was like, people are crazy. I don't know what they're watching. Like, this guy makes throws. It's not just about – and, again, we talked about this. We don't need to go into it in depth, but it's – if you don't watch him every game, you see all the talent. You just assume that's why he's succeeding. It's not. Is he helped by him? Of course he is. I mean, there's a lot of really good players around him, but they're not – put it this way, they're not winning in spite of him, and other quarterbacks see that.
Yeah. Brock Purdy, by the way, did put out his first social media post since the Super Bowl loss. He posted a photo on Instagram of him. He's like in the pocket in the Super Bowl, like dropping back to throw a pass. It's like a series of pictures. And the caption says, "Won together, lost together. Did it with my boys. Keep the faith." There you go. Brock Purdy getting ready for 2024.
It's like George Michael, keeping the faith?
Yeah, that's it. I think he was talking.
You got to have faith.
He's a big prayer guy, I think. Draymond Green. Draymond and Melo. Jesus and Melo used to do a podcast together. Draymond and Melo now. Draymond, Melo and Mero. It was Jesus and Mero. Now it's Draymond, Carmelo, and Mero. They're talking about, Draymond's on this podcast telling a story about the first time he rode on Clay's boat. Okay, so here's Draymond's story on the first time he rode on Clay's boat. Here it is.
First time I actually went on Clay's boat. Thing happened with Rudy Gobert. I went to LA and I was coming back and I flew into Oakland. The Bay Bridge was shut down. There was a protest on the Bay Bridge. So I couldn't get to the gym. Clay came on his boat across the water to pick me up in Jack London Square in Oakland. Eric Housen tried to get the cops to like escort me through. Nothing could work. You could not get across. So he came across the boat. Him and E. Housen came and picked me up. And this was right after I had got at Rudy Gobert. So it was perfect timing. Like,
he needed the water.
He needed that boat ride. Yeah, I needed to get there. But I just got 5 games for you. Like, He came and scooped me. And that was my first time on this boat.
I imagine Clay like pulling up and he's like putting Draymond to work on the boat. You're my first mate now, bro. He's like, hop on. Watch out for Rocco. That's Rocco's seat, Draymond. Watch out, Dre. I love that. Clay's like, come on, Eric, let's go. What Clay has to do, it's his boat. He's like, I'm not the one to drive it.
That's classic.
That's hysterical.
He's like an Uber. He's like a boating Uber. Right. Just give him a call, have him come over there and pick you up.
I heard Murph and Marcus joking about it. He said, Murph this morning was making me laugh. He goes, can you imagine seeing Clay from like 200 yards out, just like driving towards you with the sunglasses on the boat? Draymond's waiting. Stand over by like Everett and Jones at Jack London. Give me some barbecue, Draymond. I'll take you to the arena.
Rocco up front, just chilling.
Just hanging with some shades.
Just hanging.
Put the first mate hat on. One more here in our Sound Soiree. This one I saw on Twitter the other day. This made me laugh. So I guess this is from last weekend. This is a sprinter from the Netherlands. It's a woman sprinter. Okay. And she sets the I think it's a world record. She breaks the record for the 400-meter indoor, okay? Okay. You guys tell me what cartoon character she sounds like. Here you go.
Okay.
When you're putting your mind to it, you know exactly what to do indoors. How was that for you?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean,
it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50, so I knew I had to go out fast. I had Lieke in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear halfway she was behind me, so I was like, okay, this is good, now we keep going, and this crowd is so amazing.
Her name is Femke Bowl.
Oh, my God.
B-O-L like Manute Bowl. F-E-M-K-E. I'm probably botching that. I don't know the correct pronunciation.
That's something.
That's pretty good.
I can't even tell you.
Somebody said, the caption on it was, if I close my eyes, it sounds like Mickey Mouse at the 400-meter world record.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Some imagination. Oh.
It was such a strong race. We were...
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Some imagination. Oh, that's pretty good. There you go. There's your sound soiree. It's pretty funny, right? When I heard it. Derek, by the way, he reminded me of I'll show you the video in the break. There's a funny, reminded me of another high-pitched talk video. We will get into the soup du jour. Soup du jour. Boy, winter's closing up. What do you have, Tim? What are you raising your eyebrows for? Don't you look at me like that. Don't you look at me like that, Tim. Dude, screw you, Tim. For life. For life. Soup du jour is next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Still, screw you, Tim. Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. Look, retirement planning and investment management is about knowing the overtime rules, because when you get there, there's no do-overs. When you get to retirement, you want to set yourself up early, right? If you're looking for a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money-related, then please call my good friend, Greg O'Donnell, at O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, he's been helping people like you get a peace of mind by planning for retirement. So give him a call, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you're going to be able to live that lifestyle in retirement that you've always dreamed of. Call him now, 866-496-2300, or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Copes, Soup du jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Oh, boy. Tolbert comes back with you on a Tuesday evening here. Many people checking in. I did not look at the YouTube chat or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line when we were doing the sound soiree. Many people checking in here on the text line. 408 on the Jason Kelsey crying at. You want to play it again there? You just get the clip there, Tim. He shouts out the balls.
And Doug Peterson having the biggest balls in the stadium.
It brings him to tears, but he's like laughing first. 408 on the text line says crying over balls. 510 says that sprinter who broke the world record. He says before your time, coach, but for Tom, and I know who this is, Mr. Bill, SNL.
Yes.
Oh no! Oh, no. Oh, no.
That was such a strong race, hurrah.
510 says olive oil from Popeye. There you go.
That was such a strong race, hurrah.
It's even before Tom's time, maybe olive oil.
Might be.
Here we go. 925 says true words have never been spoken by Penix. That was an amazing take. 707 says ask Cam Newton about quarterbacks who play the position, what he thinks.
No.
510 on Jason Kelsey says, what drew me to football? Seriously, you're like 400 pounds. That's a pretty good text. And 503 says, I too get a little choked up thinking about Doug Peterson's yam sack.
Oh, brother.
That's pretty good, dude. Yam sack. I don't know what this one's setup is, but the 408, all I can see is their little, like the little preview it's sending me of the text. All it says is possibly Frank Stallone. I don't know what they're getting at here. Oh, Jason Kelsey's like the Charlie Murphy, the cooler brother. Possibly Frank Stallone. I don't think Frank's the cool one. We got a pot of soup over there, Tom?
Yes, we do. And speaking of balls, we'll continue right along with the theme.
Nice.
Have you ever thought how cool it would be to go bowling with your balls hanging out?
I have thought about it.
I haven't. But you can. Nude bowling. That's right. Nude bowling. Balls out bowling is back.
2 bits of advice for you, Munson. Number 1, why don't you forget about this bowling business and get yourself a real job? Number 2, you still owe me another month's rent. So if I were you, I would start doing some tongue exercises before Friday.
That's right. Head to Pittsburgh for a little Pirates game and some balls out bowling. You'll be good to go.
Yeah,
and
in Pittsburgh.
You know, there's going to be some bowlers there that want to see if their thing can fit in the little bowling, little finger holes. And oh boy, that'd be, hey, look, I got it spare with my penis. How cool is that?
It's kind of intimidating to be in the presence of so many great athletes.
Do I get anything extra for that? No, you don't. Can you please get some soap and rinse that thing out for me? I would appreciate it.
Talk about picking up a split.
Yeah, nudity is required. You cannot bowl, of course. Like, you're going to show up like you're going to be a stalker there. Oh, look at that spare.
Nudity and bowling required, by the way. You have to bowl if you're naked. Like you can't not. I'm just hanging. Yeah, do you have to get shoes?
Doesn't say shoes.
Dangerous.
Doesn't say shoes. I mean, look, everybody better be nude. Again, I don't want the person keeping score fully clothed going, bend over when you throw the ball. Oh, that's nice.
I'd like to draw that shift on like a Tuesday night.
That's a little too much. Look, I don't want to clean the balls. I don't want to clean the shoes. I don't want to clean anything. I don't want to work that night. I don't want to work the next night. I just want to you guys do what you guys do on Balls Out Bowling Night. The event
That's what it's called, Balls Out Bowling.
Yep. The event is for anyone the age of 18 or over. So I'm going to doubt that I'd be very cool if I had a 19-year-old daughter come and go, hey, what do you think, Dad? Balls Out Bowling. I'm thinking about going.
What's the average age, though, showing up to that thing?
Stay away from this guy, huh? Give him a wide berth.
Average age, probably mid-thigh, would be my guess.
Oh.
That'd be the average age. No. Buddy. No.
There's a bumper joke in here somewhere.
Yeah. There's a Sacagawea joke in there somewhere, too, if I could say it right. But I'm not sure where. Not sure exactly where it fits in. But anyway, nudity is required. The exception, women can wear bottoms. That doesn't work for me.
Now we're biased.
That doesn't work for me.
So it's not.
If we're not doing tops and bottoms, and they're not doing tops and bottoms,
bottomless party.
Trust me anyway. This is like Pittsburgh area naturalists. It's not the Grotto, okay? You're not at the Playboy Mansion. You're not going to see a bunch of centerfolds bowling out there nude. It's just that's not the way it's going to be. If you think that's it, then you're going to be mistaken. Trust me.
It's kind of intimidating to be in the presence of so many great athletes.
Anytime they've shown a picture of somebody who's a nudist, you're like, yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and pass on that one. Enjoy your nudity. Alone, because I'm not going to be a part of it.
Yeah,
not that they care.
I'm with you. Every time the nude beach idea comes up, everybody's got an idea of it. I don't think it's what it is.
You think it's like club hedonism or something? Like, this is going to be incredible.
I want to know about sitting down.
This is going to be like a vivid video. No, it's not. It's good. Sitting down. Well,
I feel like I got to sit in that little half horseshoe. Those plastic seats.
I hope they have like towels underneath.
At least they're plastic.
Because again, you don't want to be cleaning that after.
Come on, man.
You don't want to be cleaning that. Sex is forbidden. It's strictly for bowling. That's it.
And if
Just
you're,
bowling.
for the more endowed men, you got to stay away from the ball return.
Exactly.
Yeah, keep away from that. You know what I mean?
That would hurt. Can you imagine?
You saw Munson's hand.
Yeah. It'd be like the scene from Dumb and Dumber with the tongue on the ice. That'd be your wang in the ball return. Can you imagine having that thing snap back at you like a rubber band? Oh, that would be painful. Big smack on the belly. Pop.
Oh, hey. 408 in the text that says gutter butter. Nice, thank you.
Okay, let's move along with some more balls. And by the way,
We got a bleeder.
person who wrote the story for this, maybe moonlighting during the off season, John Lynch.
That's the name of the author?
Exactly. John Lynch wrote the story for that. This one's Joshua Puguero. Man stung in testicles by scorpion while sleeping at a Las Vegas Strip resort. That's not strip as in nude. That's just the Las Vegas Strip. Yeah. What resorts are on the Strip?
Well, there's that new one. We were giving away tickets to the viewing party of the, what's it called? Fontainebleau?
That's a resort?
It's like, dude, it's a mega resort.
I mean, the hotel. Okay, I didn't know it was a resort.
It's like an actual resort.
Yeah. What? No, it doesn't.
The story does not have audio.
No, it doesn't.
There's a news report of this story.
There is an actual news report.
Give us the headline again, Tom.
It's not me going, ah!
That's what I thought it was. Yeah.
This is a man who slept at a Las Vegas Strip resort. His name is Michael Farchi from Angora Hills, by the way.
Dr.
So Southern California. I don't think it's Dr. Farchi. Where he was stung in the testicles by a scorpion. And Tim says this we actually have authentic sound. Go ahead.
Some people strike it rich in Las Vegas. Some people go bust. But one local man says he never expected the close encounter he had inside his bedroom at a posh Las Vegas resort. Now he's suing for what he says happened between the sheets. Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter here now with the details on that story. And the details are everything. Leanne.
They are, Mark. Certainly going to Sin City can sting sometimes, but usually it's your wallet that takes the hit, not your genitals. But an Angora Hills man got a sharp surprise in the middle of the night when he says he was attacked by a scorpion on his testicles at a Vegas hotel.
I put my eyeglasses, then I was shocked. Then I have a scorpion over there, just hanging on my underwear.
Michael Farchi says the scorpion attacked in the middle of the night as he was sound asleep at the Palazzo at the Venetian in Vegas.
I woke up with a sharp pain in my private area. I was surprised. I didn't know what is that. I reached my hand to see what's happening over there under the cover, and I just got another sharp pain.
The venomous creature stinging Farchi 3 to 4 times. The medical report clearly shows the focus of the injury.
Nobody staying in Vegas needs to be exposed to deadly scorpions while they're sleeping, let alone on their private areas, their testicles, etc. It's just beyond.
Farchi now suing the high-end hotel for the Sin City stinger. He says he still has some ongoing medical issues due to the traumatizing attack.
By the way, is there a city you need to stay in to get stung by scorpions? Like, well, if you stay in this city, you should get stung by scorpions. Look, there's a picture.
Oh, dude.
Check out his lawyer on the left. That guy's incredible. I mean, it's like this guy looks like he's part of the mob.
Oh, dude.
He's his lawyer. The Palazzo, hardly knew you. Are you kidding me?
I can feel it all the way down in my plum.
I'm surprised at the Palazzo. Wow, Enrico Palazzo? Holy cow.
I love local newscasts when they try to be like quippy and witty. Normally it hits the wallet.
Oh, God.
It didn't hit his wallet, it hit his testicle.
That is really good.
That was pretty good, dude.
Oh,
by
man.
the way, somebody checks in, just hitting on the last couple of stories. The text line bringing it all together. 707 says, I bet Doug Peterson can't wait to go bowling.
I can feel it all the way down in my plum.
God. Okay, this one's a little. We're going to take a left turn here, and I had no idea this stuff existed. Do you know what tianapatine is?
Tianapatine?
Yeah, I guess it's some sort of elixir. Tianapatine. Yeah, that sounds about right. Tianapatine. They call it gas station heroin down in Florida.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that.
Gas station Florida.
Tim, you know about this, yeah? Tim's familiar.
Now you're bringing me back.
So they were banning tianapatine, gas station heroin, and it expires in 4 months. So lawmakers working on a bill, make it permanent. I've never heard of gas station I've never heard of this. Like, you could buy this. I don't even know what it is. And they look like they have different flavors. There's like a pink, a yellow.
It's an antidepressant drug approved for the treatment of major depressive disorder in countries other than the U.S.
Okay, very good.
It's classified as an atypical tricyclic antidepressant. It's shown potential benefits in addressing anxiety and irritable bowel disease.
You can do that.
Thank you.
It said most recently FDA warned against the use of Neptune's Fix. It names this stuff.
Isn't that for like a nautical?
And why is there Why is there 4 different flavors of this stuff? By the way, Neptune's Fix in luscious lemon. No, I just made that up. But there's a yellow one, a pink one, an orange one, and a white one. I've never even heard of this stuff.
Oh boy. This is stupid.
Make you getting a fix? Make you getting a fix on some gas station heroin? Oh my goodness gracious! So there you go.
It's prescription heroin.
I get to clean this off the docket now. I
like
get to that. Tim won't give it back to me. But yeah, we had that scorpion was little too. Like, it was a small little scorpion.
You ever seen a scorpion in
see.
Vegas?
I've never seen a scorpion in Vegas. No, ever. No, I don't think I've ever seen a scorpion, to be honest with you. I don't go in the desert much.
No, me neither.
No, I saw a Gila monster.
A what?
A Gila monster.
What's that?
It's like a poisonous lizard. It's like yellow and orange and blackish.
Whoa.
Kind of splotchy. About yay big.
It's like a giant's lizard, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
It's my favorite lizard.
Yep. I think it actually had a Sandoval thing on its back.
No, it was wearing a panda hat.
It was out at my. I have? No. I walked right into that
scorpions?
one.
Did Tim set you up?
Yeah, I've walked right into that one. He goes, "Oh, you have seen a scorpion before."
Stop it.
Yeah, I saw like 4 or 5 of them on stage. Thank you.
By the way, Tom, just because we're doing the farewell tour of Tom's AC/DC shirt, a couple of funny texts that came in earlier. I can't remember the numbers. Somebody said, that shirt looks like it's on a highway to hell.
That's pretty funny.
Made me laugh.
That's pretty funny.
Tom's disintegrating shirt. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. There was another really funny one that came in on your. He says you look like a homeless hippie.
Homeless hippie
with your shirt tearing apart. Hipster hobo. Yes. That's what it was. Hipster
hobo chic. That's
hobo chic is good.
Where I was going. Hobo chic. Yes.
Hobo chic is solid.
Yep. Gila monster poisonous out of my father-in-law's house. He had a house out in the desert, and it just happened to be kind of crossing the road on his property. And I was like, ooh, want to stay away from that. That's not going to catch you. They're really slow. But when they bite on you, I guess how they inject the poison is they gnaw on you. Like, they don't have big fangs or anything either. But, yeah, so there you go.
Every time the text, dude, 408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. That Vegas Scorpion story sounds like the Wendy's and the finger chili. Just a money grab. That's hilarious. 916 says, that story is nuts, bro.
Thank you.
Nice. 707 says, LOL. I don't know why he says this. LOL, I got stung in the nads by a bee one time. Started with laugh out loud, by the way. The family jewels swelled up like grapefruits. It wasn't fun.
We got a bleeder!
No.
Thank you.
No, you got to sleep with your legs open. 'Cause I've had that happen before. I didn't get stung before, but I fell in a garbage can before. One leg in, one leg out.
Oh, no. What were you doing?
Yeah, well.
Trying to jump over the trash can?
It wasn't. It was stupid because I was stupid when I was younger. Me and my buddy were playing hide and seek, waiting for his mom to pick us up.
Yep.
And he was, back then, hide and seek, it wasn't just enough to see somebody, you had to touch him. So he was chasing me, and I was running, and I did like a Starsky and Hutch and jumped off this little embankment and split the uprights on that big ass metal garbage can. Yeah, one leg in, one leg out, and unfortunately, I got a bunch of crap on my leg. It looked like it was egg or something. So my legs like slipping in my yeah.
And you had shorts on for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, I was in serious pain. I got in the car, and the first thing his mom said to me, "Don't get that crap in the car." And I was just like. I was like laying there like, oh, God, just please get me home. And I kid you not, like you mentioned the plums thing.
I can feel it all the way down in my plum.
It was, I kid you not, it was a plum. It was like purple like that. And I was like, oh, my God. Like, here's the problem with that. Like, you just got to suck that one up. Not literally, but you're not going to have your mom. Hey, Mom, come look at this. Come look at my nut. No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to tell your dad. So I mean, you're like, you're just on your own on that one. You're just like, God, I hope let me get some peas and put it down there and see what works out. Like I was like 14, 15 at the time, so you're on your own. You did nothing you could do there. You just didn't suck it up and deal with the pain for 3 days, and hopefully the swelling goes down and you're okay. But yeah.
I'm having the funniest thing anybody's ever said on KNBR. Hey, Mom, come look at this. Come look at my nut. Tolbert and Cobes, Kerry Crowley's next on the Sports Leader.
But you're not going to have your mom. Hey, Mom, come look at this. Come look at my nut.
John Morosi joined Tom and myself yesterday and said if he really wanted Blake Snell, he'd be on the Giants already. That podcast and more trend at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, time to wrap it up. We'll find out what Carrie has going on right up until 9 o'clock here on the Sports Leader. What's going on, Carrie?
Oh, not a whole lot. How are you guys doing this evening?
Good, dude.
Fantastic.
I got to ask you something, Carrie. Are you going to Europe?
Barely going to Europe.
I thought you were, and then I heard somebody the other day goes, "Dude, did Carrie's trip get canceled?" And I was like, I think he's working still. I don't know.
Yeah.
And you sent me the email. What's going on?
Here's the story. So on, I don't know, this might have been, you know what? This was yesterday afternoon. It's been a crazy 24 hours, but yesterday afternoon, I get a text message from Lufthansa Airlines. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but it's the German carrier that's a Star Alliance partner, saying that
We've all heard of Lufthansa prior to this. I think since you're not a movie guy, you maybe hadn't. We're all familiar though. We all.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a movie guy.
Shout out Goodfellas.
Yeah, so there you go.
It's like Casino. I'm mixing them up.
But anyway, I get